The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 2955 to Chapter 3119. It could be said that all the most powerful forces in the Cultivation continent were gathered here. No matter which realm they were in, there would always be mid- and high-level cultivators flying around in search of the unfettered seven devils and their lackeys. However, what disappointed them was that the demon-slaying alliance had almost turned the entire Cultivation continent upside down, but they could not find them. This was not even the most infuriating thing. In the demon-slaying hall. "What did you say?" Miaoyu fiercely slammed the table. The exquisite fruits and dishes on the table were smashed into pieces, and juices flowed all over the floor. It also dirted Miaoyu's slender hands. However, she couldn't care less. She glared fiercely at the disciple in front of her. "Say that again for me." Senior Sister Miao Hui and the others went to the azure blue world to track the unfettered seven devils. They were playing with the male cultivators when, blazing wild blade, Ling Yuma suddenly appeared and killed Senior Sister Miao Hui and the others. There were some things that this disciple did not dare to say. In the Hehe sect, women were respected. Miaoyu's direct disciples were all ordinary-looking female cultivators with outstanding talent, and were good at sweet-talking to make him happy. Miao Hui was Miaoyu's granddaughter. Miaoyu had always valued his disciples, and he spent all his resources on them. All the male cultivators in the Cultivation continent allowed them to play with and humiliate them. This time, Miaoyu had sent people to search for the unfettered seven devils. However, they had taken a fancy to a few male cultivators with outstanding looks in the Phoenix Sky Academy. They did not care if the people around them were willing or not. They captured them, drugged them, whipped them, and forced them to humiliate them. Blazing wild blade Ling Yuma appeared at this moment and slashed down without saying a word. Miao Hui and the others were having fun, but they did not even have time to pick up their magic treasures before they were killed. Miaoyu's face was distorted, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Good unfettered seven devils. Good, Ling Yuma. How dare you kill my most beloved disciple? I will definitely tear you into pieces." She suddenly turned around and looked at Jing Tianyi, who was sitting at the highest point. "Alliance Master Jing, the unfettered seven devils are already so lawless. Are we going to let them do as they please?" Miaoyu's words quickly garnered the approval of the crowd. Shui Minglang gritted his teeth. "Lan Luoyu, that little bastard. He actually destroyed the elixir that my Shui family had cultivated for hundreds of years. If I don't tear him into pieces, I won't be able to appease the hatred in my heart." Su Qiankuan said, "Ling Yuxing killed more than half of the people my Shrouded Heaven Manor sent to search for him. Later on, this little bastard simply guarded the entrance of my Shrouded Heaven Manor. As long as a disciple went out, he would disturb and kill him. Unfortunately, he was so fast that even I couldn't catch up to him. Now, everyone in the Shrouded Heaven Prefecture is in danger and doesn't dare to go out. How can we slay the demons? It's the same in my sect. These unfettered seven devils are going to make us restless. My clan's industries have all been destroyed by those bastards. We have suffered heavy losses." Jing Tianyi's expression turned ugly as he listened to the curses of the people below. The reason for that was because the situation of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion was not much better than those people. It was as if, overnight, all sorts of announcements had appeared in every market in the northern continent. Some of them even came with photographic talismans. The contents were all about the truth about the unclean abyss and the blasphemers. If it was just one or two or a few words, given the Cleansing Joy Pavilion's ruling position in the northern continent, perhaps no one would believe it. But there were also photographic talismans of the villagers of Yuanwu village crying as evidence. In addition, these announcements and photographic talismans seemed to be inexhaustible. More and more rumors were spreading, and they were spreading far and wide. The entire northern continent was suddenly in a state of panic. Originally, everyone was scrambling to pray to the gods, but now, no one went there. Occasionally, some people would rush to the altar and yell at them to return their relatives who had become blasphemers. Mulu Pavilion, the Yun family, and the Ning family's unshakable position in the northern continent were now on the verge of collapse. And all of this was thanks to who? Naturally, it was Yun Ruhan, who had taken over Yun Jifeng's body and could freely enter and leave the northern continent. It was the unfettered 7 demons who had been haunting them and making them helpless. Chu Xinyan looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Jing Tianyi with a faint smile on his face and said slowly, "Alliance Master Jing, the unfettered 7 devils are just a few nascent soul cultivators, but they managed to play us, the clans, sects, and tribulation transcendence cultivators like us. If we don't take any measures, I think the demon-slaying alliance should just disband and avoid making a fool of itself." Jing Tianyi's face turned green and white. But Chu Xinyan was telling the truth. They had been played by the unfettered 7 demons for too long, and it was too humiliating and sullen. Unfortunately, these people were extremely cunning. They knew that they weren't strong enough to fight them head-on, so they didn't show up in front of them. Those who were targeted were all their weaknesses. The most frightening thing was that these 7 people were only nascent soul cultivators. His disciples had so many leaving body cultivators, but none of them could fight them. Even if they weren't the strongest, Jun Mayan, these 7 people could sweep away all cultivators below the tribulation passing stage by themselves. These 7 people from the unfettered sect were too terrifying. They were still young, only at the nascent soul and leaving body stages. But what if they were given a little more time to grow? Would there be anyone in the world who could be their match? If they were to escape this time, what would happen to those who had tried to suppress them? Thinking of this, Jing Tianyi's back was drenched in cold sweat. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and looked at Chu Xinyan. "I wonder if Dingwa Marquis has any brilliant ideas?" Chu Xinyan faintly sneered and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. If this Marquis didn't remember wrongly, the unfettered 7 devils didn't appear out of nowhere. In recent years, Soaring Dragon is not the only academy that has a close relationship with them. Perhaps I should put it another way. The place where they truly grew and rose to power should be in the Azure Blue Realm. Hearing this, someone asked in confusion, "Are you talking about the Starry School, Marquis?" They had indeed studied in the Starry School before, and had only amazed the world in Longting's Dear Cry banquet. But what does this have to do with us dealing with the 7 devils? Chu Xinyan looked deeply at the person who asked the question. "Since those 7 little bastards can grasp our weakness, can't we do the same?" When Longting is in trouble, Jun Mayan eagerly runs over to help. Take a guess, if the Starry School falls into the same situation as Longting, will the unfettered 7 demons still be able to sit still? Everyone looked at each other. Miao Yu, Shui Minglang, and the others immediately slapped the table and cheered. Marquis is indeed brilliant. However, there were also people who looked hesitant and said carefully, "But the teachers and students of the Starry School are innocent. If we use their lives to threaten them, how are we different from demons? If that's the case, the demon-slaying alliance won't be able to stand." Dingwa Marquis scoffed and was about to speak. Suddenly, a man in Dingwa Marquis's military uniform ran in and whispered in his ear. "Marquis, the child-sending forest has been burned. Everyone inside has been released." "What did you say?" "Z-sending forest is so hidden and guarded by the army. How could they be let go?" Z-sending forest contained the bloodline left by Dingwa Marquis using a secret technique, as well as the pregnant woman. These were his life-prolonging medicines and trump cards to ascend to immortality. How? How could it be destroyed so easily? The subordinate's voice trembled as he said, I don't know. It was Silver Bow Holy Arrow Chumoli and Earth-Shaking Mountain Xianxia who suddenly appeared. I don't know how they found them. Chumoli only used 1 arrow and destroyed the matrix. Those people all escaped. Our people wanted to stop them, but Xianxia killed them with 1 punch. I risked my life to run out and report to you. Trash. Trash. What's the use of me keeping you? Chu Xinyan's eyes bulged as if he had gone crazy. He slapped the subordinate hard. The subordinate didn't even make a sound before he bled from his orifices and died. Everyone in the demon-slaying hall was dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Only Jing Tianyi smiled and asked, Marquis, what's going on? Even if I did something wrong, you don't have to be so angry, right? Jing Tianyi pretended to be concerned, but gloating flashed in his eyes. He guessed that the unfettered 7 demons must have done something to Dingwa Marquis. Chu Xinyan had said that he was incompetent as the alliance leader and wanted to see Mulu Pavilion become a joke. But he didn't expect that he would become a joke one day. Chu Xinyan's veins bulged on his forehead. He finally suppressed his emotions and said stiffly, "It's nothing." "What does Jing Meng think of the plan I mentioned just now?" "The unfettered 7 demons are lawless and do whatever they want. If they continue to be so arrogant, there will be no place for the sects and clans of the Ziyun realm." Jing Tianyi said, "I'll consider it. Shui clan leader, please control the teachers and students of the Starry School." Shui Minglang had long wanted to kill the unfettered 7 sons, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. Jing Tianyi continued, "I heard that these 7 little demons are from the carefree sect of the Green Cloud World. Is there no one else in the carefree sect besides them?" Emperor Shaho Zun of the Shaho Empire of the Southern Continent, who had been silent all this time, suddenly chuckled. "I personally investigated this. There were only 9 people in the carefree school. Apart from the 7 devils of the carefree school, there was also an old drunkard named Shi Qing. We have already ordered our men to control him. As for the other one, I believe that everyone here should know his name." He paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Cultivation Continent's #1 swordsman, Luo Yunxiao." Apart from Jing Tianyi, everyone gasped when they heard this name. Who was the most famous person in the cultivation world? There was no other candidate for this answer. It was the #1 swordsman, young Master Yunxiao. It was not only because of his looks that all female cultivators were crazy about, but also because of his swordsmanship. His abilities had reached the peak and no one could reach him. However, Luo Yunxiao had always kept a low profile and did not easily fight with others. That was why his name was not on the green sky roll. But if this person supported the Xiaoyao school, Jing Tianyi smiled. "You don't have to worry about this. I already knew that young Master Yunxiao is the unfettered 7 devils' unfettered martial uncle. But as far as I know, young Master Yunxiao has left the cultivation continent for some matters and I'm afraid he won't be back for a short period of time. But if young Master Yunxiao returns and finds out that we killed his martial nephew, so what if I know?" Ye Yun, who was standing beside Jing Tianyi, snorted coldly and said, "We're killing evil demons. We're doing this for the sake of the people and helping the righteous Dao. Young Master Yunxiao has an illustrious reputation and is the role model of the swordsman of the righteous path. If he were to harm his fellow Taoists just to avenge a few evil demons, what would happen to his reputation?" "Ye Yun, don't be rude in front of these seniors." Jing Tianyi scolded her before continuing, "However, my daughter's words aren't wrong. As long as we stand on the side of righteousness and let everyone in the world know that our crusade against the demons is a righteous and awe-inspiring act. Naturally, no one will be able to criticize us after this." When the cultivators below heard this, they nodded repeatedly. "Alliance Master Jing is righteous. We are willing to follow you and punish evil." Jing Tianyi stroked his beard and smiled. He felt that most of the gloominess in his chest had been released. All that was left was his lofty aspirations and beautiful future. After this devil-slaughtering conference, Cleansing Joy Pavilion's name would spread far and wide. He, Jing Tianyi, would rule the world, and no one would be able to stop him. The meeting in the Demon Slayer Hall was temporarily dismissed. As for the idea of capturing all the teachers and students of the Starry School as hostages to threaten the unfettered 7 demons, the people in the alliance all had different opinions. In the end, they did not voice their opinions. Chu Xinyan stepped into his bedroom and fiercely slammed his palm on the table. The level of the 100 Disaster City was even higher than the Dragon Soaring Academy's Flying Dragon City. Almost all the ornaments inside were equivalent to 7th grade spirit artifacts and above. But when Chu Xinyan slammed his palm down, that rank 7 table shattered with a loud bang. The maids and manservants who had been waiting in the room were so frightened that they all knelt down. "Marquis, please calm your anger. Jing Tianyi, who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? Command me. After I kill Jun Mayan and obtain the chaotic tower, this hoe will let you and Mu Leg know the consequences of offending this hoe." Chu Xinyan gnashed his teeth as he finished reciting. Then, he turned his head and said sternly, "Bring that evil creature here for this marquis." Those who heard the order bowed and left. Soon, a white-haired man covered in blood was brought over and thrown in front of Chu Xinyan. Chu Xinyan takes 2 steps forward and ruthlessly steps on the man's chest. Speak, where is June Mayan hiding? Is there anyone or any place related to her on this cultivation continent? His sternum let out a crisp sound as it pierced his lungs. The man spat out a large amount of blood, and his body began to twitch violently. Chu Xinyan did not want him to die just like that, so he stuffed a pill into his mouth. After a while, he stopped vomiting blood. The man lay on his back, revealing an old face. A pair of turbid eyes looked at Chu Xinyan with ridicule and a cold smile. A hoarse voice spat out from his cracked lips. Chu Xinyan, don't say that I don't know. Even if I knew, do you think I would tell you? A furious look flitted across Chu Xinyan's face. Soon after, he faintly smiled. Tianyu, you should understand your father's methods. Do you think it's that easy to die? Your father has 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. And your mother, do you think I won't be able to find her if you hide her? Haha, wait until I turn the entire continent upside down. I don't believe that bitch will still have a place to hide. At that time, don't regret not telling me the truth today. Chu Tianyu closed his eyes and ignored him. The veins on Chu Xinyan's forehead throbbed violently, and a cruel and ruthless killing intent surged in his eyes. He took off his gloves, grabbed Chu Tianyu's neck, and lifted him up. Good, good. I haven't seen you for a year, and my good son has become more and more courageous. Then let me break all the bones in your body inch by inch. I want to see how long you can last. As he spoke, Chu Xinyan grabbed Chu Tianyu's hand and bent it. Chu Tianyu looked like he was in his 70s. All the bones in his body were brittle and weak. He only needed a little bit of strength to break them in two. Chu Xinyan didn't even need to use spiritual energy. He laughed as he watched Chu Tianyu's face contort from the pain of his broken bones, and his body twitch. However, when he wanted to bend it a second time, the ground suddenly shook. It was originally night time. But at this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed outside the window. In an instant, the dim palace was filled with dazzling light. Chu Xinyan was shocked. He no longer cared about torturing Chu Tianyu, and rushed out of the house. All the cultivators living in the demon-slaying hall heard the commotion and ran out. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the east sky. There, a huge silver moon was slowly rising. It was clear and bright, and dazzling. It was this gigantic silver moon that illuminated the pitch-black sky as bright as day. It also illuminated the stars in the sky, making them dim and dull. When the silver moon rose into the sky, 9 shining stars began to appear. Each star had its own unique color and shape. They seemed to be protecting the silver moon as they slowly revolved around it. In the night sky, there seemed to be the sound of a zither, as well as the deafening sound of a bell. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and the stars and moon intersected, but it started to rain in the east. The rain was not transparent, but a milky white color that emitted specks of brilliance. Even looking at it from afar and feeling it, one could tell how rich the spiritual power and world's origin chi were in the drizzle. It was a gift from the heavens, a welcome rain from the heavens. Most of the rain fell on the heavenly Phoenix mountain range in a short period of time. The peak of the heavenly Phoenix mountain range, which was originally covered in ice and snow all year round and where not even a blade of grass grew, actually started to show signs of vitality. Even from a great distance away, one could hear the joyful and excited howls of the spirit beasts in the heavenly Phoenix mountain range. And this kind of gift, in the Demon Slayer Palace, or rather, in most of the cultivation continent, they could not enjoy it at all. They could only watch. However, at this very moment, the people of the Demon Slayer Palace could no longer care about jealousy. All that was left of them was shock and horror as they stared at the silver moon in the sky. After the sweet rain, the 9 stars stopped rotating. However, a silver line began to extend, slowly connecting with the silver moon. Boom! The earth shook again, and the sound of the zither and the bell rang in everyone's ears. It was as if they were announcing the arrival of some unprecedented event. 9 stars. Linked moon. Dingwa Marquis muttered, 9 stars linked moon, it appeared again, it appeared again. 2 years ago, the miracle of the 9 stars linked moon descended upon the 3 realms. But at that time, the 9 stars and moon was very faint and disappeared in a flash. In addition, many people did not know the true meaning of the 9 stars and moon, so no one paid attention. But Dingwa Marquis did, and so did the people of Mulu Pavilion. They knew that the person who triggered the 9 stars and moon was not on the Cultivation continent, so the phenomenon disappeared in a flash. But now, the 9 heavens and moon appeared once again, and it was so earth-shattering and unprecedented. Who was it? Who triggered the 9 stars and moon? A name was on the verge of being uttered from everyone's lips. June. Mu. Yen. Dingwa Marquis gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. She is from the Yenwu continent. When the 9 stars and moon appeared, her name was not on the Cultivation continent. She has the moon spirit root, the one and only moon spirit root in the world. Yayun frowned, unconvinced. What moon spirit root? Is it very powerful? No matter how powerful she is just a young girl in her early 20s. Dad, aren't you guys overreacting? However, no one answered her at all. Even Jing Tianyi didn't look at her at all. He clenched his fists tightly, and it took him a while to control his voice from revealing fear. He muttered, not only the 9 stars and moon, she advanced. A few days ago, she just advanced to the leaving aperture stage. Now she advanced again, the tribulation stage, the youngest tribulation stage in the Cultivation continent. Shui Minglang's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice sharp. Demon. They are demons, the unfettered 7 demons are all demons. If we do not kill them this time, we will be doomed eternally. Eternally doomed. Dingwa Marquis suddenly said, do you still think that using the Starry School's students to threaten them is an inhumane act? Su Qiankuan said, inhumane? How can we talk about kindness when we are about to lose our lives? That's right. We cannot allow a female demon like Mayan to continue living in this world. Yes, as long as we can kill her, kill the unfettered 7 demons, no matter what we do, it is all righteous and forced. Fortunately, we have confirmed the location of those demons. I really didn't expect that they would actually hide at the peak of the Phoenix Heaven mountain range. No wonder we couldn't find it after searching for so long. North placating Marquis looked at Jing Tianyi and said, Alliance head Jing, give the order. His voice is faintly discernible, his pair of eagle-like eyes reveal a sinister and ruthless glint. Only when Jun Mayan's realm has yet to be completely stabilized, before the strength of the unfettered 7 demons has yet to increase again, can we cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, forever eliminating future troubles. Jing Tianyi took a deep breath and waved his hand. Everyone, listen to my command. We will head to the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range immediately to kill the demons and raise the prestige of the righteous path. Slay the demons and raise the prestige of our righteous path. Slay the demons and raise the prestige of our righteous path. In the unclean abyss. Ningsu flew to the highest peak of the snow demon forest, gazing at the silver moon hanging high in the sky and the 9 stars connected to it for a long time. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed and pointed at the moon in the sky. 9 stars and moon? Moon spiritual root? Heh. You're indeed Ning Yanqing's daughter. Sword Qi whistled and pierced the center of the moon. However, the silver moon was traceless, and the demon-slaying sword naturally returned without any success. Ning Su held the sword in his hand and said in a low voice, Jun Mayan, wait for me. Wait for me to take your life with my own hands. The Xianxia continent. Above the sky in the extreme north of the hidden abyss, a huge hole rotated like a vortex. From time to time, large and small starred ghosts fell from the vortex. Between heaven and earth, the bloody air was thick, and whales were everywhere. In a valley next to the hidden abyss, a huge enchantment was set up. Outside the enchantment, there were densely packed starved ghosts, desperately trying to rush in. Inside the enchantment, there were cultivators with anxious and desperate faces. What the hell is going on? For thousands of years, the enchantment has never collapsed. Why did it suddenly become like this? The sky pillar collapsed, the starved ghosts wreaked havoc. Is the Xianxia continent finished? Our sects and homes are gone. What are we going to do in the future? Sob, sob, sob. Low voices of discussion and crying came from the crowd from time to time. Whether they were spiritual cultivators or demon cultivators, whether they lived in the hidden abyss or above. At this time, these people all had the same expression, panic. Only a few people standing outside the enchantment looked calm. They either saw the sky pillar collapse and hurried to the hidden abyss to rescue, or they were powerful enough to protect themselves and escape even in the midst of the rampaging starved ghosts. I didn't expect that the disaster of the starved ghosts would be so serious. The dozens of sects and families and the tens of thousands of demons in the hidden abyss were almost wiped out. It's all thanks to Master Jingyuan's help that the people in the hidden abyss were saved. Yes. Master, please accept our bow. Ba. It's my duty to help the people in danger and deliver suffering. You don't have to be so polite. The one who spoke was a little monk in a golden red cassock, holding a golden alms bowl. He was kind and handsome, looking like a young boy who had just reached the age of 18. But the surrounding people were extremely respectful to him, as if he was their elder. Because everyone knew that although this young boy looked like a young boy, he had actually lived for thousands of years. His master was the abbot of Debi Temple, Bodhidharma, the most powerful person in Buddhism. Jingyuan was the youngest disciple of Bodhidharma, but he had already cultivated the Bodhi golden body. Fortunately, Jingyuan happened to be nearby when the heavenly pillar collapsed. The grand formless array, formed by the formless gold alms bowl, protected the spirit cultivators and demonic cultivators near the hidden abyss, which prevented rivers of blood and corpses from piling up. After chanting the Dharma, Jingyuan looked at the huge vortex in the sky and frowned slightly. The formless array can protect me for a while, but it can't protect me forever. This poor monk's immortal power will eventually be exhausted. Unless we can repair the heavenly pillar, I'm afraid it won't last long. Jingyuan's words made everyone look at each other in despair. Repairing the sky pillar requires at least 4 immortal sovereigns to work together. The number of people who can reach this level in the entire continent can be counted on one hand. Immortals were divided into Hollow Immortal, Golden Immortal, Profound Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. In the entire continent, most people were Hollow Immortals and Golden Immortals. Profound Immortals and above would be able to form indestructible golden bones and live for 10,000 years. Above the Celestial King tier, one would already possess the ability to transcend the heavens and the earth, and become an overlord of a region. As for the Immortal Venerables, they were people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon venerables of the demon world and the domain lord of the nether domain. In the entire Xianxia continent, there might not be 10 of them. As for the Immortal Emperor, since the war 1,000 years ago, there was only one, Di Mingju, who had just advanced. It was easier said than done to find 4 immortal sovereigns to work together to repair the heavenly pillar. Ba. Jingyuan chanted a Buddhist Dharma. This penniless monk can occupy a seat, but this penniless monk alone will not be able to accomplish anything. As soon as he said that, everyone present was shocked. Great Master Jingyuan has already reached the venerable immortal realm? If I remember correctly, Great Master Jingyuan became Bodhidharma's disciple for less than 1,000 years, right? Great Master Jingyuan is benevolent, but as Great Master said, how can he alone be enough? What about the other venerables? Don't tell me they are not willing to repair the sky pillar and save thousands of lives? Hee. These people are either in seclusion or in high positions, how could they be willing to risk their lives to come here now? When the sky pillar collapsed, countless poltergeist ghosts would gather under the collapsed sky pillar. If they wanted to repair the barrier now, they would have to risk their lives. But after a period of time, these poltergeist ghosts would be attracted by the fresh meat and slowly disperse. At that time, it would be much safer to repair the sky pillar. But if the sky pillar is not repaired, the cracks in the barrier will only increase and become bigger. The poltergeist ghosts will continuously pour out from the cracks. In this way, the entire Xianxia continent will fall into deep water and fire. They will either be torn to pieces and devoured by the poltergeist ghosts, or be infected by the poltergeist poison and become these monsters that are neither human nor ghost. A clan leader who used to live beside the hidden abyss cried and laughed at the same time. Ants like us, who among those high and mighty figures would care about our lives? We're doomed to die. While speaking, a scream came from behind. He is infected by the poltergeist poison, quickly throw him out of the barrier, or we will all die. No, I am not. I am not a poltergeist ghost, I am a human, I beg you, don't throw me out, I don't want to die. Throw him out. Quickly! Let go of my husband. Who has the heaven spirit detoxification pill? Save my husband. I beg you, I beg you. Everyone showed grief. The fox grieved for the death of the poltergeist. It was extremely difficult to refine the antidote of pie poison, the heaven spirit detoxification pill. Everyone did not have much of it with them. They planned to use it to save themselves in case they were unlucky enough to be infected. Now that everyone was trapped in this small non-phase formation, who would be willing to give the life-saving pill to others for free? So, they could only watch as the woman cried and begged, and the man wailed in despair. Just as they had tied up the man and were about to send him out of the non-phase formation. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. Whoosh! The densely packed poltergeist ghosts in front of the barrier were still baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, trying to rush into the non-phase grand array. They didn't even have time to react before their bodies were cut in half. Moreover, the severed body couldn't be regenerated like before. Instead, with a sizzling sound, it instantly evaporated and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a large empty space appeared in front of the barrier. Everyone stared blankly and saw a handsome man in a black robe, like a god, slowly walking towards the formless grand array. The tens of thousands of poltergeist ghosts on both sides stood there blankly, and even kept retreating. They were suppressed by the terrifying pressure and did not dare to move forward. For a moment, the poltergeist ghosts, who were just ferocious and mindless, abruptly opened up a path for the man. It was as if thousands of demons were obediently welcoming the arrival of an emperor. The whole place inexplicably fell into a deathly silence. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net wonderful pop-up window free reading, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Then, everyone's breathing became rapid, from light to heavy. June. Finally, someone couldn't help but scream. It's the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord. The Polar Region Emperor has come to save us. Long live the Emperor. Mingju doesn't care about the cries of the crowd, and goes straight to Jing Yuan. Not waiting for Mingju to open his mouth, Jing Yuan promptly bows and says, "Greetings, Jun." At such a critical moment, the emperor actually disregarded his own safety and rushed over to save the common people. On behalf of the common people, I thank the emperor for his benevolence. Mingju twirls the ring on his finger as he says faintly, "Great Master is too polite. May I trouble Great Master to tell Ben Jun about the situation when the heavenly pillar collapsed? This penniless monk will not shirk his duty." After listening to Jing Yuan's narration, Ming raised his hand, and in his palm, a weapon that looked like a sword, but wasn't a sword, or a knife, but wasn't a knife. At first, he couldn't tell what color the weapon was, nor could he see its shape. Only when it was about 3 feet long did it slowly transform into a dark blue, translucent longsword. Jing Yuan took a few steps back because of the appearance of this weapon. When he realizes what Mingju wants to do, he can't help but ask in astonishment, "Jun, are you planning to repair Heavenly Pillar? Otherwise, why would I come here? The Heavenly Pillar has 4 cores. I'm afraid that the Emperor alone won't be able to repair all 4 cores at the same time. Moreover, there are many poltergeist ghosts around the crack. I'm afraid that the Emperor's life is in danger." Jing Yuan paused halfway through his sentence. Because from Mingju's cold expression, he realizes that, how could the Imperial Lord not understand these principles? It was just that compared to repairing the Heavenly Pillar and saving countless lives, he cared less about his own life. Ba. Jing Yuan chanted softly. A faint smile blossomed on his handsome face. His entire being seemed to be born in the holy light of the Buddhist sect, benevolent and holy. Since you've already made your decision, then I won't try to persuade you any further. However, please allow me to go with you to repair the heavenly pillars. As he spoke, Jing Yuan lightly tapped the golden alms bowl in his palm. The golden alms bowl flew up high and landed on the top of a hill. The non-phase golden alms bowl was the core of the non-phase grand array. If he took it away, the barrier here would disappear. Jing Yuan is determined to accompany Mingju to repair the heavenly pillars. This journey is fraught with danger, and the golden alms bowl is his greatest reliance. But now that he had lost the golden alms bowl, there was not a trace of unwillingness or fear on his face. She raised her hand, and the golden red kasaya turned into a red silk scarf in her hand. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, please." Cultivation continent, Linglong Island. The once clear blue sky now seemed to be dyed red with blood. From time to time, roars and cries could be heard from the ground. Yu Yanran stood on the roof of the Fian Palace, looking into the distance, her willowy eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Miss, it's very windy here." Huang Shouchuan held the cloak in his hand and carefully draped it over her. He said gently, "Miss, don't worry. The polar domain has the sovereign lord overseeing it. Nothing will happen. Although our exquisite island is attached to the polar domain on the surface, we have always been aloof from worldly affairs, untainted by the mundane. Linglong Island has the protection of the 9 Revolutions exquisite array. Certainly, no poltergeist ghosts can break in. As for the common people of the mortal world, even if the poltergeist ghosts wreak havoc and kill, that is their destiny. It can't be forced." Yu Yanran sighed softly, "Big brother Huang, I know. But even though she knows, she still can't help but worry about that person. Will he get hurt? Will he be worried and afraid? No. He won't. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window. Free reading. That person was the high and mighty polar domain emperor. He did not need to take the risk personally, he would definitely be safe. However, just as this thought flashed through, a violent energy fluctuation came from the southwest sky. A huge ball of thunder fire exploded as if it had been ignited. Above the hidden abyss, the whirlpool where the sky pillar collapsed twisted. The ghouls that fell from it let out painful wails. Some were directly torn to pieces by the twisted space, blood and flesh splattering down. Yu Yanran suddenly rushed to the railing, staring at the direction of the rising sun. "It's the Emperor's god power fluctuation. He is in the crack of the sky pillar. That place is so dangerous, how can he go there personally?" Huang Shouchuan was also astonished. Not only is there the Emperor's god power fluctuation, there seems to be Buddhist wish power mixed in. After the ice blue lightning fire exploded, the space distortion slowly disappeared. The huge black whirlpool in the sky shrunk by more than half. But it did not disappear. Inside the whirlpool, ghouls fell from time to time. And these ghouls were all incomparably huge, the fiendish blood energy thick, clearly much higher level than the previous ghouls. Yu Yanran's face was pale, the worry in her eyes almost overflowing. "The Emperor is in danger. I have to go save him, I have to go save him." "Miss. You must not." Huang Shouchuan was shocked. "There must be a large number of ghouls gathered above the hidden abyss. You will be in danger if you go." Yu Yanran bit her lips, waving away Huang Shouchuan's hand, saying resolutely, "Even if there is danger, I have to go to the Emperor's side. Back then, when I was in danger, it was the Emperor who risked his life to save me. At this time, how can I not be by his side?" With that, she soared into the sky and let out a soft whistle. Huang Shouchuan looked at Yu Yanran's figure instantly stepping on the flying magic treasure, stomping his feet. He called over a servant, asking urgently, "Where is that person in Clear Flower Palace? Does he know that Miss is in danger?" The servant shook his head. "Young master has not been in Clear Flower Palace these days." "Trash. Ungrateful wretch." Huang Shouchuan scolded fiercely. At such a crucial moment, he didn't even show up. Miss has treated him so well for nothing. "Forget it, I don't need him. Go take stock of the 12 exquisite guards and have them follow me to the hidden abyss to rescue the young Mississippi. Yes, Vice Island Master. Above the hidden abyss." Not long after Di Mingju and Great Master Jingyuan rushed into the crack of Heavenly Pillar, Han Yi, Ying Mei, and Xing Lang hurried over. Elder Chang and Pijuan returned to the polar domain to mobilize the Imperial Guards. As soon as Han Yi and the others enter the non-phase array, they take out a small mountain of heaven spirit detoxification pills. The men who were about to be thrown out of the barrier, as well as those who were poisoned by the pi poison, didn't dare to make a sound, and could only suffer in despair. All felt that they had found a new lease of life, and cried tears of joy. Who was the one who said that the polar domain had abandoned us? The monarchs had abandoned us? Do you see that? Our emperor has personally come to save us. The monarch is the one and only immortal emperor in the 3 realms. As long as he takes action, there's no need to worry that the heavenly pillar can't be repaired. In the future, our you family will no longer be fickle. I vow to be loyal to the polar domain until death. Whatever infernal domain or netherworld domain, which one of them can be like the monarch, caring about the life and death of us little immortals in times of crisis? Hee, devil cultivators are devil cultivators after all. They are selfish, ruthless, and ruthless. The hidden abyss clearly has the most demons, but look at those lofty demon generals, as well as the revered demon lord Xianxia. Would they care about their lives? Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading, the majority of the devil cultivators were hiding in the non-phase grand array. After all, the position where the heavenly pillar collapsed just happened to be above the hidden abyss, and below the hidden abyss was the demon race's main camp. When these fiendish cultivators saw the polar domain sovereign lord appear, it was not that they did not feel envious and jealous in their hearts towards the man who had shocked tens of thousands of poltergeist ghosts as soon as he appeared. The demons, who naturally admired the strong, could not help but feel admiration and reverence. However, no matter how much they admired him, they could not surpass the supreme demon lord. Hearing that these spirit cultivators dared to humiliate the demon lord, someone immediately shouted and pounced forward. Blood splattered everywhere. The poltergeists outside bared their sharp fangs, while the humans inside who were in danger fought amongst themselves. Fiendish cultivators had always been unreasonable, ruthless, and did things their own way. Even in such a dangerous situation where he was living under someone else's roof, he couldn't allow anything to go wrong. The spirit cultivators were used to pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. They would say only half of what they wanted to say and probe each other for a long time before deciding whether or not to fight. Who would have thought that these demonic cultivators would start a war just because of a disagreement? Caught off guard, a few of them almost lost half their lives. Those demonic cultivators, however, seemed unwilling to give up. There are even people who curse and insult the polar domain and Deming Jew. Who knows if that Deming Jew is just putting on airs, fishing for fame, and wanting to deceive our demon race? You spirit cultivators have always been crafty and cunning. Do you think that by saving us, you can make the entire devil race bow down to the polar domain? As soon as these words came out, the spirit cultivators were infuriated. Even Han Yi and the others, who were originally wholeheartedly paying attention to the vortex in the sky, can't help but look over with ashen faces. Especially Xing Lang, Deming Jew's brainless fan. With a gloomy face, he stomped the insolent fiendish cultivator onto the ground. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding spirit cultivators, Star Wolf pointed his sword at his heart and said sinisterly, "If you have the ability, say what you just said one more time." That fiendish cultivator's internal organs tumbled from the Star Wolf's beating, and his fiendish body was on the verge of collapse. He was in excruciating pain. At this moment, with a sword at his life gate, he could not help but reveal some fear in his eyes. He straightened his neck and shouted fiercely, "You spirit cultivators were the ones who slandered the demon lord first. You deserve to die. One day, my fiend race will unite the 3 realms and make all of you sanctimonious spirit cultivators die a graveless death." Courting death. Viciousness flashed in Star Wolf's eyes as he raised his sword and was about to pierce through this devil cultivator's heart. However, just as he raised his sword, a cold light flashed. With a clang, Star Wolf's sword was knocked away. The demonic cultivator who was stepped on was also dragged away by a huge force. TSK, the king's polar domain is really awe-inspiring, so domineering. Star Wolf turned to look. Inside the formless array, 4 strangely dressed devil cultivators had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing these 4 people, Star Wolf's pupils constricted. Tianhe, Wine Boy, Devil Blade, and Snow Girl. It's the 4 hidden abyss devil generals. He is Xianxia's most loyal confidant. The one who had just spoken was the leader of the 4 demon generals, Tianhe. After he saved the insolent fiendish cultivator, he did not even give him a second glance and directly threw him to the side. His mocking gaze fell on Star Wolf, the dignified leader of the Imperial Guards bullied my little demon soldiers. So this is how Polar Domain does things? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the whole world if word of this gets out? Star Wolf sneered, not showing any weakness. Is being ungrateful the tradition of your fiend race? What kind of benevolence and righteousness is there to talk about with cruel and unscrupulous people like you? Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small slash say net wonderful pop-up window free reading, the demonic cultivator, who was nearly killed by the star wolf, immediately shouted angrily, "Bah! The citizens of my demon race will save themselves. Do you think that your polar domain's sovereign emperor is just pretending to be merciful? What Xianxia continent's one and only immortal emperor in 1,000 years? Now it seems that Di Mingju was only born with a good skin, and with the help of the medicine king, his luck was good, that's all. What my fiend race despises the most is this kind of pretty boy." The spirit cultivators, especially the polar domain imperial guards, were finally completely enraged. Since the devil domain looks down on our lord so much, why did they send someone to marry us? Is it because you have too many demon princesses that you can't get married, so you're begging our Junshan to marry them? What nonsense are you spouting? Am I wrong? Wasn't it Elder Minwei of your devil clan who sent someone to deliver the marriage document? Unfortunately, our Junshan looked down on that princess of yours from who knows which corner and refused the marriage alliance. In the end, you could only settle for the next best thing and chose Wuji's son. Everyone in our polar domain knows about this matter. Could it be that everyone in your fiend race doesn't know about it? TSK, 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 it's not good to be so ignorant. Hearing this, the surrounding spirit cultivators couldn't help but laugh out loud. I heard that the demon princess was born from a mortal female cultivator while the demon sovereign was undergoing a tribulation in the lower realms. How could the bloodline of that lowly woman be compared to the female immortals of the Xianxia continent? Moreover, no one knew whether the princess was dead or alive. If I were the polar domain's sovereign lord, I wouldn't be willing to make such an engagement either. The malicious and mocking voices around them drilled into the ears of Tianhe and the others. This caused their rage to skyrocket. "I'll kill you!" Tianhe roared, and 2 blood devil hammers flew out of his sleeves, smashing toward the spirit cultivator who spoke. Star Wolf unsheathed his sword, his killing intent cold. "You want to kill my extreme domain's people in front of us, do you think I'm dead? Stop!" 2 shouts rang out at the same time. "Ingmei, what are you doing? This scum dares to slander Lord like this, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Demon Blade, let go of me. I will tear this bastard into pieces today." Ingmei didn't reply to Star Wolf. Instead, he stepped forward and grabbed at the air. Several fiendish cultivators were caught off guard and were directly pulled out from the crowd. Devil Blade's actions were exactly the same as Ingmei. However, the person he caught was not a fiendish cultivator, but a spirit cultivator. Ingmei stepped on the neck of the devil cultivator who had almost been killed by Star Wolf and exerted force. "Speak. Who ordered you to sow discord here?" The fiendish cultivator's expression panicked, and he forced himself to calm down and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. You spirit cultivators were the ones who insulted the demon lord first. I'm so angry." Bang! A loud sound rang out. The spirit cultivator who had just said that the demon princess was a lowly woman had half of her body blown up, and she let out a mournful wail. Devil Blade sneered. "Do you think that we, the 4 demon generals of the hidden abyss, are so easy to fool?" Star Wolf and Milky Way, one raised his sword high and the other swung his blood demon hammer. They were unable to react to the situation. Are they going to fight or not? After the spirit cultivator who had half of his body blown up cried, he couldn't help but shout towards Star Wolf's direction, "Lord, save me. The fiendish race wants to harm my spirit cultivator. Lord, please save my life." Tianzhu has collapsed, the poltergeist ghosts are wreaking havoc, and the entire Xianxia continent has fallen into a crisis. What's most needed now is for all humans to work together to resist the calamity. Han Yi slowly steps forward, his cold gaze sweeping over the captured devil cultivators and spirit cultivators. "But you?" Deliberately sowing dissension at this time, causing a dispute between the 2 sides. "Speak, what are your intentions?" Yao Dao ruthlessly tramples on a devil cultivator's ribs. "Speak. Who instigated you?" These spirit cultivators and devil cultivators look at each other, panic-stricken and fearful, their eyes rolling around. We don't know what you're talking about, Death is at hand, yet you're still so stubborn?" Hanyi looks at Ingmei and winks. "I think there's no need to interrogate them. Insignificant demons and monsters, there's no need for our polar domain to go to war." I think we should throw these two out of the great array and let the poltergeist ghosts devour them. Yingmei doesn't say anything else, picking up the devil cultivator on the ground, about to throw him out. Yao Dao is taciturn, but his actions are exactly the same as Yingmei's. Outside the barrier, countless poltergeist ghosts open their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp teeth stained with minced meat. Seeing this scene, a few people have deathly pale complexions, but they can still barely remain calm. The rest completely collapse, wailing and wailing, "I'll speak, I'll speak. I'm willing to tell the truth, please don't throw us to the poltergeist ghosts." Someone told me to take advantage of this opportunity to sow dissension between the polar domain and the devil domain. That person is. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp whistle whistles from outside the barrier. Poochie, something pierces through the hearts of these spirit cultivators and devil cultivators at the same time, blood splattering everywhere. The cries and pleas come to an abrupt end. Han Yi looks at the dead person in his hands, then at the poltergeist ghosts outside the barrier. His brows slightly knit together. He and Yingmei look at each other, realizing the seriousness of the matter. In this world, the number of people who could kill someone without making a sound right under their noses was definitely more than the number of fingers on both hands. Now, not only have these two spies been killed, they don't even know how the other party did it, whether it was magic, immortal power, or divine power. Devil Blade? Tian, he scratched his head and looked at his brother. What's going on? The wine boy frowned and said, is there someone in the crowd trying to sow discord between the demon race and the polar domain? Devil Blade nodded. Mother **Cur, if I find out who did this, I won't let them off. Tian had gritted his teeth and cursed. He then looked askance at Star Wolf. However, I still don't like this group of dogs from the polar domain. What bullshit, pretty boy, he actually dares to look down on our demon race's princess. One day, I will smash their hypocritical faces. Star Wolf's face darkened. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Your fiend race only has this bit of ability. Damn it, do you want to fight? Fine, let's fight. You think I'm scared of you? Han Yi and the wine boy have a headache, pressing their temples. At a time like this, what was the point of fighting over personal feelings? Just as the two of them were about to dissuade him, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Someone pointed to the southern horizon and exclaimed, "Look, someone is coming." The person's speed is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he's already in front of him. The poltergeist ghosts that were originally surrounding the barrier smell the scent of fresh flesh and blood, and immediately pounce over while shouting. However, before the poltergeist ghosts could gnaw on the flesh, a mass of black gas silently appears, gradually surrounding them. By the time these poltergeist ghosts react, the black gas has already turned into a hurricane of sharp blades, mincing them into minced meat. Several figures slowly land outside the non-phase great array. Seeing the newcomers, Han Yi and Yao Dao both frown, showing a look of disgust. Star Wolf directly says bluntly, "Yin Yuani, what are you doing here?" The newcomer is the young lord of the Nether Realm, Yin Wuji's only acknowledged son, Yin Yuani. At this time, his complexion is ruddy, and he is full of vigor. There is no trace of his previous miserable and embarrassed appearance after the Darking Holy Flame's backlash. Presumptuous. A man beside Yin Yuani immediately shouts, "Star Wolf, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to the young lord of the Nether Realm like this?" Star Wolf sneers. His attitude towards the people of the Nether Realm is even more disdainful than that of Tianhe and Yao Dao. Which young lord of the Nether Realm? Is it that idiot who was backfired by the Darking Holy Flame and screamed so loudly that the whole Shoshan continent knows about it? Pfft. Star Wolf's words make many spirit cultivators and devil cultivators present laugh out loud. It's really that the image of Yin Yuani jumping around and running around after being burned, and his embarrassing and cowardly appearance is too deeply engraved in people's hearts. On that day, there were also many people from the demon race, who are all very arrogant and blabbermouthed. Therefore, in less than 2 days, the news had spread and everyone knew about it. Yin Yuani's originally complacent face instantly distorts. He suddenly raises his hand, and a dark red flame sprout from his fingertips. A terrible pressure and oppressive murderous aura instantly permeates between heaven and earth. Han Yi and the other two people's faces all change, and they all take a step back. Yao Dao murmurs, "Third rank Darking Holy Flame. Inyuani snorts and raises his chin, worthy of being one of the 4 demon generals of the hidden abyss. You really have some knowledge. The man beside Inyuani sneers, now you should know, right? At that time, my young lord was not backfired by the darking holy flame, but just reached the critical moment of advancement. Now, the young lord has lived up to expectations, and has finally mastered the 3rd-rank darking holy flame, and his strength is comparable to that of a venerable immortal. Who in the younger generation can compare to him? You are so arrogant, slandering the young master, slandering my netherworld. Do you want to taste the 3rd-rank, darking sacred flame? The person who spoke was called Yu Chen. He was Yin Wuji's trusted general, and his cultivation was profound. As he spoke, he released his pressure, causing the surroundings of the formless grand array to fall into absolute silence. Inyuani controlled the darking holy flame in his hand and let it drift toward Star Wolf. It was just a simple control. The Star Wolf's countenance instantly turned pale as the internal organs within his body seemed as if they were overturning a sea, and he actually almost knelt on the ground. This was the 3rd-grade darking sacred flame, which was equivalent to the strength of an immortal venerable. Han Yi and Ing Mei's complexions change, and they're about to step forward. Inyuani's shoulder was pressed down by another slender white hand. Hee, why does young master have to stoop to their level? Don't forget what we're here for. Inyuani frowned when he heard the gentle voice, but he obediently put away the darking holy flame in his hand. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but gather on this person. It was a tall and skinny man. His facial features were handsome and elegant, but his eyes gave off an inexplicable sense of coldness and gentleness. He was wearing a robe that was completely different from the style of the netherworld. The color of the robe was bright, embroidered with strange totems. That totem isn't eye-catching at first glance, but looking at it carefully, it seems to contain thousands of worlds, making people dizzy. The man steps forward, cupping his hands towards the crowd. I am Mu Luyun, a priest appointed by Lord Yin of the netherworld domain. Today, I followed the young lord because I heard that the sky pillar above the hidden abyss collapsed. Although this place isn't adjacent to my netherworld domain, and the people who died weren't people of my netherworld domain. But everyone has a responsibility to save the common people of the world. Although my netherworld domain isn't involved, we don't dare to be content with a corner. As he speaks, he raises his hand. A small mustard seed magic weapon flies up to the sky. With the infusion of immortal power, the magic weapon becomes bigger and bigger. Finally, it falls to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a magnificent palace complex. Mu Luyun chuckles, although Great Master Jing Yuan's non-phase array is safe, it's still too crude. Wouldn't it be unfair to the immortals and devil soldiers? This insignificant multicolor palace is a mustard seed magic weapon that I obtained in my early years. Although it can't be put on the stage, it can withstand all attacks from cultivators below the venerable immortal level. If you don't mind, why don't you go inside and take a rest, then discuss how to exterminate the starved ghosts? These words are humble and beautiful. The multicolor palace is 100 times more comfortable than the non-phase array. Whether it's the spirit cultivators or the devil cultivators, their impression of the netherworld domain immediately becomes a lot better. Especially the devil cultivators, who just had a fierce conflict with the polar domain. Although some people are trying to sow discord, they're still somewhat angry. The netherworld domain is different. The two sides have long been engaged, and during this time, they often advance and retreat together in alliance. At this time, they see that their attitude is kind and polite, in sharp contrast to the arrogance of the polar domain. They feel indescribably comfortable. The group quickly moves to the multicolor palace. The people of the polar domain are disgusted by Inyuani's conduct. They'd rather stay in the non-phase array than enter the multicolor palace. Hanya's eyes turn, and he shamelessly follows them inside. For devil generals, please take a seat. The devil soldiers must have been frightened these past 2 days. If you feel tired, you can find a palace to rest in. As soon as he entered the main hall of the colorful palace, Inyuani sat on a high crystal chair. Mu Luyun stood behind him with a gentle and humble expression. Yu Chen, on the other hand, eagerly greeted Tianhe and the other 3, and even carefully arranged for the demons to rest. This makes Han Yi narrow his eyes in confusion. One must know that Yu Chen's status in the nether domain was even higher than the 4 of them in the devil race. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the celestial king realm many years ago. As a dignified immortal king, why would he lower himself to curry favor with the devil race? Could it be that the nether realm had already fallen to such an extent? Hey, old man, are you plotting something? Without waiting for Hanyi to think carefully, the outspoken Tianhe loudly shouts, "The last time you saw the four of us, you old geezer, you still had eyes growing on top of your head. Why did he change his attitude in just a few days?" F*ck off, 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 F*ck off. Hanyi almost laughs out loud. Yu Chen's face twitches, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. But he glances at Yin Yuanyi, who is sitting on the crystal chair, and still manages to pull out a smile. General Tian, he must be joking. The Devil Domain and the Nether Domain have already united by marriage, and have set up a marriage contract. 1 second, remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Speaking of which, our two families are on the same side. Isn't it only right for this old man to be polite and considerate to you? In the previous battle against the Polar Domain and the Poltergeist Ghosts, the Demon Sovereign and the generals all took great care of our Nether Domain. Our Domain Lord and Young Master have always been deeply indebted to them. Now we know that the marriage alliance between the demon race and our Nether Domain is sincere. Now that I think about it, our Domain Lord was too cautious back then, to the extent that... At this point, Yu Chen stopped talking and looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Tian, he glared at him with his copper eyes. If you have something to say, then say it. I, your father, hate your pretentious looks the most. Shuijie couldn't help but giggle. Lord Yu Chen said so much just to say the following words, right? Why are you so hesitant? Are you trying to play hard to get and wait for us to ask? A wine jug had suddenly appeared in the hands of the wine boy, and he raised his head to take a sip before he said lazily, since Lord Yu Chen doesn't want to speak, then let's not listen. Yu Chen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When had he, a dignified elder of the Nether Realm, a trusted aide by Yin Wuji's side, been insulted like this? In his heart, he rained curses on these vulgar, rude, and stupid barbarians of the demon race. The fake smile on his face was almost gone. It was Mu Luyun who stepped forward and helped him out of the predicament. Generals, you may not know this, but when the engagement was set, the Domain Master didn't know if the Demon Venerable was sincere, so she was too hasty in choosing the marriage candidate. Although, that person is also the Domain Lord's son, be it talent, ability, or appearance, he is no match for young Lord Yuanyi. Now that the Domain Master is grateful for the demon exalt's sincerity in allying with our Nether Realm, he feels guilty and has decided to change the candidate of the demon race's princess from the original, to young Master Yuanyi. From now on, my Nether region and the demon region will forever be enemies. As soon as this was said, there was a commotion in the multicolored palace. Hanyi stares blankly at first, then he frowns deeply. Yin Yuanyi wanted to marry the devil princess. This was completely different from a random illegitimate son of Yin Wuji marrying a demon race princess. It should be noted that Yin Yuanyi was certain to become the future Domain Lord of the Nether Realm. Furthermore, he had already grasped the third rank, Dark Yin Holy Flame. If he married the demon princess, then the alliance between the Nether Realm and the demon realm would be unbreakable. Wasn't it said that the demon princess was born from a mortal cultivator and that her fate was unknown? How could someone as arrogant as Yin Yuanyi agree to marry a demon princess? Don't say that. Hanyi is stupefied. Even the devil cultivators and spirit cultivators on the scene are somewhat dumbfounded when they hear this. Yao Dao frowned and said coldly, change the candidate for the princess marriage contract? Did you get permission from the honorable demon? What? Could it be that you think this young lord is not worthy of your devil race's princess? Yin Yuanyi stood up and looked down coldly. His expression was arrogant and haughty, as if his willingness to marry the demon princess was the greatest charity. Tianhe, who had the worst temper, was instantly enraged. However, before he could slam the table and stand up, he was pulled back by the attentive Shuijie. This was the multicolor palace, a Sumera mustard seed space. All the laws inside were almost completely controlled by the master of the mustard seed. Their lives were in the hands of the people of the Nether Realm. Yin Yuanyi saw that they didn't speak, and his expression became more and more complacent. What's more, others might not know, but don't the four of you know what kind of thing it is that the demon princess is marrying? At this point, Inyuani's face slightly distorts for a moment. His eyes are full of disgust and resentment, as well as a trace of imperceptible jealousy. That kind of waste doesn't even deserve the surname In. Don't even think about touching the netherworld in the future. You'd better think clearly about whether you want to marry your princess to this young master, or him. Inyuani thinks that his words are clear and clear. As long as the demon race has a little brain, they will know who to marry their princess. However, he doesn't realize how offensive his words just now are. So your nether realm just randomly found a piece of trash to fool the demon race princess, but before they can get angry, the whole multicolor palace suddenly shakes violently. As the master of the mustard seed space, Mu Liuyan's complexion turns pale, and a thin trace of blood suddenly flows from the corner of his mouth. What's going on? Mu Liuyan says hoarsely, the multicolor palace is under attack. I can't bear it. How? Isn't it said that the multicolor palace can withstand all attacks below the venerable immortal level? Han Yi thinks of Ying Mei, who is still in the non-phase array. His complexion changes greatly, and he rushes out of the palace. As soon as he gets outside, he sees the scene in front of him. Even though Han Yi is used to seeing wind and rain, he widens his eyes in shock, almost unable to breathe. Heavens! How can there be such big poltergeist ghosts? Someone also rushes out from behind Han Yi. Seeing the scene in front of them, their knees soften, and they almost kneel on the ground. The huge crack in the sky is now shrouded in the intersecting red and blue lightning. The whole vortex is distorted irregularly. The poltergeist ghosts that were falling from the hole are now twisted into minced meat by the distorted space, falling down in a flutter. But there are also some poltergeist ghosts that aren't torn apart by the distorted space. There are very few poltergeist ghosts like this, only 2 so far. But standing in front of Han Yi, they make him feel more terrible than facing thousands of small poltergeist ghosts. After the multicolor palace is activated, it is the size of a small imperial city. As the main palace, the palace is even more towering and imposing. However, the 2 poltergeist ghosts standing in front of the multicolor palace are twice the size of the entire palace. With a light step, the earth trembled violently. He casually waved his fist and smashed it against the protective shield of the multicolor palace. Mu Liuyan's face turned even paler. However, the 2 poltergeist ghosts ignored them. Instead, they kept grabbing the densely packed low-level poltergeists on the ground and stuffing them into their mouths. A series of teeth-numbing chewing sounds could be heard, along with minced meat and fresh blood spurting out from that bloody mouth. It caused the scalps of the people below to go numb, and their internal organs to churn, causing them to vomit. The 2 ghouls moved faster and faster. Before long, more than half of the originally densely packed nightmare ghosts were actually devoured by them. Han Ye's complexion is deathly pale as he looks in the direction of the non-phase array. He saw that the golden alms bowl and barrier that were meditating were long gone. He felt a buzzing sound in his head, and without thinking, he rushed out. Shadow Demon. Star Wolf. Where are you? Shadow Demon. Ying Mei, can you answer me? Han Ye's voice seems hoarse and desperate amidst the bloody howls of ghosts. Unbeknownst to him, tears had already rolled down his face. At this very moment, there's only one thought in Han Ye's mind. If Ying Mei dies, what's the point of him living alone in this world? Han Yi, I'm here. A low call came from the corner of the hill. Han Yi abruptly turns his head, only to discover that a cave has been dug out of the hill at some point. The cave was covered by piles of rubble. In his panic just now, he didn't notice it at all. At this moment, the rubble was pushed aside, and a faint golden light was emitted from within. Ying Mei's face was behind the rubble. Han Yi doesn't even think about it as he rushes over and takes the person into his arms. His movements were too hasty and too fast. It was as if he had just lost his most cherished treasure. He hugged it tightly, unwilling to let it go for even a moment. Ying Mei, I thought you, idiot. Ying Mei cursed in a low voice, but there was a gentle smile in her voice. Am I not alive and well? Hurry up and let go of me. You're making a pile of gravel on me. Star Wolf snorted at the side. I'm also alive, but I don't see you giving me a look. Han Yi. Only then does Han Yi let go of Ying Mei. He's just about to bicker with Xing Lang. Suddenly, a shriek comes from behind. Han Yi, Darren, be careful. Han Yi sees that Ying Mei and Xing Lang's complexions greatly change on the opposite side. He abruptly turned around and saw that one of the giant poltergeist ghosts had already arrived in front of him at some point. The mountain-like palm pressed down on them. The poltergeist's movements seemed to be very casual and not urgent at all. However, the speed at which it pressed down was extremely fast, creating a hurricane that reeked of blood. Ying Mei injected her immortal energy into the golden alms bowl without hesitation. With a flash of light, a barrier enveloped the three of them. Bang! With a loud bang, the poltergeist's palm slammed onto the barrier. Inside, everyone from the polar domain felt their blood boil, and they almost vomited blood. At the same time, the other giant poltergeist had also eaten enough of its own kind. A pair of greedy, blood-red eyes turned and landed on the multicolored palace. Two giant palms slammed down at the same time. The formless great array shook violently, and then it suddenly shattered and disappeared. All the buildings in the multicolor palace made cracking sounds and instantly shattered into powder. The giant bloody palm reached down and grabbed lightly. More than 10 humans were caught in its palm and thrown straight into its bloody mouth. Ah! Help! I don't want to die. After coming back to their senses, everyone desperately cast spells to attack. However, when these attacks landed on the giant poltergeist's body, they actually only made sizzling sounds. Even though the ones attacking with all their might were the demon generals of Tianhe and the immortal King Yuchen. This was the flesh of the vampire being burned. This bit of burning couldn't do any damage to the two poltergeists that were larger than mountains. However, he had angered them. As a result, the second slap came down, and dozens of humans were caught and were about to be stuffed into their mouths. Aha! Shrill screams, wails, and desperate cries for help interweaved the land into a purgatory. Darking sacred flame. Suddenly, someone shouted, rumor has it that the rank 3 underworld sacred flame is equivalent to the divine power of an immortal venerable. It can destroy all living things and overturn rivers and seas. Young Master quick, use your darking sacred flame to attack the poltergeist ghosts. Yuani's face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. Hearing the shout, he gritted his teeth and barely managed to activate the darking holy flame, slapping it toward the poltergeist ghost. However, the dark red flame only floated a few meters away from Yuani's palm and fell on the poltergeist's foot. Whoosh, a ball of flame rose from the poltergeist's foot. Instantly, a strong burning smell mixed with a fishy smell filled the air, almost making people faint. But instead of vomiting, the people present were happy. It's working. The darking holy flame is really effective. We're saved, young Lord attack. But before they could cheer for a moment, the flame suddenly went out as if it couldn't continue. The people who were still cheering were dumbfounded. Roar! The poltergeist let out an earth-shattering roar, directly opened its bloody mouth, and swept over. Young Lord quick! Release the darking holy flame again. Yuani, what are you waiting for? Yuani staggered back. He wanted to activate the darking holy flame again. But his eyes looked at the approaching poltergeist, smelling the fishy smell coming from its huge mouth. His hands trembled, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't focus his divine sense. This darking holy flame wasn't cultivated by him. After reaching the third stage, it became more and more difficult to use. Now, in panic, he couldn't activate it at all. The poltergeist's sharp teeth were already close. Yuani screamed, grabbed several demonic cultivators next to him, and threw them into the poltergeist's mouth. He retreated as fast as he could. While retreating, he shouted, "Save me! Yu Chen, save this young lord! Don't care about those idiots." Tianhe, Yao Dao, and the others watched their people thrown into the poltergeist's mouth, losing their lives. For a moment, they were seething with anger. But Yuani was the focus of the poltergeist's hatred. He couldn't escape, but pushing a few demonic cultivators out was not enough. When the poltergeist finished chewing the people in its mouth and rushed over again, he used the same trick. He ordered Yu Chen to send hundreds of people into the poltergeist's mouth with a palm wind. Among the hundreds of people, there were demonic cultivators and spirit cultivators. Yuen. How dare you? I'm going to fucking tear you into pieces. Tianhe's mind suddenly snapped, and without thinking, he rushed toward the poltergeist's bloody mouth. Tianhe! Tianhe, come back! On the other side, the people from the polar domain were also at a critical moment. Yingmei ordered his subordinates to hide in the cave and not come out. He, Han Yi, and Star Wolf rush out to attack the poltergeist and attract their attention. When the ghoul was attacked, it angrily targeted them. The movements of Yingmei and the other two were extremely agile. For the time being, the poltergeist ghosts couldn't do anything to them. But this giant poltergeist's intelligence was extremely high. Seeing that they couldn't capture the three ants directly, they changed their strategy and headed towards the hiding place of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe. Not good. Han Yi shouts. Without thinking, he fills the golden alms bowl and the long sword in his hands with immortal energy, and smashes them towards the poltergeist. Run! The poltergeist was hit by the alms bowl and the sword that were filled with immortal power, so it moved a little. There was a trace of pain and anger in his eyes. The people of the polar domain hiding in the hill hurriedly ran out. The poltergeist ghost lets out an angry roar, no longer paying attention to the people of the polar domain. Instead, it suddenly turns around. Its scarlet eyes looking at Han Yi in the sky. At this time, Han Yi's immortal force is almost exhausted. He barely manages to endure the pain in his dantian, and he turns around, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, the poltergeist ghost suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in fiercely. Swoosh, 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 the surrounding flowers, trees, gravel, and hills seemed to be sucked in by a tornado, all of them flying towards that bloody mouth. 1 second to remember 800 mail sign small divided by talknet, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Han Yi only feels that his body weighs 1,000 pounds, unable to fly any further. He is involuntarily swallowed into a bloody and dark space. Han Yi! Yingmei lets out a hoarse roar, recklessly flying towards Han Yi. The situation is so critical, life and death are at stake. Despair, cowardice, or sorrow appeared on all of their faces. However, at this moment, two cold lights, one from above and one from below, one descends from the sky, the other rises from the ground. Descending in front of everyone. Boom! The bright ice blue light falls on the body of the poltergeist that is about to swallow Han Yi. In a split second, that huge body seems to be frozen, unable to budge an inch. Han Yi, who is struggling desperately, pounces towards the poltergeist ghost like a moth flying into a flame. Xing Lang, everyone from the polar domain stop moving, blankly looking up. There, a figure slowly descends like a god, landing in front of them. It's been so many years, so many years. On the surface, this person is aloof, but he has always done his best to protect them from any harm. On the other side, a pitch-black energy thread silently twines around the poltergeist ghost's huge neck. Then it suddenly tightens. With a spluttering sound, the poltergeist ghost's arm is cut in half. The black thread on its neck strangles its mouth, forcing it to open its mouth and spit out Tian He and the human that it was about to swallow just now. Tian He, who escaped death from the poltergeist ghost's mouth, and the wine boy, Yao Dao, and Shui Jie who hurried over to save him, all look excitedly not far away. A black figure turns from illusory to solid, gradually appearing before everyone's eyes. Demon Lord. Shui Jie's eyes redden, and she is the first to kneel down. Greetings, Demon Lord. Yao Dao and the wine boy also kneel down. Greetings, Demon Lord. It takes Tian He a long time to come back to his senses, but when he wants to kneel down and pay his respects, Jun Shitian's figure has already disappeared. It should be said that Di Mingju and Jun Shitian's figures disappeared at the same time. Did the giant poltergeist ghost that was just frozen and had its hand cut off lose its fighting strength? Of course not. They quickly regained their freedom and stood back to back, baring their fangs at the two seemingly tiny humans. The two pairs of red and turbid eyes emitted the light of fear and resentment. In the eastern and western skies, two black figures floated in midair, facing each other from afar. The two of them did not exchange any glances or words. But when the giant poltergeist attacked, their movements were strangely synchronized. In the blink of an eye, the two men and two ghosts were engaged in a fierce battle. This kind of war was not something that anyone present could understand. Everyone looked up at the sky, but they only felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. Demon Lord. Monarch. They are actually so strong, to be able to witness this magnificence. I can die without regrets. Someone stole a glance at Xianxia and murmured, the third-level Darking Holy Flame is as powerful as an immortal venerable? I've finally seen it today. I think the Nether Realm is just SOSO, how can it be compared with the Polar Domain and the Devil Domain? Some demons sighed and murmured softly, if only the Polar Domain's monarch could agree to the marriage. Only such a strong person is worthy of our demon race's princess. Forget it, don't say any more, the Polar Domain is unwilling, do we still have to rush? Humph, even if it's not the Polar Domain's sovereign, it can't be that good for nothing Xianxia. What Darking Holy Flame, bah. Although these voices were low, how could a cultivator not hear them? Xianxia's face turned blue and white, and the hatred in his eyes was almost overflowing. But what he hated the most at this time was not Demingju and Xianxia who stole his limelight and made him a laughingstock. But it was Luo Yunxiao. He had already determined that Luo Yunxiao refused to give him the complete Darking Holy Flame, and schemed against him in every way, so that his strength could not reach his expectations. So that he made a fool of himself in front of so many people, in front of the demon race. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, Yuchen, tell prison, that if Luo Yunxiao doesn't suffer enough this time, they must not let her go. Otherwise, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Yuchen looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression, secretly shaking his head, but still respectfully replied, Young master, rest assured, prison knows what to do. As they spoke, the battle in front of them reached its climax. Under the joint forces of the Emperor and the Demon Venerable. Even these two giant ghosts, who ran amok, were constantly howling in pain, finding it more and more difficult to hold on. Finally, a blue sword light and a black saber light fell down. The two ghosts roared unwillingly at the sky and fell down heavily. Their bodies had long been chopped into pieces. But the strange thing was that after being killed, these two giant ghosts did not evaporate and disappear like the other ghosts. Even the blood on their bodies seemed to solidify, no longer flowing out. But they kept emitting a foul smell that made people's stomachs turn. Demingju and Xianxia stood next to the two hill-like corpses of the ghosts, only a few feet apart. At this time, the two finally moved their eyes away from the corpses of the ghosts and fell on each other. The North Pole region, the southern netherworld, at the bottom of the hidden abyss, the demon world dominated. Two top experts of the Xianxia continent. The two leaders of the forces that dominated the continent for thousands of years, who had been hostile to each other for thousands of years, met face to face for the first time. Just now, there were clearly cries shaking the sky, and the screams of the injured and the dead were still echoing in the ears. At this moment, the hidden abyss fell into a strange silence. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not daring to breathe heavily. Demingju is sizing Xianxia up. Xianxia is also sizing Demingju up. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. In the end, it's still Demingju who says indifferently, I've long heard of the revered demon's name. In the Xianxia continent, many people believe that Xianxia is the newly ascended Devil Lord. More than 10 years ago, he suddenly appeared in the hidden abyss. He had eliminated the imperial forces of the original demon region with a thunderous and ruthless method. In the end, he ascended to the position of the Demon Lord. Some people say that Xianxia has an irreconcilable blood feud with the original Devil Region's royal family. He had been dormant for thousands of years, and with a single move, he had come to take revenge. There are also people who say that Xianxia appeared in the Xianxia continent for less than 10 years and that he is a genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. He was the demon of destiny who could truly lead the infernal region to the path of hegemony. However, none of this was true. Xianxia's true background and origins are only known to the core members of the devil race. As for the polar domain side, it was only because Elder Chang asked around that he had heard a little about it. Demingju only knows that this Xianxia has lived for far longer than him, even longer than Yin Wuji. Xianxia looks at the handsome young man in front of him, who doesn't seem to be immortal. Feeling the pressure and aura emanating from Demingju's body, it's not inferior to his own. In his heart, he can't help but exclaim and praise. However, before this praise could land on him, another thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Polar Domain's monarch rejected the marriage with the demon race without hesitation. Humph. Xianxia sneers in his heart, his eyes darkening. But since Di Mingju has greeted him politely, he naturally doesn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality in this time of crisis for the entire continent. Just as he is about to lightly reply, suddenly, a wave of energy comes from the eastern sky. Not long after, the flying boat lands, and Elder Chang and defeating armies lead thousands of Polar Domain elites down from it. Jun Shang, you're safe and sound, that's great. Elder Chang's eyes redden as he deeply bows towards Di Mingju. The rest of the people bow and kneel on the ground. Greetings, Jun Shang. Di Mingju sees that there are doctors among them, and his divine sense moves, come up and treat Great Master Jing Yuan. As he speaks, a young monk wearing a tattered kasaya appears in front of everyone. Who else could it be but Jing Yuan, who went with Di Mingju to mend the heavens? He's covered in injuries, his face is pale, and his aura is weak. Obviously, he's severely injured. But his face still hangs a gentle and benevolent smile, and his whole body seems to be shrouded in a sacred Buddhist light. Ba. Jing Yuan looks at Di Mingju and Xianxia, sighing, this poor monk is useless. Not only did I fail to mend the heavenly pillars, but I also became monarch's burden, almost failing at the last step. Now that I see the demon venerable here, if the two of you cooperate, you will surely be able to defy the heavens and change fate, and fight for a chance of survival for the tens of thousands of creatures in the three realms. Hearing Jing Yuan's words, everyone can't help but look up at the sky. They see that the huge crack above the hidden abyss is much smaller now, and no more poltergeist ghosts fall down. But the space around the crack distorts from time to time, and tiny vortexes appear. It's as if the entire enchantment, and even the entire sky, has become unstable, and will collapse at any time. Not good. Elder Chang is startled. Although the crack in the heavenly pillars has become smaller, the space has become distorted. If we can't mend the crack immediately, I'm afraid that the entire enchantment's eye will collapse. At that time, the heavenly pillars will collapse completely, and the three realms will truly have no chance of survival. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed greatly, and their hearts were filled with terror. However, there were some who did not panic at all and shouted loudly, "What are you afraid of? Don't you see that the crack has become much smaller?" Just now, the heavenly pillar had collapsed so violently that even an imperial lord could repair most of it. Now that we have the help of the honorable demon, we don't have to worry about not being able to fill up the sky. As expected, this person's words caused most of the people to reveal expressions of joy and anticipation. But soon, an anxious female voice rang out, "No. Jun Shang can't go to the crack in the heavenly pillar anymore." The voice was very unfamiliar, but it was as sweet and pleasant as the sounds of nature. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. On the divine traversing flying ship that had just landed in the polar domain, a peerlessly beautiful woman wearing a blue dress was slowly walking down. Many people gasped when they saw this person. It wasn't just because this woman was too beautiful. More importantly, someone had already recognized her. Is that the island master of Linglong Island, Fairy Yu Yanran? The only musician in the Xiaoxian continent who has cultivated to the immortal king level. Furthermore, the Linglong Island that she leads is extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to those first-rate clans and sections. Fairy Yanran is one of the top 4 beauties in the Xiaoxian continent. Seeing you today, you are indeed as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. Why would Fairy Yanran come to the hidden abyss? Now that this place is dirty and smelly, wouldn't it tarnish Fairy's jade feet? Along with the whispers of the crowd and the gazes of burning admiration. Especially Yin Yuani. The moment Yu Yanran appeared, his eyes seemed to be glued to her, and he couldn't move them away. His eyes were filled with greed and passion. But just as he was about to step forward, he was held back by Yu Chen. Yu Chen glanced at Jun Shirtian, "Young master, don't be impatient, the bigger picture is more important. Have you forgotten why we're here? What did Priest Liu Yun's divination show?" Yin Yuani glanced at Mu Lu Yun, then gritted his teeth and restrained himself. At this moment, Yu Yanran has already calmly walked in front of Di Mingju, gracefully bowing. Yanran greets Di Jun. It has been many years since we last met, but you still look as graceful as ever. Gee. I was wondering why Demon Ju would refuse the marriage alliance of my demon race. So it turns out that you already have a lover. Before Demon Ju could answer, Tianhe's voice, neither yin nor yang, already rings out. You even said that the world is not at peace and you have no heart to marry. Bah, I'll just say that you like beauties and already have the number one beauty as your mistress. Yu Yanran's face turned red and she scolded angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? The Celestial Emperor and I are innocent. TSK, he came down from the Polar Domain's exclusive divine traversing flying ship. Of course, we believe you. Xuejie couldn't help but mock. Back then, there were so many talented youths, family heads, and sect masters that pleaded with Island Master Yu, but they were all rejected by him. If I remember correctly, the reason you used is similar to a certain someone, right? What do you mean by not avenging your parents or finding your family's sacred relic? TSK, it sounds really sincere and filial. Anyone who hears it will be moved to tears. So it's not that you don't want to marry, but you already have a lover who is secretly communicating with each other, and you're secretly having an affair. Yu Yanran's face was already red to her ears, but her expression seemed to have calmed down. She said with a sullen face, I know that your demon race wanted to marry Jun Shang but was rejected, so you hold a grudge in your heart and speak without thinking. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Why must you be so overbearing? Besides, this is a life and death moment for mankind. The devils are too narrow-minded and short-sighted to care so much about feelings. Yu Yanran's words immediately won the cheers of the spirit cultivators present. Well said, Fairy Yanran. Only someone like Fairy Yanran is worthy of our emperor. When I see Fairy Yanran and the emperor standing together, I feel that they are a match made in heaven. What demon princess? Not to mention the fact that her beauty and strength couldn't compare to Fairy Yanran, the key point was that they hadn't even found her yet. If I were the emperor, I wouldn't choose Fairy Yanran over a demon princess. Wouldn't that be stupid? The unrestrained words of the spirit cultivators made the faces of the people of the fiend race incomparably ugly. Right at this moment, someone sneered and loudly said, have the demons forgotten something? Didn't they already set a marriage agreement with the Nether Realm long ago? Now they're still thinking about our emperor. Are they planning to marry two husbands? Hee, it's fine if the demons don't know shame, but we spirit cultivators still have our face. We can't afford to have such a fickle woman. Tianhe could not hold it in any longer. He pulled out his blood demon hammer and roared as he smashed towards the crowd, if you dare speak nonsense again, I will smash your mouth first. However, before he could rush out, he was grabbed by the back of his neck and pulled back. Tianhe was about to explode, but when he turned around and saw that the person pulling him back was Junshi Tian, he became listless. However, his tone was still indescribable as he gritted his teeth. Demon Lord, it was the spirit cultivators who bullied us too much. Junshi Tian said indifferently, I know. With that, he let go of Tianhe and grabbed the air. Only a cracking sound could be heard. The few spirit cultivators who said those nasty words just now had their necks broken. The entire place was silent. All the spirit cultivators looked at Junshi Tian in fear. It was as if they had just realized that the person in front of them was a ruthless and unreasonable demon lord, those who submit to him prosper or those who oppose him perish. However, this was not the end. Just as the few spirit cultivators were about to lose their lives, black smoke enveloped their bodies and quickly swallowed the starlight in their bodies. There was no sound around them, but everyone seemed to hear mournful screams of despair ringing in their ears. That was the pain of their souls being swallowed. Not only did these people die, even their souls dissipated. They would never have the chance to reincarnate ever again. SSSSS, someone sucked in a breath of cold air, his legs trembling. Someone's face turned pale as he retreated. There were also people who were filled with righteous indignation, but their lips trembled for a long time, not a single word came out. Yu Yanran regained her senses and immediately frowned. Demon Lord, what do you mean by this? Everyone was just gossiping, and you actually wanted to kill him? Now that a disaster is upon us, the demon race is so selfish and ruthless, aren't you afraid of retribution? Junshi Tian laughed coldly. Retribution? Who do you think you are? You dare to teach me a lesson? Yu Yanran said sternly, Demon Lord, have you never thought that your daughter is wandering outside, whether she is alive or dead, is because of your many unjust deeds, the heavens have sent down your punishment. If you really want your daughter to be well, you should be more benevolent and restrain your subordinates. Her voice stopped abruptly. Her beautiful face, which was originally full of righteousness, twisted and contorted in pain. A cloud of black smoke had wrapped around her neck without her noticing. He could easily take away her life and soul at any time. Yu Yanran desperately activated the immortal energy in her body to struggle. However, she discovered that with her strength as an immortal king, she didn't even have the slightest ability to retaliate against Xianxia. For the first time, Yu Yanran felt the fear of death. Her eyes redden, and she turns to look at Di Mingju. Her own pride made it impossible for her to say the words of prayer. However, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks, making her look indescribably pitiful. Di Mingju frowns, looking at Elder Chang and Pejun defeating armies, hung his head in silence. However, Elder Chang coughed lightly and said awkwardly, Linglong Island belongs to our polar domain after all. Young lady, you specially rushed over because she was worried about Lord's safety. We met on the way, so this subordinate decided to let her board the ship. About that, Lord, if you don't make a move, you'll really be killed by the Demon Lord. At that time, we won't be able to explain to Linglong Island. What's more, the ancestors of Linglong Island had a life and death friendship with our polar domain. Why don't you make a move and save her? Di Mingju coldly snorted, but in the end, he still raised his hand. A blue light shot out, and the black smoke wrapped around Yu Yanran's neck was instantly dispersed. 1 second, remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Fuck. Di Mingju, your polar domain really wants to make life difficult for us demons, isn't it? Hehe, what are you talking about? Could it be that the polar domain and the demon race were originally sworn enemies? If the Emperor doesn't make a move, could it be that he will allow you to kill his beloved? The demon race is the demon race, sinister, ruthless, and selfish. You want them to help prepare the heavenly pillars? I'm afraid that before the poltergeist ghosts are completely exterminated, our spirit cultivators will be slaughtered to the last by the fiend race first. That's right. What's there to cooperate with? We might as well shed all pretense of cordiality and wipe out the entire devil clan in one fell swoop. The 2 sides quickly divided into 2 camps. The spirit cultivators all stood on the polar domain's side with righteous indignation. As for the devil cultivators, they eagerly surrounded Xianxia, constantly clamoring to tear apart every spirit cultivator. Eat their flesh and drink their blood. Tianhe, Wine Boy, Yao Dao, and Shuiji all took out their weapons and stood on either side of Xianxia. Their killing intent was accumulating. Even Yao Dao and Wine Boy were no longer courteous to him. To them, Xianxia was a god, a faith. No one was allowed to insult his honor. The polar domain didn't want to fight. Firstly, the Xiaoxian continent was currently in a crisis. The poltergeist ghosts were wreaking havoc and the people were in dire straits. The demons did what they wanted and did not care much about life and death. But the polar domain couldn't just stand by and watch as its people fell into dire straits. Secondly, Elder Chang and the others know that Di Mingju has been continuously replenishing Mayan with his divine essence. His strength was less than 70% of his peak. Master Jingyuan was seriously injured when he repaired the heavenly pillar just now. Could it be that Jun Sheng is completely unscathed? Obviously not. Di Mingju's injuries are very serious. He simply can't bear the burden of a high-intensity battle, or enter the crack of Tianzhu again. This was also the reason why Yu Yanran hurriedly came out of the flying ship to stop him. However, Elder Chang did not expect that. Not only did Yu Yanran not help, she even provoked the anger of both sides. The situation was out of control. Xianxia was on the devil race's side. Unless Di Mingju makes a move, the people of the polar domain and the spirit cultivators here might be completely annihilated. Wouldn't that make Di Ming even more injured? At the thought of this, Elder Chang no longer cared about his pride. He took a step forward and bowed. Demon supremacy, please calm down. I'm afraid there's been some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Tian, he sneered, what misunderstanding? Could it be that your polar domain's reply to my demon race's rejection of the marriage alliance was true? Di Mingju doesn't intend to marry? Before the venomous ghosts are completely destroyed, he has to remain a bachelor forever? Elder Chang was about to speak. He heard a cold voice coming from behind him. I'm already married. Who do you think wants to be a bachelor forever? As soon as he said that, everyone present was dumbfounded. What? What? The emperor was already married? Why didn't I know? Who is the polar domain's divine empress? Isn't that obvious? That was definitely Fairy Yenran. Other than her, who else could be worthy of God? Unbeknownst to them, Yu Yenran was 100 times more shocked than everyone else present. She abruptly turns her head to look at Di Mingju, wanting to ask, who did you marry? But her lips tremble for a long time, yet she can't make even the slightest sound. That's because a silhouette and a name naturally emerge in her mind. Jun Mayan. Yu Yenran's hands suddenly clench. Elder Chang touches his forehead. He's so worried that he wants to smash his head into tofu. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to Xia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Jun Shang, why are you being so honest at this time? Telling 1 or 2 lies won't make you lose a piece of meat. Why continue to stab the hearts of the demons? Sure enough, after the shock, the demons became furious. Good, polar domain. You really used an excuse to brush us off? What do you think our demon princess is? Clearly say that you are already married. Do you think we will shamelessly pester you? Polar domain is really going too far. Today, we must seek justice for the demon lord and the princess. At this time, Yin Yuani also walked forward and respectfully saluted Jun Shirtian. Yuani greets the demon lord. Polar domain is really going too far, daring to humiliate the demon lord and the princess. My nether domain and the demons are of the same breath. I really can't stand it anymore. I ask the demon lord to allow my nether domain to join the war and teach these shameless people of polar domain a lesson. With that, he also coldly looked at the people of polar domain gathered. You have big guts, daring to slander the princess' pure reputation. The princess is the only biological daughter of the demon lord, high and mighty, noble and extraordinary. Whoever can marry the princess is the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. Today, I swear, after returning to nether domain, I will beg my father to change the marriage contract. I, Yin Yuani, will marry the demon princess as my official wife. No matter when she returns, my nether domain's nether empress position will be kept for her forever. Looking at everyone's shocked expression, Yin Yuani hooked his lips in satisfaction. Today, he made such an oath in front of everyone, it can be said that he is extremely benevolent to the demon princess. Presumably, the entire demon race is already grateful to him in their hearts. In the future, nether domain is his, demon domain will also be his. As for that demon princess. So what if he gave the position of nether empress? As long as there is not enough strength to support it, in the end, it is just a decoration. If she is obedient, he will pamper her more. If she is not obedient, since she married into nether domain, it is not up to her, a mere woman, to decide. At that time, he was really blinded by greed, giving such a good marriage opportunity to Luo Yunxiao. Unexpectedly, he let her snatch away his destiny, and also suffered the pain of the Netherine sacred flame's backlash. Thinking of this, the smile on Yin Yuani's face became more and more complacent. After enjoying the attention of the crowd, he turned around and slowly bowed to Jun Shirtian, father-in-law, this son-in-law. However, before Yin Yuani finished his words, Jun Shirtian interrupted him coldly. Who said anything about changing the marriage agreement? Yin Yuani paused. You should know that the person who was engaged to the princess was just. Father chose this person to marry the princess as a stopgap measure. Yu Chen also hurriedly added, back then, the infernal region and the nether region didn't understand each other, and the alliance wasn't strong, so there was such a candidate. But that person is absolutely not worthy of the princess. Our young master is the future master of the nether realm. Changing the marriage contract is of great benefit to the demon clan. Could it be that Yin Wuji didn't tell you? The corners of Jun Shirtian's mouth curled up as he ridiculed. What? I was the one who decided the marriage. Yin Yuani, who do you think you are? How dare you marry my daughter? Yin Yuani's arrogant smile froze on his face for a moment, and then it gradually became distorted. That person. Who does he think he is? He is not worthy to compare with me. I have the third-rank darking holy flame. I am the young master of the nether realm. What does he have? For mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Self-Love website. Having just witnessed his uselessness and cowardice, Yao Dao and the other three couldn't help but roll their eyes. Milky Way ruthlessly smashed his hammer towards Yin Yuanyi. Get lost, seeing you annoys me. No matter how bad that pretty boy is, he is still our princess's future husband. Do you think you can slander him? If Yuchen hadn't pulled him back, Yin Yuanyi would have almost been hit by the blood devil hammer. Looking at his cowardly appearance, the demons who had already seen his true colors all snorted. Shuijie giggled. Yin Yuanyi, you ask him what he has? Just based on that face and that aura, you've already lost completely. If our emperor's son-in-law is the bright moon in the sky, you are the mud that can't hold up the wall, the turtle that can't climb ashore. Allying with your nether realm is because we don't like the polar domain. It has nothing to do with a good-for-nothing like you. It's the same now. If you have any self-awareness, get lost right now. Don't disturb our battle with the polar domain. A good-for-nothing like you would be a hindrance to us if you help us. Shuijie's words caused everyone to roar with laughter. Whether it was the demons or the people of the polar domain, they all looked at him as if they were watching a joke. Yin Yuanyi was already close to going crazy with anger. He wished he could pounce on Shuijie and tear her face into pieces. These people dared to ruthlessly trample on his face in the mud. They said he was a good-for-nothing, said he couldn't compare to Luo Yunxiao. Moreover, it was in front of Yu Yanran. However, before Yin Yuanyi could rush out, he was firmly pulled by Yu Chen and dragged to the side. You good-for-nothing. Yin Yuanyi ruthlessly slapped Yu Chen's face. You just watch this young master be humiliated by them like this? Yu Chen's face twitched, burning with anger. In the nether realm, even Yin Wuji had to be polite to him. Yin Yuanyi, this good-for-nothing, was cowardly and incompetent, which made Jun Shitian look down on him, and he even vented his anger on him. Yu Chen wished he could slap this idiot to death. However, thinking of the current situation, he took a few deep breaths and suppressed his anger. Young master, both the polar domain and the nether realm have the advantage in numbers. We can't afford to offend either side. Yin Yuanyi wanted to lose his temper. He hears Yu Chen coldly say, or could it be that young master wants to meet force with force against Di Mingju and Jun Shitian? Yin Yuanyi immediately shut up. However, the anger and unwillingness in his heart could not be quelled no matter what, and he was almost tormented to the point of insanity. At this moment, Mu Liuyan's low voice sounded beside his ear. Young Lord Yuanyi, the polar domain and the devil domain have humiliated you like this. Do you want to take revenge on them and let them all die a horrible death? Yin Yuanyi's joke didn't ease the tension between the polar domain and the devil domain. However, the polar domain imperial guards were well trained. No matter how angry they were, as long as their commander did not give an order, they would not budge. On the devil race's side, after Jun Shitian killed a few insolent spirit cultivators, he did not issue any more orders. Tianhe and the other three naturally did not dare to act rashly. For a moment, the scene once again turned into a war of words between the spirit cultivators and the devil cultivators. Di Mingju impatiently frowned. He simply had no interest in paying attention to this boring fight. At this moment, all of his mental power is concentrated on the void spirit ring on his finger. He can feel that Mu Yan has already reached the most critical juncture. He will never allow anything to happen to Mu Yan. 1 second to remember. LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Wisps of pure God essence flew into the void spirit ring. Even if his body is getting weaker and weaker, and his injuries are getting more and more serious. Even if there are incomparably harsh and hopeless difficulties waiting for him to break through. Now, he must find a way to repair the crack in the heavenly pillars as soon as possible. That way, he can hurry to the Shozhen continent and reunite with Mayan. However, looking at the increasing number of distorted cracks in the sky, a bad premonition surges in his heart. Just now, he seemed to have sensed an unusual aura from the crack in the heavenly pillars. He had also felt this aura when the poltergeist mutated and evolved in the Lingxi Valley. Di Jun, why is your aura getting weaker and weaker? Yu Yanran's voice suddenly rings, bringing Di Mingju back from his thoughts. He turns his head to look, only to find that Yu Yanran has already approached him at some point. A pair of beautiful eyes are filled with worry as they stare at him. Di Mingju says indifferently, Benjun is fine. Yu Yanran's line of sight falls on the void spirit ring between his fingers. Suddenly, her face changes greatly. Void spirit ring, you are transferring divine essence to someone? No wonder you were injured so badly? Her voice carries a sobbing tone. Who is so selfish that they actually let you transfer divine essence to them at this time? Di Jun, don't you know that doing this will put their lives in danger? Her trembling hand stretches out, seemingly wanting to touch Di Mingju's hand. But Di Mingju casually takes a step back and directly avoids it. Looking at her, his eyes carry a trace of aloofness and alienation. In fact, Di Mingju has always been like this. Aloof, cold, and unapproachable. In the past, Yu Yanran was used to it, and could also keep her dignity. But these days, every moment, she would think of the scenes she saw in the soul shadow. This indifferent man, showing a gentle expression to the girl next to him. This Di Jun, who has never put anyone in his eyes, only has the shadow of that one person in his eyes. She has been silently watching over him for so many years, from the budding age, to the first awakening of love, to now. Although she still has a youthful appearance, she is already 1,000 years old. So many noble families came to ask for her hand in marriage, so many young talents bitterly chasing after her, but she was not moved in the slightest. Only for this man to look back at her one day. She knew that she was still there, silently watching over him and loving him. However, this was the ending she had been waiting for. Yu Yanran's eyes welled up with tears as she sobbed, "Brother Aju, have you forgotten? We grew up together. When we were young, you risked your life to save me. Why did he have to be so distant from Yanran? You're injured, and I want to heal you. Can't I do that?" She said these words very softly, but they came from the bottom of her heart, full of sadness and emotion. Even the most stone-hearted man in the world couldn't help but be moved. However, Di Mingju only coldly glances at her, opening his mouth to say, "First, it wasn't risking my life, it was in passing. Second, Benjun is married, hope Jade Island's master knows to avoid arousing suspicion. Third, can your medical skills compare to the polar domain's doctors?" Puff. Listening to their conversation from behind, Han Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Jun Shang, don't be so cruel and merciless. These first, second, and third, aren't each sentence more pricking Yu Yanran's heart? Don't you see that Yu Yanran's complexion is already green, tears pouring down her face, her body on the verge of collapse, unable to hold on?" Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. He really doesn't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Just at this time, another member of the devil race ridiculed the two of them. Yu Yanran finally exploded, "Shut up. Please don't spout nonsense anymore. I have nothing to do with the Emperor. The Emperor, the woman the Emperor wants to marry is someone else." As she spoke, tears of grievance and sadness finally fell from her eyes. Everyone was stunned and even forgot to quarrel. If the polar domain's divine empress is not Yu Yanran, then who could it be? My God! What sort of woman would make the Emperor monarch abandon even the #1 beauty of the continent? Look at Fairy Yanran's heartbroken appearance. Could it be that she was abandoned by the polar region's imperial lord? Huang Shouchuan had just arrived with the 12 nimble guards. When he heard the shocked discussions of the crowd, he was instantly enraged. Without thinking, she rushed down to support Yu Yanran. "Miss, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Yu Yanran pushed Huang Shouchuan away, wiped the tears off her face, and said solemnly, "I'm fine." Huang Shouchuan gritted his teeth and said, "Miss, since we're not needed here, why don't we go back first?" Yu Yanran glances at Di Mingju and bites her lip. In the end, she refuses to agree. At this time, Tianhe, who is the most outspoken, feels that he has caught hold of Di Mingju's weakness. He immediately laughs wildly. "I heard that Di Mingju's father, Di Beixian, was famous for being dissolute and passionate. Those lovers, those illegitimate children, they are everywhere in the 3 realms. Except for Di Mingju, everyone else's aptitude is mediocre, and they died several hundred years ago. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fortunately, our demon race is wise and didn't let the princess marry this kind of scum. From the looks of it, that pretty boy from the Netherworld region is much better than the Polar region's sovereign emperor." As he said that, he looked at Yu Yan with a smile. "Island Lord you don't have to be in such a hurry to be sad. If I can't be the main wife, I can secretly be a concubine and give birth to an illegitimate child. Who knows, maybe the mother will become more powerful because of the child and get what I want." After all, the previous extreme domain divine empress didn't even last a few years before she died. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Devil Blade really wanted to rush forward and cover his mouth. However, he was still a step too late. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he felt his vision blur. He felt a bone-chilling coldness on his neck. A deep and cold voice slowly rang in her ears. "Repeat what you just said." Xianxia, who had never been afraid of anything, felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, something grabbed the demon core in his body, and strands of icy cold energy poured into the surface of the demon core. "Ah!" He let out a shrill scream, and his face instantly turned ashen. "Let go of the Milky Way. Demingju, you dared to kill someone from my devil's domain." Yao Dao, Wine Boy, and Shui Jie roared and rushed forward. Star Wolf sneered, "Do you think there is no one in our polar domain?" Bang, the two sides clashed in an instant. At this time, Hanya's complexion is also as cold as frost. He no longer has the calm and mischievous smile from before, insulting my polar domain's monarch and holy empress, and you still want to escape unscathed? Do you really think that our polar domain is a vegetarian? Isn't it just refusing to marry that impoverished princess of yours? Hee, you're already angry from shame? Wine Boy raged, "Who are you calling impoverished?" Star Wolf sneered, "We still haven't even found a shadow of the princess. If she isn't a ruined family, then what is she? Today, I can tell you, what demon princess, our Jun Shang is disgusting to death, he will never marry her, just give up." Boom, a black light flashed, Jun Tian finally made his move. His first target was naturally Di Mingju, who was about to crush Tianhe's demon core. Two figures instantly soared into the sky, intertwining. Elder Chang was worried about Di Mingju's body, anxiously shouting, "Jun Shang, Demon Lord, stop. Everything is just a misunderstanding." However, at this time, the people of the demon domain and polar domain were really in a killing frenzy. No one could listen to him anymore. Elder Chang anxiously looked at defeating armies. Defeating armies shook his head at him. Even if they knew that this was not the right time to fight with the demons. But the demons had already humiliated them, if they still blindly retreated. The polar domain would be trampled into the Earth's core, losing all dignity. Right now, it was no longer a matter of whether the Emperor and the Demon Lord wanted to fight. But both sides had no choice but to fight. Defeating armies withdrew his gaze, his eyes focused, waving his hand, "Ghost Murder Division, follow me to kill the demons." Understood. Tianhe escaped from death. After the fright, he was seething with anger. "Fuck. Polar domain's bastards, do you think I am afraid of you? Sons of the demon race, go up for me. Kill all these despicable spirit cultivators." For a moment, battle cries shook the sky. Even if there were no ghosts, what awaited them would be rivers of blood, a disaster of annihilation. At this time, a strangely shaped flying boat sped over from the distant sky. Seeing the flying boat from afar, Tianhe couldn't help but be overjoyed. "It's my demon race's imperial shuttle, our reinforcements have come." Ha, your polar domain is dead this time." The imperial shuttle of heaven landed. A dense army of demons, dressed in black uniforms, emerged from the Heaven Guard shuttles in a single file. At the sight of this, Elder Chang's heart sank. The divine power in his body slowly revolved, and he jumped a step forward. However, before he could make a move against the demons, he saw a familiar figure rush out of the Imperial shuttle, hurriedly running towards the center of the battlefield. Elder Chang immediately recognized that it was Elder Min Wei of the demon race. He was holding something in his hands, and his face was full of anxiety. He completely disregarded the tense atmosphere around him and shouted at Jun Tian, "Demon Lord, come and take a look. Young master has a fever and is still unconscious." In the air, Xianxia hears this and pushes Di Mingju away with a palm. He completely disregarded the possibility of a sneak attack from behind. He flew towards the direction of Minwei. Di Mingju knits his brows, his line of sight falling on the lump in Minwei's arms. With a thought, Xianxia followed suit. Xianxia landed on the ground and asked sternly, "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to bring him back to the demon domain to take care of him? This subordinate doesn't know either." Minwei frowned. Little young master suddenly became like this. "We're not spirit cultivators, so we can't see anything. That's why I had no choice but to bring the young master to you, demon lord." As he spoke, Minwei lifted the black cloth covering his shoulders. A little boy who looked like he was carved out of jade appeared. The little boy's eyes were half closed, and his face was flushed. His expression was blurry and painful, as if he was suffering from some kind of torture. But even so, his little face still looked so calm and mature. Elder Chang, who had just rushed over and saw this scene, stopped in his tracks. He cursed in his heart, and his whole body froze. On the other side, the little boy seemed to sense a familiar aura fluctuation, and he slowly opened his eyes. Her icy blue eyes blinked weakly and gradually focused. Xianxia frowned. He took a step forward and was about to check the little boy's dantian. The little boy suddenly reached out his hand. His exquisite and beautiful little face revealed a softness and fragility that could melt a person's heart. Her voice was soft and hoarse, filled with endless grievance and longing. Xianxia's originally ice-cold heart suddenly felt as if it was soaked in hot spring water. It could no longer be cold and hard. He stretched out his hand to catch the little fellow who had leaned over. Unexpectedly, the small body passed by him and pounced on him. In Di Mingju's bosom. "Father!" Xiaobao tried hard to suppress the urge to cry, but his tears still flowed out like pearls from a broken necklace. "Daddy, Xiaobao finally found you." Xianxia's hand froze. Minwei abruptly turns his head, looking incredulously at Di Mingju, then at Xiaobao. He could almost hear his neck crack. What's going on?" This little boy they picked up on the road, the only one whom they, the demon lord, looked favorably upon, was actually the son of the polar domain sovereign? Wait a minute. When did the polar domain Empyrean lord have a son? At some point in time, the noisy battlefield quietened down. Whether it was the spirit cultivators or the devil cultivators, whether it was the people from the polar domain or the people from the devil domain, all of them looked at the scene in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. What was going on? The heaven-soaring shuttle of the devil race had arrived, not to help them in battle, but to deliver a baby to the devil lord. But the little baby who was delivered threw himself into Di Mingju's arms and called Daddy. Wait a minute, what relationship did this little doll have with the devil race? The people of the polar domain were even more confused. Didn't little master go missing? Why was he together with the devil race? From the looks of it, the demon lord was treating their young master very well. So, should they fight or not? Seeing this scene, Yu Yanran felt as though she had been struck by lightning. His body swayed slightly, almost unable to stand firm. Miss, are you all right?" Yu Yanran grabbed Huang Shouchuan's hand tightly and said in a hoarse voice, "How is this possible? How could he really be married? How could he have a son? Di Mingju, how can you get married? How could she have a son with Jun Mayan? How can you be worthy of my many years of silent protection and waiting?" Tears streamed down her red eyes once again. Compared to the sadness from before, the tears this time were more of the despair from the many years of waiting for nothing. Seeing Yu Yanran like this, Huang Shouchuan felt his heart wrench. "Miss, don't be sad. There are still a lot of strange things in this matter. Didn't we send people to Yanwu continent to investigate? Very soon, there will be news back. What's more, so what if that Jun Mayan really gave birth to a son for the emperor?" Huang Shouchuan's eyes emitted a faint cold light. He's just the son of a lowly female cultivator. How could he have the qualifications to become the successor of the polar domain? "Miss, you still have a chance." At this moment, Xiaobao's soft little hands are tightly wrapped around Di Mingju's neck, unwilling to let go for even a moment. He kept telling himself that he was already a man and that he shouldn't cry anymore, but the grievance and worry in his heart made it impossible for him to pretend to be strong. "Daddy, Mother, she's in so much pain. Xiaobao is so worried about her." "Father, do you think mother will be all right?" Dimingju extends his hand and carefully wipes away the tears on Xiaobao's face. His usually grave and stern face is stained with a gentleness that has never been seen before. "Naturally, it's nothing. I absolutely won't let anything happen to Mayan." "Really? When has your father ever lied to you?" Xiaobao wiped away his tears and nodded heavily. Xiaobao believes in daddy. Dimingju transmits his spiritual energy into Xiaobao's body. Once he's sure that he's a little better, he slowly lets out a breath. He knows that Xiaobao and Mu Yan, mother and son, are connected. Xiaobao can also feel the pain that Mu Yan is suffering. His small body can't bear such heavy worry and fear, so he has a fever. Touching his still somewhat hot forehead, Dimingju asks softly, "Do you want to return to the Shoshan continent?" Xiaobao nodded, then shook his head. Tears slid down his face, but he quickly wiped them away. Xiaobao misses mother, very, very much. But little treasure knew that daddy couldn't leave right now. Xiaobao remembers what daddy said. The polar domain is daddy's responsibility, and it is also Xiaobao's responsibility, so I can't leave now. Dimingju's heart aches, and he lowers his head to kiss him on the forehead. The void spirit ring on his finger emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the two of them. It was as if the three of them had always been together and had never been separated. Defeating armies and the others no longer cared about fighting and hurried over. After examining Xiaobao for a long time and confirming that there were no injuries on his body, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Your subordinates have failed in their task and caused Little Master to encounter danger. Please punish us. Defeating armies kneeled on the ground. Those from the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe who were responsible for protecting Xiaobao also knelt down. Xiaobao shook his head. Uncle Pajun, please get up. I'm fine. Soon after, as if he suddenly thought of something, he turned his head to look for Jun Shirtian and said, "Father, it was Uncle Black Robe who saved Xiaobao, he even sent Xiaobao back." Her big eyes glanced at Jun Shirtian and suddenly flashed, "Uncle in Black, this is my father. Thank you for helping Xiaobao find daddy." Jun Shirtian, he was still in a daze. The honor demon, who had always remained calm even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, was still in a daze. He didn't expect that this little baby, who had made him feel inexplicably amiable at first glance, was actually Dimingju's son. When did Dimingju have a son? Daddy, Uncle Blackrobed is a very, very good person. But Xiaobao saw you two fighting just now. Why are you fighting? These words are directed to Dimingju and also to Jun Shirtian. For a moment, the most superior big shots on both sides were speechless. Xiaobao breaks free from Dimingju's embrace. He slowly walked towards Jun Shirtian. Pulling the hem of his shirt, she raised her head. A pair of icy blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Jun Shirtian. "Uncle Black Robe, Xiaobao misses mother. But, if we don't kill all the poltergeist ghosts, father can't accompany Xiaobao to find mother. Uncle Black Shirt, don't fight with daddy. Let's kill the poltergeist ghosts together, okay?" Xiaobao usually only behaves like an ordinary 6-year-old child in front of Dimingju and Mu Yan. But at this moment, facing Jun Shirtian, he unconsciously revealed the expression of a spoiled child. Even the ice-cold Xiaobao could be so adorable. Not to mention this soft and adorable little baby, who was anxiously looking at him. Jun Shirtian only felt that his killing intent and viciousness that wanted to beat Polar Domain into a sorry state has disappeared without a trace. Not to mention Jun Shirtian, even Minwei who protected Xiaobao all the way. Seeing this snow jade-like little baby pleading, his heart is about to melt. He really wishes he could bring all the best treasures in the world in front of him. Fine, 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 I won't fight anymore. Minwei said, "Young master is right, what's the point of fighting and killing? What kind of joke is this?" Tianhe bellowed, "Polar Domain humiliated our demon race princess like this, and we just let it go like this? Why should a little baby say not to fight, Io?" Before he finished speaking, Minwei already took out a silver hammer that is 10 times bigger than the Blood Devil hammer and ruthlessly smashed it on Tianhe's head. "You shut up. In this current situation, there is no way you can't help but add fuel to the fire. Just you wait, when we return, see how I'll take care of you." As he scolded, he used the silver hammer to smash Tianhe's body. Tianhe screamed from being smashed, covering his head and scurrying away like a rat, not daring to retaliate. Min Wei smashed until he was satisfied, then kept his silver hammer. When he faced Xiao Bao, he immediately restored his kind and amiable smile. I really didn't expect that young master's father is actually the Polar Domain's sovereign lord. Truly like father like son. I wonder where young master's mother is. If she is in danger, my demon race can also lend a hand. Cough cough. Elder Chang coughed lightly and walked forward. Min Wei, enough. Now is not the time to talk about this. Right now the nightmare ghosts are wreaking havoc. The heavenly pillar has not been completely repaired. If our two sides fight like this, it would be too outrageous. Min Wei laughed and said, Elder Chang, long time no see. You also know that our demon race has always been outspoken. If we offended your polar domain, please don't take it to heart. Elder Chang, our polar domain is also in the wrong. Xing Lang's face is calm, he still wanted to speak. Elder Chang covered his mouth and slapped him to the side. Then he said with a smile, so, both sides stop fighting? Min Wei glanced at Jun Shirtian, seeing that Jun Shirtian has no intention to oppose, he immediately laughed and said, Aya, looking at the young noble's face, I won't hit him. Come, let's sit together and discuss how to repair the crack and kill the poltergeist ghosts. As a result, the two sides that were fighting to the death just a quarter of an hour ago were now in a completely different situation. A quarter of an hour later, they were forced to gather together to discuss the great plan of mending the heavens. Ba. Due to his severe injuries, Master Jing Yuan was unable to stop the battle. At this moment, he chanted a Buddhist proclamation and revealed a gratified smile. Emperor Lord, you really have a good son. He had inexplicably eliminated an apocalyptic calamity without a trace. Moreover, based on the young boy's appearance and bones, he actually possessed a rare immortal physique, and he had gathered the great karmic luck of the heavens and the earth for his entire life. Such a person, regardless of good or evil, had a high chance of influencing the direction of destiny in the future. Min Wei and several other demons look at Di Mingju in displeasure, as well as the well-behaved Xiaobao in his arms. Ah, I'm so jealous. Why can Di Mingju give birth to such a cute baby? Why haven't they found their princess yet? If they find her, she can quickly give birth to a baby like the young noble for them to play with. The polar domain's side also feels honored. The polar domain's people share the glory. What kind of person is their Di Jun? His flesh and blood are naturally the most outstanding in the world. The demons are jealous, right? Jealous to death. The little master is also from their polar domain, apart from Elder Chang, Han Yi, and a few others who are in the know. Almost no one doubts that Xiao Bao isn't Di Mingju's biological son. Why? Because they have an almost identical pair of ice blue eyes. Although there are quite a few people in the three realms who have the same eye color. This was because the minute movements and expressions between their movements were almost exactly the same. Even though the two of them don't look alike. Di Mingju's facial features are hard and deep, while Xiao Bao is more delicate and delicate. But how could these two people not be father and son? On the contrary, Elder Chang and the others are well aware that before their Jun Shang met Miss Jun, he had never been close to any woman. Calculating from Xiao Bao's age, 6 or 7 years ago, Di Mingju was in seclusion in the polar domain. He hasn't come out for more than 10 years. Therefore, no matter what, Xiao Bao can't be Di Mingju's child. They hadn't even thought of such a thing. Only defeating armies. Only he looks at this scene and listens to everyone's discussion, his hands tightly clenched into fists. He can't delay any longer. As soon as this matter is settled, he must immediately go to the Yanwu continent to investigate the truth of that year. Heavenly Pillar has 4 cores, it stands to reason that 4 immortal venerables are required to enter the crack at the same time to repair it. But with the cultivation of Di Jun and the demon venerables, repairing 2 hearts at the same time wouldn't be a difficult task. The only thing worth worrying about is that once Heavenly Pillar's repair begins, those vortexes formed by the spatial distortions will disappear. The poltergeist ghosts will once again fall in an endless stream. If 2 more rank 4 poltergeist ghosts appear, I'm afraid that it would be extremely difficult for us to deal with them. The 2 poltergeist ghosts that nearly wiped out everyone just now are rank 4 poltergeist ghosts that haven't appeared for thousands of years. At that time, above the hidden abyss, there were the 4 demon generals, Tianhe, Yao Dao, Jiao Tong, and Shui Jie, as well as the 3 leaders of the Polar Domain's Imperial Guard. But facing 2 rank 4 poltergeist ghosts, they're practically powerless. Hollow Immortal, Golden Immortal, Profound Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerables, Immortal Emperor. It could be said that those under Venerables have no power to retaliate in front of rank 4 poltergeist ghosts. This was because an attack below the Immortal Venerable realm could not cause any fatal damage to a rank 4 poltergeist ghost. However, as long as one reached the Immortal Reverent realm, the invincible defense of the level 4 poltergeist ghosts would be broken, and killing them would be extremely simple. This is also the reason why Di Mingju and Junshi Tian could easily kill the 2 poltergeist ghosts that had forced tens of thousands of people into a dead end. The crack in the barrier reopened. If it was a poltergeist ghost that was below rank 3, these people would have more than enough to deal with it. But if 2 more rank 4 poltergeist dropped, bah. I've already recovered some of my dermic powers. Although I can't help the Imperial Lord and the Demon Supremacy to mend the heavens, I should be able to protect everyone if it's just dealing with the 4th stage poltergeist ghosts. This is great. Master Jing Yuan is an immortal venerable. Even if a rank 4 poltergeist comes, he can deal with it. Jing Yuan looks at Di Mingju again. It's just that Di Jun was seriously injured in order to save this poor monk. I don't know. Not waiting for the little monk to finish speaking, Di Mingju already gets up and says, Ben Jun is fine. Since we've already confirmed it, let's end it quickly. These words were directed at Junshi Tian. His tone was very impolite. The devils were filled with anger again. Tianhe almost sent out his blood demon hammer again. However, Minwei managed to restrain himself in the end. Xiaobao raises his head to look at Di Mingju. His little face is ice cold, but his big eyes flicker with reluctance, worship, and attachment. Daddy, be careful. Di Mingju rubs his head. Wait for Daddy to come back. Yes. Xiaobao nodded heavily. He then looked at Junshi Tian. Uncle Black Robe, you be careful too. Junshi Tian ignored him with a cold face. Before he left, he glanced at Minwei. Minwei immediately understood and said with a smile, relax, this subordinate understands. The people of the Polar Domain are clumsy and can even lose people in the Polar Domain's land boundary. It's impossible to count on them. This subordinate will definitely look after the young master. I will not let any poltergeist ghosts harm him. The people from the Polar Domain almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by them being clumsy? What do you mean you can't count on them? This was their little master, not a member of the Devil Clan. Why did they need this group of demons to overstep their boundaries? Di Mingju and Junshi Tian didn't say anything else and directly rushed up to the horizon. As the 2 figures disappeared behind the pitch-black crack, the vortex in the sky that was formed by the distortion of space slowly disappeared. The poltergeist ghosts that had been continuously crushed started to fall one after another. In just a few moments, this area was once again filled with poltergeist ghosts. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to fight against these densely packed poltergeist ghosts head-on. Before the crack was completely mended, the poltergeist ghosts were inexhaustible. Even if he used his immortal power to incinerate it here. These poltergeist ghosts were not really dead, but they would turn into a pool of blood and seep into the soil. Soon after, he would be reborn somewhere in the Xianxia continent. What's more, Ghoul's fangs and claws were poisonous. Once the skin was scratched, it would be infected. Without the Heaven Spirit detoxification pill, he would soon become a monster like the poltergeist. Although the Polar Domain had brought a lot of Heaven Spirit detoxification pills, it was not inexhaustible. They would have to be idiots to rush out and face the horde of poltergeist ghosts head-on. Thereupon, the grand phaseless array was once again propped up. Looking at the ferocious ghouls baring their fangs and baring their sharp teeth. For the first time, the spirit cultivators and devil cultivators found them adorable. Compared to the Class 4 poltergeist, dealing with these Class 1 and Class 2 poltergeists was too easy. All they needed to do was to sit here and watch them put on a good show. In the corner of the formless great array, the people of the Nether Domain stood there with ugly expressions on their faces. It was as if he was isolated by everyone present. No one was counting on them to repair the crack in the heavenly pillar. Even when dealing with the poltergeist ghosts, everyone followed Grandmaster Jing Yuan, the polar domain, and the demon's lead. No one cared about them at all. They were one of the top 3 forces in the world of cultivators. The netherworld, Yu Qin was a master at the immortal king realm, and Yin Yuani had the 3rd grade dark Yin holy flame. But at this moment, they were completely ignored. How could the people of the nether realm, who had always thought highly of themselves, endure this? But in the end, who was to blame? The people of the nether realm glanced at Yin Yuani from time to time. It was all because of Yin Yuani's extremely useless performance when the Class 4 poltergeist ghosts attacked. The effect of the dark Yin holy flame couldn't be exerted at all. Afraid of death, he used spirit cultivators and devil cultivators as shields. Even 2 people from the nether realm were pushed into the mouths of the poltergeist ghosts by him. Such a coward was actually the young master of the nether realm. Compared with Di Mingju, who was in his prime in the polar domain, and the 7-year-old heir who was treated differently by the demon venerable. If they were the demon venerable, they wouldn't marry their daughter to this kind of trash. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads in disappointment. Even Yu Chen's attitude towards Yin Yuani became colder and more impatient. Yin Yuani was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and stared at Mu Luyun, transmitting his voice. Is this what you meant by watching them suffer heavy casualties, and then sitting back and reaping the benefits? Mu Luyun chuckled. Young master, don't worry. The show hasn't started yet, has it? He slowly stretched out his hand and handed a small black porcelain bottle to Yin Yuani. Young master, you just need to pour the contents of this bottle on the 2 dead poltergeist ghosts. I promise you, you will get what you want soon. Yin Yuani took the bottle and looked at it suspiciously. There was no spiritual power fluctuation or talisman marks on it. It was as if it was just an ordinary porcelain bottle. Yin Yuani frowned. What is this? Hee, as I said, this is a good thing that can make young master's wish come true. Yin Yuani glanced outside the barrier. At this time, more and more poltergeist ghosts fell from the crack. They were so densely packed that the ground was almost full. Even in the abyss, poltergeist ghosts fell from time to time. But the strange thing was that there was nothing around the bodies of the 2 4th-rank poltergeist ghosts. Those low-rank poltergeist ghosts seemed to be afraid of something and naturally took a detour. Yin Yuani said unhappily, why don't you pour it yourself? With so many poltergeist ghosts outside, he didn't want to go out of the non-phase great array at all. Mu Luyun raised the corner of his mouth sarcastically. This kind of idiot, if not for his special identity, might be useful. He didn't even want to talk to him. His face didn't show the slightest emotion, and his smile was still gentle and feminine. If young master is worried about being haunted by the poltergeist ghosts, you only need to take this pill that can temporarily hide your breath. Mu Luyun took out a small pill and handed it to Yin Yuani. His low voice carried a hint of bewitchment. Whether it is the polar domain or the demon race, they all look down on you and humiliate you without the slightest scruple. Young master, don't you want to push them into hell with your own hands, then stand by the side and watch them cry and howl in despair? Yin Yuani's eyes suddenly became misty and resentful. He murmured, yes. This young master will personally push them into hell. I want them to know the consequences of offending me. He swallowed the medicinal pill in one gulp and tightly gripped the porcelain bottle in his hand. Under Mu Luyun's cover, he quietly left the barrier. Debi Temple is in the far east. Why would Master Jingyuan come to the southwest? Ba. Jingyuan smiled faintly, a hint of nostalgia on his handsome face. This poor monk heard news of senior brother, so I came to look for you. Elder Chang was taken aback. Everyone knew that Bodhidharma of Debi Temple had 3 disciples. The youngest was Jingyuan. The most powerful one was Buddhist monk Shanhui, who was the true ruler of Debi Temple. The second disciple, whose Buddhist name was Wu Che, disappeared many years ago. So far, no one knew where he went. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Hanyi can't help but ask, did you find him? Jingyuan smiles bitterly and shakes his head. I'm sorry. It's all right. The little monk puts his palms together, his expression calm and solemn. Master once said, everything is up to fate, nothing can be forced. This little monk has gotten used to it over the years. used to looking for him as soon as he hears the news. However, he always finds that it's just an empty joy. Elder Chang smiles gently. Debi Temple has been delivering all living beings from suffering all these years with compassion in its heart. I believe that good people will be rewarded. One day, we will find Master Wu Che. Boom. Before Elder Chang's voice falls, the earth suddenly trembles violently. In fact, because there are so many poltergeists jumping around, the ground has been slightly shaking. But this time, the tremor is completely different. Everyone raised their heads to look. Heavens! This can't be real. Why are there rank 4 poltergeists? Outside the non-phase array, 2 huge poltergeists, as tall as mountains, stand there. Their turbid eyes are staring at everyone here. Han Yi looks around, and his complexion suddenly changes. Where are the corpses of the 2 rank 4 poltergeists? Everyone looks and is also shocked. That's right. Weren't the corpses of the 2 rank 4 poltergeists lying there just now? Why are they gone? Did they not die just now? Could it be that the rank 4 poltergeists can't be killed? Then, what should we do? Aren't we dead for sure? Jing Yuan waves his hand, and the non-phase golden alms bowl falls into his hand. He injects his divine sense into the alms bowl, and the non-phase array that shrouds the surroundings immediately disappears. Countless poltergeists are howling and about to rush in. The people inside are suddenly in a mess. Many people have already let out shrill screams and are about to flee in panic. Everyone, please listen to this poor monk. Jing Yuan holds the alms bowl and says in a clear voice, don't panic, form a formation in 3s and 4s, and try to ensure that you won't be hurt by the poltergeists. As for these 2 giant poltergeists, this poor monk will do his best to resist them. Since this poor monk promised Di Jun and Demon Zun to protect you, this poor monk will never go back on his word. He pursed his lips, his expression cold and solemn. At this moment, that slightly immature face actually revealed a trace of solemnity that made people want to prostrate themselves in worship. The panicking crowd gradually calmed down because of his words. At this time, Han Yi also shouted, those whose cultivation is below golden immortal, gather around me. Tian He harumphed and also shouted, those demons who aren't strong enough, obediently come over and hide. Don't get in the way. Not long after, the chaotic situation was stabilized. The panic in everyone's hearts gradually subsided. In the corner, when Mu Luyun saw this scene, the corners of his lips curled up faintly. Do you think that this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. He raises his head and looks at the huge crack. For the first time, his feminine voice carries a hoarse excitement. I really didn't expect that it would be so easy to catch Di Mingju and Junshi Tian in one fell swoop. I really have to thank you. I believe that Master will be happy to see this scene, ha 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 ha. Jing Yuan gang heaved a sigh of relief as the situation was gradually under control. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation came over, causing the circulation of his body's magic power to stagnate. Jing Yuan's heart thumped, and a bad premonition suddenly welled up inside him. Just now, in the crack of Heavenly Pillar, before he was injured, he felt this extremely strange energy fluctuation. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Jing Yuan was still thinking about what this aura that was completely different from normal poltergeist ghost energy waves was. He felt that his internal organs had been severely injured. By the time he came to his senses, he was already powerless to retaliate. If Di Mingju hadn't saved him in the nick of time, he would have already breathed his last. Now that this energy fluctuation had appeared, what did it mean? Jing Yuan's doubts were quickly answered. In the sky, a huge gust of wind suddenly swept up. All the spiritual qi, immortal qi, devil qi, and even the murderous aura of the poltergeist ghost seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand and mixed together. In an instant, an energy storm was formed. The formation that was originally arranged was blown away. The people inside didn't even have the chance to scream before they were devoured by the poltergeist ghosts. For a time, wailing and wailing filled the air above the hidden abyss once more, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Defeating armies didn't care about other people's lives, and he didn't even pay close attention to the safety of the people from the polar domain. He just hugged Xiaobao tightly and swung the sword in his hand, killing the poltergeist ghosts that pounced on him. Min Wei had originally wanted to rush over to protect Xiaobao. Seeing that defeating armies had protected him so well, he heaved a sigh of relief and focused on dealing with the poltergeist ghosts. Among the polar domain's 4 guards, defeating armies had always been the most low-key. Usually, he hides by Di Mingju's side like a shadow, making people almost forget his existence. But only now did Min Wei realize how strong defeating armies was. He was probably not much weaker than Master Jing Yuan, right? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Min Wei tossed it to the back of his mind. Now that it was a matter of life and death, the most important thing now was to wait for the demon venerable and imperial emperor to repair the heavenly pillars and survive this ordeal. Defeating armies cleared out a large number of poltergeist ghosts, but he did not do anything else. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the vortex with a solemn expression. Uncle Pijuan. Xiaobao immediately saw something from defeating armies' expression. His little hand suddenly grabbed defeating armies' collar tightly. Uncle defeating armies, will Daddy be in danger? Defeating armies couldn't bear to see Xiaobao's anxious and terrified expression, and was about to say a few words of comfort. However, a loud roar came from the sky. Then, 2 figures, accompanied by countless poltergeist ghosts, fell straight down from the vortex. Defeating armies' expression changed drastically. Xiaobao also shouted, Daddy. Di Mingju and Jun Shitian fall into the air, stabilizing their bodies. However, their appearances were indescribably miserable. Both of their faces were deathly pale. Something has dug a big hole in Di Mingju's chest. Blood was dripping everywhere, and one could even see the broken ribs inside. Jun Shitian wasn't any better. His body seemed to be intact, but there was a thick black aura lingering around him. Anyone from the demon race would know that it was because the demon body had been severely damaged. He could only use the demon origin energy in his demon core to repair it. This black gas was the mana pool that was repairing his body. Once the source of mana was reduced, it was irreversible. Emperor! Demon Sovereign! What the hell happened? The people below screamed in panic. Raising his head, he saw that the huge whirlpool was 3 times larger than before. It was not repaired at all. But the Celestial Emperor and the Demon Venerable were heavily injured, but how could this be? Suddenly, a small, blood-red head poked out of the huge vortex. Then, a humanoid creature about 2 meters tall drilled out of the whirlpool. This creature was extremely strange. It looked like a human. His whole body was blood-red, as if a person had been skinned, leaving only bloody flesh and bones. However, his face did not have the facial features of an ordinary person. Instead, there were only a dozen pairs of eyes that overlapped each other and a huge mouth that almost split his entire face apart. What is that thing? Is it a poltergeist ghost? I've never seen such a poltergeist ghost. Jing Yuan's face was solemn. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly took out a jade archive from his bosom. Pouring his divine sense into it, Jing Yuan couldn't help but cry out, Rank 6 poltergeist ghost. How is this possible? Even in a millennium catastrophe, only rank 5 poltergeist ghosts would appear. How could it be this time? How could a rank 6 poltergeist ghost appear? No wonder even Emperor Mingju and Jun Shitian couldn't mend the heavens. No wonder they were so heavily injured. From time to time, people would be swept up by the energy storm, thrown into the poltergeist ghosts and devoured. The 2 huge rank 4 poltergeist ghosts were still launching fierce attacks at him. Even with Jing Yuan's strong mind, he couldn't help but feel despair. In this world, no one could be a match for a rank 6 poltergeist ghost. Is the Xiaoxian continent really finished? Miss, be careful. Because Jing Yuan's mind was distracted, he couldn't completely pin down the 2 rank 4 poltergeist ghosts. One of them unexpectedly ran to the people of Linglong Island at some point. Yu Yan Rant's cultivation was the highest, and her physique was pure. She became the poltergeist ghost's first prey. But because she was only paying attention to Di Mingju in the sky, she didn't notice. Huang Shouchuan rushed over and pressed her to the ground. But the rank 4 poltergeist ghost's movements were extremely fast. Its second palm immediately slapped down with a huge suction force, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Seeing the sharp fangs so close, Yu Yan Rant's eyes widened in horror, scared out of her wits. Huang Shouchuan was also scared out of his wits, but when he felt Yu Yanran's trembling body, he felt pity for her and calmed down. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Protect the miss. Even if you have to sacrifice your life, protect the miss." When the 12 exquisite guards heard this, some hesitated in fear, while others gritted their teeth and charged forward to attack the poltergeist ghosts. But in his eyes, there was only the even more delicious Yu Yanran. He pushed her aside and continued pouncing towards them. A ruthless glint flashed in Huang Shouchuan's eyes. He raised his hand, grabbed 2 exquisite guards, and stuffed them into the mouths of the poltergeist ghosts. Ah! The shrill cries caused Yu Yanran's face to turn pale. "Brother Huang, how could you?" Huang Shouchuan said calmly, "The duty of the 12 exquisite guards is to protect you with their lives. These people cowered in the face of danger, and their deaths are not to be regretted. The Linglong guards can still be nurtured, but if you die, Linglong Island will be finished." As he spoke, he sneered as he looked at the other exquisite dragon guards who were trying to escape in fear. He grabbed them and made them his scapegoats. Yu Yanran's lips trembled. Thinking of the fangs that were just inches away from her, she did not speak. In her heart, however, she was thinking that if it wasn't for the emperor, she wouldn't have risked her life in such a dirty place. But the emperor had abandoned her sincerity like a pair of worn-out shoes, letting down her years of protection and waiting. Thinking of this, Yu Yanran felt miserable. It was as if all the grievances and sorrows in the world were concentrated on her. Hence, she no longer cared about what Huang Shouchuan did. The poltergeist ghosts did not reject any food that was sent into their mouths, and they needed some time to swallow and chew. This period of time was very short, but it gave Huang Shouchuan and Yu Yanran a chance of survival. Because the blood-red nightmare that poked its head out of the vortex jumped down from the sky. Dimingju and Jun Shirtian's movements are extremely fast. The moment the Class 6 poltergeist jumped down, it transformed into a sword light and charged forward. Cluck, cluck cluck, the strange voice of the nightmare ghost reverberated through the world. It sounded like a mocking laugh, but also like a mournful cry. 3 figures intertwined. Then, he smashed into the ground like a meteor. The earth fell into a moment of silence. Dust and smoke rose into the air. After the dust settled, 3 figures slowly appeared. The Class 6 poltergeist stuck out its long tongue and licked the wound on its chest. Countless eyes turned to look at Di Mingju, then look at Jun Shirtian. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. And in front of him, Di Mingju has another wound on his body. The claw mark on his left leg was so deep that the bone could be seen. But on the ring finger of his left hand, the ring had been flashing with fluorescent light without a moment of interruption. "Oh no!" Elder Chang exclaimed. "His Majesty can't hold on much longer." Only they know that Di Mingju is currently consuming an enormous amount of spiritual essence. His strength was not at its peak at all. He had entered the crevice twice and was injured twice. How could his body endure it? Elder Chang rushed to Defeating Armies' side and took Xiaobao from his arms. "Defeating Armies, quick, go and help the Lord." Defeating Armies nodded. He unsheathed his long saber and sped away. At the same time, Minwei also rushed forward to help Jun Shirtian. However, the rank 6 poltergeist seemed to have noticed something. It grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and let out a strange laugh. Giggle. Goo. Giggle. Those densely packed pairs of eyes rolled around at the same time, causing one's scalp to go numb. After the laughter, the 2 giant devouring ghosts that were fighting with Jing Yuan seemed to have received a command, and suddenly charged towards it. Bang! 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 Every step he took was like a boulder smashing into the ground, smashing into everyone's hearts that were on the verge of collapse. When they reached the rank 6 poltergeist, they suddenly stopped. Then, everyone saw a scene that left them in disbelief. The 2 Type 4 poltergeist stood obediently in front of the Type 6 poltergeist, allowing it to devour them. The difference in size between the 2 was dozens of times. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 mountains were completely devoured by it. The wound on the rank 6 poltergeist's chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hee hee. It raised its head and took a deep breath, revealing a carefree expression, as if it was enjoying the feeling of energy filling its body. Seeing that Di Mingju, Jun Shirtian, Pajun and Min Wei are attacking him together, The ghost grinned disdainfully. The two eyes in the middle of his forehead suddenly flashed and closed. Then, two poltergeist ghosts that looked almost identical to him appeared on both sides. His body was also scarlet red, as if he had been skinned. The only difference was that there was only one eye on the face and a long, gaping mouth. Receiving the command, the two one-eyed poltergeist immediately rushed towards Di Mingju and Jun Shitian. What made people alarmed is that the strength of these two one-eyed poltergeist is actually comparable to the rank 6 poltergeist ghost. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. For a moment, 4 people and 2 ghosts stand together. And the strongest rank 6 poltergeist, no one can resist it anymore. The overlapping eyes slowly turn, and finally fall on Di Mingju's body. It still remembers that it was this person's sword that pierced its chest just now. It feels a pain it hasn't tasted for a long time. This person's body still has an incomparably wonderful smell. Wait until it devours this person. Its cultivation will be greatly improved. Perhaps it can advance to the rank 7. No. Wait, the rank 6 poltergeist seems to have suddenly sensed something. Those pairs of eyes turn, and finally fall on Xiaobao, who is being held by Elder Chong. No. Don't rush to eat the big one, there's an even more delicious one here. Swish, the rank 6 poltergeist suddenly swoops down, its figure shooting out like a spark. Elder Chong was originally holding Xiaobao, looking worriedly at Di Mingju. Suddenly, he feels his vision blur. Then, a numbing chill runs up from the back of his neck. A sticky, stinky tongue is sticking to Elder Chang's neck, slowly stretching towards Xiaobao in his arms. He hears a cough sound, as if it's stuck in his throat. Elder Chong stiffly turns his head. Suddenly, he comes face to face with the densely packed eyes that are very close. For a moment, his soul is almost scared out of his body. But in a flash, he thinks of something. The poltergeist wants Xiaobao. This beast wants to eat their polar domain's little master. Elder Chong only feels a buzz in his head. Without thinking, he reaches out and grabs that long tongue. At the same time, he throws Xiaobao in his arms in the direction of the Yingmei. Ah! A painful moan comes from Elder Chang's mouth. The hand that is holding the poltergeist's tongue makes a sizzling sound of flesh being scorched. In just a moment, there's not a bit of skin and flesh left, revealing the charred bones. The poltergeist moves its tongue, and shakes off Elder Chong. Its figure flashes, and it rushes towards the Yingmei. The Yingmei had already wanted to dodge when Elder Chong threw Xiaobao over. But the poltergeist's movements are too fast. In just a flash, that blood-red monster is already in front of her. Countless pairs of eyes darted around. The slender mouth slowly split open, and a scarlet tongue suddenly stretched out towards Xiaobao. Yingmei didn't even think before turning around. Poochie! The scarlet tongue pierced through the shadow demon's back, making a sizzling sound again. Xiaobao raised his head in a daze. He felt droplets of viscous, scalding liquid dripping onto his face. It was so painful that he couldn't help but tear up. Sister Yingmei, shadow demon. Han Yi is simply going crazy. He wanted to rush over to save Yingmei and Xiaobao, but he was surrounded by hundreds of poltergeist ghosts. Yingmei felt a burning pain all over her body, and her consciousness became blurry. In her ears, Xiaobao's calls and Han Ye's howls are getting further and further away. But in her mind, there was a thought that was getting clearer and clearer. No matter what, I can't let anything happen to little master, even if she dies. Yingmei didn't know where the strength came from, but when the poltergeist was about to pull its tongue away, she grabbed the tongue and pressed it to the ground, then raised the sword in her hand and stabbed it down. Roar! The poltergeist's pained and angry roar is accompanied by the sizzling sound of flesh being scorched. Yingmei lifts her head up and shouts, "Run, little master! Quickly run!" The poltergeist ghost is finally thoroughly enraged by Yingmei. The scarlet tongue suddenly lengthens, and ruthlessly coils around Yingmei, swinging her up into the air. The sound of bones breaking can be heard, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being scorched. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. Fresh blood rained down from the sky. Xiaobao's pupils contracted violently. His small body trembled uncontrollably. He didn't run away as Ing Mei had hoped. Instead, he took out his Bixia sword. Hum. The sword let out an ear-piercing hum. Xiaobao held the sword that was almost as tall as him and spat out a single word, kill. The usually cowardly and talkative Bixia didn't make a sound this time. As soon as Xiaobao gave the order, it shot out like a bolt of lightning. The poltergeist's tongue curled up as if it was going to swallow the dying Ing Mei into its stomach. However, when the evil warding sword whistled towards his head, a sinister glint flashed in his densely packed eyes, as if his scheme had succeeded. Whoosh! A second tongue shot out from the poltergeist's mouth and flew towards Xiaobao, wrapping around him. Young master! Elder Chang looked up at this scene, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. He knew how terrifying that tongue was. Whether it was the talisman-patterned robe or the skin that came into contact with it, they would all be burned. Young master was still so young, how could he withstand that kind of damage? However, the expected burning sound didn't come. To Elder Chang's shock, he discovered that there was a faint glow around Xiaobao. It formed a barrier that protected him. The sixth-rank poltergeist's almost invincible tongue couldn't penetrate this barrier. The Bixia sword left Xiaobao's hand and floated in the air. That light, that barrier, was coming from the sword. In a trance, Elder Chang saw a blurry face and strangely dressed short-haired youth standing next to the Bixia sword. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. I'm a good youth raised by the core values of socialism. Why would I be afraid of you feudal evils? As long as my soul is still here, if you hurt my young master, I'll admit defeat. The poltergeist let out a low roar. Its densely packed eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. There seemed to be a hint of fear mixed in. However, its intelligence was limited. The fear that was rooted in its soul only flashed for a moment before it was thrown to the back of its mind. The blood-red figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiaobao in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a light punch, the protective barrier that enveloped Xiaobao dimmed a little. A pained expression appeared on Baixia's face. Xiaobao's pupils shrunk, he shouted, Bixia, come back. Boom! With the second punch, the indestructible Bixia sword began to emit cracking sounds as fine cracks began to spread. Xiaobao suddenly raised his voice. Bixia! As your master, I order you to return. He frantically mobilized his divine sense, trying to retrieve the evil warding sword into his body. But the young man who was getting more and more disorientated gritted his teeth and grinned hideously, Little master, this is the first time I, Bixia, disobeyed your orders. Don't ever forget this historic moment. Tortoise son of a bitch, skin-flaying ghost. If it weren't for the fact that I've gathered less than 1% of my energy, do you think you could be so arrogant in front of me? Go ahead and smash. Continue to smash. If I take a step back, I'm not a man. Boom. With the third punch, the light on the Bixia sword dimmed, and the young man's roaring figure slowly disappeared. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit IAI. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the sword. It was as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Tears gushed out of Xiaobao's eyes. His small hand trembled as he held the dim Bixia sword in his hand. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. Bixia. Was it gone forever? No. He didn't want it. 6th level? Release the Chi Fei Chue Chi Chi Chue Song Mirage sword? Glutinous rice quenching the palpitations? Chanting Shua Xiong Tua Jia Air. Finally, there were no more obstacles in front of it. It could enjoy its delicious food. Its scarlet tongue darted out toward Xiaobao. With tears in his eyes, Xiaobao stubbornly stood where he was and didn't retreat. Young master, run! Elder Chang shouted at the top of his lungs. But Xiaobao didn't retreat. He thought, if I didn't run, if I didn't let others protect me, then Bixia wouldn't have disappeared. Then Ing Mei and Elder Chang wouldn't have been hurt. He didn't want to see anyone sacrifice themselves for him anymore. Swish, the sword light whistled down. The tongue that was about to touch Xiaobao was cut into two by the sword light. No one knew when, but the tall figure had teleported in front of Xiaobao, shielding his small figure behind him. Just like every time, it shielded him from the wind and rain. Father, but this time, he hoped that his father wouldn't come to save him. His father was already so badly injured that his clothes were dyed red with blood. Why did he still rush over to save him at all costs? He wasn't his father's biological son. Roar. 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 Release the gang 3 Chue? The densely packed eyes were dyed red as they stared at the man in front of him. This was the second time this human had heard it, damn it. It wouldn't allow this human to live for another moment. On the blood-red head, one eye closed, then 2 eyes, then 3, 4, 5, 6. Every time it closed an eye, 6 levels? Release the gang 4 sodium? Release the gang 4 Chue Bud and Xiaobao and Diming? But around him, one eye after another began to appear. Release the gang 4 8 stinking tongues shot out like arrows. Diming? He waved the sword in his hand and cut off 4 of them. However, 2 of the scarlet tongues flew towards Xiaobao. Diming? His figure flashed, and he pulled Xiaobao into his arms. In an instant, 2 scorching hot red tongues pierced through his chest. Daddy! Xiaobao couldn't hold it in any longer. No. Daddy, don't die. I don't want you to die. His divine power had long been exhausted, and he did not know how much blood had flowed out of his wounds. Diming? He could feel his body getting colder and colder. All the life force drained from his body bit by bit. He hugged Xiaobao tightly and smiled bitterly. He had thought that he would die on the battlefield. But he never thought that before he died, he wouldn't even be able to see Mayan one last time. Dong, 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 all of a sudden, the deep and vigorous sound of a bell came from the sky. Every strike was slow, unhurried, and long. Yet, one strike after another, it smashed into the depths of one's soul. Killing them? Exuding infinite wood radiance seeing his leg? Wu Fa? Feng Bei's nipple wei wink? Clam female glue pain recognizes palm shepherd Qingxi? Frozen bao na's tenon gongxi? Chue hang? RQ Yanran, who had been wallowing in self-pity, shuddered. She looked up in disbelief. Mu Liuyan's feminine smile froze on his face. He suddenly leaped onto a hill, staring at the sky, his face suddenly sinister, suddenly treacherous. All of them? Bent? Straw in you? Baldi Mang Liang? Stir up the rough Gurui? Run to Wei Jiu? Elder Chong stood up shakily from the ground, murmuring, "Did I hear wrong? That's the spirit bell." The spirit bell rings without any wind, only when a Shen musician advances to the next level. But it has only been a year since the last time the spirit bell rang. How could it be? How could it ring a third time? This thought just flashed through his mind. A bright light sprang up from the land of the extreme north, straight into the sky, and suddenly exploded in the air. The Xiaoxian continent, which was originally night, suddenly became as bright as day. Under the dazzling light, on the continent? Tu Luo AI? By Luo AI? Hua AI? Eh? Curtain ripping framed the sudden ringing of the bell, and the bright light seemed to have paused everything. Whether it was a person? Bent? Follow? Wu Fa? Malian Jiang Wei Zhansi there, a huge silver moon slowly rose. 9 bright stars, revolving around the silver moon, slowly rotating, the stars and the moon connected. 9 stars and moon, it has appeared again, 9 stars and moon. Between heaven and earth, there was a faint melodious sound of a zither reverberating. As if there was a pair of gentle hands, gently caressing every devastated soul. The pitter-patter of rain fell from the sky. Jun Shirtian stretched out his hand to catch the dripping rain. As the rain seeped into his body, the magic nucleus in his body began to rotate at high speed, gradually replenishing the magic source that was originally consumed. But Jun Shirtian did not seem to care about his body. At all. He slightly tilted his head, listening to the sound of the zither floating in his ears, his eyes revealing a trace of doubt. This zither sound seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he heard it before? Xiaobao blankly raised his head, letting the white rain wet his little face. Under the washing of the rain, the small wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evil sword in his hand, which had lost its light, once again emitted a buzzing sound. The cracks on the body of the sword emitted a faint glow after being soaked by the rain, and actually began to gradually disappear. On the ground, Elder Chang's hand that was only left with charred bones had regrown. Ingmei also slowly opens her eyes in Hanye's embrace, and is tightly embraced by Hanye. Xiaobao looked at Di Ming in front of him. The huge bloody hole in his chest was rapidly healing. The mellow energy surrounded him, and strands of it drilled into his body. Daddy won't die, Bai Xia will not disappear, no one will die, because someone was watching over him, protecting him. Even if they were separated by mountains and rivers, even if they were in two different worlds, this had never changed. Suddenly, she could no longer hold back the tears that she had been holding back for a long time, and they overflowed from her eyes. It's mother. Xiaobao threw himself at Di Ming. In his arms, he burst into tears. Father, it was mother who saved us, wasn't it? Di Ming? He stared blankly at the void spirit ring in his hand. As the drizzle fell and surrounded Xiaochen, countless divine energy poured into his body. His wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His strength was rapidly recovering. Di Ming? As he watched, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Helpless, doting, and sweet. June Mayan was June Mayan. She was never a weak daughter flower that needed people to protect her. She could break through all the difficulties in the world, and could even protect him in turn. Di Mingju takes Xiaobao into his arms and whispers, yes, it was your mother who saved Daddy and Xiaobao. Below, someone suddenly let out a cry of surprise, my injury is healed. My broken hand has grown back. Did the heavens pity us and give us a way to live? Did you see that? The poltergeist ghosts can't move. Quick, kill them. We are saved, the humans of the three realms are saved. Above the hidden abyss, both spirit cultivators and devil cultivators seemed to have gone mad, crying and laughing, their hands constantly harvesting the poltergeist ghosts' lives. Mu Luyun looks at this scene, his eyes are sinister and his face is distorted. Suddenly, he grits his teeth, takes out another porcelain bottle from his bosom, and carefully pours a drop down. Roar. The frozen rank 6 poltergeist ghost suddenly seems to come alive, letting out a roar. The 8 eyes that were originally closed open again, and the one-eyed poltergeist ghosts all disappear, merging into one with it. The poltergeist ghost roars again, suddenly leaps up, and rushes towards the whirlpool in the sky. Not good. Jing Yuan suddenly comes back to his senses, shouting, it wants to completely destroy the heavenly pillar. Di Mingju sneers and looks down at Xiaobao, can you protect yourself? Xiaobao heavily nods. Without waiting for Di Mingju to say anything, he leaves his embrace and returns to defeating armies. After confirming that Xiaobao is not in any danger, Di Mingju's figure flashes, and like an arrow released from a bow, he rushes towards the crack. Jun Tian also soars into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Mu Luyun looks up at the sky, his face grim, I don't believe that you can survive this time, I don't believe it. The heavenly pillar will collapse, the Xiaoxian continent will sink, the 3 realms will be destroyed, none of you will survive, none of you will escape, ha ha ha. However, the next moment, Mu Luyun's laughter comes to an abrupt end. Above the silver moon in the sky, a giant blood-red sun was slowly rising. It appears by the side of the silver moon. 1 sun and 1 moon, 1 red and 1 white. 9 shining stars revolve around it. All the lights merge and converge in the sky, finally turning into a multicolored glow that shines down. Chi chi chi. On the ground, no matter where they were on the continent, all the poltergeist ghosts let out mournful wails. It began to evaporate and dissipate. Above the hidden abyss, everyone stopped fighting. They stared blankly at the magnificent scene in the sky, almost forgetting to breathe. After a long, long time, someone finally let out a soft sigh. The glorious sun swallows the heavens, 9 stars linked to the moon, frigid wall crimson crow, flowing light 10,000 miles. Heavens, what did we just witness? Rewind time to half an hour ago. Nether realm, water prison. Sensing a familiar aura approaching her, Luo Yunxiao slowly opened her eyes. Master? The half-kneeling man slowly stretched out his hand and helped him up from the ground. He said softly, don't speak and don't circulate your divine power. Your primordial spirit has collapsed. Master will take you away from here first. When his palm touched Luo Yunxiao's back, he felt a cold and wet sensation. The man retracted his hand and frowned when he saw his palm covered in blood. Luo Yunxiao weakly said, "Chi's kiss, don't worry. Master has already brought Qi back to Xingyuan dock." Only then did Luo Yunxiao shut up. In fact, he no longer had the strength to speak. As soon as the man took Luo Yunxiao to the door of the water prison, they were stopped. Yin Wuji said with a dark face, "Spiritual Master Xingyuan, you trespassed into the nether region and took someone away from my prison of water. What is the meaning of this?" Xingyuan said lightly, "My disciple has been abused by you. Why can't I take him away?" Yin Wuji said hatefully, "Xingyuan, don't go too far. He is also my son. How I want to deal with him is my freedom. Back then, you used the greater good of the world as an excuse to interfere. I already did not bother with you. Do you still want to take matters into your own hands and protect this evil creature? Who do you think you are?" Luo Yunxiao's long eyelashes trembled. His face was as cold as frost, but he did not open his eyes. He said hoarsely, "Master, don't worry about me," but before he finished speaking, Xingyuan's hand on his back injected a thread of power. Luo Yunxiao felt his mind waver and he slowly lost his senses. After confirming that Luo Yunxiao could no longer hear their conversation, he looked at Yin Wuji. Xingyuan's expression grew colder inch by inch, his eyes as dark as ice. "Yin Wuji, do you know what you have done? What kind of calamity have you brought to the Shoshan continent?" Yin Wuji said angrily, "What did I do? I only punished a disobedient and unfilial son. Is it your turn to ask?" Xingyuan thought of the sky full of cracks in the boundary, the rampaging ghosts, and the wailing corpses. He wanted to tear Yin Wuji apart. But in the end, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. He regained his calmness and said, "Yunxiao does not know anything. He is the most dangerous, but also the most innocent. Back then, when I sent Yunxiao back to the Netherworld region, I told you not to attempt to step on his bottom line, and not to force him into a hopeless situation. Otherwise, there will come a day when you will pay a painful price for your actions." Yin Wuji's expression was even colder and more resentful. His voice suddenly rose, carrying with it the madness and fear of a ruler of a region. "Lu Xingyuan. I said long ago that this bastard cannot be allowed to live. It was you who insisted on protecting him. Since he will die sooner or later, why don't you let me kill him now? Do you know what Yushu and I think about every moment we look at this evil creature? I want to use 100 ways to kill him, destroy his soul, and consign him to eternal damnation. I want him to never be able to threaten the life and death of my nether realm again." Neither of them noticed. Luo Yunxiao, who was supposed to be unconscious, moved her fingers slightly. Xingyuan closed his eyes and said, "Domain Lord Yin, I'll take her away. I hope you'll behave yourself in the future." After saying that, the two of them disappeared on the spot. Yin Wuji was left standing where he was, his face contorted as he viciously smashed the stone tablet in front of the aqua prison. After leaving the nether domain, Xingyuan supported the unconscious Luo Yunxiao and looked up at the sky. At this time, more and more cracks appeared in the sky. Countless ghouls fell from the crack, about to take countless innocent lives. Xingyuan stared for a long time before lowering his head to look at his disciple. He let out a long sigh. "Time, fate. Perhaps this is your destiny, and also the destiny of the Shoshan continent." The mournful cries of a child could be heard from below. Xingyuan furrowed his brow, put down Luo Yunxiao, and flew forward. In the dark bloody night, there was no moon, no stars, no light. There was only a trace of scarlet on Luo Yunxiao's incomparably handsome face. Her long eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. That pair of eyes that used to shine brighter than the stars were now as dim as ashes. The corners of his chapped lips curled up into a faint smile. Her brows were as clear as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. However, her smile was filled with despair and heartbreak. He was hated by his parents, disliked by the world, like a monster, walking alone. But he clearly did not do anything, but he had to bear the deepest darkness in the world. He did not even know what he was. Was he a human, a monster, a demon, or a monster that did not blend in with the world? Luo Yunxiao closed his eyes, his throat emitting a low, hoarse, and desolate laughter like that of a trapped beast. But in a daze, he seemed to hear a distant and tearing voice roaring in his ears. If you and I are of the same mind, then lend your power to me temporarily. I do not want to destroy the world, do not want to take revenge on humans, I don't want anything, I just want to protect this woman in front of me. Protect this woman? Which woman? Luo Yunxiao opened his eyes in a daze. A blurry figure appeared in front of him. His primordial spirit collapsed, blood stained his long dress, as though he would disappear from the world at any time. But Luo Yunxiao saw a glimmer of light in this blurry figure. The only light he sincerely believed in his life, the light he longed to protect. His cracked lips slowly opened and closed, as though he was swearing, or as though he was sad to let go of the rest of his life. Okay, I lend you, as long as you can protect her, then at least his dirty and rotten life still had a shred of value. Then at least he would have no regrets being abandoned by the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In his sea of consciousness, the 11 natal swords trembled violently, as though responding to something. The energy in his body flowed out like a fountain, dissipating, and taking away his weak vitality bit by bit. Luo Yunxiao slowly closed his eyes. Dong, 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 it was at this moment that the bell tolled. The huge silver moon rose into the night sky, the 9 stars shining brightly. White raindrops fell from the sky, wetting his skin, seeping into his bones and blood, and slowly seeping into his soul. Luo Yunxiao opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the bright moon in the sky. The burn wound on his back gradually healed. The pain in his body disappeared without a trace. The life force that he had lost had returned to his body at some point in time, giving him hope and conviction to continue living. The melodious music gently rang in his ears, like the clear voice of a young girl ringing over and over again. No, it wasn't just one voice. There were many other voices. Junior Martial Uncle, your body is your own. Even if no one else cared, you had to care. Because if you take yourself seriously and abandon your 7 emotions and 6 desires, then no one in this world will truly care about you. May we live forever in this life and night, free and unfettered forever. Little Martial Uncle, what is your true identity? Do you have any powerful enemies? What kind of past did he have? We don't care about that. All we know is that you are our junior uncle, and a member of the Carefree sect. We want to announce to the whole world that you are a member of the Xiaoyao sect, the youngest martial uncle of the Xiaoyao 7. Luo Yunxiao suddenly closed his eyes. The raindrops fell on his face and slid down the corner of his mouth. But for some reason, for the first time, the rain felt scorching hot. His lips curled up again. But this time, his smile was no longer one of despair, but one of humble appreciation and tenderness. Yes, he was not alone in this world. He was not abandoned by the world. Because he still had the Xiaoyao sect. He still had the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Yunxiao slowed down his breathing and allowed his consciousness to fall asleep. He didn't see the rising sun and silver moon rise together and shine on the earth. He also didn't see the cracks in the barrier in the sky slowly disappear without anyone repairing them. The silver moon and the rising sun slowly set in the west. Raging? Exuberant? Sulfur? Peeling off the gauze? Looking? Gathering? Unforgiving. People didn't know where this disaster came from. They also didn't know where the 9 stars and moon that saved the world came from. But tens of thousands of living beings finally welcomed their turning point and a new life. This hellish month was remembered by all humans on this Xiaoxian continent. History called it the falling sky disaster. And at almost the same time, on the other continent across the space barrier, the final battle that concerned their survival also came. == the Xiaoxian continent. At the peak of the Phoenix Sky Mountain Range. The silver moon hung in the sky, the 9 stars appeared, the sky rained, and the mountains were covered. Such a big movement alarmed the teachers and students of the Dragon Ascension Academy and the villagers of Yuanwu village who were cultivating in the chaotic tower. They all walked out of the tower. Looking at the huge silver moon in the sky and the 9 stars connected to it, they came back to their senses in shock. Lowering his head, he saw that the land, which should have been pitch black, had already been illuminated as bright as day. From the high peak of the Phoenix Sky Mountain Range, they could see the excited crowd running and shouting below. The melodious sound of a zither echoed in the starry sky. The pitter-patter of rain fell from the center of the silver moon, falling on the snow-covered mountain top, and on the soil and forest. The grass and trees everywhere began to grow rapidly, one wilting and one thriving. Dense spirit energy surged like a spring, covering the entire peak of the Phoenix Sky Mountain range. What's going on? Everyone was baffled by this phenomenon. While they were confused, they suddenly heard a teacher and student of the Dragon Ascension Academy shout. My injuries are all healed. Damn, why do I feel that the bottleneck that I've been stuck in for a long time is loosening? It's the rain. This rain can help us heal and advance. This discovery made everyone wild with joy. They anxiously rushed into the chaotic tower and helped their injured comrades and teachers out, allowing them to bathe in the moonlight and drizzle. Kong Yuanjiu raised his head and looked at the huge silver moon in the sky. Feeling the internal injuries on his body gradually heal, he almost burst into tears. 9 stars linked to the moon, it's a moon spiritual route that's hard to come by even in a million years. It's actually Miss June, the future mistress of the polar domain. This is really great, really great. Hearing this, even though he already had a guess in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Daoi still revealed an expression of disbelief. Elder Kong, you mean to say, this 9 stars and moon was caused by Miss June? He paused for a moment, and his voice became a little more strained. If I remember correctly, the 9 stars connected to the moon does not only require a moon spirit root, but also requires the owner of the moon spirit root to have a major breakthrough, and activate the heaven and earth yuan qi, only then can it happen. Kong Yuanjiu nodded. You're right. There'd be a problem if he wasn't King good. Zhou Daoi was in a complete mess in the rain. The problem is, June Mayan was only a little girl at Gold Core stage a year ago. No. Wait a minute, June Mayan is only a little girl right now. More importantly, the people of the Xiaoyao sect had said that their junior sister had just advanced from the nascent soul stage to the leaving aperture stage in the northern continent of the Purple Cloud realm. Only a few days had passed, and he had broken through again. To be able to trigger a breakthrough in the 9 stars and moon, it was definitely not just a minor breakthrough. So, Mayan broke through from the leaving body stage to the crossing tribulation stage. The deans and mentors of Dragon Ascension who came to this conclusion were on the verge of tears. They were already so old and had been stuck in the leaving aperture stage for decades. All they wanted was to break through to the tribulation stage and fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. But looking at June Mayan, whether it was from Jindan to Yuanying, or from Yuanying to leaving body, it only took a few short months. The final step, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for everyone, from the astral projection to the tribulation transcendence, was actually achieved in just a few days. How could these old fellows, who had been busy for half their lives, endure this? Little junior sister advanced again? What a freak. That's insane. The 6 people of the Xiaoyao school landed on the peak of Phoenix Sky Mountain. They looked at the silver moon in the sky and sighed. Didn't third senior brother say it already? Little junior sister had absorbed too much energy. She would either advance or die. With little junior sister's strong willpower and talent, how could she die? So, isn't it normal to advance? Huh? This rain is a little strange. The spiritual power in my body is surging a little too fast. Luo Yu blinked. Why do I feel like I'm about to advance? Damn, how did I reach the peak of the original level in the blink of an eye? The 6 of them looked at each other with dreamy expressions. Junior sister is really capable. You want to bring us along when you want to level up? Hee, I knew that 6th senior sister's thigh is the easiest to hug. If you have the ability, go and hug it in front of Instructor Mo. Luo Yu shrank her neck. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you know how petty and jealous Teacher Mo is? Later on, I'll lose my life before I can hug his thigh. Yun Ruhan said, alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and cultivate so that you can ascend as soon as possible. He looked in the direction of Divine Elephant City and said in a low voice, all of you should know what kind of difficult battle we have to face next. Do you still want to drag little junior sister down and let her fight alone? Yun Ruhan's words silenced the group of people who had been laughing. Luo Yu clenched her fists tightly. She didn't say anything and sat down cross-legged in the rain. Ling Yuma's hand was on the Red Lotus Soul stealing blade. She loosened her grip and tightened her grip. She laughed softly and sat down as well. The 5 people from the carefree sect completely ignored their surroundings and entered secluded meditation along with the surrounding crowd. Only Chumoli was appreciating the bright moon in the night sky. He took out his easel with great interest and began to paint. His pen and paper were all specially made. Even in the rain, the paper would not be damaged, nor would the ink stains appear. Thus, Zhou Daoi and the others watched as he splashed ink on the easel. Not long after, a strange scene appeared on the paper. It was a hellish sea of blood with skeletons floating in the air. Beside it was a steep slope. On the slope, countless people with distorted, hideous, or blurry faces were climbing up with all their might. The entire slope was a glaring crimson. Other than the figures climbing up, there were also many broken limbs and ghastly white bones. But the scene at the end of the slope was completely different from the one below, as if it was torn into 2 different worlds. There, the moon was bright and the stars were twinkling. The clear night sky was shining with the purest and most beautiful radiance in the world. The people who were climbing up the slope wanted to reach such a beautiful world. Kong Yuanjiu and Zhou Daoi glanced at Chumoli's painting. They felt their eyelids twitching, as if something had hit their chests hard. They couldn't even breathe. They didn't dare to look anymore. But in their hearts, they were amazed by Chumoli, the silver-bow divine archer of the Xiaoyao sect. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm. "Look, Yun Ruhan advanced. Oh my god! He really advanced just like that. It's not just Mayan, the gods of the Xiaoyao sect are all fucking inhuman." As for Zhou Daoi and the others, tears were streaming down their faces. It wasn't enough that there was only one monster in the world, but there were 6 here. What kind of weird sect was the Xiaoyao sect? Did they specialize in producing monsters? How could they let other people live like that? But after the depression, they couldn't help but become excited. The biggest headache right now should be the Demon Extermination Alliance, right? Hee, didn't you see the news in Tianguang ruins? That devil-slaying alliance was completely defeated by the godly cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect. They're in a sorry state. Before the unfettered 7 sons advanced, they were already beaten to a pulp. Once they advance, this demon-slaying alliance will just wait to collapse. What Demon Extermination Alliance? They're just a bunch of sanctimonious, shameless, and despicable people. They say that they want to kill the Xiaoyao 7 demons for the sake of the people, but in reality, they just want to steal the chaotic tower. Thinking of the soaring dragon sect that had been completely destroyed, everyone's expressions were filled with indescribable anger and despair. During this time, everyone hid in the chaotic tower and didn't leave. But they could still get some information about the continent through Tianguang ruins. They knew that the demon-slaying alliance had been established, and almost all of the clans and sects in the Purple Cloud realm had joined it. They also knew that the demon-slaying hall was established in the Divine Elephant City, the old site of the original soaring dragon. Stepping on their 1,000 years of glory, piling up their corpses, they marked them as the claws of the evil demons. They also knew that the Fiends Exterminating Alliance had spread the news of the unfettered 7 devils' crimes to the entire cultivation world, inverting right and wrong, and calling a deer a horse, swearing that they would never have a foothold on this continent again. As for the truth of the matter, these people who were rescued by Jun Mayan from the brink of life and death would naturally know. However, even if they clarified, would anyone be willing to believe the truth from their mouths? Does anyone care what the truth is? After all, this was a cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak. The winner was king, and the loser was doomed. However, they only had so few people and so little battle prowess. If all of them were added together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were a burden to the unfettered 7. How could they fight against such a powerful demon-slaying alliance? Even if the Xiaoyao 7 really advanced to the next round, would they have any hope of winning? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Pain, despair, but clear. They would still die in the end, wouldn't they? Carrying the infamy of demons, under the condemnation of thousands of people, the entire army was annihilated. It's not good. Elder Kong, Principal Zhou, it's not good. As if to verify their thoughts. A hurried and panicked voice comes from the foot of the mountain. Along with it, an earth-shattering shout comes into everyone's ears. The demon-slaying alliance is here, all of you come out and die. In the Tian Emochin space, Mu Yan wakes up from her meditation and lets out a long breath. Bang! Bang, two dumplings, one red and one yellow, rush into her arms one after the other. Their claws hook onto her clothes, and their beaks bite onto her belt, refusing to let go. Wow, beautiful sister, you scared us to death. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp chirp chirp. Ga ga ga. Woof woof woof. The little chick is so anxious that it can't even express its meaning clearly. It makes all sorts of noises, and its head keeps burrowing into her arms. Mu Yan is suddenly amused by the woof woof sounds. She flicks the little chick's head. Do you remember that you're a chicken? It's fine if you learn to bark like a duck, but why do you also bark like a dog? The little chick's big eyes are brimming with tears. It blinks, but it won't fall. The ahog on its head stands up. Hearing Mu Yan scolding it, it tilts its head in grievance. Then it opens its mouth slightly and makes a hiccup sound. Mu Yan, after appeasing the two little guys, she examines her own body. Under this inspection, even if she was mentally prepared, she is still startled. What's going on? How can the Shen musician's skills advance so much? She quickly looks up at the red-clothed youngster not far away. Qi Huang, didn't you say that 10 rounds of divine power can light up 1 star of a skill, 100 rounds of divine power can light up 2 stars, and the first round of divine power can light up 3 stars? But now, all my skills are above 3 stars. 7 ultimate sword spirits, graceful feather, rebirth, and dry stars, these skills have been directly upgraded to 4 stars. This isn't just 1 or 2 skills, it's all of them, a full 20 skills. Medicine, martial arts, alchemy, music, all of them are covered, all of them advanced. The amount of divine power consumed is simply incalculable. And this time, Mayan's harvest was far more than this. In just half a month, her cultivation had reached the crossing calamity stage. Her astral domain had advanced to the 4th rank after devouring a large amount of god refinement precipice. Her natal 7 absolute swords had truly merged with her sword heart and domain. At least in the domain of Xianxia, they were indestructible. Her dantian and sea of consciousness were countless times larger than before. But Mu Yan faintly feels that the changes in her body aren't limited to just these. There seemed to be an even more terrifying and majestic power lingering around her, waiting for her to comprehend and explore it. After Mu Yan asks, she doesn't hear anyone answer for a long time. She thought that Qi Huang had been seriously injured in order to help her advance, so she hurriedly stepped forward. However, he found that this fellow was perfectly fine. He was pulling the grass on the ground while staring at the dried-up Milky Way in a daze. The reason why the Star River would dry up was naturally because the spiritual energy inside had been completely absorbed by Mu Yan, who was in the midst of advancing. However, as long as time passed, the spiritual power from the outside would re-enter the Tian Emochin space, and the Star River would be filled up again. Qi Xiaohuang, didn't you hear what I said? Mu Yan picks up a blade of grass that Qi Huang had pulled out, and pokes his face. Qi Huang abruptly comes back to his senses and glares at her. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Qi Huang, Jun Mayan, I'm telling you, this sage is your savior. It's already good enough that I didn't ask you to devote your life to me. You'd better show some respect to me. Mu Yan had just successfully advanced and hadn't yet stabilized her advancement, but she had already heard these words. The moment she opened her eyes, this guy fiercely pounced on her and tightly hugged her, his body trembling violently. Mu Yan knows that he's worried about her, and she remembers seeing him in unbearable pain during the advancement, but still insisting on it regardless of everything. Her heart softens. It's just that before she could say a few words of comfort, Qi Huang abruptly pushes her away, and begins to strut around arrogantly. The main point of the conversation is nothing more than that from now on, he is her savior. She can no longer consider herself a master, can't bully him, can't order him around, can't treat him like a child, and must unconditionally give him the crystals she earns. Mu Yan almost rolls her eyes at that time. In the end, she doesn't pay attention to this guy, and directly sits cross-legged, stabilizing the harvest of this advancement. Alright, save your big shot, what are you thinking about? So engrossed? Didn't you hear what I'm saying? You're not secretly communicating with my little martial uncle again, are you? Qi Huang's face suddenly flushes red. No, there seems to be a bit of green in this red. Jun Mayan, don't fucking talk nonsense. damn, I just casually said it, and you're really with little Martial Uncle. Wait, could it be that something happened to little Martial Uncle? Qi Huang waves his hand and angrily says, there's no such thing, who would secretly communicate with that pretty boy? Jun Mayan, you illiterate, don't you know how to use words? Speak, why are you bothering this sage? Mayan doesn't argue with this shop assistant, and repeats the question again. Hearing that, Qi Huang stares blankly. His pair of coquettish phoenix eyes are slowly dyed red, unblinkingly staring at Mayan. But the more he stares, the more shocked he becomes. Mayan rarely sees him with this kind of scarlet demon eyes, overflowing with evil aura. For a moment, her heart is somewhat scared. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qi Huang closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, they've already recovered to that slightly evil black phoenix eyes. He doesn't answer Mayan's question, but points to the Tian Mo Qin. Use your Shin musician skills. Mu Yan didn't know what this guy was up to, so she could only do as he said. The sound of the zither was melodious, like high mountains and flowing water, like pearls and jade falling on a plate. This time, Mu Yan displayed the realm of stars. The realm of stars, in the past, was very similar to floating like a dream. Weaving dreams, enriching the dreams, immersing people in them, and repeating the cycle. But at this moment, the realm of stars was activated. The entire space surrounding the Tian Mo Qin unexpectedly begins to change. Mountains, rivers, pavilions, terraces, and flower pavilions, simple and elegant, magnificent and magnificent. In the center of the courtyard, there were colorful flowers, grape trellises with ripe fruits hanging from them, and a swing that swayed gently in the wind. Seeing this scene, Little Phoenix and Little Chick rushed forward with a loud cry. The purple grapes were pecked off one by one, and the sweet juice splashed everywhere. The Little Phoenix ate with a satisfied face, not even noticing that its beautiful feathers were stained with purple juice. The Little Chick is squawking on the swing, and from time to time a noisy noise reaches Mayan's ears. Mama, swing, swing. Huang Huang likes it. No one knows where the breeze came from, but it's accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, tossing the swing up high, and then heavily falling back down. The Little Chick lets out a crisp laugh. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Qi Huang's expression is a little stupefied, and he looks a little silly. Mu Yan's mouth lifts, and the sound of the zither changes slightly. She sees a few little monkeys come out of nowhere, circling around Qi Huang and bowing with their hands clasped in front of him. There are also a few bold ones that directly climb up the red robe and hang on Qi Huang's neck. Qi Huang suddenly comes back to his senses. He flings away the little monkeys that have already hooked onto his robe. That real touch makes him stunned. Mu Yan smiles and stops playing the zither. In an instant, like a mirage on a bubble being punctured, it disappears without a trace. Little Lingua sits on the ground, crying. Little Phoenix smacks his lips, savoring the sweet grapes, still wanting more. Mu Yan looks at Qi Huang. How is it? Qi Huang is silent for a long time, then snorts. Have your Qi Si, Dantian, and Guanyuan merged into one? Mu Yan nods. How to say it? In fact, ordinary people don't have Qi Si, Dantian, and Guanyuan. Because when the spiritual vein is formed, the Qi Si disappears and becomes the Dantian. When the immortal bone is reconstructed, the Dantian also disappears and is replaced by the Guanyuan, which can store immortal energy. It's just that ordinary people don't understand the difference between these three, and basically call them the Dantian. They only know that each person's Dantian can only store one system of energy. It's either internal force, or spiritual energy, or immortal energy, or even more supreme divine power. And with Mu Yan's advancement this time, the Qi Si and Guanyuan, which originally stored internal force and immortal energy, disappeared, leaving only the Dantian. But in fact, her Dantian is completely different from the Dantian of ordinary cultivators. Because Mu Yan's Dantian has become extremely vast, almost boundless. And her Dantian can simultaneously store internal force, spiritual energy, and immortal energy, 3 different types of energy. No, it's not just 3. Because there is a 4th energy system in her body. That is, in the center of the Dantian, slowly rotating, magic core. This magic core is not much bigger than when it was condensed in the unclean abyss. But its color has become extremely deep and black. Looking inside with her divine sense, it looks like an obsidian, slowly circulating in her body, releasing pure devil energy. In other words, in her dantian. It was Xianxia, spiritual qi, immortal qi, and devil qi. However, this was not the most unimaginable thing. The most incredible thing was that as long as she paid a certain price, she could even convert these 4 types of energy. After listening to Mayan's narration, even Qi Huang, who had always been stubborn and arrogant, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, unable to speak. After a long while, she gnashes her teeth and says, "Jun Mayan, are you the illegitimate daughter of the heavenly Tao?" On this point, even Mu Yan herself has some doubts. Otherwise, everyone only had one lifetime. How could she be reborn? Moreover, in this life, she has Xiao Bao and Di Mingju by her side, as well as so many relatives and close friends who won't leave her. Mu Yan pinched the void spirit ring between her fingers and gently turned it. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she could not help but lower her head to kiss it gently. Qi Huang couldn't bear to see her like this. He gritted his teeth and said, "The world outside is about to be turned upside down. Why are you still dawdling and showing affection here?" Mu Yan suddenly comes to her senses. How could she forget? Right now, the cultivators of the entire continent are probably searching for them, the unfettered 7 devils. As for the chaotic tower, because it had forcefully overdrafted itself to protect over 10,000 people for her, it had already fallen silent for a short period of time. It no longer had the nearly invincible protective barrier it had before. If they were to find the peak of Phoenix Heaven mountain range, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qi Huang looks at Mayan from head to toe. With this advancement, all the spiritual veins in your body have been thoroughly refined into spotless veins. Apart from the original spine, your immortal bones have also been tempered into the bones of your 4 limbs. Your devil physique has actually reached the 3rd stage realm. And this doesn't include the fusion of Qi Si, Dantian and Guanyuan. The star domain has advanced to the 4th step. TSK. 4th step domain. I'm sure there hasn't been anyone who has reached the world domain at such a young age, right? No wonder, even the Shin musician rank was forcibly promoted by this overflowing energy to the point of almost exploding. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows in confusion. Why did Qi Xiaohuan use a tone of schadenfreude to count her gains this time? Wasn't it good to advance so many times? Qi Huang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jun Mayan, don't you know how big of a commotion you make every time you advance? The greater the advancement, the greater the improvement, the more earth-shattering the commotion. Now, let alone the people of the Cultivation continent knowing that you're in the heavenly Phoenix mountain range, I'm afraid even the Cultivation continent has been affected. Don't you want to be discovered? It would be strange if you didn't get discovered. Mu Yan's complexion darkens, the blue veins on her forehead throbbing several times. She resists the urge to violently beat up this brat, and quickly leaves the space of the Tian Mo Qin. After all, he is my savior. Even if he is a bear, I can't beat him to death. He waits until Mu Yan's figure disappears in the space. Only then did 7 brilliants sit down on the ground. Probably because of the heavenly body realms displayed just now, the Milky Way once again gathered glowing streams of water. Qi Huang lowered his head and looked at his blurry reflection in the water. He murmured, "You, who are you? What about me? Who am I?" The face in the water was in a trance, twisting and jumping, but the corners of the mouth seemed to be curled into a cold and evil smile. As soon as Mu Yan comes out of the space, she knows that the situation is more serious than she expected. A scorching heat wave assaulted his face. Standing in the chaotic tower, one could see the blazing flames outside. From time to time, there would be explosions of thunder and screams of cultivators. Maya knits her brows. Her divine sense moves, and the Tian Mo Qin floats in front of her. She flicked her fingers lightly. An invisible barrier immediately enveloped the entire peak of the Phoenix Heaven mountain range. Large balls of spiritual fire continued to fall from the sky. Crackling sounds of explosions rang in his ears. But this time all the attacks were blocked outside the barrier. Shin musician skill, divine hands weave the heavens, activated. When the crowd outside the chaotic pagoda saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment before turning there Heads to look. Miss June. Miss June has come out. Madam Enchantress, are you all right? Great God, June, did you advance again? Are you at the crossing calamity stage? The youngest cultivator to reach the crossing calamity stage, unprecedented and unmatched? Mu Yan answered them with a smile. Only then did he look at Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and the others who had just entered the pagoda. They were all in a sorry state, and there were obvious burn marks on Sun Yuanjiu's body. Seeing Mu Yan, their expressions are somewhat complicated. If one were to say that they still had doubts when they saw the 9 stars and the moon. But when Mu Yan stood in front of them at this moment, all their doubts turned into shock. Crossing calamity stage. He was truly at the crossing calamity stage at the age of 20, the one who was most shocked was none other than Sun Yuanjiu. He was at the advanced stage of the tribulation realm and was ranked 8th on the green sky list. But at this moment, he couldn't see the depths of this girl in front of him. What did that mean? This means that Mayan's cultivation is already far higher than his. After the shock, Kong Yuanjiu's eyes revealed sincere joy and admiration. He raised his hands and bowed deeply to Mu Yan. Congratulations to Miss June for successfully advancing to the crossing tribulation stage. At this moment, he couldn't even say worthy of being June Shang's fiancé again. Because over the past year or so, June Mayan's achievements, the talent and strength that she has displayed. It was already impossible to conceal her radiance. She was no longer anyone's vassal, no one's fiancé. It was the one and only in this world, the unparalleled, fatally beautiful killing god, June Mayan. Mu Yan smiles. Instead of exchanging pleasantries with them, she directly asks about the current situation. They moved the demon slaughter hall to the foot of the heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Because this place is close to the god refining abyss, they don't dare to casually attack, so they chose to use the long-range attack magic treasure, Thunderbolt Flame Rod, supplemented by elite experts for a sneak attack. But at the same time, because they were close to the god refining abyss, their hands and feet were tied and they couldn't fight freely. As a result, Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and the others were injured. Above the god refining abyss, the sky was forbidden. As long as a cultivator took a step out, they would fall straight down and turn into ashes, never to be reincarnated. Mu Yan walked out of the chaotic tower and gathered her spiritual energy into her ears. She immediately heard curses coming from the foot of the mountain. Unfettered 7 devils, how dare you kill people from my shrouded sky mansion? I will make you pay with your blood. You have the guts to commit murder, but you don't have the guts to come out and fight. Unfettered 7 devils, you bunch of cowards, get down here. Mu Yan raises an eyebrow. Did my senior brother and the others do something? As soon as he asked this, the teachers and students of the Soaring Dragon Academy and the villagers of Yuanwu village immediately laughed. They described Yun Ruhan and the others' feats over the past few days with great passion and emotion. Mu Yan couldn't help but smile. This sinister revenge style was more like third senior brother's style. Where are senior brother and the others? This Almighty and the others are still in seclusion. At this time, Mu Yan was also aware of the phenomenon that occurred when she advanced. Apart from the alignment of the 9 stars, there was even a drizzle. Not only could the rain heal people, but it could also help them advance. In fact, that day after Luo Yu and the others entered meditation, many students and mentors of the Dragon Ascension Academy sat cross-legged in the rain. However, when the silver moon set in the west and the drizzle disappeared, the others gradually woke up from their meditation. Only Yun Ruhan and the others showed no signs of waking up. Jun Xia, you don't need to worry. For our group, the later we wake up from meditation, the greater the benefits we will receive in the end. Vice School Head Chu was the last to wake up, but he has already advanced to leaving Aperture Pinnacle. Great God Yun and the others have already broken through to the leaving Aperture realm right from the start of their meditation, but they have yet to wake up. This means that they have gained far more than that. Mu Yan herself is a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the vision caused by her advancement this time would be even more sensational than when the spiritual veins were reconstructed in the Yanwu continent. However, to be able to let senior brother and the others have a breakthrough, that would be great. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. You said, 5? Zhou Daoi coughed lightly. That young Master Chu, he did not choose to meditate. Instead, he has been drawing. Third brother? Has he been drawing all this time? The space within the chaotic tower was not fixed. It could only have one main hall that could accommodate millions of people. It could also be divided into countless independent spaces. Within these spaces, there would be the battlefield of a powerful army, as well as the killing of swords and sabers. At that moment, the 6 members of the Xiaoyao sect were in one of the separate spaces. Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiao, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Luo Yu were still sitting cross-legged. On the other hand, Chu Moli was sitting in front of the easel, quietly looking at the already completed 100 Ghosts Flying to the Moon painting. Sensing the ripples in space, Chu Moli smiled and said in a low voice, 9 stars linked to the moon, a sweet rain descending from the sky. Junior sister, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Mu Yan goes behind him, glances at the easel, and immediately ridicules, what the hell is this? Third senior brother, can't you draw something sunny and healthy? Chu Moli raised his eyebrows, for example? Beauty painting? Pfft. Thinking of those models who were stripped naked and posed in a bewitching pose, Mayan couldn't hold back. Third senior brother, your body is overflowing with energy. Logically speaking, you should also enter meditation to advance. Have you been waiting here for me to come out? What do you want to tell me? Chu Moli turned his wheelchair and slowly turned around. His brows were elegant and gentle, and his smile was cheerful. When he looked up at people from his wheelchair, he looked a little sickly and shy. In short, he gave off a gentle and harmless feeling. But who would have thought that this fellow's nature was so black-bellied and perverted? The words that he often spat out were so harsh and infuriating. Just like now. He said slowly with such a deceptive expression, before you came, I thought that our Xiaoyao sect was full of simple-minded fools. In the end, Master still accepted someone with a bit of brains. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Do you believe that eldest senior brother and the others will beat you up when they wake up? Believe it or not, I will skin you right now, Chu Moli smiled. However, this time, there seemed to be something else in his smile that wasn't there usually. Although he's a bit foolish, since he's already a fellow disciple of me, Chu Moli, I won't allow anyone to bully him. It's a pity that I can't do that with my current strength. Therefore, I can only rely on you, junior sister. I've already paved the road. Since they want to exterminate us, we will let them know what it means to be exterminated. After he finished explaining everything, Chu Moli, like the other 5 people, started to enter a meditative state. Mu Yan's current divine sense was no longer the same as it was in the past. She could clearly see that there was an energy ball gathered in the dantian of her 6 senior and junior brothers. As the energy balls revolved, strands of fluorescent light entered their limbs and bones, flowing through every inch of their veins. It was the fluorescent light released by the energy ball that rapidly transformed their bodies, allowing them to advance in a short period of time. This was actually similar to the 3 energy balls that Mu Yan had absorbed. However, the energy ball in Mu Yan's body was 100 times more powerful and overbearing than this. As for the energy balls in Yun Ruhan and the others' bodies, they had absorbed the rain from the 9 stars and moon. They were clean and pure, without any impurities. They also wouldn't cause any harm to the body. Looking at the size of the energy balls in the 6 people's dantian, they would wake up in about a day. Judging from the size of the energy balls in their dantians, they would wake up in about a day. I wonder what level everyone's cultivation will advance to at that time. Great God June, Great God June. A sharp and urgent voice comes from outside the door, interrupting Mayan's thoughts. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in the great hall of the first floor of the chaotic tower. The person who called out to her was a student of Dragon Soaring Academy. During these few hours, the Thunderbolt Fire Rod continued to attack, but it couldn't break the sound wall created by Divine Hands Weaver. Afterwards, no one knew if the demon-slaying alliance's people were at a loss of what to do or if they had other ideas, but there was no movement for a while. Thus, Sun Yuanjiu sent people who were good at concealment to the foot of the mountain to investigate. The person who had been sent was a student from the Dragon Ascension Academy. The student's expression was indignant, and his eyes were slightly red, as if he had seen something unbearable. Mu Yan's heart thumped. What happened? Jun Moxia, please go and take a look. Those bastards, they're not human at all. Mu Yan was about to ask in detail, when suddenly, Jun Mayan, I know that you're relying on the refining god Abyss to hide in the Fengtian mountains. But do you think you can hide forever? Hee, why don't you listen to this voice and see if it makes you, the unfettered 7 demons, miss it? Chu Xinyan's voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, suddenly rang out. Then, she heard a familiar old voice. Ah. Mu Yan's face instantly darkens. Because she recognized that it was her master Shi Qing's voice. Jun Mayan, I'll count to 10. If you don't bring the chaotic tower down, the corpse you'll see in a while will not be Shi Qing's. At the foot of Mount Feng. The dense forest had been razed to the ground. The huge 100 Calamity City sat on it, exuding a chilling aura. High-level spatial magic treasures could change their structure according to their owner's will. At that moment, the entire 100 Disaster City looked completely different from when it was in Divine Elephant City. The majestic hall was situated in the west, facing the heavenly Phoenix mountain range that was shrouded in ice and snow. Above the main entrance of the hall hung a huge plaque. 2 large characters were written on it with vigorous strokes, Demon Slayer. Below the demon-slaying palace was a plaza filled with pure spiritual qi. On both sides of the square, there were 2 long rows of carved chairs made from the 10,000-wheel wood, a spiritual plant of the 8th grade. Looking into the distance, there were at least 100 people sitting on the carved chairs. Moreover, every single one of these people was the leader of a major sect or family in the Purple Cloud domain. At this moment, these people's expressions were either solemn, indignant, or eager. However, they all had the same goal and would cast their gazes towards the peak of the heavenly Phoenix mountain range from time to time. Fellow Taoists, please listen to me. In front of the demon-slaying palace, there were also 2 wooden chairs carved with 10,000 wheels. The Alliance Master of the Demon Extermination Alliance, Jing Tianyi, and the Deputy Alliance Master, Chu Xinyan, were sitting on the left and right respectively. Jing Tianyi was the one who had spoken. Today, I, Jing Tianyi, have invited all the clans and sects of the Purple Cloud world to gather here for one reason. That is to crusade against the unfettered 7 devils, annihilate the evil, and seek justice for all the fellow Taoists who died in the calamity, so as to return peace and prosperity to the world. The crimes of the unfettered 7 devils are too numerous to be recorded. I'm sure that all of you present have heard of it. Jing Tianyi's face revealed a bit of righteous indignation. The Fusang country of the western continent had tens of thousands of cultivators, but they were all massacred in one night. After that, the Chongshan sect and the Killing Luo sect heard the commotion and went to investigate, but were almost killed by them. The head of the Chongshan sect, Lian Yang, died in this battle. The Shui family of the southern continent had no enmity with the unfettered 7 demons, but they killed their most talented successor. Even the head of the family, Shui Minglang, was severely injured, and his cultivation was unable to advance. As for the northern continent, Jing Tianyi closed his eyes, his face full of pain. Yun Ruhan of the unfettered 7 demons took the body of the only son of the Yun family, Yun Jifeng, and survived. After we found out about this, the unfettered 7 demons went all out and controlled the corpse puppets in the unclean abyss to massacre the northern continent. Even the great elder of Cleansing Lu Pavilion, Xian Yuan, and the head of the Ning family died in the hands of these demons. As Jing Tianyi finished speaking, the people below immediately echoed loudly. This group of demons massacred the Fusang city, and even boasted shamelessly that one person massacred a city, only Jun Mayan. Not only did they not feel ashamed of doing such a heartless thing, they even took it as an honor. How hateful. They really deserve to be killed. Jing Tianyi raised his hand and gestured for the crowd to calm down. He was ranked 5th on the Green Sky list and had the backing of the Mulu Pavilion. Naturally, he was a powerful cultivator in the Crossing Calamity stage. Thus, the demon-slaying hall quickly quieted down. Jing Tianyi continued, but this is not the most heartless of the unfettered 7 demons. Everyone knows that although the Soaring Dragon Academy is not the school of the 7 demons, it has always treated them well. It was the Dear Cry banquet of the Soaring Dragon Academy that gave them the opportunity to stand out and become famous. Who knew that not only were the 7 not grateful, they even used demonic magic to bewitch the teachers and students of the Soaring Dragon Academy, making them listen to them and become the minions of the demons. They even obediently handed over the treasures, the Chaotic Pagoda and the 6 Stars Pagoda. In the end, sorceress June Mayan precisely used the chaotic tower to destroy the god-refining precipice, causing the advantage that our Ziyun realm's great families had established over the past 1,000 years to completely disappear. The originally stable and complete structure of the four realms has been destroyed, and the cultivation continent is likely to fall into endless disputes. And all of this was brought about by the unfettered seven devils. Do you think such an evil monster should be killed? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below immediately responded in unison. He deserves to die. However, there were quite a few people who continued to sit in their seats in silence. They frowned and did not respond. Jing Tianyi glanced at these people and smiled. He raised his hand again to signal the crowd to be quiet before continuing. We've already found out the whereabouts of the unfettered seven devils. They're currently hiding in the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range, waiting for an opportunity to slaughter our cultivators. I won't hide it from everyone. Recently, the disciples of my Cleansing Lu Pavilion, North Dingho Mansion, and Hehe sect have all been killed by this group of demons. Whether it's for the common people's livelihood or for our own interests, we absolutely cannot allow these demons to continue to be ignored. Thus, during this period of time, after discussing with Marquis Chu, we've decided to establish a demon-slaying alliance. I, Jing Tianyi, have been elected as the alliance leader by fellow Taoists, and Marquis Chu as the deputy alliance leader. At this time when the demons are in power, we do not dare to remain aloof. Thus, today, we're holding the demon-slaying gathering under the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range. I would like to invite everyone here to join the Demon Extermination Alliance and kill the unfettered seven demons together, returning peace to the cultivation continent. What do you think? Jing Tianyi finished speaking. Shui Zhaoguang stood up first. My Shui family is willing to join the Demon Extermination Alliance. Su Qianquan did not pass on the responsibility. My Shrouded Heaven Palace is willing to follow the lead of the two alliance masters. Miao Yu chuckled, but his voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. I can't wait to skin those seven little bastards and drink their blood. Even if Alliance Master Jing does not say it, my entire sect will not be able to coexist with them. Xiao Hozun coughed lightly and stood up as well. As the Emperor of the Southern Continent's Xiaohou Empire and an expert ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Sky list, Xiao Hozun's status was naturally not something that others could compare to. So seeing him stand up, everyone immediately held their breaths and focused. Xiao Hozun smiled and said slowly, the unfettered seven demons are so perverse, we naturally have to kill them. But there are some things that we should make clear in advance. The chaotic pagoda that June Mayan took away can help cultivators advance and train their fighting spirit. It is a treasure that is hard to find in 100 years. Alliance Master Jing, if we kill the unfettered seven demons and take back the chaotic pagoda, how should we deal with this treasure? Xiao Hozun's words made many people's hearts jump uncontrollably. In the past year, the chaotic pagoda had been located in the Divine Elephant City and could be used as long as one paid a small amount of crystals. Many of the clans present had already realized how heaven-defying the chaotic pagoda was. Even though they couldn't keep such a treasure for themselves, they could still use it to train their disciples from time to time. That would be a great consolation. But who knew that the owner of the chaotic pagoda, Yi Liangchen, was actually June Mayan? She even took the chaotic pagoda away. How could these clans, who were used to benefiting from the chaotic pagoda, endure this? Jing Tianyi seemed to have already expected someone to ask this question. He smiled and said indifferently, I have already thought about this. If we can kill the unfettered seven demons, my Mulu Pavilion will only need to take back the divine weapon, Cry of the Nine Heavens Cranes, Zither and the inherited secret technique. As for this treasure, the chaotic tower. He paused for a moment, and after whetting everyone's appetite, he continued in a leisurely manner, the demon-slaying alliance will choose 4 elders from the north, south, east, west, and west continents. In the future, the chaotic tower will be guarded by these 4 elders in turn, and it will be placed in the main cities of the 4 continents. As long as you are a disciple of an aristocratic family or a sect under my Demon Extermination Alliance, you can enter the chaotic tower to cultivate. King Xiaohou is a man of virtue and prestige. Naturally, he is one of the 4 elders. I think that after we take back the chaotic tower, we should leave it in the southern continent for the first year. What do you think, Xiaohou? Xiao Hozun's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Very well, he declared, the Xiaohou Imperial House is willing to join the Demon Extermination Alliance. I would like to see what kind of unfettered seven devils have to be so arrogant. Xiaohou Zun's declaration immediately caused most of the people present to stand up in excitement. My killing demon sect is willing to join the Demon Extermination Alliance. My Spiritwood sect will also join the Demon Extermination Alliance. Count my Chu clan in as well. Jing Tianyi had already expected such an outcome. His expression was calm, as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. On the other hand, Chu Xinyan snorted coldly, his eyes drooping slightly. The chaotic tower was a treasure that he wanted to keep for himself. This Jing Tianyi really knew how to do favors. In just a few sentences, he had given away the treasure that should have belonged to him, and he had even won over the hearts of the people. I'll let them be happy for a while. Once he obtains Mayan and cultivates to become an immortal, would he still have to worry about not being able to make these clowns bow down to him? Most of the people in the square stood up and expressed their views. Only then did Jing Tianyi turn to look at the people who had yet to get up. The people that Jing Tianyi had invited to participate in the demon slaughtering meet were all the top families and sects in the Purple Cloud domain. Because of the destruction of the God Refining Precipice and the disappearance of the Chaotic Tower, the benefits of these clans and sects were affected. Thus, many people had joined the Demon Extermination Alliance under Jing Tianyi's persuasion before the Demon Extermination Conference. Those who had yet to speak were those who had been indifferent to Jing Tianyi and Chu Xinyan's invitation. For example, the Lan clan and the Su clan in the eastern continent. The Morong family and the Duan family of the southern continent. The Zhu family and Dragon Tiger sect in western peninsula. Chu Xinyan had already investigated these sects and clans. He knew that they had always been on good terms with Long Tang and the unfettered Seven Devils. At this moment, seeing that they were all silent with sullen faces, he couldn't help but smile meaningfully. He stood up and said, King Lan, Su family head, Morong family head. I heard that you have a close relationship with the unfettered Seven Devils. Since so many fellow Taoists have gathered here today, I'm afraid it would be inexcusable if you don't take a stand, right? Just as he finished speaking, the youth standing behind the Su family's patriarch seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. He sneered and said, all of you, your words are even better than your singing. You say you want to annihilate evil and uphold justice, but actually, isn't it because the unfettered Seven Brothers have infringed upon your interests? Don't be rude in front of the elders. The head of the Su clan, Su Mingyu, reprimanded him with a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. He then said lightly, Marquis must be joking. The Su clan has never liked to fight for fame, and we have no interest in treasures or power. Do whatever you want with the Demon Extermination Alliance, but don't drag my Su family down with you. After saying that, Su Mingyu didn't wait for Chu Xinyan and Jing Tianyi to react. He stood up and was about to leave. The king of the Lan royal family, Lan Yitian, was even more disdainful than Su Mingyu. He only said one sentence, the Lan royal family is not interested in bullying the younger generation. He stood up and left. Chu Xinyan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had wanted to kill Lan Yitian for a long time. He had also coveted the Lan family empire's base soul pearl for a long time. It was a pity that Lan Yitian's cultivation level was too high. He was at the peak of the crossing calamity stage, and his ranking on the green sky roll was just below him. With the Lan clan empire as their backing, they really couldn't do anything to them easily. Su family head, Lan family head, please wait. Jing Tianyi suddenly said. He still had a carefree smile on his face. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. Before the two of you make a decision, you'd better think carefully. The establishment of the Demon-Slaying Alliance this time is a major matter that concerns all the Xianxia in the world. If any family withdraws from the alliance or allies with the evil, they will be opposing all the factions in the Demon-Slaying Alliance. I, Jing Tianyi, am warning the two of you as the sect master of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. As long as you step out of the Demon Slaughter Plaza today, all the doctors on the Cultivation continent will no longer treat any of the disciples of the Lan clan or the Su clan. All the auxiliary masters will also refuse to fight alongside your descendants. Even so, the two of you still refuse to join the Demon Extermination Alliance? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Sad face magnificent medicine, a gold medal special agent who transmigrated to become the useless third daughter of the godly physician Manor. Watch how she controls the universe and her fate with the song Marriage in a Chaotic World from the God Realm Hades chart. All the doctors refused to treat, and all the assistants refused to fight side by side. This was a severe punishment. Anyone with a brain could think of this. Lan Tianyi and Su Mingyue's faces were extremely gloomy. Lan Tianyi's face darkened. Are you threatening us? Lord Lan must be joking. How could I dare to threaten the Lan royal family? Jing Tianyi's face regained its sanctimonious and hypocritical smile. The entire continent is united to expel the demons. Even the Saintess of Cleansing Lu Pavilion, who has always lived in seclusion, is willing to do her part. Lord Lan and Lord Su are dragging us down. Isn't this unforgivable? Everyone couldn't help but look at the veiled girl sitting on the right. Her purple robe fluttered. Although half of her face was covered, one could still see her beauty and elegance. The person from the northern continent shouted, who said that Jun Mayan is the world's best assistant musician. Don't you know that our saintess is young, but she is already a tribulation cultivator. Moreover, she is the only one in the world who can play the godly instrument, Snow Solitude. In terms of assistance, medical skills, and strength, Jun Mayan isn't even worthy of carrying our saintess shoes. That's right. The unfettered 7 demons dared to humiliate our saintess. Today, we will make them pay a painful price. In this world, more than half of the high-ranking doctors and assistants are disciples of my Cleansing Lu Pavilion. Going against the Demon Extermination Alliance is the same as going against my Cleansing Lu Pavilion. You'd better weigh this matter carefully. Su Zi couldn't bear it anymore and gritted his teeth. You still have the nerve to say that the unfettered 7 demons are demons. With such coercion and temptation, aren't your actions even more disgusting than the evil devils? Jing Tianyi sneered, to deal with demons, we must use extreme methods. Fine, since you haven't thought it through, why don't we first invite the protagonist of today's demon-slaying assembly? Once all of you witness the true face of the unfettered 7 devils, you'll understand my good intentions at that time. Lord Lan, Lord Su, please go back and take a seat. Both Lan Tianyi and Su Mingyue had gloomy expressions. If they acted according to their hearts, they would have flown far away a long time ago and absolutely wouldn't be threatened and humiliated like this. However, they still had the Lan family empire and the Su family behind them. How could they not know how terrifying it was for a cultivator to be rejected by all the doctors and assistants? In the end, the two of them returned to their seats with sullen expressions. Even though Su Zi narrowed his eyes coldly, he did not retort. That was because he didn't want to leave. He wanted to see little Missy. If these people dared to bully little Missy, he would stop them even if he had to risk his life. When Ye Yun, who was standing behind Hong Lan, saw this scene, she immediately laughed complacently. If I had known this would happen, wouldn't it have been fine if I had listened obediently from the beginning? He was so arrogant just now, but in the end, he still has to return with his tail between his legs. However, just as she finished her sentence, he felt a sharp pain on his face and heard a loud slap. Then, he was thrown to the ground. Why you dare hit me? Ye Yun crawled up from the ground in a sorry state and glared at Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue didn't even bother to look at her. He looked coldly at Jing Tianyi. Headmaster Jing, your daughter doesn't know any better. I, Su, will discipline her on your behalf. I believe you won't mind, right? Readers who want to participate in the book review and comment section activities, please remember to join the Book Friends group 190149989. Jing Tianyi was furious. He was angry at his daughter, Ye Yun, for being useless. At the same time, he hated Su Mingyu for humiliating him in front of everyone. However, he had always been a shrewd person, so on the surface, he was still talking cheerfully and wittily. Master Su must be joking. My daughter being able to be disciplined by you is a blessing that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. Ye Yun, aren't you going to thank Patriarch Su? Ye Yun's face was already burning with pain, and it seemed to be swollen. When she heard that Jing Tianyi didn't support her and even wanted her to thank him, she couldn't help but be furious. She couldn't help but look at Bai Lan, hoping that the saintess would back her up. However, the reply she got was in Lin's cold voice. Didn't you hear what the headmaster said? Why aren't you thanking Patriarch Su? As for your crime of opening your mouth without permission, wait for Mulu Pavilion to punish you. Ye Yun gnashed her teeth in hatred. That day outside the unclean abyss, she had used a hallucinatory technique to bewitch Jian Lan's mind, causing her to develop a bone-deep hatred towards the unfettered Seven Sons, especially Jun Mayan. It was also because she was able to easily control Yuan Lan, and because her father was now the Alliance Master of the Demon Extermination Alliance and had full control over Cleansing Joy Pavilion, she began to look down on this saintess more and more. Ye Yun even had the thought of replacing him. Who would have thought that today, in front of so many people, his dignity would be ruthlessly trampled on by the holy maiden that he looked down upon? Naren, just you wait, after we destroy the unfettered 7 demons and get the inheritance of the godly musicians from Jun Mayan's hands, your saintess will be useless. At that time I'll definitely return everything you've done to me and humiliate me 10-fold or 100-fold, Ye Yun gritted her teeth. She endured the humiliation and thanked Su Mingyue. In his heart, however, he hated these people to the bone. Seeing that the commotion had died down, Jing Tianyi looked at Chu Xinyan. The corners of Chu Xinyan's lips curled up into a smile. He slowly stood up from his seat and walked towards the center of the square. Everyone was wondering what he was going to do. There was a loud rumble. Then, a stone platform slowly rose from the center of the square. Everyone gasped at the sight of the stone platform. The surface of the stone platform was translucent, and one could faintly see the complicated runes carved with red lines. In the middle of the platform, there was a huge stone tablet. The words "Evil Punishing Platform" were written in blood red. Of course, what shocked everyone was not this. Instead, thousands of people were kneeling around the stone tablet. Each of them was tied up by the immortal binding rope, and on their necks was an iron plate with the word "Evil Demon" written on it. He was forced to lower his head, his body stiff and trembling. The evil punishing platform didn't look big, but the number of people it could hold was far more than a few thousand. Chu Xinyan's figure flashed and arrived on the stone platform. He looked at the people who were forced to kneel on the ground, unable to speak or move with interest. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a mocking smile. In the next moment, his hand lightly touched the stone tablet with the words "Evil Punishing Platform" carved on it. In an instant, the stone tablet lit up with a blinding red light. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All the people kneeling on the evil punishing platform seemed to have been struck by lightning. They wailed in pain, their bodies violently convulsing. They twisted their bodies with all their might, wanting to escape from that evil punishing platform. But their whole bodies seemed to be fixed by the iron plate, unable to move at all. They could only bear the pain of being struck by lightning over and over again, letting out mournful wails. There were even some people who, because their cultivation was too low, directly lost control of their bowels under the stimulation of the electric current. The entire evil punishing platform emitted a stench that made people frown. Ha 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 ha. The expressions of most of the people on the square changed slightly. They could not bear it. Chu Xinyan, however, seemed to have seen something that made him feel refreshed. He could not help but laugh out loud. After laughing, his gaze swept across everyone present. One by one, he smiled evilly. The people kneeling on the evil punishing platform are all the lackeys of the 7 demons of freedom. Since they chose to help the evildoers and refuse to repent, they naturally have to accept the punishment. Don't you think so? Everyone here should be on the same side as the Fiend Extermination Alliance and kill the Fiend Devils together. However, there are some people who just like to pay lip service to the Fiend Extermination Alliance. Alliance leader Jing, could these people be considered the Fiend Devils' minions? After this matter is over, should I be like these demons and monsters, and go onto this evil extermination platform to receive the punishment of having both my body and soul destroyed? Jing Tianyi said with a smile, if they are the lackeys of the evil demons, no matter what punishment they receive, they naturally have only themselves to blame. No one will blame them. Moreover, all the disciples of this sect or clan will not be spared. On the square, the few families and sects that did not express their intention to join the Demon Extermination Alliance, except for the powerful ones like the Lan royal family and the Su family, were all pale, shocked and angry. Chu Xinyan did not look at them. Instead, he strolled to the front of a sloppily dressed old man. He suddenly pulled out coarse and messy hair, immediately revealing the old man's face. There was an iron stick on the back of the old man's neck, with the words Sinner Shurqing carved on the front. This iron stick was wide at the top and sharp at the bottom. Only by lowering one's head and not moving, the bottom of the stick would not hurt the human body. At this moment, Chu Xinyan pulled his hair, forcing him to raise his head. The bottom of the iron stick instantly pierced into his spine, causing Shurqing to let out a painful groan. Blood immediately dyed his dirty robe red. This scene made many people present show a look of pity. Shurqing looked like an old man who could not even withstand a gust of wind. At this moment, he had no strength left. Why use such cruel methods to torture him? Chu Xinyan sneered, do you know who this old man's true identity is? He is the sect leader of the Xiaoyao school, Shurqing. He is also the master of those 7 little devils. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many people already knew that the unfettered 7 devils came from a sect called the Unfettered Sect in the Azure Cloud world. Because the 7 of them were famous for a period of time, and later on, it was said that the continent's #1 swordsman, young Master Yun Shao, was also a disciple of the Carefree sect. Therefore, there was a period of time when people went to the Green Cloud world to look for the base of the Carefree sect. Countless people wanted to join. But in the end, they all failed to find anything. In the legendary Heavenly Jade Mountain range, they only found a dilapidated thatched hut. There was a signboard of the Xiaoyao sect hanging on it, but it was so broken that even the word Xiaoyao had been eroded by the wind and frost. In that shabby thatched hut, no one could find any hermit expert. Occasionally, a sloppy old man reeking of alcohol would be seen staggering in and out of the place. How could such a shabby place belong to the Xiaoyao sect? How could such an old man be the master of the Xiaoyao 7, young Master Yunzhao senior brother? Those who went to the Azure Cloud world all returned disappointed in the end. But at this moment, looking at the old man whose hair was being pulled by Chu Xinyan, they suddenly realized something. It turned out that the shabby thatched hut was really the base of the Xiaoyao school. So that drunkard old man was really the master of the Xiaoyao 7, but, how could this be possible? The spiritual qi surrounding the old man was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was extremely unstable. But even at his strongest, he was only at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, just by looking at his bone structure, he was only in his 50s. A Xiaoxia in his 50s. Theoretically, he should have the appearance of someone in his prime. However, the old man in front of him had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. It was obvious that he was nearing the end of his lifespan. This seemingly useless old man was actually the master of the unfettered 7 devils. How could they believe this? He heard the shocked whispers of the crowd below. Chu Xinyan smiled sinisterly and said, whether he is the master of those 7 little devils or not, won't we know once we try? After he finished speaking, he raised his head to look at the peak of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range and suddenly used his spiritual energy to amplify his voice. Jun Mayan, I know that you're relying on the refining god Abyss to hide in the Fengtian mountains. I'll count to 10. If you guys don't bring the chaotic tower down, the corpse you'll see in a while will not be Shurqing's. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Demon Massacre Plaza was still quiet, not a single person could be seen. Chu Xinyan did not expect such a result. His eyes immediately surged with anger. He fiercely pulled Shurqing's head backward. The tip of the iron skewer almost pierced through Shurqing's entire back with a poochie sound. Shurqing let out a shrill scream. His eyes were filled with turbid tears, and he kept shouting, it hurts so much, this old man is going to die from the pain. Wah 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 wah. How many years has it been since this old man felt so much pain? Does it hurt? Chu Xinyan gritted his teeth and said, if it hurts, then remember it clearly. All of this was caused by your 7 good disciples. Since Jun Mayan is so heartless and doesn't intend to save you, then this hoe will send you to hell right now. Wait. Wait a minute. I think I can still be saved. Tears and snot were running down Shurqing's face, but he shouted, my dear disciples are very respectful. I don't think they want to see an old man like me die. So, do you want to kill me a little later? Maybe they will come down after a while. Chu Xinyan sneered, this hoe has already counted to 10. It was Jun Mayan herself who gave up the opportunity to save you. If you want to blame someone, blame that demoness for being vicious and merciless, for deceiving her master and destroying her ancestors. After saying that, he raised his head and clasped the old man's neck, his 5 fingers abruptly tightening. Black qi instantly spread out from his fingertips. Ow 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 ow, wait a minute. Wait a little longer. Xianxia pulled his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs, my disciple, they won't come down. I can take you to her. Xianxia's movements paused, coldly looking at him. Xianxia immediately spoke with confidence and assurance, think about it. You guys are hiding at the foot of this mountain and don't dare to attack. Isn't it because you're afraid of my disciples? These words made all the cultivators present angry. Who would be afraid of those 7 little beasts? If they weren't hiding above the refining god abyss, why would we be afraid? The unfettered 7 devils are cunning. Who knows what traps are waiting for us up there? If we are accidentally thrown into the god refining abyss, wouldn't we be sacrificing ourselves for nothing? Yes. It's not that we are afraid, but we will not allow our disciples to die for nothing. Xianxia's mouth twitched, but he immediately changed his words. Good, good, good. You are not afraid of my disciple. You are afraid of the god refining abyss? Anyway, no matter what you are afraid of, as long as you hold me hostage, even if there are attacks and traps, they will still fall on me. Don't you think so? Also, even if my disciples are unfilial, they won't dare to attack me, their master, right? You used me as a shield, and they were helpless. Didn't you capture them easily? Also, if this method doesn't work, I can also go undercover alone. You guys get some poison that can seal the throat, and I will put it in the food of my disciples. I guarantee that they will all bleed from their orifices. Even if they don't die, they will definitely not be able to resist. Xianxia spoke in one breath, and immediately blinked his turbid eyes, looking at Xianxia expectantly. Xianxia looked at him with a sinister and suspicious expression. Many of the cultivators present already revealed looks of disdain. Suzy couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, Xianxia, are you really the master of the unfettered 7 devils? How can there be a master who would harm his disciple like this? The 11th prince of the Lan royal family, Lan Huahong, had been standing obediently behind Lan Etienne. Even when his father was forced to join the Demon Extermination Alliance, he didn't say anything. At this moment, he couldn't help but shout angrily, Great God June and the others respected you so much, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Xianxia said boldly and confidently, isn't this all because of those unfilial disciples of mine? Each and every one of them left me in the lurch. Everyone looks out for themselves. What's wrong with me finding a way out for myself? Good. Since Daoist is so sincere, why don't we let him live and proceed according to this plan? Jing Tianyi spoke to save Xianxia's life. Xianxia was immediately overjoyed. Master Jing Meng is indeed kind-hearted. Marquis Chu, did you hear that? Alliance Master Jing has already said that he wants to proceed according to my plan. Hurry up and help me get that damn stick out of my hand. Ouch, it really hurts. With a gloomy face, Chu Xinyan raised his hand. With a puffing sound, the iron plate was taken out from Xianxia's body. Xianxia, I'm warning you, you'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, this marquis has plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Once Xianxia regained his freedom, he immediately took out a pill from his sleeve and stuffed it into his mouth. He mumbled, Marquis, don't worry. I still have a lot of things to do, how can I bear to die? Comfortable. My Yanyan's obedient disciple's medicine is really effective. By the way, when are we leaving? How about now? When Chu Xinyan saw that he really didn't have any intention of cheating, he narrowed his eyes and selected 2 elite teams from the north-ranking Marquis army and the Horton tribe's iron armor guards, preparing to attack the Phoenix Sky Mountain range. Just as Xianxia had said. Even if Jun Mayan really advanced to the crossing tribulation stage, they would at most have some fear, but they really didn't need to be afraid. After all, there were already dozens of crossing tribulation cultivators present. Not to mention the countless leaving body cultivators, the thousands of iron armor guards, and the north-ranking Marquis army. Only the refining god Abyss, a natural stronghold, is what they are truly afraid of. Even someone as strong as Chu Xinyan does not dare to say that he will fight against Mayan at the peak of the Fengtian mountain range. If he is not careful, he will be sent flying to the refining god abyss, and ultimately be powerless to resist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Shi Qing's method can be considered as killing two birds with one stone. If the unfettered 7 demons are afraid, they will hesitate. In the ever-changing battle situation, a moment of hesitation will cost them their lives. If the unfettered 7 demons do not have the slightest bit of apprehension and directly kill Shi Qing, then their act of deceiving their master and exterminating their ancestors will be publicly announced in front of everyone. At that time, if Lan Yitian, Su Mingyue, and Morong Yen still want to protect the unfettered 7 demons, it would be tantamount to becoming the enemy of the whole world. Jing Tianyi and Chu Xinyan can understand this point. Many of the people present can also understand this. This is also the reason why Su Zi and Lan Huahong are so angry. Because of Shi Qing's betrayal and surrender, it is tantamount to pushing the unfettered 7 demons to eternal damnation. And Shi Qing, the main culprit, seems as if nothing has happened. While swallowing the medicine that Mayan gave him, he shakily prepares to leave the evil punishing platform, heading towards the direction where Chu Xinyan has gathered his troops. I will never allow you to frame the unfettered 7 demons. A roar suddenly comes from the evil punishing platform. Soon after, a figure, with blood spurting out, recklessly crashes towards Shi Qing. And this first figure that rushes out seems to have lit a fuse. Immediately after, angry roars are heard one after another. Dozens of figures, like the first person, rush over from all directions of the evil punishing platform, crashing towards Shi Qing. Shi Qing still has a medicine in his mouth. At this moment, his expression is lifeless and his body is stiff, as if he is completely dumbfounded. When the person is right in front of him, he yells at the top of his lungs, "Help! Courting death!" Chu Xinyan coldly snorts. He does not even move, he just raises his hand. Crackling sounds can be heard from the evil punishing platform. Immediately after, the figures of those who are crashing towards Shi Qing violently twitch in the air, falling straight down. From their bodies, one could even smell the burnt smell of being roasted by lightning. Shi Qing looked at the charred corpses on the ground, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, unconsciously clenched. These charred corpses were mostly children, students of the Starry School. Some of them were old men who were not much younger than him. Even Shi Qing, who had always lived in seclusion, knew one of them. However, he did not expect it at all. It was Su Qing from the whole unitary sect. He was the one who took the lead in robbing the Xiaoyao sect. He's also the one who's been tormented by Mayan and the others, hovering between life and death. Later on, the whole Guai sect was almost exterminated, and the one who became his servant was him. Why now? But, suddenly, the hem of Shi Qing's clothes was grabbed by someone. Su Qing raised his head and glared at him with a pair of scarlet eyes. He seemed to want to shout at the top of his lungs, but all that came out were broken sounds. "Wh. Why? Senior Shi, you are. Master, how could you betray Xiaoyao, bang." Before Su Qing could finish his words, he was kicked out, crashing heavily into the stone tablet. The stone tablet released lightning, causing Su Qing to let out another shrill scream, and then he completely fainted. Chu Xinyan stepped on the head of one of the charred corpses. With a clang, the blade that was in his mouth drops, cutting the corner of his lips. Blood immediately flows out. It was this person who was the first to rush at Shi Qing, triggering the subsequent chain reaction. Shi Qing had almost lost his life, and their brilliant plan had almost been foiled. Chu Xinyan looks down at the youth who was scorched black by the lightning attack of the evil punishing platform. His cold and disdainful gaze is like he's looking at the most lowly ant. "You bunch of trash want to ruin this Marquis' plan? Hee, I originally wanted to wait for June Mayan to come down, then torture you to death in front of her. But since you're courting death, then this Marquis will let you experience what hell is. Wang He, come up." Very quickly, an old man with white hair and beard, who is almost the same age as Shi Qing, hurriedly walks up the evil punishing platform. This person is called Wang He, Chu Xinyan's personal doctor in the North Ding Ho Fu. He also knows almost all of Chu Xinyan's secrets. "May I ask, Marquis, what instructions do you have?" Wang He's voice is still trembling, afraid that Chu Xinyan will kill him if he doesn't get what he wants. But hearing Chu Xinyan's request, he breathes a long sigh of relief. Hee, didn't you tell this Marquis a few days ago that you've researched a medicine that can peel off a person's skin? Since there's a chance today, let's try it on these demons and monsters. Wang He nods again and again, looking at the few people who no longer have the strength to resist. His eyes reveal excitement. Marquis, rest assured, this lowly one will definitely make you satisfied. I've mixed the silver flower in this medicine. The juice of this flower can help the skin and flesh to quickly separate. This subordinate only needs to open a hole on their heads, mix the medicine into water, and pour it in through the hole. At that time, that bloody, living body will be squeezed out of the skin little by little. When the whole skin comes out, the body will still be full of vigor, able to run and jump. That skin is guaranteed to be 100 times more complete than the one that Elder Lu Yu used to cut off. When the cultivators in the square hear this detailed description, they all feel their stomachs turning upside down. At this time, Wang He has already walked to Chu Xinyan's side, carefully picking up the person at his feet. A knife had appeared in his hand, and he was currently slashing at the man's head. "Zheng, little fatty." Someone on the evil punishing platform let out a mournful cry, and was about to rush over without a care for anything else. "Let go of Zheng, little fatty. If you have anything to say, come at me." However, before he could endure the pain of the metal skewer stabbing into his back and rush out, crackling sounds rang out, and everyone on the evil punishing platform let out miserable cries. They spat out blood and swayed unsteadily. As for Wang He, he was all smiles as he opened a hole on Jing Xiaopeng's head with shining eyes. He took out a small bottle and opened the lid. Immediately, a pungent smell filled the air. "Don't move around." Wang He comforted him with a gruff voice. "This is the first time I'm using this medicine. I haven't even named it yet. If you accidentally fall in the wrong position, your body will jump out of your eye, and that won't be perfect." As he spoke, he raised his hand and poked the metal skewer on Jing Little Fatty's back into his body. After making sure that Jing Xiaopeng did not have any strength to resist, he carefully poured the medicine on his head. "You're going too far." Lan Huahong was young and impetuous. He could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. But Lan Yitian held him back. On the other side, Su Qingling is also firmly holding back Su Zi, who wants to rush forward. "Zi, can't you see it? This is Chu Xinyan killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, to show us." Su Qingling's face is gloomy, coldly sweeping her eyes around, the North Dingho's army and the Iron Guards. It is reasonable to say that there are far more than these. "Tell me, where are the rest of them now?" Su Zi has always been very smart. With Su Qingling's pointers, he immediately understood something. Jing Tianyi and Chu Xinyan had already quietly dispatched the North Dingho's army and the Iron Guards to their families' residence when they invited the experts from the various families. Once they act blindly without thinking, or refuse to join the demon-slaying alliance no matter what, then the first to suffer would be the children of their family. So despicable. Su Zi's complexion is pale. He grits his teeth, but he is powerless. These beasts still have the nerve to say that little sister is a demon. I think they are 100 times more greedy and ruthless than a demon. Su Qingling sighs softly. In fact, His Majesty and my Su family had already noticed the unusual movements of the North Dingho mansion more than 10 years ago. In the past, that Chu Xinyan always put on a dignified appearance, and no one knows how many shady deals he has done in secret. Unfortunately, we can't even protect ourselves now. I'm afraid that Miss June and the others will end up. Jing Tianyi and Chu Xinyan are too smart. They not only exaggerated the Xiaoyao Seven's gratitudes and grudges into a wanton massacre of demons, they also tied the interests of the entire Ziyunjia with the life and death of the Xiaoyao Seven. Adding on to this thunderous deterrence, who in the world would dare to resist? Who would dare to stand on the side of the Xiaoyao Seven, besieged on all sides, isolated and without help? This is the situation of Mayan and the others. These talented youths are still so young, so full of vigor, with limitless prospects. But they will forever be strangled by the schemes of these old farts, consigned to eternal damnation. Su Qingling closes her eyes, concealing the sorrow in them. She didn't see that his younger brother's eyes are bursting with a blood-red light, hot and determined, as if he has made some kind of decision. On the punishing evil platform. As Wang He poured the medicine into Jing Xiaopeng's head, Jing Xiaopeng's body convulsed violently. Even when he was electrocuted and pierced by the metal skewers, he didn't make a single sound. But now, he couldn't bear it any longer and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, the crowd saw a blood-red meatball scuttling around the top of the head, trying to drill out. Wang He was so excited to see this scene that he nearly danced with joy. "Marquis, look, didn't the subordinate say that this medicine is useful?" Ha ha ha. Chu Xinyan looked at this scene with great interest. His gaze swept across the frightened faces of the people in the square and his lips curved. "Not bad. When we return, this Marquis will reward you. To deal with these unrepentant demonic minions, we have to use this kind of thunderous method to let them know that we're in the wrong. How tragic are the consequences of helping the unfettered seven devils? Jing little fatty. Bastard. You bastards. You guys are the demons. What did Jing little fatty do wrong? Are you going to do this to him?" Shi Qing, who was at the side, had clenched his fists so hard that his palms were already bleeding. He could only clench his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. Only then could he stop himself from rushing out. But seeing that innocent youth being tortured to the point where there wasn't a single piece of skin left on his body, that blood-red lump of meat grew bigger and bigger, and came out of the wound faster and faster. He finally could not bear it any longer. However, it was also at this time. A gust of wind swept through the air. Before everyone could react to what was happening, they felt a huge black shadow suddenly appear above their heads, and then it got closer and closer. Chu Xinyan's complexion changed greatly. Without thinking, he mobilized his divine sense to control the Sumeru mustard seed space, 100 Disaster City. Under his control, the entire 100 Disaster City rapidly changed. The demon-slaying square and the demon-slaying hall suddenly became bigger. And the evil punishing platform in the center sank down, wanting to continue hiding in the depths of the ground like before. However, Chu Xinyan's movements were a step too late. There was a loud rumbling sound. Before he could completely control the 100 Disaster City, a huge tower fell in the center of the demon-slaying square. Smoke and dust filled the air, gravel flew everywhere. Chu Xinyan, who was connected to the 100 Disaster City, felt as if his internal organs had been ruthlessly hit. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. He did not bother to wipe it off, but fiercely glared at the suddenly falling tower. The chaotic tower, yes, only the chaotic pagoda could shatter his high-grade virtual interspatial space. At this time, the chaotic tower directly smashed into the center of the square. Half of the evil punishing platform was crushed by the tower. The other half was already almost broken. On the transparent stone platform, the originally complicated but orderly rune lines had long since been broken into pieces. The stone tablet with evil punishing platform written on it was smashed to smithereens. His 100 Calamity City, his only divine-level Sumeru mustard seed magic treasure, had been reduced to such a state. Chu Xinyan was about to explode with anger. He was about to angrily shout for Jun Mayan to come out. Then he heard someone shout from below, "Ah, it's Jun Mayan." Heavens, so Jun Mayan is actually so beautiful? The alluring killing god is truly devastatingly beautiful. Chu Xinyan suddenly looked up as if he felt something. What he saw was the bright morning sun that had already risen into the sky. Then, the white-clothed girl standing at the top of the tower, looking down at everyone from above, slowly came into view. The warm morning sunlight seemed to coat the girl with a layer of orange light. Her skin, which was as delicate as porcelain, seemed transparent in the halo. That pair of clear and beautiful eyes were filled with a lazy and devilish smile at this moment, glistening like rippling waves. It was as if the beauty of the mountains and rivers, as well as the vast universe, were contained within it. At the same time, he seemed to be high above, like a monarch looking down on the world, looking down on everything in the world. Peerless and unparalleled in the world. As for these people who were plotting against them, they were like ants that they didn't even put in their eyes. Chu Xinyan's heart thumped. He hurriedly suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart. Jing Tianyi spoke in a steady voice, "Haha, Miss June is finally willing to grace us with her presence. I thought that all of you were going to hide at the top of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range for the rest of your lives." At the top of the chaotic tower, a white-robed girl was currently carrying a badly mutilated person in her hands. It was little fatty Jing. Mayan lowered her head to look at little fatty Jing, whose body couldn't stop spasming. She promptly took out an elixir from the space and fed it to him. Her eyes showed remorse, and she said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I came late." She naturally didn't come late on purpose. Rather, when Xu Xinyan gave her a time limit, he simply didn't think that the chaotic tower couldn't be moved at will. And leaving the chaotic tower at the peak of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range was definitely not feasible. Because without Mu Yan, the chaotic tower would not have any defensive capabilities. Yun Ruhan and the other 5 were currently in seclusion within the chaotic tower. If they were disturbed, they might go berserk. Furthermore, the chaotic tower was right beside the God-refining abyss. If Chu Xingyan and Jing Tianyi sent people to sneak up the mountain to attack the chaotic tower, at that time, how many people would fall into the God-refining abyss? But Mu Yan only discovered it when Servant 1 tried to move the chaotic tower. As long as the chaotic tower was placed somewhere, it would take root and fuse with the energy of all living beings under it. Last time, it was at the God-refining precipice in Divine Elephant City. This time, it was the entire Heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Mu Yan's consciousness had just fused with the chaotic tower and was about to order it to move when she was almost swept into a storm. At this moment, it was impossible for him to extricate himself from this situation. So she could only endure the anxiety and pain and forcefully pull the chaotic tower out of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Even if she did not care about the damage to her soul, even if she used her fastest speed. But in the end, it was because of this delay that Jing Xiaopeng and the rest suffered irreversible damage. If she had known that the chaotic tower was so hard to move, she would have definitely let Kong Yuanjiu and the rest come down first to delay for a while. After swallowing the pill, Jing Xiaopeng stopped moaning, but the wound on his head had not healed. The mass of flesh and blood was still squirming outwards. Jing Xiaopeng's hands and legs were already shriveled, as if his flesh and blood had been sucked out. But his facial features were still undamaged. Only a lump of flesh kept moving out of the wound on his head. For a moment, it was as if there was a ball of blood on his head. It was incomparably shocking. It's useless. Wang He's excited and frightened voice came from the side. That pill has already changed every inch of his flesh and bones. Even if you let him take the king pill, the effect of the pill, it will not be able to reach the skin that is starting to separate. He is destined to become a skinless bloody person. Moreover, he will still be able to live perfectly fine. Ha! Ha ha, my medicine will become unique in the world. In the future, whoever the Marquis wants to interrogate, you just have to use this medicine. Who can endure it? Who in the world can endure it? Ha ha, ha ha. Mayan slowly raises her head, her gaze calmly falling on his face. Wang He shuddered. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He screamed as he scrambled to escape from the top of the tower. However, no matter how he tried to climb, jump, or leap, his body seemed to be stuck to the top of the chaotic tower, unable to escape. Wang He was finally afraid. His face was covered in snot and tears as he begged, "Great God Jun, please spare my life. Spare my life. I'm just following orders, please don't kill me." Mu Yan coldly looks at him. "Where is the antidote?" No antidote. Seeing Mu Yan take out the Tian Emochin, Wang He immediately screams, "I'm serious, there really is no antidote. I just came up with this thing and haven't tested it on humans yet. I really don't know how to solve it. What's more, he has already become like this. Even if there's an antidote, it's definitely too late." Great God Jun, if you're interested in this medicine, this lowly one can concoct it for you, as long as you spare this lowly one's life. Mu Yan placed her hands lightly on the strings, her fingertips plucking. "Ah, don't kill me." Wang He was scared out of his wits. He hugged his head and cried out. However, he soon realized that Jun Mu Yan was not attacking him at all. The silver energy flowing out of the Tian Emochin completely flows into Jing Little Fatty's body. Wang He heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, he could not help but laugh. He had used this medicine mixed with the mercury flower countless times on countless high-rank spirit beasts. Which one of them didn't have their entire skin peeled off and die in the end? Those high-level spirit beasts were all comparable to nascent soul or even astral projection cultivators. Even these spirit beasts did not survive. A kid in the fasting stage wanting to survive the torture of being skinned alive was simply a fool's dream. On the other hand, Jun Muyan. In order to save this kid, she had to focus on playing the guqin and could not be distracted. If he could approach her silently and take her life, it would be a great achievement. Thinking of this, the fear in Wang He's heart was replaced by greed. He looked down at Chu Xinyan and Jing Tianyi. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, he could not help but feel excited. He held his breath and slowly crawled towards Jun Muyan, who was playing the guqin. His skin and flesh were torn apart alive. Every inch of his flesh felt as if it was being roasted on fire as it was torn apart inch by inch. Xing Xiaoping did not know how long he had been suffering in this pain. Then, he vaguely heard the familiar sound of the guqin. The sound of the zither was like the celestial music from heaven, saving him from endless torment. Xing Xiaoping slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the person playing the guqin so close to him, his lips curled into a faint smile. Great God Jun, am I dreaming? Or could it be that I have to go and meet Xianxia? If that's the case, that's great. That's great. Xianxia, you don't know how lonely I was staying in the starry school alone. I really miss you, Jiang Xinyu and Jing Xiaoping. They were both students of Starry School and Yi Liangchen's most loyal supporters. The two of them fought side by side, laughing and cursing angrily. They fought for their idols and organized the Starry School's Good Day Army. After spending so much time together, Jing Little Fatty, who bullied Jiang Xinyu in the beginning, started to have a good impression of her. However, Jiang Xinyu died tragically at Lu Ruoxiang's hands. In his hand. From then on, Jing Little Fatty's entire temperament changed. He no longer made a fuss, no longer ate and drank, and no longer had a silly smile on his face all day long. His originally fat body became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing his clear and handsome facial features. In the past, Jiang Xinyu had always despised Xing Xiaoping for looking like a fat pig and not at all handsome. Now, Jing Little Fatty had finally become the person that Jiang Xinyu liked. However, he could no longer see the girl he had changed for. Hearing Fatty Jing's hazy ravings, the rims of Mayan's eyes become hot, and her heart feels unbearably sour. It was her carelessness that caused Jiang Xinyu to die at Lu Ruoqing's hands. In his hand. This time, it would never happen again. No matter what, she would ensure that Jing Little Fatty would live a safe and healthy life. The movement of her fingers on the guqin suddenly sped up, and the sound of the guqin pounded on everyone's ears like rain. Strands of silver light flowed from Mayan's fingertips, entering Xing Xiaoping's body, but did not stop. For a moment, looking from afar, Mayan's slender jade-like fingertips seemed to be twirling 1,000 translucent threads, manipulating the unconscious Xing Xiaoping. With the gentle twirling of her fingers, those threads that have drilled into Xing Xiaoping's body begin to throb. Some are straightening out the dislocated flesh and bones. Some are stitching up the broken meridians and blood vessels. Some are pulling back the students that have squeezed out of his head a little. Among these countless energy threads, only one is different from the others that are being mended. It wanders through every inch of Xing Xiaoping's skin. Bit by bit, it draws out the venom that has seeped into his flesh and blood, and drips it from Mayan's fingertips into a small porcelain bottle. Xing Xiaoping's distorted body begins to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally greenish-gray surface of his skin returns to a healthy skin color. His nearly severed vitality is returning to his body bit by bit. This was truly a person who was on the brink of death being pulled back from the gates of hell. Whether it's Wang He, who is preparing to assassinate him, or the clan head, who is yet to react to the development of the situation. Looking at the scene in front of him, he simply can't believe his eyes. God! God! An old man sitting next to Lan Etienne suddenly slaps the table and stands up. He's so excited that he's dancing like a child. I knew that this girl is a genius in medicine. Now it seems that this old man's vision is really too good. Ha ha ha. What alchemist? What assistant zither master? What talisman? Teacher? How can it be compared to this girl's talent as a doctor? Your Majesty, do you see this? This is godly, truly godly medical skills. Using divine sense to manipulate spiritual power threads to mend the patient's internal injuries. Hundreds of threads are being manipulated at the same time, and the blood vessels and meridians are still intact. Ow ow ow, this requires a powerful divine sense, a tenacious mind to be able to do it. Your Majesty, do you see this? Lan Yiqian coughs lightly, motioning for him to calm down. Dr. Liang, calm down. We have eyes, we can see it. This noisy old man looks like an old urchin, but in fact, he is one of the best doctors in the Lan royal family. In the second round of the Great Elixir competition, doctors diagnose the patient's condition, and then alchemists refine elixirs to treat the patient. Finally, the patients were graded according to their recovery rate. And the doctor that Mu Yan had drawn at that time just happened to be this national expert, Dr. Liang. Because of Ling Qingwan's interference in the audition, Dr. Liang's diagnosis was wrong. In the end, it was Mayan herself who discovered the clues and saved the patient who was poisoned by the goo. At that time, Dr. Liang admired the medical skills of this young girl named Yi Liangchen very much. From then on, whenever he bumped into Yi Liangchen in Tianguang ruins, he would chase after her and ask her to give up on concocting pills and drawing talismans to study medicine instead. Mayan simply doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he could only ask little Tian to help him monitor the time difference. He only dared to go up when Dr. Liang wasn't in Tianguang ruins. This time, the news that Yi Liangchen was Jun Mayan was completely exposed in Divine Elephant City. Dr. Liang's first reaction was to beat his chest and stamp his feet in grief. Short-sighted, short-sighted. You obviously have such a great talent in medicine, how can you waste your time on those useless things? No. Your Majesty, I must scold her to wake her up. I'm sure you'll see Mayan in this devil-slaying assembly, right? Take this old man with you. Don't worry, this old man will definitely make her mend her ways. What devil cultivator? What zither master refining pills? It was nowhere near as bright as studying medicine. That's what it means to be immortalized for generations to come and benefit the people. Lan Yiqian and Lan Feng could not help but twitch their mouths. The only Lord of 6 stars in the world, the disciple of the sacred ancestor medicine king, the master of the chaotic tower, the #1 supporting zither player, and so on and so forth, they were all beaten up by Dr. Liang to the point that they were useless playthings, but in any case, Dr. Liang still followed them. And at this very moment, when he saw the miraculous healing method of the chaotic tower, he felt a chill run down his spine. Dr. Liang almost burst into tears. He felt that his persistence and determination were indeed correct. Jun Mayan was born to be a doctor. Her medical skills were like a demonic charm, like the hands of God, like the grass of resurrection at the bridge of helplessness, able to pull back a person who had already taken a step into the king of hell. Lan Huahong clenched his fists as a smile blossomed on his taut face. Boss's mother was amazing. Invincible. Dr. Liang was not the only one who was shocked. The people of the sects and aristocratic families present, no matter how much they loathed and hated Jun Mayan and the unfettered 7 devils before. At this moment, they were all intoxicated by the miraculous medical skills, unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, many people had a trace of ambition and uncertainty in their hearts. Jun Mayan has this kind of supernatural medical skills, do they really have to kill her like this? Isn't that too much of a pity? Wouldn't it be great if he could cripple her cultivation and leave only her miraculous medical skills for him to use? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. This caused them to unconsciously turn their gazes towards the people of Cleansing Joy Pavilion. Just now, Jing Tianyi had threatened Lan Yiqian and Su Mingyue to join the Demon Extermination Alliance by making sure that all the high-ranked doctors in the world would no longer treat the Lan family empire and the Su family. But at this very moment, Jun Mayan is displaying her medical skills. This made Jing Tianyi's threat a complete joke. Was Mu Leg's medical skill amazing? Naturally, it was powerful. However, many people from the great families and sects of the Purple Cloud realm had seen it before. Even if it was the Saintess of Cleansing Lu Pavilion, as long as he paid the right price, he could get her to treat him. But did the Saintess of Mu Lu Pavilion have such miraculous medical skills? Absolutely not, since he wasn't a top-notch expert. What qualifications did he have to be used as a bargaining chip to threaten others? If they can't find Mu Lu Pavilion's people to treat them, can't they just look for Mayan? The effect of the treatment might even be far better than that of your cleansing Lu Pavilion. Therefore, such a threat was nothing but a joke. Eslan stared blankly at the young girl standing atop the chaotic tower, as if she were possessed. It wasn't that she didn't hear the whispers of the people around her and the probing gazes that were directed at her. She also wanted to maintain her poise, to maintain the aloof and proud image of the Mulu Pavilion's saintess, who stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, the shock and unwillingness in her heart surged up like raging waves, causing her to be unable to maintain her cold and arrogant expression. How is this possible? How could she be a music doctor to such an extent? How can there be a doctor in this world who can do this? Eslan was also a near-omnipotent musician. When she was very young, she could play the Cry of the Nine Heavens crane. Later on, she mastered the Solitary Solitude of Snow and Snow, which no one could play for 1,000 years. Hong Lan was not very old, only in her 30s. She was already a tribulation cultivator in the prime of her youth. As a musician, she was not like others who could only assist in battle. She could resist the powerful attacks of 3 to 5 sword cultivators, and could assist hundreds or even thousands of iron armor guards in battle. Her medical skills were among the best in the entire Mulu Pavilion, even if she did not specialize in this field. Before she met Jun Mayan, Hong Lan was sincerely proud of her own talent. However, after meeting Jun Mayan, her pride was shattered little by little. Until today, there was not even a speck of it left. Hong Lan clearly realized. As long as Jun Mayan existed in this world, she, Hong Lan, would never have a name. No wonder young Master Yun Shao only had this girl in his eyes, and was never willing to look at her. No wonder, from beginning to end, none of the unfettered 7 demons regarded her as a real opponent. What saintess of Mulu Pavilion? The strongest musician in the northern continent, in their eyes, it was just a joke, an ant shrouded in the shadow of fatally beautiful killing god, Jun Mayan. Saintess, you should know now, right? Ye Yun whispered in her ear with ridicule and bewitchment. Only by getting rid of Jun Mayan can you maintain your position as the one and only saintess, and obtain everything. Otherwise, you will fall from the altar, and no one will ever look at you again. Hong Lan's pupils suddenly shrank, and her hands clenched tightly. Wang He, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Chu Xinyan's stern shout woke Wang He from his stupor. He was so shocked that his hands and feet were trembling, and he scrambled towards Mayan. Chu Xinyan also glanced to the side. Shui Zhaoguang immediately understood, and his whole body soared into the air. A long blade appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed at the top of the chaotic tower. Little sister, be careful. Great God Jun, quickly dodge. Ayaya, you bunch of idiots, how can you interrupt the treatment? Quickly stop. Panicked and anxious shouts came from below. However, it was all too late. Shui Zhaoguang's blade already carried the pressure of Mount Tai, and fiercely slashed at the top of the chaotic tower. The top of the pagoda emitted a faint light and bounced him away. However, the entire tower shook violently. Mu Yan, who was originally treating Jing Xiaopeng, also pales, as if she has suffered a violent attack. Clearly, there was indeed a protective barrier around the chaotic tower. However, this barrier was definitely not as indestructible as it was in Divine Elephant City. Shui Zhaoguang and Wang He were overjoyed to see this. Wang He used his hands and feet to crawl even faster. Soon, the dagger in his hand was pressed against Jun Mayan's neck. And because Jun Mayan's hands are twisting the energy threads, she simply can't free herself to save herself. Shui Zhaoguang's second slash arrived. Boom! There was a loud noise. The hearts of everyone in the Demon Massacre Plaza rose to their throats. Sun Yuanjiu and the others had already rushed out of the pagoda. They wanted to go up and rescue him, but they could not make it in time. The light stopped flashing and the dust settled. Shui Zhaoguang, who was hovering in the air, revealed a ferocious smile. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. This was because on the chaotic tower, the white-robed girl was completely unharmed. Little fatty Jing, who should have been on the verge of death, stood up unsteadily. Aside from the slight pain from the stitches, he was no different from a normal person. Everyone's mind was still filled with the terrifying image of the bloody ball on his head. Now that they saw the unscathed youth, the shock in their hearts couldn't be described with words. And the jade fingers that had just healed Jing Little Fatty with her miraculous medical skills were currently grasping Wang He's neck. Her bright red lips slightly curled up, revealing a shallow and languid smile. Little Fatty Jing, how did he treat you just now? Do you want to do the same to him now? Jing Little Fatty was startled at first. Then he heard the clear and resolute voice of a girl on the verge of death. Only by living can one see new hope and happiness. Even if you and Xian you are already in two different worlds, I would never want you to give up on yourself, to end your life without putting in any effort, without experiencing a complete life. If you die in such a cowardly manner, even if you reach the other end of the bridge of helplessness, would you still have the face to see her? Jing Little Fatty felt his eyes become wet and hot, something quickly flowing down. He hurriedly wiped it away. God Jun was right, how could he give up on himself? He still had to worry about his father and brother. There was also a large group of like-minded brothers who grew up together, worked hard together. Indulging in lost emotions, letting himself sink into depravity, was that what Xian wanted to see? No, he still had many dreams that had yet to be realized. Especially one, which was the dream that he and Xian shared. They had once said that they would push their great god Yi to the top of the cultivation world. He wanted her to become the true supreme ruler. But now, their idol, the god they supported, was being attacked and framed by others. At this time, what should he really do? Jing Little Fatty's face suddenly bloomed with the same wretched smile as before. He ran over, picked up the dagger that Wang He dropped, and said with a smile, God Jun, let me do it, let me do it. How could I let you do this kind of rough work? He raised the dagger, and made a cut on Wang He's head. Then he picked up the porcelain bottle on the ground. The poison that Mu Yan had just extracted from his body was gathered in this porcelain bottle. Wang He felt the pain on his scalp, and screamed in fear, no no no, don't. Don't kill me. Marquis, save me, Alliance Leader Jing, save me, save me. Jing Xiaopeng looked at the wailing Wang He with a sinister expression. What was the name of this potion that can peel off a person's skin? Oh, by the way, you haven't taken it yet. Why don't I pick one for you now? How about skin peeler? Don't you like skinning people? Now, have a taste of the feeling of having your skin and flesh peeled off while you're still alive. With that said, Jing Xiaopeng lifted the porcelain bottle in his hand and poured the poison into Wang He's brain. Ah! Shrill screams resounded throughout the entire Phoenix Sky Mountain range, causing most of the cultivators on the Demon Massacre Square to have a fearful and solemn expression. His methods are too cruel. He actually used such a cruel method to torture a doctor. Heh, an evil demon is an evil demon. As expected, they are cruel by nature. If we don't kill this demoness today, I'm afraid the entire cultivation world will never have a day of peace. Suzy felt nauseous as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. When Wang He had wanted to skin Jing Xiaopeng earlier, no one had objected. But now, little Missy was merely giving him a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, but this group of people acted as if their tails had been stepped on. They kept accusing little Missy of being a demon. Didn't these people know that their faces were 100 times more disgusting and ugly than the demons in their mouths? Jing Tianyi was enjoying the sight of Wang He's tragic state with great interest. Only when Wang He breathed his last in agony did Jing Tianyi speak nonchalantly, Miss June, do you know that your actions just now have been recorded by someone using a mirage stone and transmitted to every main city of the cultivation continent through Tianguang ruins? Your cruel, vicious, and vengeful nature has been completely exposed in front of everyone. From now on, there will be no place for you, the unfettered 7 demons, in the entire cultivation continent. At this point, Miss June still intends to struggle on her deathbed? Jing Tianyi's words alarmed Su Zi, Kong Yuanjiu, and the others. They instantly understood Jing Tianyi's sinister intentions. Kong Yuanjiu angrily drew his longsword and was about to attack Jing Tianyi. However, before the longsword could be unsheathed, someone pressed down on its scabbard. The girl's clear and indifferent voice resounded in his ears, Elder Kong, don't be impatient. Only then did Kong Yuanjiu realize that Mu Yan had come down from the chaotic tower at some point. That slender jade-like hand that had just saved a life was currently pressed down on the hilt of his sword. Kong Yuanjiu was stunned, but he still couldn't suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Miss June, this group of bastards who invert black and white and call a deer a horse are really intolerable bullies. Jing Tianyi chuckled. Miss June is truly the leader of the demons. You're already at the end of the road, yet you're still so calm. Mu Yan turned her head and curled her lips into a smile. At the end of the road? With just you guys? Jing Tianyi, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Or are you thinking too highly of this group of motley crew? Jing Tianyi's expression immediately darkened. You're about to die, but you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Jun Mayan, do you know that everything that happens in the devil-slaying assembly will be shown to every corner of the Xiozhen continent through the Mirage Stones? The more arrogant and ruthless you act now, the more you expose your true nature as an evil demon. Mu Yan clicks her tongue twice. I'm afraid that Union Master Jing's level of education is not very good. You have some misunderstanding of the word shameless boasting. A group of so-called transcending tribulation stage cultivators, the heads of clans and sects, were completely defeated by my 6 nascent soul martial brothers. They were utterly humiliated. With this kind of conduct, you still have the nerve to form the demon-slaying alliance? You still have the nerve to say that you will uphold justice in the world? TSK, the world is supported by a group of idiots like you. I'm afraid everyone wants to cry. Jing Tianyi didn't expect that not only was Jun Mayan's innate talent astonishing, but she also had a sharp tongue. He could barely keep his composure. The other cultivators on the square were about to go mad with anger. Shameless maniac. Where did this silly little girl come from? She actually dares to be so presumptuous here. What kind of thing is the Xiaoyao sect? A few little bastards that crawled out from a corner of the blue cloud world. They're not even fit to carry our shoes, yet they still dare to step on our noses. Haha, did you see how Xiqing, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, knelt before Master Ho like a dog and begged for his life? What good can a disciple taught by such trash be? As soon as the person who had insulted Xiqing finished, Mu Yan suddenly plucked the sky demon zither. Clang! The zither sounded hurriedly, and countless energy turned into sound blades, shooting towards the person. The person was also a peak out-of-body realm cultivator, but he couldn't even react before screaming. Blood spurted all over his body, and he fell to the ground. Mu Yan retracted her hand from the zither and said coldly, "Watch your mouth. If you dare to insult my master again, don't blame me for taking your dog life." The person who was hit by the sound blades didn't die, but the tendons in his limbs were instantly cut. He fell into a pool of blood and wailed in pain, unable to say a word. Everyone was shocked by Mu Yan's sudden outburst. But what scared them more was her strength. A peak out-of-body realm cultivator couldn't even block a random sound attack from her. This, fatally beautiful killing god, this demoness, just how powerful was her current strength? Haha, Mu Yan, I didn't expect a demonic place like the Xiaoyao sect to be so united. Why don't you turn around and see who is in my hands? Mu Yan turned around. She saw Chu Xinyan holding Xiqing's neck and walking slowly to the evil punishing platform. Because of the chaotic tower, more than half of the evil punishing platform was destroyed. The Starry School people who had been controlled on the evil punishing platform were also rescued into the chaotic tower and could no longer be hostages. Only Xiqing, who had betrayed and begged for mercy. When the chaotic tower fell, he wasn't on the evil punishing platform, so he was still in Chu Xinyan's hands. Mu Yan's eyes turned cold. Let go of my master. Chu Xinyan smiled. You want me to let go of your master? Sure. Then throw down the zither in your hands, walk over, and surrender yourself. This marquis promises you that as long as you're obedient, this marquis will at least keep your life. After all, such an outstanding beauty, such superb medical skills. It would be such a pity if you died like this. Absolutely not. Jun Mo, don't listen to him. Be it the Starry School teachers and students in the Chaotic Tower or Su Zi's group, all of them could not help but shout. Great God Jun, your master, he's not a good person. Back on the execution of evil, he betrayed the carefree society. He even planned to sneak into the Chaotic Tower to poison you all. God Jun, you can't sacrifice yourself for such a traitor. Hearing the discussions around him, Mu Yan couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. If the Starry School's students and Su Zi's group were not saying these words, she would have given them a slap. But since everyone was saying the same thing, it was obvious that what they said was true. Mu Yan couldn't help but cast a doubtful look at Shi. Master is a traitor, how was this possible? In recent years, Shi body had been ruined and he had been drinking all year round, so his figure had become much more stooped. At this time, Chu Xinyan lifted him up by the back of his collar. His feet couldn't touch the ground. He couldn't help but cry out in fright, "Yan Yan, my good disciple, quickly save your master. Don't listen to these people's nonsense. I love the 7 of you the most. How could I betray you? Don't forget, you were only able to enter the carefree society because I discovered you during the sect competition and saved your life. You won't leave your master in the lurch, will you? Quick, put down the zither and come over. Your master really doesn't want to die." On Mayan's side, whether it's Longting, Xingchen, or Yuanwu village, they are all infuriated by Shiqing's shamelessness. Bah, don't dream. Great God Jun has already seen through your true colors and will never be fooled by you again. Shiqing, you are too shameless. As a master, you actually want to use your disciple's life to exchange for your own. The Xiaoyao 7 sons are obviously such good people, how could they have such a shameless and selfish master? Chu Xinyan snorts coldly and suddenly raises his voice. The hand on Shiqing's neck suddenly tightens. "Jun Mayan, have you thought it through? If you don't surrender now, your master will really lose his life." Mayan slightly lowers her eyes and slowly steps forward. Everyone thinks that she is really going to abandon herself to save Shiqing, and they immediately become anxious. Kong Yuanjiu and the others even want to rush forward to stop her. However, at this moment, Mayan suddenly raises her hand and plucks the zither. "Marquis, be careful." Miaoyu's cry of alarm makes Chu Xinyan's heart skip a beat and he quickly steps back. With a swoosh, countless zither blades brush past his and Shiqing's bodies. A few of them cut Shiqing's clothes. There is even one that directly cut off Chu Xinyan's hair. Chu Xinyan has a lingering fear and inexplicable alarm. Of course, that sound blade attack just now could not really hurt him. But the sound blade is attached to the vigorous spiritual power and sharp sword intent, making Chu Xinyan unable to help but feel terrified. He calms his mind with great difficulty, but then he becomes angry out of shame. "Good. Jun Mayan, it seems that you don't want your master's life anymore. Then this Marquis will help you." Don't. Marquis, spare me, spare me." Shiqing immediately screams like a pig being slaughtered, his hands and feet fluttering in the air. "Marquis, listen to me, this lowly one's life is still useful, absolutely useful." Chu Xinyan coldly says, "Useful? Useful, absolutely useful." Shiqing gritted his teeth and said with righteous indignation, "Jun Mayan, that ingrate is ruthless, but that's because she only stayed in the Xiaoyao school for 1 or 2 years. But my other disciples are different. They were all raised by me, and they all treat me like their own father. They would never leave me in the lurch. Marquis, believe me." These words made Chu Xinyan hesitate for a moment. Jing Tianyi glanced at Shiqing and suddenly asked Shui Zhaoguang, "Where are the other 6 of the unfettered 7 devils?" Shui Zhaoguang snorted coldly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Just now, I saw those 6 people meditating in the chaotic tower. They haven't come out yet. I'm afraid that they are in closed-door training to advance." Hearing this, everyone at the scene gasped in shock. What the F***ck? Were these little devils even human? It wasn't enough for Jun Mayan to advance, and now the remaining 6 also want to advance. Jun Mayan alone was already so frightening, what if there were 6 more people? The unfettered 7 devils were already so frightening when they were still at the leaving body and nascent soul stages. What if they became crossing tribulation and leaving body stages? All the cultivators present shuddered in unison. At the same time that they felt fear in their hearts, a strong killing intent welled up. Such a frightening opponent, such a fire seed, they must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots before they completely matured. Jing Tianyi said in a low voice, "Marquis, this Shiqing might really be useful in a while. Let's leave him with his dog life for now." Shiqing nodded repeatedly. "Hee, that's right. Keep this old man alive, it will definitely be useful." Chu Xinyan looked at this matter with disgust and disdain. In the end, he only tied the binding immortal rope around his body and threw him to the side. Jing Tianyi is already coldly looking at Jun Mayan. However, the words that came out of his mouth were clearly directed at everyone present. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Even if Shi Qing is greedy for life and afraid of death, he still has the grace of raising and saving the unfettered 7 devils. Jun Mayan, this devil, can even abandon her own master's life. It's enough to see how ruthless and heartless these demons are. If they can be merciless to their own master today, it means that they won't kill the innocent in my purple cloud realm or the entire cultivation continent in the future. So, these evil spirits must be exterminated today. Just as the last word Mei was uttered, Jing Tianyi, Chu Xinyan, and Xiahou Zun had already soared into the sky. They had caught the enemy off guard and launched a ferocious attack. The targets of their attacks were precisely the unfettered 6 sons who were in seclusion within the chaotic tower. For a moment, everyone in the square held their breath. These 3 people were all famous swordsmen on the blue sky ranking. Chu Xinyan was 3rd, Jing Tianyi 5th, and Xiahou Zun 6th. Usually, when one of them made a move alone, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Now that the 3 of them were attacking together, would Mayan and the chaotic tower be able to stop them? Almost everyone shook their heads. They were very confident that Chu Xinyan and the others would be able to kill the unfettered 6 sons. No matter how strong the defenses of the chaotic pagoda were. No matter how heaven-defying Jun Mayan's talent is, how could she withstand the joint attack of 3 tribulation-passing experts, the moment Chu Xinyan and the other 2 soared into the sky? Mayan's fingers are already strumming the Tian Mo Qin. The sound of the zither reverberated in cadence. In the blink of an eye, a barrier made of zither notes appeared before the chaotic tower. Divine hands weaving the heavens, activated, boom, the entire heavenly Phoenix mountain range seemed to shake violently. Some of the younger generation of the aristocratic families and sects couldn't even sit properly and fell from their chairs. The powerful pressure caused all the cultivators at the crossing calamity stage and above to turn pale, and their internal organs to churn. Just based on this, one could tell how powerful the attacks of Chu Xinyan and the other 2 were. However, the chaotic pagoda did not budge. It didn't even shake like when Shui Zhaoguang chopped down with his sword. This was awkward. Chu Xinyan, Jing Tianyi, and Xiahou Zun's faces turned ashen. The 3 of them exchanged glances and launched their second wave of attacks at the same time. Under the chaotic tower, Mu Yan, who was playing the zither with both hands, had a somewhat pale complexion. But his movements were also extremely fast. The sound of the zither was noisy, like the sound of a powerful army. Divine hands weaving the heavens was activated once more. The difference was that talisman markings were faintly flowing on the wall of sound this time. Boom! After a loud explosion, everything returned to normal. The chaotic tower was still peaceful and serene. After a moment of silence, there was a burst of cheers. These cheers were like slaps that ruthlessly slapped Chu Xinyan, Jing Tianyi, and Xiahou Zun's faces. 3 swordsmen ranked in the top 10 of the Green Sky list couldn't even break through the protective shield created by a little girl's zither music. Who would believe such a joke? Suddenly, someone in the square cried out in surprise, a formation in midair. How is this possible? The one who spoke was the head of the Killing Rakshasa sect, Lei Hong. The Killing Rakshasa sect had always been devoted to the research of formations and formation plates. Lei Hong, the head of the Killing Rakshasa sect, was the only formation master at the crossing calamity stage. However, at this moment, Lei Hong looked at the protective barrier outside the chaotic tower and revealed an indescribable expression. When everyone looked at it, they realized that the faintly discernible runes on the protective barrier were actually a complete defensive formation. It was this formation and the sound barrier that blocked the joint attack of the 3 tribulation-passing cultivators. But without array discs and crystals, how did the talisman arrays take shape, and how did they work? She only used a zither. Everyone looked at the zither-playing girl in shock. Just a moment ago, she had displayed her miraculous medical skills to the crowd. And now, her ability to set up an array in midair shocked everyone to the point that their souls almost leaped out of their bodies. Jun Mayan, how many more tricks did she have up her sleeves? Was there anything in the world that she couldn't do? Jing Tianyi's gaze fell on Jun Mayan. In fact, he already knew that she had broken Fusang City's 10 ultimate formation and cleansing Lu Pavilion's 10,000 raging formation. But how could hearing about it compare to seeing it with his own eyes? This woman was really too powerful and terrifying. No matter what, he must get rid of Junmayan and the Xiaoyao sect today. If she was given the chance to continue growing, the threat she would pose in the future would be unimaginable. But it was also because of this woman's strength that they couldn't fight her head-on. Otherwise, as the leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance, Jing Tiany's Cleansing Lu Pavilion and the Horton tribe would have to take the lead. At that time, even if they killed Junmayan and obtained the treasures, Cleansing Lu Pavilion would suffer heavy losses. On the contrary, when the Sandpiper and Clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. Thinking of this, Jing Tiany glanced at the 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect who were still meditating in the chaotic tower. He said in a low voice, looking at the airflow around these 6 little demons, it's impossible for them to advance without a day's effort. The most important thing right now is to get rid of Junmayan before the other 6 wake up. Chu Xinyan and Xia Hozun both looked at Jing Tiany. Jing Tiany looked at everyone in the plaza and smiled coldly. Killing evil demons is currently the most important matter in the entire cultivation continent. Of course, we need to work together and make everyone contribute their share of the effort. Don't you think so, Marquis Chu and Lord Xiahou? Jing Tiany's voice was so soft that only Xia Hozun and Chu Xinyan, who were beside him, could hear him. Moreover, the meaning of his words was very vague. But the 2 of them understood immediately. At this moment, if the 3 of them want to kill Mayan, they might succeed. But this woman was too evil. When he was still at the leaving aperture stage, he was able to kill the great elder of Cleansing Lu Pavilion, who was at the 5th tribulation passing realm. If they were to fight her head-on, even if they could win, the 3 of them would suffer heavy injuries. In the end, it even benefited others, who picked up Mayan's treasures. There's one more thing that I'm afraid all of you are aware of. There are more than 8 people in the Xiaoyao sect. There's also young Master Yun Xiao, whom even we are afraid of. Hearing this, Xia Hozun and Chu Xinyan's pupils shrank. The continent's #1 swordsman, Luo Yunxiao, no one knew exactly how strong he was. Back then, Zhao Yingli, who was at the nascent soul stage, challenged Luo Yunxiao and recorded it on a photographic talisman. It was broadcasted to the Tianguang ruins and caused a sensation. In this match, Zhao Yingli lost without any suspense. It was a complete and utter defeat. But there was one thing that many people did not know. Zhao Yingli's father, Zhao Qingming, was a tribulation passing expert. Moreover, he was ranked 2nd on the Green Sky list, the famous, absolute swordsman. 5 years ago, Zhao Qingming had secretly challenged Luo Yunxiao to a duel for the title of the top swordsman in the cultivation land. Everyone thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. However, the final result was Zhao Qingming's crushing defeat. The dignified, absolute swordsman, second only to Ling Yaoshan in the cultivation land, was unable to recover from that setback and could not even pick up his sword. Later, he disappeared, and no one in the cultivation land had ever seen him again. And after Luo Yunxiao was crowned as the top swordsman and the most handsome man in the cultivation land, he kept a low profile as usual. As a result, very few people knew about this duel. Until 2 years ago, Zhao Yingli wanted to avenge his father and once again found Luo Yunxiao. Zhao Yingli was only a nascent soul cultivator. The title, Empty Cry Sword, was given casually by everyone out of respect for Zhao Qingming. After Zhao Qingming's disappearance, the Zhao family fell apart, and Zhao Yingli could not even stay in the Purple Cloud domain. How could such a person be a match for young Master Yunxiao? Zhao Yingli himself obviously thought so too. So before the duel, he thought of a sinister trick. He obtained a colorless and odorless poison from the 10,000 Poison Valley, and released it before the start of the duel. Zhao Yingli had the idea of perishing together with Luo Yunxiao. He even specially asked someone to use a photographic talisman to record Luo Yunxiao's ugly appearance when he died from the poison, so that he could avenge his father's tainted reputation. However, what shocked Zhao Yingli and those who knew about it? Even Zhao Yingli, who had taken the antidote beforehand, could only hold on for a quarter of an hour before collapsing in the poisonous fog. But Luo Yunxiao acted as if nothing had happened from beginning to end. He had even helped Zhao Yingli force out the poison in his body after he had defeated Zhao Yingli. Later, no one knew what Luo Yunxiao said to Zhao Yingli. He only knew that from then on, not only did Zhao Yingli not hate Luo Yunxiao, but he also worshipped her. But there was one thing that everyone was clear about. Young Master Xianxia was very strong. He was so strong that he wasn't someone they could easily contend against. It was even possible that he was like young Master Suicide, Ning Su, and did not belong to the Cultivation continent. Luo Yunxiao was not here. But what if he came back one day and found out that the three of them had slaughtered his fellow disciples? The consequences weren't something Cleansing Delight Pavilion, Duke Dingbei, or Imperial House Shaho were willing to bear. Jing Tianyi slowly said in a low voice, but what if everyone participates in this demon-slaying mission? No matter how powerful Mr. Yunxiao is, do you think he can kill everyone in the entire Purple Cloud world or even the entire Cultivation mainland? This was the main reason why he had to blame the Unfettered Seven for the crimes of the Unfettered Seven, no matter what. Jing Tianyi and the other two landed in front of the Demon Slaughter Palace. Mu Yan also took the opportunity to stop playing. In fact, activating Divine Hands Weaver and Star Curtain at the same time to resist the powerful attacks of 3 tribulation-passing cultivators was quite a burden on her. Jun Mu Yan, do you know your crimes? Jing Tianyi shouted as soon as he landed. His expression was cold and murderous. In a split second, he suppressed the whispers of ridicule and shock in the square. I've long known that you people are cruel and ruthless. You've taken over other people's bodies to be reborn, slaughtered innocent people, controlled the corpse puppets to wreak havoc on the northern continent, and destroyed the Soaring Dragon Sect's 1,000-year foundation. All of these things that we cultivators of the righteous Tao despise, yet you people killed them all without any qualms. But I didn't expect that you would be so crazy as to kill your own master. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for your actions? Jing Tianyi's words were filled with righteousness and righteousness. Beside him, Yeshua was holding a mirage stone and recording everything that happened in the demon-slaying square. Then, she selectively spread it to every corner of the Cultivation continent through the Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan was still fine after hearing this. Beside her, Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and Fatty Jing were almost angered to death. The person who wanted to kill Shiqing was Chu Xinyan, and they were the ones who destroyed the Dragon Soar Academy with their own hands. Now, they were twisting the truth and pushing it all onto the Unfettered Seven. How shameless were these people? It was you who used the lives of Shiqing and the Starry School's students to threaten him. Now, you're saying that God Jun betrayed his master? You've already said everything. Who's the shameless one? The thousands of Starry School's students and teachers have never done anything evil, yet they were captured and abused by you for no reason. I think you're the ones who should be struck by lightning. Jing Tianyi snickered, indicating that he was prepared to deal with this accusation. Unhurriedly, he said, the demon-slaying alliance didn't want to use hostages to threaten you. But you Unfettered Seven demons are too cunning. You bewitched everyone from Starry School and the Dragon Soar Academy and controlled them to become your puppets. If we don't get rid of these demons, the ones who will suffer in the end are the ordinary cultivators and citizens. Even if we have to resort to extreme measures, we have a clear conscience. Jun Mu Yan, you want to incite your subordinates to tarnish the demon-slaying alliance's reputation? Save it. Mu Yan stopped Xing Xiaopeng, who was about to curse out loud. She says in a leisurely manner, Alliance Master Jing, I understand that you three were quite embarrassed when you couldn't break through the chaotic tower just now. So, you urgently need to say some ruthless words to regain some face. But can't you change your repetitive words a little? You don't get tired of talking too much, but my ears are getting calluses from listening to you too much. Or could it be that Alliance Master Jing really thinks that after telling a lie 100 times, what you have in your hands is the truth? Jing Tianyi's expression was gloomy, but he did not get angry. Instead, he laughed coldly. Jun Mayan, whether what I said is a lie or not, it would be better to let the victims who have been harmed by Yu Xiaoyao 7 devils prove it themselves. Jing Tianyi waved his hand. From the demon-slaying hall, a large wave of men and women of different cultivation bases immediately surged out. Mayan doesn't recognize most of these people. However, there were also some who looked familiar. At this moment, almost all of them were looking at her with hatred and fear. Mu Yan's heart thumps. He quickly guessed what Jing Tianyi wanted to do. Tell me, how were you harmed by the Xiaoyao 7 devils? Jing Tianyi's words caused these people to look at each other in dismay. They wanted to say something, but stopped. From time to time, they would look at Mayan with frightened eyes. Jing Tianyi chuckled, you don't have to be afraid. The purpose of today's demon-slaying conference is to kill the 7 devils of the Xiaoyao school and return peace to the Cultivation continent. You can speak out loudly if you have any grievances or hatred. Everyone here is a respected patriarch of the Purple Cloud realm. They will definitely seek justice for you. Most of the people called out by Jing Tianyi didn't have high cultivation. Some were only at the qi condensation stage. Facing Jun Mayan, who was already at the tribulation stage, they were instinctively afraid even if she didn't release any pressure. But Jing Tianyi's words gave them a glimmer of hope. Because they discovered that everyone sitting in the plaza was famous. They could only dream of such great figures in the past. With them here, what could a mere Jun Mayan amount to? Thus, someone boldly spoke up. With the first, there was a second, a third, and each one was more impassioned and indignant than the last. I am Ning Hai, the housekeeper of Ning Mansion in Minlujia. Back then, our Ning family had no enmity or grievances with that demoness, Jun Mayan. But she first killed our young master, then later killed master, and even burned our Ning Mansion to the ground. It's a pity that our Ning family was originally the #1 family in the Minlu realm, but who would have thought that we would end up like this? Jun Mayan, do you still recognize me? I am Qian Feng, an elder of the Li Fire sect. That day at the Blue Cloud Realm sect selection, you poisoned my nephew. I still remember that. My Tian family was originally one of the 5 great families of the Azure Blue Realm, but because we offended these 7 little demons, our entire family was massacred. But these beasts still refused to stop, and actually painted the naked bodies of our Tian family on paper, making us the laughingstock of the entire Azure Blue Realm. Jun Mayan, this enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will represent the Tian family to seek justice. Jun Mayan stole our Flowing Moon sect's top-secret pill formula, and even publicized it in the Heaven Light Ruins, making our Flowing Moon sect unable to stay in the Purple Cloud realm. Boo-hoo. In the Tri-Academy tournament, I only said a few unpleasant words to them, but I was wantonly humiliated by the unfettered 7 demons. It wasn't easy for us to enter the Woodfern Mystic realm, and we almost died, but in the end, we gained nothing. It's all because of that insatiable demoness Jun Mayan. She took away the treasures that should have belonged to us, such a demon. He deserves to die. If I don't kill Jun Mayan, if I don't kill the unfettered 7 devils, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. The words of these people were all sincere. Some of the people on the Demon Massacre Plaza didn't believe it, but most of them did. Especially those families and sects that were originally neutral. At this moment, their eyes were filled with disgust and fear as they looked at Mayan. Jing Tianyi lowered his eyes and smiled proudly. Jun Mayan, this is just the beginning, I'd like to see how long you can last. He raised his hand, signaling for them to quiet down. He then turned around and faced the Mirage Stone in Yashua's hand. If someone was on the Rebirth Square of Tianguang Ruins, they would discover that on the tall tower in the center of the square, there were many people standing on it. From the very beginning, it had been playing everything that had been released at the foot of Mount Feng. At that moment, Jing Tianyi's righteous and awe-inspiring face appeared in front of everyone in the Reincarnation Plaza. Through the Tianguang Ruins, they were sent to every main city of the Xiuzhen continent. Jing Tianyi coughed lightly, then said in a clear voice, I've transmitted everything that happened in the Demon Massacre gathering to every corner of the Xiuzhen continent through the Tianguang Ruins, hoping to inform everyone. Slaying demons and devils isn't just the responsibility of our demon-slaying alliance. It's the responsibility of everyone in the world. Here, I appeal to all those who have been persecuted by the unfettered 7 devils, or those who have the ambition to kill the evil devils, to gather at the foot of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Be it the Minlu realm, the Azure Cloud realm, the Azure Blue realm, or the Purple Cloud realm, you can all vent your hatred and grievances at our devil-slaying conference. I, Jing Tianyi, promise everyone here that I will not allow these evil demons to harm the world. Even if your cultivation is low and you have no background, you do not need to worry about the revenge of the unfettered 7 devils. Because my Demon Extermination Alliance will definitely ensure your safety. Furthermore, after this matter is over and the Cultivation continent has regained its peace, all the brave warriors who participated in the slaughter of the demons today will be rewarded. After saying that, Jing Tianyi raised his hand and gestured. Immediately, Cleansing Joy Pavilion's deacons brought array discs to various parts of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range. As the array disc and the crystal were buried, a ray of light flashed in all directions of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Everyone quickly recognized what it was. Teleportation array, as everyone knows, although there are already many flying magic treasures in the Cultivation continent. However, the continent was incomparably vast. It would take at least 3 to 5 days of flying to reach the foot of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range from Minlu, Azure Cloud, and Kanglin. However, things would be different if there was a teleportation array. As long as there were enough crystals, almost all the people on the Cultivation continent could be gathered here through the teleportation array. Many of the cultivators present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That was over 100 teleportation arrays. He didn't expect that Mulu Pavilion was willing to pay such a high price to kill the unfettered 7 devils. Everyone's gazes turned towards the young girl in front of the chaotic tower. Her complexion was as beautiful as snow, peerless and indifferent. Her expression was indifferent, as if she had no reaction to what was happening in front of her. But a thought flashed through everyone's mind: June Mayan is finished, the unfettered 7 devils were finished. Gossip is a fearful thing, and it can destroy one's bones. Regardless of whether the unfettered 7 devils were truly evil or not, after today, they would all become sinners condemned by everyone. There was no room for a comeback. The students of Soaring Dragon and Stellar Union obviously understood this better than Mu Yan. Therefore, all of their faces were deathly pale, and they were filled with hatred and despair. They wanted to refute loudly, but no one was willing to listen to them. Jing Tianyi was obviously satisfied with the change in everyone's expressions. He pointed at the teleportation formations that had been set up in the mountains and continued, "These 108 teleportation formations are connected to the main districts of Min LV, Qing Yun, Sun Lan, and Purple Yun. As long as you're interested, you can use these teleportation formations to watch this devil-slaying feast and personally witness the tragic end of the unfettered 7 devils." It was as if they were responding to his words. The teleportation arrays lit up one after another. Cultivators of different cultivation bases and dressed in different attires came out one after another. They were just here to join in the fun. Some of them had heard Jing Tianyi's promise and wanted a share of the spoils. Some of them have already been brainwashed. From the bottom of their hearts, they think that Mu Yan and the others are evil devils who bring disaster to the cultivation world. They hope to see them turn into ashes with their own eyes. But there were also people who had witnessed the brilliance of the Xiaoyao 7 at the Deer Cry banquet, and also admired Yi Liangchen's invincibility when he slaughtered the list. They did not believe that such a dazzling genius could really be the evil demon that everyone cursed. Jing Tian sees that more and more people are coming, and he lets out a low snort. The general trend is now in his hands. No matter how many tricks June Mayan has up her sleeves, besieged on all sides, she will have nowhere to go, and it will be difficult for her to escape. What's more, his meticulous plan hasn't been completely revealed yet. Swish, a sword light suddenly shines in the square. Following that, 2, 3, 4, under everyone's astonishment, they see dozens of figures suddenly fly out from one of the transmission arrays. The sword light whistles, heading straight for June Mayan in front of the chaotic tower. "June Mayan, you killed my master, destroyed my Heaven Jian sect's century-old foundation. I'll fight it out with you, you devil." Heaven Jian sect was the sect that competed with Mayan for the mysterious ghost wood and scarlet flame gold in the Woodfern secret territory. In the end, the Heaven Jian sect, which had gathered almost all of its elites, was utterly defeated by Mayan in the secret territory. Even the sect's ancestor Gu Yinglong, the only peak-leaving body expert, died in Di Mingju's hands. Since then, Heaven Jian sect has fallen from a second-rate sect to a third-rate sect, no longer having a foothold in Ziyunjia. The hatred these Heaven Jian sect disciples have for June Mayan can be imagined. Unfortunately, even if their ancestor Gu Yinglong comes back to life, Mayan won't put him in her eyes at all. Let alone a few nascent soul-stage disciples. The zither sounds leisurely, and these people feel a gust of wind blowing on their faces. The swords in their hands tremble twice, and fly out of their hands. The few of them let out a blood-curdling screech and directly fell to the ground, their faces flat on the face. If one were to say how tragic and heroic they were when they first came out of the transmission array, how embarrassing and funny they are now. There are even some cultivators who can't help but laugh out loud. The Heaven Jian sect disciples are ashamed and angry, glaring at Jun Mayan. The girl in snow-white clothes has already stopped plucking the strings. Her mocking gaze falls on them, and she shakes her head. What? Hasn't your Heaven Jian sect disbanded yet? Jun Mayan, don't go too far. Mayan has a smile that isn't a smile. When did I go too far? Oh, are you talking about how your Heaven Reflection sect couldn't compete with me in the Woodfern secret realm, so you shamelessly tried to bully me with your numbers, only to be killed by me in the end? The disciples of the Heaven Jian sect were speechless. Because Jun Mayan's words, in just a few words, were extremely accurate. But how could they admit to such a fact? For a moment, their faces alternated between green and white, but they couldn't say a single word. Jun Mayan. The disciples of Heaven Jian's sect were put on the spot. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. Even if you and the Tian Jian sect are competing for the treasure, what about my daughter? How did my daughter offend you? Why do you want to harm her like this? Mu Yan raises an eyebrow. Who are you? The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was filled with righteous indignation, and his eyes were filled with tears, as if he had suffered a great injury. At this time, he didn't answer Mu Yan's question. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the surrounding cultivators, and loudly said, "This one is Su Shiqing, and my daughter is called Su Luoi. She was originally the most promising genius of Dragon Ascension Academy. But who would have thought that this demoness, Jun Mayan, would be jealous of my daughter's beauty in the Woodfern secret realm? She actually gave her a bone-eroding pill, turning her into something neither human nor ghost. Do you know how torturous and hateful it is for me to watch my daughter suffer like this every day?" As they spoke, someone brought a stretcher up. Lying on it was a skinny woman with sunken eyes and blue veins all over her body. Rather than a person, it would be better to say that she was an ugly malicious spirit. At this time, the woman was struggling to jump up from the stretcher, pointing at Mayan and shouting, "Jun Mayan, it's all your fault, give me back my face. Give me back my beauty. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Longting Heavenly Academy Su Luoi's beauty was also famous in the Ziyun realm. Compared to her current ugly appearance that was like a ghost, many people in the square were shaken to the core. This is really Jun Mayan's doing? Torturing an innocent woman to this state, isn't Jun Mayan going too far? Hee, why else would she call them demons? Only demons would use such cruel and despicable methods. Su Shiqing went to Su Luoi's stretcher and knelt down, crying and kowtowing. "I, Su Shiqing, know that my cultivation is low and I don't have the ability to seek justice from this demoness. I ask the seniors of the Demon-Slaying Alliance to lend me a hand. If we can kill the demons and avenge my daughter, I, Su Shiqing, am willing to work like a horse for the rest of my life." Jing Tianyi promptly stepped forward and helped him up. "Fellow Taoist Su is too serious. Slaying demons and eliminating demons is what we righteous cultivators should do. We don't deserve such courtesy. Everyone." Jing Tianyi pushed Su Shiqing away and suddenly raised the sword in his hand, pointing it at the sky. "You've all seen the crimes of the unfettered 7 demons with your own eyes. As long as they are allowed to live, more innocent cultivators will suffer. Can we allow them to continue to be presumptuous? No." The square shouted in unison, shaking the world. "Good. I, Jing Tianyi, thank you for your righteousness. Everyone, please listen to my command. All leaving body stage cultivators and above, attack with me. All leaving body stage cultivators attack the chaotic tower, all crossing tribulation cultivators attack Jun Mayan together with me. Today, we will let these demons spill their blood on the spot and turn them into ashes." Blood splattered on the spot, and ashes scattered in the wind. The cultivators who were sitting on the carved chairs stood up one by one. They excitedly shouted their slogans. Pairs of wolf-like and tiger-like eyes stared at the lone girl in front of the chaotic tower. Whether it was because of benefits or the superiority of righteous cultivators, they also wanted to kill this demonic woman so that she would never be able to act so arrogantly again. However, there were also some people who remained seated and did not move. "Lord Lan, Lord Su, Lord Morong, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you really want to protect these 7 demons?" Chu Xinyan asked coldly. Lan Yitian frowned and said, "This matter has not been thoroughly investigated. These accusations are only their one-sided words. They cannot prove that the 7 carefree sons are demons. Ha ha ha. Chu Xinyan laughed loudly. Even at this point in time, King Lan is still able to say such ridiculous words. Who on the continent doesn't know about the actions of the unfettered 7 devils? You said that they are only one-sided, but if one person says so, it might be a lie. But if so many people accuse him at the same time, is it also a lie? The people who had just accused Mayan immediately pointed to the heavens and shouted loudly. We guarantee that every word we said is the truth. If there is any falsehood, we may be struck by lightning. Did you hear that? Chu Xinyan looked at Lan Yitian mockingly. You don't believe the testimonies of so many innocent victims, but you believe the words of a few demons. I can't help but suspect that the entire Lan royal family is in cahoots with the unfettered 7 demons. Could it be that even the Lan royal family has been bewitched and corrupted by the unfettered 7 demons like Dragon Ascension Academy? Lan Yitian shouted angrily, Chu Xinyan, how dare you slander us? Chu Xinyan laughed loudly. What? Are you angry now that this marquis has seen through you? Lan Yitian was about to say something when he heard a clear voice that was like the sound of nature. Chu Xinyan, it's fine if others call me a demon. You are an old monster who created the blood abyss vine and the heavenly flood dragon. You have survived until now by absorbing the essence of your own children. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense here? Chu Xinyan's face stiffened. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes as he said sternly, Jun Mayan, stop slandering me. Do you think that you can live a little longer by creating rumors and sowing discord? Jing Tianyi, what are you waiting for? Quickly give the order to kill this demoness. Jing Tianyi snorted coldly and thought to himself, you have no right to order this alliance master. But he knew very well what the most important thing was right now. Moreover, Chu Xinyan's background was indeed not clean. If this little girl really exposed him, then it would be difficult for him to use his subsequent methods. Thus, Jing Tianyi looked coldly at Lan Yitian, Su Mingyue, and Morong Yan. He said sternly, the unfettered 7 demons are heinous demons. There is no doubt about that. You still don't want to make a move. Are you determined to protect the demons and become enemies with all the righteous cultivators in the world? The unfettered 7 demons have saved our Morong family. Morong Yan, who had been silent all this while, said hoarsely, I know their character. They are definitely not evil demons. Shouldn't we investigate this matter thoroughly before making a decision? The ancestor of the Morong family had left to travel many years ago, and since then, there was no trace of him. Morong Yan was only at the peak of leaving body realm. In front of a group of tribulation-passing experts, he had no right to speak. They did not dare to fight against the demon-slaying alliance like Lan Yitian and Su Mingyue. But at this moment, he was unable to remain silent any longer. If it weren't for the unfettered 7 sons, Morong Shui might have already been tortured to death by the Shui family. Without Jun Mayan, how could the Morong family get rid of the blood fiend that had troubled them for so many years, with such kindness in front of them? If their Morong family still made a move against Jun Mayan, then what difference would there be between them and cruel and unscrupulous animals? Investigate? What else is there to investigate? Shui Zhaoguang's sinister gaze swept over every single member of the Morong family. He sneered, Alliance head Jing, I think that Morong Yan has ulterior motives. He wholeheartedly wants to buy time for those 7 little demons. They must have been bewitched by Jun Mayan long ago and joined the Xiaoyao sect. Since we're slaying demons, we naturally have to eliminate them completely, including their claws and teeth. I don't think this Morong family can be left alive. Let's kill them all today. Morong Yan's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, Shui Zhaoguang, you, what about me? Shui Zhaoguang sneered, who here doesn't know whether Jun Mayan is an evil demon or not? Yet, you insist on being unreasonable and confusing the public. If you're not trying to protect this group of evil demons, then what are you? If you're not convinced, why don't you ask loudly right now? Are the unfettered 7 sons evil demons? Yes. The uniform shouts made Shui Zhaoguang very satisfied. That devil Jun Mayan, should we kill her immediately? She deserves to die. No. She deserves to die. Kill. Suddenly, a hoarse roar overshadowed the shouts of the people in the square. Shui Zhaoguan didn't expect that someone would tear down his stage at this time. He suddenly turned his head to look. He saw that the more than 100 transmission arrays had all lit up. One by one, cultivators came out from them. There were men and women, old and young, low and high cultivations. Moreover, it could be determined from the different transmission arrays they appeared in. Each of them came from different towns, sects, and even domains. But the amazing thing was that they were wearing the same clothes. White with blue edges, valiant and formidable. On each of their chests were the words glamorous outlined in scarlet runes. As they walked and the spiritual power in their bodies gushed out, the two words glamorous shone brightly, as if it could dazzle people's eyes. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd. This group of people had already gathered in the demon-slaying square at an extremely fast speed, standing by Mayan's side. The youth in the lead held a folding fan in his hand. When he saw Mayan, his eyebrows immediately curved, revealing a look of infatuation and excitement. But the voice that came out of his mouth was low and steady, as if it had been brewing for countless days and nights. Great God June, I've made you wait for a long time. Glamorous Fallen Army, reporting. Mayan looked at the people in front of her in a daze, her eyes sweeping from one face to another. Some were familiar, some were unfamiliar. Some had fought side by side with her, and some had only met once. She found her voice after a long time. What are you doing here? Do you still need to ask? Of course, to support you, great God. Who dares to say that great God June is a devil? I, Su De, will be the first to refuse. If we can't stand up for our idol when she is bullied, what kind of loyal supporters are we? Xianxia. Shui Zhaoguang roared, are you tired of living? You dare to openly support this devil woman? Xianxia waved his folding fan and said indifferently, I say, is there something wrong with your brains? Mei Yan, cough, how could the great God June be a demon? Have you ever seen such a beautiful demon in the world? These words made the surrounding onlookers burst into laughter. After laughing, he felt that those words made sense. As the saying goes, one's appearance comes from one's heart. Under the sunlight, a young girl played the zither alone. Her clothes were whiter than snow. Her features were picturesque, and her appearance could topple cities. When he sat there quietly, he was like an antique and everlasting painting. Just a glance at him would cause one to be intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. How could such a young girl be a demon? For a time, the murderous atmosphere that was originally at daggers drawn quietly changed. Jing Tianyi had never expected that such a large group of people would suddenly appear, even though he had been in perfect control of the Devil Slaughter Conference. He glanced at the Mirage Light Stone with a gloomy expression, before he spoke up in a cold voice, Xiaoyunchuan, you openly associate yourself with the devils, haven't you ever thought about the fate of your own sect and clan? The Xiao family was only a second or third-rate family in the Ziyun realm. They didn't have the right to be invited to the devil-slaying conference. Xiaoyunchuan put away the folding fan in his hand, and the smile on his face disappeared. Xiaoyunchuan says coldly, Uncle, you don't have to worry about this. I, Xiaoyunchuan, have already severed my relationship with the Xiao family this morning. From now on, I, Xiaoyunchuan, will be responsible for everything I do. It has nothing to do with the Xiao family. I, Chen De, have also severed my relationship with the Green Tooth sect. I will be responsible for my own actions, it has nothing to do with my family. For a moment, everyone is stunned. Even Mayan looks at the men and women surrounding her in disbelief. When she was besieged by 3 experts at the peak of crossing Calamity stage, she wasn't afraid at all. She didn't even raise her eyebrows when she was condemned by thousands of people and splashed with dirty water. But at this moment, because of these people in front of her, who she either met by chance or didn't know, her chest is surging with raging waves. However, no one thought that this was just the beginning. Jing Tianyi shouts, you think that by pretending to sever ties, you can let your family, before he can finish, hundreds of transportation arrays light up again. This time, there were even more people coming out of the cave than before. It's similar to the devastating city army. They also come from different towns, have different cultivations, men and women, and wear the same clothes. The only difference is the 2 words embroidered on their chests are not devastating city, but Liangchen. At this moment, a name flashes through everyone's mind, Liangchen Army, The cultivators sitting on both sides can no longer hold back and shout, "How is this possible? The devastating city army is here, they are here to support Mayan." Everyone can understand, after all. Mayan has that kind of beauty that can put the moon to shame, and this is a real contact. It's not impossible for these Xianxian army to be bewitched and lured. But what about the Xianxian army? They're just a motley crew gathered in Tianguang ruins. These people haven't even seen Mayan's real face, they don't even know her real identity. What are they doing here? Could it be that they are also risking their lives to support Mayan? How is this possible? The impressive group of people from the Xianxian army doesn't care about what the cultivators in the demon-slaying square are thinking. Without waiting for the crowd to react, they all rushed to the Devil Massacre Plaza. Seeing the devastatingly beautiful army that was already standing beside Mu Yan, someone immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Easy bro, it's all your fault for dilly-dallying, causing us to be snatched away by the devastating city-destroying army. Humph, what's the use of being first? We outnumber them, and our quality is better than theirs. The title of Great God Ye's #1 supporter belongs to none other than my Xianxian army." Amidst the clamor, the majestic crowd has already stood on Mu Yan's right side. Elegant Bro, North Sunflower, Xiang Yuan, Sister Hua, and Old Ma stood in a row and bowed to Mu Yan. Liangchen Dajuan, reporting for duty. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Almighty Yi." The voices of the four of them were hoarse and trembling with excitement. They had always known how outstanding the person they admired was. However, no one had expected that Yap Liangchen was actually Jun Mayan, their idol. He was much more outstanding and powerful than they had imagined. In this life, to be able to follow this person, to have the opportunity to protect this person, even if they were to die in this demon-slaying square, they would have no regrets. Mu Yan opened her mouth, wanting to scold them a few times. Why did they come? Why did they risk their lives for a person they haven't even seen, disregarding everything? But when she saw the blazing light in their eyes, all the voices turned into a stream of heat, rolling into the bottom of her heart, churning and imprinting. Whether it was Jun Mayan or Yap Liangchen, everything she had done was just following her heart and doing it in passing. Perhaps she had helped someone, perhaps she had protected someone, or perhaps she had become someone's hope. But those were nothing more than small favors, and she had long since thrown them to the back of her mind. However, the things that she had forgotten, these people remembered them one by one, and guarded them carefully. Until today, when their wings had fully grown, the position of protector and protected exchanged. It was like a seed that she had unintentionally sown, and when she wasn't paying attention, it had already blossomed and borne fruit, and the trees had grown into shade. This time, it was their turn to stand in front of her, to shield her from the wind and rain, to overcome all difficulties. This time, it was their turn to guard her, so that she would no longer be bullied by anyone. Mayan suddenly lowered her eyes, covering the damp heat that was about to gush out. She took a deep breath, and after a long time, she raised her head and swept her gaze over everyone present. Her eyes were sparkling, as if there were thousands of things she wanted to say, but in the end, she could only say 2 words. "Thank you. Thank you for being willing to stand by my side unwaveringly when I was being condemned by thousands of people. Thank you for being willing to believe in a stranger like me without reservation. Thank you for protecting me, supporting me, and unwavering from the beginning until now. Hee, what's there to thank? We are your #1 legion. If someone bullied you, how could we, the Yap Liangchen army, not come? Hey. Even if you have a big face, there should be a limit, okay? The #1 legion of God Jun is naturally our devastating troops. At best, what you're supporting is just a sock puppet of God Jun, and even the name isn't real. Are you not ashamed to compare yourself to us? Bah. I know that you devastating troops are shameless, but I didn't expect you to be this shameless. When God Yi slaughtered Tianguang ruins and dominated the 6 Stars Pagoda, who knows where you were playing with mud? The Lord of 6 Stars is a fart. One person slaughtering a city, only Jun Mayan knows. Haha, in the heavens and on the earth, in the 3 realms and 6 realms, the one and only descendant of the Medicine King. Under Yap Liangchen, there is no king. Once alluring city appears, who dares to challenge her? Within the chaotic tower, the people who had just been moved by the sudden arrival of the devastating city army and the Good Day Army. At this moment, all of their faces were filled with black lines, and they were just short of rushing out to bash these people's heads. What the hell was wrong with him? Back then, when they didn't know he was alone, it was fine if they argued. Now that he knew he was alone, he was still arguing. Moreover, why don't they look at the occasion? Was it a situation that they could coax? However, what caused everyone to collapse was that it was one thing for the beautiful city army and Liangchen army to quarrel. Even in the chaotic tower, there were supporters of Jun Mayan and Yi Liangchen fighting against each other. In the end, they simply ran out of the chaotic tower and joined their respective teams. And then, they continued bickering. Mu Yan, alright, even she wanted to facepalm. However, this farce was not over yet. This was because the third wave of people had come out of the teleportation array. These people did not wear the same uniform, nor did they have any embroidered symbols. But as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation formation, they started shouting at the top of their lungs. Carefree, carefree, who else but me? Carefree, carefree, dominating the world. One sword mountain Si Yun Rahan, one sword to conquer the 9 provinces, one sword to swallow the mountains and seas. Shaking Mount Tai Qingjiu, the strongest defense, the strongest fist, the most reliable almighty Qin. Silver Bow Godly Arrow, Chu Moli, the #1 long-range attacker, even a wheelchair can't stop you. Raging Flame Blade Ling Yuma, the Red Lotus seizes the soul, the raging flame devours the soul, who said that women are inferior to men. Galing Huo Ling Yuxing, the wind that no one can catch up to, the fire that no space can obstruct. Thousand Hands Godly Summoner Lan Luoyu, the Baifeng on the left, the puppet on the right, the strongest summoner in the cultivation continent, who else but you? Azure Blue Purple Cloud, a brilliant feat. Woodfern dominates, Fusang massacres the city. Beautiful city, who dares to challenge? The 7 carefree men, not one less. The 7 carefree men advance with indomitable will. This group's movements were even more chaotic than Liangchen's army and Beautiful City's army, and their numbers were far less than those two. But their voices were each louder than the last, and the slogans they shouted were surprisingly uniform. As they shouted, they walked to Mu Yan's side. Then, they forcibly squeezed out a space from Liangchen's army and Beautiful City's army. The 7 carefree men are the strongest when they combine, and Almighty June is the happiest and most invincible in the carefree sect. So, all of you, get out of the way, our carefree army is the #1 army. Damn, who are you? Your face is bigger than the Beautiful City's army. You get out of the way. Get out of the way. Mu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the 3 groups of people arguing in front of her. At this moment, Jing Tianyi shouted. Angrily, are you guys done? Jing Tianyi was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He had plotted for so many days, meticulously plotted and arranged everything, and finally pushed the atmosphere to the most appropriate climax. Who knew that in the end, all his efforts would be ruined by this motley crew? How could Jing Tianyi not be angry? If it weren't for the fact that everyone was watching, and if it weren't for the mirage stone that was connected to the Tianguang ruins, he would have killed every single one of these idiots. Jing Tianyi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart with great difficulty. Shui Zhaoguang and Su Qianquan understood what he meant and immediately incited their disciples to shout. What's wrong with these people? Why are they so supportive of a group of demons? I think they have been bewitched. Hee, I've already said that Jun Mayan, that witch, has the ability to charm people's hearts. Now it seems that it really is so. Seducing so many men at the same time, isn't it all because of her face? How disgusting. The noisy voices suddenly stopped. They were clearly a chaotic and undisciplined group of people, and they were clearly arguing with each other just now. However, when they heard someone humiliate their idol, these people didn't need anyone's orders. They instantly stopped quarreling and united against the enemy. A few people from the 3 armies slowly walked forward. These people were the leaders of the Beautiful City's army, Liangchen's army, and the Carefree army. It was only now that Mu Yan realized that the leader of the Carefree army was actually Murong Shui. And standing beside Murong Shui were the former members of the Kirin squad, Duan Wenbin, Jin Zhonghao, Chu Yuanlei, and Zhu Chongliang. Naturally, the cultivators present also quickly recognized him. Wenbin, why are you here? Liang what are you doing? Come to Grandpa's side. The elders of the Qilin team obviously didn't know about this. At this time, they all cried out in alarm. Even Morong Yen stood up in shock, looking in disbelief at his daughter, who walked at the very front. He hadn't seen Morong Shui in the past few days. He thought she was in seclusion. But who knew, she actually, Jing Tianyi had also noticed this. He glanced at them fiercely and said coldly, Morong family master, Duan family master, Chu family master, what do you mean? Have you made up your mind to help the evildoer? The faces of the patriarchs of the great clans kept changing, and they were momentarily speechless. Morong Shui's expression was extremely calm. She stepped forward and said loudly, don't ask. I, Morong Shui, have cut ties with the Morong family a long time ago. What I do has nothing to do with the Morong family. It's my own choice. I, Duan Wenbin, also cut ties with the Duan family. I, Chu Yuan Lei, quit the Dragon Tiger sect. Sentence after sentence of severing all ties made everyone present a little dumbfounded. Xiao Yunchuan and the others could have just said that they were cutting ties with their families and sections. The Morong family, the Duan family, the Dragon Tiger sect, the Jin family. They were all first-rate families in the Ziyun realm. Duan Wenbin and the others had become members of the Qilin team and were once the 6-star champion. Their talent and strength were naturally second to none. Their status in their families must be very high as well. But today, they were saying that they were cutting ties with their families and sects in front of everyone? Are you crazy? Did that demoness bewitch you? Why do you want to be with the evil spirits? Morong Shui sneered. What is good and what is evil? You guys look sanctimonious on the surface, but secretly do all kinds of shady things. Is that good? I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a member of such a prestigious sect. How dare you? You're just a little girl. How dare you be rude to us elders? Heh, as expected, one would be bewitched after being in contact with those demons for too long. Look, they've all lost their minds. Shui Zhaoguang glared at Morong Shui as if his gaze had been dipped in poison. Back then, it was you who killed my grandson with the unfettered 7 demons, you vicious woman. Now, you actually dare to openly support the unfettered 7 demons. I think that the Morong family itself is a nest of demons. You should be killed. As he spoke, he raised his hand to chop Morong Shui to death. However, the intermittent sound of a zither traveled into his ears. The sound of the zither did not have any offensive properties. However, Shui Zhaoguang's expression changed abruptly as he recalled the pain in his internal organs. Shui Zhaoguang was shocked and frightened. In the end, he could only clench his teeth and retreat. However, he could not help but look at the white-clothed girl sitting in front of the chaotic tower. Jun Mayan, she seems a little strange. He sat in front of the chaotic tower, neither moving nor retaliating. Only when his subordinates were attacked would he use his zither music to protect them. This kind of behavior was completely inconsistent with this woman's vengeful personality. Was it because he was not strong enough, or was he plotting something? A trace of doubt arose in Shui Zhaoguang's heart, but he could not figure it out. In the end, he reluctantly suppressed it. Jing Tianyi's gaze swept over the members of the Qilin team as he said coldly. Have you really thought it through? For the sake of a few demons that you met by chance, you want to become enemies with all the righteous cultivators in the world? You want to drag your clans and sects into an unjust situation? Do you really think it's worth it? Duan Wenbin laughed coldly. We've known the unfettered 7 sons since the Deer Cry banquet. We know their character and conduct very well, and we sincerely regard them as friends. How is it not worth it to sacrifice one's life for one's friends? Duan Wenbin paused and turned to look at the teachers and students of Longting in front of the chaotic tower. Seeing that they were alive and well, his eyes bloomed with joy and relief. When he turned back to look at Jing Tianyi, his eyes flickered with even more determination. I, Duan Wenbin, have been studying in Longting since I was young. All these years, I've been carefully taught and nurtured by teacher Longting to have today's achievements. But you sanctimonious hypocrites, in order to obtain the chaotic tower, you actually slaughtered so many teachers and students of Longting, destroying the foundation of Longting for 1,000 years. Today, everyone in the Qilin team has gathered here to seek justice for Longting. Even if we die here, it's worth it. Zhu Chongliang also said in a clear voice, a teacher for a day, a father for life. You killed my instructor Long Teng and destroyed the place where I studied. If we can't stand up and seek justice for the academy, what right do we have to be students? Chu Yuanlei's voice rumbled, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Whoever makes an enemy of Long Teng is the enemy of the Qilin team. If you want to kill another person of Long Teng, then you'll have to step over the corpses of the Qilin team. This sonorous and forceful answer stunned Kong Yuanzhou, Zhou Daoi, and the others. Now that the academy was in trouble, the students with powerful families and backgrounds had already fled before the battle had even begun. They had originally thought that they had been abandoned by those students. But it turned out that it was not like that. These students had never forgotten that they were a member of Long Teng. In order to seek justice for Long Teng, these students were even willing to sever ties with their huge families. They said, a teacher for a day is a father for life. They said, if you want to kill another person of Long Teng, you'll have to step over the corpses of the Qilin team. Zhou Daoi forced himself to hold back, but he still couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. He pressed on Duan Wenbin's shoulder and said, good boy. In the end, he was choked with sobs and was unable to continue speaking. Inside and outside the chaotic tower, many of the Soaring Dragon Academy's teachers and students began to cry. He was touched, but he was also venting the grievances and fear that he had suffered during this period of time. Their academy had been destroyed. They were banished from the familiar Divine Elephant City. They could only watch helplessly as their mentors and classmates died in front of their eyes, yet they were powerless to do anything. For the past few days, they had always thought that Long Teng was finished, and so were they. But that was not the case. Draco was never finished. Their school buildings could be destroyed, their teachers and students could lose their lives. However, as long as these people were still alive, they would not be able to escape. Long Teng would never disappear. No matter who is in power, as long as the soul of the Soaring Dragon exists, the academy will be passed down from generation to generation. This is the original intention of the Emperor when he established the Soaring Dragon Academy. In Sun Yuanzhou's mind, he suddenly recalled what the Six Stars Pagoda's artifact spirit had said to him 100 years ago when the power of the Soaring Dragon Academy had overlapped. At that time, he was at a loss and did not understand, but now it was as if he had been enlightened. His eyes reddened, and he could not help but reveal a relieved smile. Marquis Chu, this Su is also very confused about this matter. At this moment, Su Mingyue stood up and looked coldly at Chu Xinyan, saying, everyone knows the contributions that Dragon Soar Academy has made to the entire Purple Cloud domain. Just because of the accusation of colluding with demons, Marquis Chu wants to exterminate the tens of thousands of teachers and students in the academy? Isn't this a little too much? Since you say that it's the Demon Extermination Alliance and that what you're doing is righteous, shouldn't Marquis Chu give an explanation? This question immediately caused everyone's gazes to focus on Chu Xinyan. In fact, most people didn't believe that Long Teng had colluded with evil demons. However, due to the demon-slaying alliance's strength, they didn't dare to say anything. But at this moment, the Kirin team's desperate resistance and Su Mingyue's questioning reignited the doubts in their hearts. Chu Xinyan fiercely glared at the Qilin team, coldly saying, the Dragon Soaring Academy has always been entangled with the unfettered seven demons. Now, they have directly pledged their allegiance to Jun Mayan. Becoming this female devil's lackey is the best proof. What's wrong with me killing them? This was clearly inverting black and white, a thief crying thief. If it wasn't for Ding Beiho's army slaughtering Long Teng first, how could they have been saved by Jun Mayan? How could they, the members of Soaring Dragon and the Qilin team, wanted to refute? However, a folding fan appeared out of nowhere and blocked them. Xiao Yunchuan waved his hand and said in a carefree manner, it's up to us, the Fallen City Army, to quarrel and tear each other apart. You newbies better stay away. Xiao Yunchuan gently waved the folding fan in front of his chest and said with a smile, so, now the problem is back to square one, right? What makes you think that Jun Mo and her fellow disciples are demons? Heh, that goes without saying. Who here doesn't know? Oh, I remember now. Xiao Yunchuan slapped the folding fan in his hand and interrupted Shui Xiaoguang's words. Just now in the Tianguang ruins, I seem to have heard someone say that the unfettered seven were judged by the number of people. That's easy. Come on, I'll count to 3. Those who think that our most beautiful, most powerful, most perfect Xianxia is not a demon, raise your hands. Walala dash, without waiting for Xianxia to count 1, 2, 3, all the hands were raised. After all, there were tens of thousands of students in Dragon Soar and Star Union. Moreover, there were also the 3 mighty armies. For a moment, the people standing on the hillside watching the devil-slaying conference felt as if they could see countless hands waving in front of them. Xianxia raised his hand and motioned everyone to put down their hands. Alright, now it's the villain's turn to express his opinion. Cultivators present, if you really have the heart to frame this godlike girl as an evil spirit, then raise your hands. Damn it, what do you mean it's the villain's turn to express his opinion? How were they supposed to raise their hands? The number of people raising their hands in the square was sparse, forming a sharp contrast with the scene of hundreds responding to a single call. For the demon-slaying alliance, the awkward scene was the jubilation of Muyan's side. Who was the one who said that we need to rely on numbers to determine whether our Xianxia is a demon or not? Come on. Do you think we're scared of numbers? Ha ha ha, this laughter, this ridicule, was like one resounding slap after another, landing on everyone's faces. All the cultivators present had ugly expressions on their faces. Especially Jing Tianyi and Chu Xinyan, the gloomy killing intent in their eyes can almost be seen. But Xianxia is still beaming as he says, it seems that everyone also has a conscience, knowing what is right and what is wrong. Hey, that girl holding the Mirage Stone, I'm talking about you. You're young, and you look cute, how come your ears aren't very good? Did you use the Mirage Stone to properly record the bitter comparison of the boats just now? Our great god June's prestige is very high, we must let everyone in the world see it. Oh, that's right, by the way, remember to show this young master's elegant and suave demeanor to the girls. Yeshua's teeth creak as she clenches them. She almost smashes the Mirage Stone in her hand on Xianxuan's face. Nonsense. Shui Zhaoguang roars, suddenly releasing the pressure of a crossing tribulation cultivator. Where do you think this is, that you can behave atrociously as you please? Xianxuan's complexion pales, and the blood in his body churns. However, before he can feel much pain, the tinkling of the zither rang in his ears. In a split second, his body feels like it's been injected with a gurgling warm current. Not to mention that all the negative states have been cleared, he even feels that his originally somewhat blocked meridians have become incomparably smooth. And it's not just Xianxuan who has this feeling, everyone in the 3 legions has it. They look at Mayan with surprise and delight. At this time, Mayan's line of sight falls on Shui Zhaoguang, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a smile that isn't a smile. Shui Zhaoguang, if you dare to bully the weak again, don't blame me for making you lose face in public. Shui Zhaoguang's complexion turns green and white, the corners of his mouth twitching. He wants to curse, he wants to ruthlessly slap this audacious woman. But he doesn't dare, because the zither that Mayan just played not only lifted the negative states on Xianxuan and the others. It also gave him a deterrent. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his dantian is still tumbling like a whirlpool, and he has a hard time suppressing the desire to vomit blood. And all this was caused by this girl's casual plucking of the zither string. Shui Zhaoguang's heart is filled with indescribable fear. June Mayan, just how strong is she now? Was it really something they could deal with now? June Mayan, do you think that you can cover up the crimes of you, the unfettered 7 devils, by bewitching these mobs to come to the devil-slaying assembly and cause a disturbance? Jing Tianyi had already calmed down. He didn't release his pressure like Shui Zhaoguang, but he only used his spiritual condensed voice line to say a single sentence. He easily and skillfully suppressed the voices of the tens of thousands of people. After suppressing the 3 legions, Jing Tianyi turned to the other cultivators and said, have you forgotten the cries of the victims? You've only been slightly bewitched by these demons and monsters, and you believe their nonsense? Are you completely led by the nose by them? If all of you are so indecisive and allow evil to do as they please, who will seek justice for these suffering people? Who will return peace to the cultivation continent? Jing Tianyi lived up to his reputation as the Cleansing Lu Pavilion sect master. After hearing his words, the people who had been shaken by the teacher-student relationship of Soaring Dragon immediately became determined. Longting was destroyed and blood flowed like a river. It was indeed a pity. But wasn't this the same as them colluding with evil spirits? Su Shiqing and the others immediately burst into tears. My poor daughter. Even if father has to risk his life today, he will seek justice for you. Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, the girl lying on the stretcher is Su Luoi, right? Xiao Yunchuan suddenly spoke at this time. Su Shiqing raised his head and looked at Xiao Yunchuan with his red and swollen eyes. Yes? Do you know my daughter? Xiao Yunchuan immediately showed a pained expression. Oh, how did Miss Su become like this? This Gongzi remembers that she was originally an outstanding beauty. At that time in the Woodfern secret realm, this Gongzi was fortunate enough to travel with Miss Su for a while, and I still feel deeply honored. When Su Shiqing heard this, he immediately thought that Xiao Yunchuan was also his daughter's former pursuer, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Gongzi, do you know who caused my daughter to become like this? It's that. Xiao Yunchuan slapped the folding fan in his hand and lightly interrupted Su Shiqing's words. Of course I know who caused Miss Su to become like this. Presumably, everyone who experienced the collapse of the Woodfern secret realm knows. Su Shiqing became even more excited. Since Xiao Gongzi knows and can't forget my daughter, how can you not avenge my daughter? Xiao Yunchuan sighed, revealing an embarrassed expression, but the problem is, the one who harmed Miss Su is herself. How can I avenge her? Don't tell me I should kill her with my own hands and set her free? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Shiqing's complexion immediately changed. I know, you want to clear your master's name, that demoness Jun Mayan's name, so you want to falsely accuse my daughter. My poor daughter has become like this now, but she's still being framed by you. Don't. Xiao Yunchuan's tone was flustered, but the smile on his face was frivolous. I'm most afraid of people crying. It's better if it's a beautiful pear blossom in the rain, but you're an old man, crying really makes me lose my appetite. Su Shiqing, he almost fainted from anger. Xiao Yunchuan, Uncle Su, you still don't believe me? Then I have no choice but to give you the evidence. As he spoke, he took out a large stack of paper from his bosom and shook it lightly. TSK, fortunately, this young master has foresight. As long as I see a beautiful woman, I will let my subordinates secretly use photographic talismans to record every frown and smile of the beautiful woman. Otherwise, even if Uncle wants evidence today, this young master can't produce it. Su Luoi, who was lying on the stretcher, abruptly opened her eyes wide. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she groaned. Su Shiqing's expression also became extremely ugly. What photographic talisman? We don't have time to watch you play these tricks. However, Xiao Yunchuan didn't care about them. As he infused the talisman with his spiritual power, a series of scenes immediately appeared. From the very beginning, Su Luoi had wanted to kill them and steal their treasures, but in the end, she was robbed instead. Eventually, the outer layer of the Woodfern secret realm collapsed. Su Luo relied on the precious Zijin bell in her hands to wantonly humiliate Mayan. Then, Mu Yan took out the mutated soul-fixing talisman and saved the lives of thousands of cultivators by herself. But the main culprit, Su Luoi, also suffered the consequences of her own actions. One by one, everything that happened in the outer layer of the Woodfern secret realm was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. At this moment, even those who hated Mayan the most couldn't find fault with her. Su Luoi only had herself to blame, so let's not talk about it for now. The most important thing was the cultivators who were almost swallowed by the swamp and the monster. Their lives were all saved by Jun Mayan. Even if many of them paid a huge amount of crystals. But at least they saved their lives. Moreover, they were the ones who scolded Mayan first. Letting them pay with crystals was already very benevolent. The square fell into a strange silence for a while. Chen De, who was standing behind Xiao Yunchuan, suddenly stepped forward and pointed at one of them. You just said that God Jun robbed you of your treasures in the Woodfern secret territory, leaving you with nothing. But why don't you tell me who was the one who wanted to rob Jun and Moxia in the first place? Later, when the secret territory's periphery collapsed, who was the one who begged God Jun for the mutated soul-locking talisman to save their lives? This person was also one of the people who had just come out from the Demon Slayer Hall to accuse Mayan. Now that Chen Do was pointing at his nose and questioning him, his face flushed red. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. This kind of behavior really spoke volumes. Xiao Yunchuan sneered and looked at Su Shiqing. Now, Uncle Su, do you still want to seek justice for your daughter? What kind of righteous position do you want to stand on to seek justice for your selfish and vicious daughter? Su Shiqing was momentarily speechless. After a long while, he said, is this the only crime Mayan has committed? Even if there was a misunderstanding regarding Luoy's matter, did everyone else have a misunderstanding? Xianxia unfolded his folding fan and waved it gently. He said unhurriedly, haha, don't worry, Uncle Su. Isn't this the reason why we, the devastating Fall Army, have gathered here from thousands of miles away? Pa, he abruptly closes his folding fan, and his sharp gaze sweeps over everyone who has accused Mu Yan. I heard and saw every one of your accusations against God Jun in the Tianguang ruins. The Liangchen army and the Xiaoyao army might not know what's going on, and they might not be able to help. But at least half of our men from the Qingcheng army have personally experienced those things with Jun Moxia. Didn't you want to smear Jun Moxia's reputation? Then today, my Qingcheng army will fight with you one by one. Whether Jun Mayan is a god or a demon, is she our faith, or is she the heinous scoundrel that you speak of? Today, we will let everyone in this Xiozhen continent witness it with their own eyes. These words were sonorous and forceful, and it instantly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to its climax. Yaxua's hand, which was holding the mirage stone, unconsciously trembled, and she couldn't help but glance at Jing Tianyi. However, Jing Tianyi couldn't care less about that now. He glared at Xiaoyunchuan with a murderous look in his eyes. His perfect plan, the situation that he had finally managed to turn around with great difficulty, was actually destroyed by this good-for-nothing young master time and time again. Xiaoyunchuan's cultivation base wasn't high, and his family background was ordinary. But his glib tongue had actually become the greatest obstacle to the devil-slaying meat, damn it. He should have pinched this clown to death from the very beginning. Jing Tianyi's cold gaze shifted to the side. Two figures quietly appeared in the demon-slaying hall, and then disappeared. As soon as Xiaoyunchuan's voice fell, several people from the devastating Fall army quickly came forward, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Seeing the first girl to speak, Mayan's expression is clearly startled. Wei Zi. This little girl with low cultivation and talent can be said to be the first person Mayan met in the Xiozhen continent. She was saved by Mayan in the Heavenly Fragrance House, and followed her all the way from Minlu Jia to Qingyun Jia. The two of them parted ways after the sect selection competition had ended. Wei Zi went to the Misty Cloud sect, while Mayan went to the Xiaoyao school. When they parted, the little girl pulled her and cried very sadly, her face full of reluctance. But as time passed, Mayan experienced many things, and gradually forgot about this little girl. But at this moment, that timid and lowly girl is standing in front of her with her head held high. Arguing with others for her, doing things that she's not good at for her. Ning Hai, do you still remember me? Wei Zi shows a fierce look and glares at the cowering middle-aged man, saying sternly, don't think that you can make irresponsible remarks and frame the young miss just because it's been a long time. What did the Ning family do back then? What did Ning Yuqing and Ning Zongzi do? Others might not know, but as the Ning family's housekeeper, don't you know? Back then, the little girl who couldn't even speak fluently was now retelling what the Ning family had done in the past in a loud and clear voice. They captured innocent female cultivators and sold them to brothels. Those with good talent were given to high-level cultivators as cultivation furnaces, while those with poor talent were wasted in brothels for the rest of their lives, suffering all kinds of humiliation. And all of this, the Ning family is the main culprit. Countless disdainful and hateful gazes are cast on Ning Hai. It makes his whole body shrink into a ball, trembling non-stop, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Of course, he knows how many people in Minlu Jia were harmed by the Ning family back then. When they heard that the Ning family was burned down, how many people applauded. While Wei Zi was narrating, a few veiled ladies from the beautiful city army had already stepped forward. Their cultivations were extremely low, and some of them were even mortals. However, when faced with so many high-level cultivators on the Demon Slaughter Plaza, they gritted their teeth and rolled up their sleeves, revealing the bloody Slade brand of the Heavenly Fragrant Pavilion to prove Wei Zi's words. Finally, a slightly older woman said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You lofty and selfish almighty cultivators, you only see Miss June slaughtering, but why don't you see how many people she has saved and how many people she has given hope and courage to live?" The eyes of the low-grade female cultivators from the Minlu realm widened at the woman's words, and they couldn't help but reveal mocking smiles. Of course you don't know, and you don't want to know, Because in your eyes, we trash mortals are only ants that are low to the point of being in the dust. No matter if we live or die, what does it have to do with you? You're only concerned about whether your own interests have been damaged or not. How could there be treasures to snatch? When you can't take it by force, you can beat it into a demon. Only then will it be convenient for you to gang up on it and do whatever you want, right? The cultivators on the Demon Slaughter Plaza, they felt as if their faces were being slapped again, and they didn't know how many times they had been slapped. At this moment, they were truly ashamed, angry, and embarrassed, and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. However, not only was there no hole, but it was also under the watchful eyes of everyone. Not only was it under the watchful eyes of everyone, but there were even mirage stones transmitting the scenes on the plaza to every corner of the cultivation continent. In the truest sense, he had embarrassed himself in front of the entire continent. Jing Tianyi finally could not bear it any longer as he said sternly, "Turn off the mirage stone and cut off the transmission between the Heaven Light ruins and the various major cities." Ever since the beautiful city army appeared, Shuang, who was holding the mirage stone, felt uneasy. Upon hearing the order, it was as if she had been granted amnesty as she immediately withdrew the energy she injected into the mirage stone. At this moment, the second wave of people from the beautiful city army walked out. The leader was a youth with a round face. The moment he appeared, he began to interrogate the Li Fire sect elder Qianfeng's soul. "Qian, do you have any shame? Do you think we did not participate in the Azure Cloud World sect selection? Do you think we do not know how your nephew Qian Hongxiao died? He went to a female cultivator's tent in the middle of the night to do something improper, but in the end, he was bitten alive while having sex with a female cultivator, becoming a cripple who lost all his cultivation. Back then, Qian Hongxiao's disgraceful state was seen by all the cultivators who participated in the sect selection. Now, you actually want to distort the truth and call a deer a horse. Do you think we are dead? Qianfeng, you. Don't spout nonsense." "How am I spouting nonsense? Everyone here had participated in that year's sect selection. Everyone can testify for me, don't you think so?" "Yes." Back then, Elder Qian wanted his nephew to marry Miss June. After being rejected, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted his nephew to force himself on her, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. He even lost his nephew. Do you really think we are blind and can't see through this shady business? Ha 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 ha. Io, why is Elder Qian so fierce? You want to hit me? But my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and now I seem to be stronger than you. If you have the ability, come and hit me, ha ha ha. Qianfeng's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Seeing Qianfeng so infuriated, the group immediately cheered as if they had won a battle. As for Mu Yan, she fell into a trance for a moment when she saw the leader, the round-faced youth. She still recognized this person. Yi Huan. The youth who kept chasing after her during the Azure Cloud World sect selection, chattering non-stop and calling her boss. Mu Yan would still occasionally think of Wei Zi, that little girl. As for Yi Huan and the group of followers whom she had temporarily met in the sect selection, they had long been forgotten by her. But at this moment, they were all here. Not only Wei Zi and Yi Huan, but also many people whose faces she couldn't even remember. One by one, they walked forward and engaged in a verbal battle with the victims that the Demon Extermination Alliance had carefully arranged. One by one, he used clear facts to distinguish and refute all the accusations against her and argued for what was right. They clearly knew how dangerous and cruel the Devil Slaughtering Conference was. She clearly knows that if she supports Jun Mayan at this time, she will be condemned by everyone. However, these people were merely strangers who she had met by chance and had received a small favor from her. However, he had thrown caution to the wind and stood in front of her, not allowing her to suffer any grievances. Mu Yan feels that the rims of her eyes are a little moist. In her previous life, she had always thought that heaven and earth were heartless, and that the world was fickle and cold. Everyone was only living for themselves. However, only after being reborn did she realize how much she had missed out on in her previous life. Not everyone would be like Gong Qianxue, repaying kindness with enmity and deliberately deceiving others. There were also people who received a drop of kindness, and wanted to repay it with a gushing spring. These people might not be strong enough, not perfect enough, but they were willing to do everything they could to repay that bit of kindness. These people shouldn't be buried in the selfishness and schemes of those so-called almighty cultivators like dust and sand. They should have a wider sky, a better future. Mayan's eyes twinkle, her fingertips lightly pluck on the strings, producing a single sweet sound. An hourglass has been placed next to the Tian Mochin, ticking to record the passage of time. It's now 9:15. The corners of Mayan's lips gently curve up. There's no hurry, it's not the time yet. The people of the devastating city army go up one by one to talk to those victims. The atmosphere in the entire demon-slaying square is also extremely awkward. And those onlookers are also looking at Jing Tianyi, Chu Xinyan, and everyone in the demon-slaying alliance with strange gazes. That was because the words spoken by the members of the false city army were simply too logical and convincing. And those victims all look flustered and incoherent. It's very obvious that there's a lot of fishy going on. It's not that they don't want to lie. But from the very beginning, Xianxia used the irrefutable evidence of the photographic talisman to give Su Shiqing and his daughter a thunderous blow. It's also like killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, intimidating everyone. What if they continue to lie, and the other party takes out the photographic talisman? What if the devastating city army has even more powerful evidence? These people are terrified, panicking. Thus, it's clear at a glance who has a clear conscience and who has a guilty conscience. In particular, no one expected that there are actually quite a few female cultivators who escaped from Fusang City in the devastating city army. On that day, the unfettered Seven Sons bore the infamy of massacring the city. The biggest reason is that they didn't want to expose these girls, who were better off escaping from the sea of suffering, in front of others. They are all too clear that if people know what happened to these female cultivators, along with sympathy, there will also be disdain and ridicule. The female cultivators who escaped from Fusang City are obviously also very clear about this. So, for the next half a year, they either concealed their identities or lied to cover up, not letting others know what kind of hell they had experienced. But this time, when their benefactor is wantonly framed, they still choose to abandon their personal honor and stand up. When they told the public what Fusang City had done word by word and in tears, most of the cultivators present were stunned. When Fusang City was massacred, the news about the men abusing the women in the city was vaguely spread. However, most of the information was vague, and erroneous. How could they have imagined that there was such extreme evil in the world, more than 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years, that man in the city, every day and every night, tormented women for fun. They treated women as goods, as spiritual pets, as slaves that could be trampled on and slaughtered at will. Could all the male cultivators in that city be called humans? They were worse than animals. The cultivators in the square were in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Good kill." This sound was like pouring a ladle of water into boiling oil, instantly causing it to boil violently. My aunt disappeared near Fusang City. Could it be that she was harmed by those beasts? These scum should all be killed. When the unfettered Seven Sons massacred the city of sin, it wasn't killing the innocent. It was simply getting rid of evil for the people. If it were me, I would want to tear them into pieces. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. So, what did the Xiaoyao Seven Sons do in the end, that they must be beaten into demons? Great God, June killed people, but she clearly killed people who deserved to be killed. How could she be a demon? Xianxia listens to the discussions around him, looking at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. His tense nerves finally relax. There's a heartfelt smile on his face. That's great, everyone finally knows how good of a person Jun Mayan is. Even if doing so won't have a big impact on the overall situation. Because he was born in Xianxia, he knows all too well. Does the so-called demon-slaying alliance really want to slay demons and uphold justice? Obviously not. They want to kill Jun Mayan, they want to kill the Xiaoyao Seven Sons, and it's never for the benefit of good and evil. It's because Jun Mayan has the treasure that they yearn for even in their dreams. An ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure becomes a crime. They were just greedy and wanted to snatch it away because of the benefits involved. Therefore, even if the Xiaoyao Seven Sons prove their innocence, the outcome of this demon-slaying assembly will not change. Even he, Xianxia, and the entire Xiao family will become the target of public criticism. But he, Xianxia, has always been like this, hasn't he? All the beauties in the world are delicate flowers that need to be protected, not to mention a peerless beauty like Mei Yin. In order to protect such a beauty, even if he is consigned to eternal damnation, he will gladly endure it. Almost as soon as this thought flashes through his mind, two powerful energy fluctuations come flying from both sides, one from the left and one from the right. Xianxia feels as if his body is caught between an iceberg and a sea of fire. The pain is torturous, and he can't move. He immediately knows that he guessed right, the one who led this reversal of public opinion, washing away the name of the Xiaoyao 7 sons as demons, has become a thorn in the eyes of these so-called upright sections. They won't allow him to live. Xianxia is aware of this, but there's not much fear in his heart. He just has some regrets. With great difficulty, he found an idol that he can support and follow. With great difficulty, he has a group of like-minded companions. He wants to enjoy it for a while more. Clang, suddenly, he hears a stirring sound of a zither. Immediately after, the cold and scorching heat on his body disappear without a trace, just like dust being washed away by water. Two screams rang out one after the other. Then, two figures fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a thud. Their bodies twitched for a moment, and then they stopped moving. Mayan presses her hand on the Tian Emochin and sneers, unable to reason with them. They want to carry out an assassination. The demon-slaying alliance is really benevolent and moral. The whole place was dead silent. Some of them had yet to react to this sudden turn of events. However, there were also people who were horrified when they saw the corpse on the ground. That was because they were two leaving Aperture Realm high-tier cultivators. Also, they were Xianxia who wore the uniform of the uniform sect, and were most skilled in hiding and assassination. And just now, everyone saw it. The two of them wanted to silently kill Xianxia to serve as a warning to the rest of the Qingqing army. However, Jun Mayan only plucks the strings twice. Just like that, he was able to kill two high-tier leaving Aperture Realm assassins. What kind of powerful divine sense was this? What kind of terrifying strength was that? Jing Tiany's complexion can no longer be described as unsightly. The hands hanging by his side are tightly clenched to suppress the malevolence and distortion of his face. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xiai.net. 1 second to remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Destroyed. Completely destroyed. When the truth of Mayan being Yi Liangchen was revealed in Divine Elephant City, he still disapproved of the so-called Liangchen Great Army, and devastatingly Great Army. That kind of motley crew could just join in the fun and shout slogans. If they were to fight openly, what could they do? Even if there were thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, their cultivation levels were different, and there was no tacit understanding between them. As soon as the battle started, this group of people would quickly collapse like a plate of loose sand, unable to withstand a single blow. Their threat was not even comparable to that of the group of immature students from Longteng. But how could Jing Tiany have thought of this? Devastatingly Great Army, and Liangchen Great Army, could not fight, but they had thousands of mouths, rich experience in quarreling, and a large amount of evidence in their hands that could make him speechless. His meticulous planning, his step-by-step calculation, and the gimmick of killing the unfettered 7 demons that he had stirred up with great difficulty was actually so easily destroyed by this group of motley crew. Even the 2 top assassins of the Purple Cloud realm that he had sent to kill Xianxia in order to make an example of this group of people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, were easily destroyed by Mayan in the end. His face and reputation had been completely thrown away in an instant. What demon-slaying alliance, what righteous master! At this moment, they had all become a laughing stock. 2019-09-26 The clans that had been forced to join the demon-slaying alliance by moral coercion felt exalted and unspeakably carefree. Su Mingyue looked at the ashen-faced Jing Tiany and Chu Xinyan, then looked at the mirage stone that had long been shut down. He couldn't help but sneer. Alliance Master Jing must have spent a lot to set up these 108 teleportation arrays and broadcast all the images to the major cities through Tianguang ruins, right? It would be such a waste to not broadcast it. Pfft. Alliance Master Jing wanted to broadcast it, but it was really too shameful. If it continued, the demon-slaying alliance would have no place to put its face. Lan Yitian suddenly stood up and sneered. I already said that my Lan royal family has no interest in bullying the younger generation. Now that this farce has been seen enough, we can go. Aya, my Duan clan is also leaving. Wenbin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me back. Dragon Tiger sect won't get involved either. He watched as the various sect leaders and family heads stood up and prepared to leave. The remaining people who had already chosen to join the Demon Extermination Alliance felt like they were being roasted on a fire, unable to come down. However, at this moment, suddenly, a creepy laughter rang out in front of the Demon Slayer Palace. Who said you can leave? Chu Xinyan leisurely walked out of the demon slaying hall. As he took off his gloves, he used a sinister and greedy gaze to stare at the white-clothed girl in front of the chaotic tower. As soon as the gloves disappeared, his wrinkled hands that looked like old tree bark were revealed. Such a pair of hands formed a sharp contrast with his youthful and smooth face. In addition to that pair of eagle-like eyes that did not conceal the malice, it made him and the others exude a somewhat sinister and terrifying aura. Lan Yitian and the others who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Even Jing Tianyi looked at him in surprise. Marquis Chu, you, shut up, trash. Chu Xinyan leisurely interrupted Jing Tianyi's words. The word trash caused Jing Tianyi's face to turn green and pale. Chu Xinyan, what do you mean by this? Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Chu Xinyan sneered, this hoe originally wanted to give an idiot like you a chance, to let you and Jun Mayan fight to the death first, and then this hoe would reap the benefits of the fisherman. I didn't expect a trash like you to be so useless. A few trashy ants. With just a few words, you didn't even have the strength to fight back. Since you're useless, then get away from me and obediently listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Xinyan. Jing Tianyi roared in disbelief, I am the Alliance Master. Chu Xinyan didn't even bat an eyelid, I admit that you are the Alliance Master. I don't admit that you are nothing. What do you say? When he asked the last sentence, Chu Xinyan's eyes swept over the people sitting in the square. He saw Miao Yu, Xiahou Zun, Su Qiankuan, and Shui Zhaoguang all walk to Chu Xinyan's side, bowing to him. What made Jing Tianyi even more aghast was that among these cultivators, there was also Hong Lan and Pei Yi, the patriarch of the Horton tribe. In the blink of an eye, he, the mighty Alliance Master, became a commander without an army. Ye Yun screamed in disbelief, Saintess, you, how could you? Hong Lan smiled faintly, didn't you remind me? My only goal now is to kill Mayan. And obviously, baiting Marquis can achieve my goal. Chu Xinyan laughed. His attitude towards Hong Lan was still very good, Saintess has good eyes. Don't worry, you will not regret your choice. Jing Tianyi gritted his teeth as he watched the scene. After a long time, he said, good baiting Marquis. Good Saintess of Muleg. This old man would like to see what means you have to swallow Jun Mayan and the Xiaoyao school. Lan Yitian saw the two suddenly fighting and sneered disdainfully. He turned around and was about to leave on his flying sword. However, Chu Xinyan's next words made him suddenly turn back. King Lan, I can give you a piece of advice. Today, as long as the people of the Lan royal family take one step out of 100 Disaster City, they will all die a horrible death. Lan Yitian said with a gloomy face, Chu Xinyan, are you trying to scare us? Ha ha ha, whether it's an alarmist or not, won't you know once you try? Just as he finished speaking, Chu Xinyan had already struck out with his palm. He did not use any killing moves in this palm, but it contained a huge pushing force. One of Lan Yitian's guards was pushed a few hundred feet away. When he landed, he was already outside the range of 100 Disaster City in the Sumeru Ring. This guard's cultivation was not low. After falling from the sky, he rolled and stabilized his body. He lowered his head and examined himself. He didn't find anything wrong with him, and his expression was a little blank. Seeing that he was unharmed, Lan Yitian heaved a sigh of relief. Come back. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately leaped forward. However, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. The guard, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened. In those widened eyes, it was as if he had seen the most terrifying scene in the world. Then, people watched helplessly as the skin all over his body rapidly aged and dried up. As if the water in his body had been drained in an instant, he fell straight down. What the hell happened? Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. How did he suddenly turn into such a horrifying corpse? The crowd was in an uproar. Whether it was the cultivators who came to watch the show through the teleportation formation, or the sects and families who were invited to join the demon-slaying alliance, everyone had a horrified expression on their faces. This guard's appearance before his death was too horrifying. Lan Tian was stunned at first, then he roared and his aura suddenly exploded as he attacked Xianxia. He was ranked 4th on the Azure Sky list, a top expert at the peak of the passing calamity stage. The power brought about by Lan Tian's outburst was absolutely extraordinary and terrifying. All the cultivators in the demon-slaying square were shocked. Those with low cultivation like the devastating city army and the Liangchen army were immediately chased into the chaotic tower by Sun Yuanjiao and the others. Otherwise, the residual pressure from the attack would have been enough to tear their souls apart. However, in the face of such an earth-shattering attack, Xianxia did not panic. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Lan Tian, if you had erupted an hour earlier, this marquis might have been a little afraid of you. But now, you are a trapped beast in my cage, a fish on the chopping board. Do you really think I will be afraid of you? Lan Tian's attack was right in front of him. Xianxia's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Bind!" In an instant, countless black threads shot up from the demon-slaying square and silently flew towards Lan Tian. Although it was said to be silent, how could it escape the divine sense of an expert at the peak of the passing calamity stage like Lan Tian, almost at the moment when the black threads appeared? He had already swung his sword. A powerful wave of chi broke through the air from the tip of the sword. Like a tornado, it swept towards the black threads, instantly scattering them into a mess. The sword chi dissipated. There were no more obstacles in front of him, only Xianxia's smirking face. Lan Tian was stunned. He raised his sword again, poured all his spiritual power into it, and slashed at Xianxia. However, in the next moment, he felt a piercing pain on his wrist. Lowering his head to look, he saw that his flying sword was actually entangled with strands of black threads. These black threads were rapidly spreading upwards and had already climbed to his forearm. Lan Tian's heart shuddered. He had experienced many things in the world and was very experienced. At this moment, when he saw that the situation was so strange, he decisively abandoned his flying sword. He raised his hand and sealed the circulation of blood in his right hand. Sure enough, after the spiritual energy could no longer flow to his right hand, the blackness stopped climbing. It was only then that Lan Tian realized what was stuck to his hand. Insect, there were so many of them that they were so small that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Because their blood vessels were sealed, these worms could only gather under his elbow and crawl with all their might to make a rustling sound. Lan Tian's entire right arm was in excruciating pain, and then gradually became numb. Under the crook of his elbow, where the insects were sparse, he could vaguely see the scene of wrinkled skin wrapped around bones. The flesh on his arm was sucked dry. This scene was almost exactly the same as that of the guard who died outside 100 Distress City. Imperial Father! Lan Huahong cried out in alarm. He wanted to rush forward, but was held back by Lan Feng. Your Highness, that thing is strange. Even His Majesty can't control it. You must not go forward. It was just as Lan Feng had said. These insects were incomparably strange. Seeing that His Majesty was in trouble, the guards of the Lan royal family naturally had to go forward to rescue him. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. However, they only got a little closer to Lan Tian. Those little bugs that were crawling on Lan Tian's hand fiercely pounced on him. The lowest cultivation of these guards was at the Yuanying stage. But facing these tiny bugs, they did not even make a sound. Their flesh and blood were sucked dry, and they became dry corpses. Lan Tian roared, "Don't come over." Dr. Liang quickly stepped forward. He did not dare to get close to Lan Tian, so he could only use his divine sense to check. However, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. soul-crushing 100 venomous insects. It turned out to be the 100 venomous soul-destroying insects. Didn't this thing go extinct 1,000 years ago? Haha, old Liang, you know what's good for you. Xianxia chuckled. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Lan Etienne, you usually look down on me, but you never thought that you would be schemed against one day, right? Lan Etienne stared at Xianxia fiercely. You did something in the summer ring. TSK, TSK, TSK. You finally found out? Xianxia's gaze swept over the heads of the families who were about to leave. His expression was indescribably happy, but his eagle-like eyes were full of malice. Do you know why my summer space is called Bai Yi City? Yi meant disaster, and Bai Yi City meant a city surrounded by disasters. Ordinary summer spaces were usually used for people to live in, practice, compete, and study. Therefore, the names of these magic treasures were usually more festive or inspirational. And Bai Yi City was obviously against the rules of naming summer spaces. But before that, no one had ever thought about it in this direction. At this time, when Xianxia asked them, they were first shocked, and then they all showed expressions of disbelief. Because a long time ago, this treasure was not a summer space at all. It was a container for raising venomous insects. After entering this city of raising venomous insects, as long as you stay for more than 6 hours, you will be regarded as food by the venomous insects. Since you are food, do you think these vicious venomous insects will be willing to let you escape? Lan Feng and Su Mingyu looked at Dr. Liang in shock. Dr. Liang frowned and let out a long sigh. What he said is true. The origin of the 100 venomous insect soul trap is already unknown, but there is indeed a saying that if you stay inside for too long, you will become the food of the venomous insects. Without master's orders, the speed at which the 100 gu devour food is very slow, and their appetite is not great. Therefore, staying in the 100 gu vessel for a year and a half might not be life-threatening. During this period, you can even enter and leave at will. But in fact, as long as you stay in the container of 100 gu, for more than 6 hours, the eggs of the 100 gu will begin to enter the body of the living creature silently and mark it as its own food. Once the food tries to escape, the 100 gu will receive the master's order and mercilessly kill it. Pa pa pa, Xianxia applauded vigorously. There was no lack of admiration in his eyes. Dr. Liang is truly worthy of being the #1 national physician. How about it? Are you interested in working for my North Dingho residence? I guarantee that the treatment I will give you will not be inferior to that of the Lan royal family. Dr. Liang said in a deep voice, North Dingho, you should know that the person who controls the soul of 100 venomous insects soul trap also has to pay a great price. Remember LoveNet to provide you with wonderful reading. The more food the 100 gu devours, the more appetite they will have. In the end, when the food in 100 Disaster City isn't enough to feed the 100 gu, even you, the master, will suffer from the backlash. No, it's not just the master who will suffer from the backlash. When the 100 gu soul-crushing gu is truly out of control, I'm afraid that all the creatures in this Xiozhen continent will suffer a calamity. This is also the reason why the 100 gu soul-crushing gu was completely banned. Everyone's faces are solemn. They don't want to believe that there are already 100 gu parasitic in their bodies. However, the Lan royal guards had died in such a miserable manner. The densely packed little bugs crawling on Lan Etienne's hands, making their hearts sink little by little. They were invited to the demon-slaying plaza early in the morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten. Just waiting for Mayan to come out from the beginning had already taken them more than 2 hours. Now, the scorching sun is high in the sky, and it's high noon. From the hour of the morning to the hour of the noon, it's just 6 hours. Xianxia, you did this on purpose. What kind of sinister and evil method is the 100 gu soul-crushing gu, and you actually used it to deal with the Righteous Alliance? Xianxia, you still dare to say that the Xiaoya 7 are demons? I think that you are the real demon. The entire demon-slaying plaza is in chaos. The cultivators who just came through the teleportation array are panic-stricken, unable to sit or stand still, looking like they want to run away at any time. And the people from the noble families and sects have already stayed in 100 Disaster City for more than 6 hours. At this moment, they are shocked and afraid, hateful and angry. Each and every one of them wishes that they could immediately pounce on Chu Xinyan and tear him apart alive. Even Jing Tianyi suddenly comes to his senses, his face turning ashen for a moment. Chu Xinyan had already planned this from the very beginning when he agreed to give him the position of alliance leader. He knew his place and obediently listened to the commands of the alliance leader. He contributed the godly spatial treasure, 100 Disaster City, to be the temporary base of the demon-slaying alliance. Even the command of the North Dingho's army was given to Jing Tianyi. He made Jing Tianyi's vigilance against him gradually collapse. His heart is completely immersed in scheming against the Xiaoyao 7. But in reality, from the moment all the cultivators of the demon-slaying alliance stepped into 100 Calamity City, they had already become Chu Xinyan's pawns. There was no room for resistance at all. And in today's devil-slaying assembly, Chu Xinyan would coldly watch as he incited public opinion to suppress the unfettered 7 devils. It was not because he felt that his method was feasible. Instead, his goal from the very beginning was to stall for time. 6 hours later, 100 soul-stabbing goo entered his body. The patriarchs, sect masters, and elders of these first-rate families and sects were like fish in a net. They could no longer escape Chu Xinyan's grasp. Chu Xinyan raised his withered and wrinkled hands and wiped his lips. The expression on his face was joyful and cruel. It was obvious that he enjoyed the intense hatred and fear. Because he knew that the situation was completely under his control. From now on, he no longer needed to hide his true appearance. Because no one could escape from his palm. Suddenly, someone finally couldn't endure this kind of panic. With a loud shout, he rode his flying sword and fled. They were people who had come to watch the show through Jing Tianyi's teleportation formation. They didn't stay in 100 Calamity City for a full 6 hours. As long as they could escape, as long as they could get out of the range of the spatial treasure, they would be safe. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remember LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. At this moment, these people were filled with regret. Why had they come to this ghastly place to join in the fun? They had wanted to see the Xiaoyao 7 become a joke. In the end, they had become the biggest joke. Looking at the people fleeing like birds and beasts, Chu Xinyan did not move at all. He had a mocking expression on his face. Alliance leader Jing, you should understand now, right? Chu Xinyan looked at Jing Tianyi's fluctuating expression and showed a noble and cold smile. What the will of the people, what morals, all of that is nothing. In this cultivation world where the weak are prey to the strong, the only thing that has the right to speak is strength. Jing Tianyi's heart jumped. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, he looked around abruptly. Then, a series of screams came from all directions. The cultivators that had just fled all retreated in a sorry state. Following behind this group of cultivators was crushing, driving, and slaughtering. It was the Xiaoxia army. It was the army of 100,000 formed by the North Ding Marquis and the Horton tribe's armored guards. Jing Tianyi was very clear about the strength of the armored guards. The entire army was equipped with 8th grade defensive armor, and their cultivation was above Jingdan. Even a small team of 3 to 5 people would be hard to deal with this kind of army. What's more, it was a vast and mighty army with great teamwork. Looking at the North Ding Marquis' army. This army was completely different from normal Xiaoxia armies. There was not much Ling power flowing around them. At a glance, one would think that they were just ordinary mortals and low-level body-forging cultivators. However, when they raised their blades to attack, threads of black energy would surge out of their bodies. The black energy carried fiendish power. If it wrapped around a cultivator, it would cause the Ling power in their body to be unable to circulate. Yet, they did not seem to fear pain. No matter how many times they were stabbed, they would roar and charge forward. When they killed, their viciousness caused people to tremble in fear. The long blades in their hands swung out. In an instant, a head would roll off, or half a body would fly into the air. Their crimson eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement as they looked at this hellish scene. Not only did they show no fear, but they were also filled with bloodthirsty excitement. These monsters did not look like orthodox Ling Xiaoxia. It was clearly a demonic creature. This was a troop of true demon soldiers. The demon massacre plaza was filled with wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. There were sounds of begging and cursing. The smell of blood became thicker and thicker. It was so thick that it choked the nose and made one's heart sink. Although the Beautiful City Army and the Good Day Army were hiding in the chaotic tower, they were not affected. However, when he looked at the scene outside, he still felt a chill down his spine. How could these people have thought of that? They had originally thought that they were here to join in on the fun, to gloat over the devil-slaying conference. In the end, it became a place where they had nowhere to run. Seeing innocent cultivators being killed one after another, Kong Yuanzhou's heart was filled with rage. He wanted to rush out to save her, but he thought of something and suppressed his urge. His gaze turns to June Mayan. The young girl's face was as white as snow, and her brows were sparse, as if she was indifferent to everything that was happening in front of her. However, the hands on his knees were tightly clenched into fists. The hourglass on the Tianmo flows silently. It was like hope was approaching, but it was also like a death warrant. Kong Yuanzhou took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No, there's still not enough time. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Self-Love website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Now was not the time to be impulsive and ruin the original plan, otherwise, it would place Miss June, the unfettered Seven Sons, and the tens of thousands of people in the chaotic tower in danger. On the Demon Slaughter Plaza, Chu Xinyan did not really want to kill everyone. About a quarter of an hour later, the cultivators who wanted to resist were finally afraid. They curled up together, suppressing their hatred and fear. They knelt down in front of Chu Xinyan, begging him to spare their lives. Those who were already possessed by the 100 venomous soul-crushing insects. Each of them was filled with hatred, but what could they do, compared to these low-level cultivators who were kneeling and begging for mercy? They were the ones whose lives Chu Xinyan held in his hands. You say resist? What kind of joke was this? Even Lani Tian, who was ranked 4th on the Green Sky roll, had suffered greatly from the soul-crushing venom. Now, he could only desperately suppress the 100 venomous insects from eroding his body. He no longer had the strength to fight against Chu Xinyan. If Lani Tian could not do it, how could anyone else? In the end, these tribulation-passing cultivators, who had always been high and mighty, suppressed their resentment and returned to their seats. Chu Xinyan was very satisfied with the tactfulness of these people. He waved his hand. The entire 100 disaster city seemed to have received some sort of command, and it began to expand rapidly. The terrain at the foot of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range was originally uneven. But as 100 Calamity City expanded, the bumpy terrain and the plants above were instantly flattened as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. Soon, the entire 100 disaster city turned into a huge circular plaza. At the very center was the demon-slaying hall, and facing it was the chaotic tower. At the center of the core were the patriarchs and sect masters of the various families who were still sitting on their wooden chairs. Standing behind the carved chairs were the trembling cultivators who had been forced to stay behind. And on the outermost perimeter were the iron armor guards and the north-ranking Marquis army that surrounded the entire square. At this time, the number of people in 100 Disaster City was so great that it could not be described with words. If one looked down from the peak of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range, one would discover that the seemingly small area was filled with people, and their auras were overflowing. At least half of the high-grade cultivators on the Cultivation continent were gathered here. If these people died at the foot of Mount Feng, this world would be turned upside down. The devil-slaying conference has only just begun. Chu Xinyan retracts his hand and smiles at the white-clothed girl in front of the chaotic tower. June Mayan, are you satisfied with the extravagance this marquis has arranged for you? Mayan hooks up the corner of her lips. What I admire even more is Marquis Chu's shamelessness. You've already done this much, yet you still have the nerve to call it a devil-slaying assembly. One of the cultivators standing behind the carved chair couldn't help but mutter angrily in a low voice, you guys are obviously the real evil devils. You're really AF * king thief calling thief, you don't care about death. Before the man could finish his words, Miao Yu, who was sitting next to Chu Xinyan, suddenly giggled. The next moment, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. Ah! Save! A series of screams rang out. When the crowd came to their senses, they saw several bloody corpses that had been disemboweled and thrown in the middle of the square. Miao Yu was still giggling when he returned to his seat. It was as if she had not flown out at all, nor had she cruelly slaughtered a few people. Chu Xinyan didn't even spare a glance at these corpses. He only looked at Mayan with a smile. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Remember LoveNet, Chu Xinyan said casually, some people think too highly of themselves. I don't mind what Miss June said, but it doesn't mean that any trash has the right to say it. I don't mind what Miss June said, but it doesn't mean that any trash has the right to say it. Miss June, don't you agree? Mu Yan looked at the dead cultivators and her eyes darkened. Seems like you really don't plan to hide your true nature. Hide? Haha, at this point, what else can I hide? Chu Xinyan laughed wildly, even with a twisted excitement. He paced back and forth in front of Mu Yan. Is it the blood abyss vine that I raised with thousands of lives? Or the dragon sky longevity experiment that I secretly did in the Starry School? Or the number of descendants of the Lan family that I secretly assassinated in order to obtain the soul orb of the Lan royal family? Oh, right. And the children that I gave birth to and raised with great care, but in the end became my life-prolonging elixirs? Ha 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 ha, Jun Mu Yan, do you think I'm afraid of exposing these now? Every word that came out of Chu Xinyan's mouth made the cultivators present tremble. From these few words, one could tell just how many insane and evil deeds this normally sanctimonious north-placating marquis had done. And they had no idea about these things before. Now that they knew, they could do nothing about it. Kong Yuanjiu gritted his teeth and said, Chu Xinyan, you are the real evil demon. I only hate that I didn't completely see through your ambition and let your power grow so strong. In reality, the Lan family, Long Teng, and Su family had all noticed the strange movements of the North Dingho residents. It was just that Chu Xinyan had been very cautious in the past. They had asked around but could not find any evidence against him. Until Zhao Qingming disappeared, Ling Yaoshan ascended, and the two people above Chu Xinyan disappeared. In addition, young master suicide Ning Su used all his stubbornness to deal with Jun Mu Yan. Chu Xinyan finally grasped the best opportunity. Looking at Kong Yuanjiu's ferocious expression, Chu Xinyan laughed heartily. Speaking of which, I have to thank you unfettered 7 demons for all of this. If it wasn't for the fact that you all rose to power with such a powerful force at such a young age and with such a low cultivation base, how could the people of the Purple Cloud Realm have become greedy and ganged up on you? If it weren't for this group of idiots forming the demon-slaying alliance to suppress you, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. How could I have the opportunity to implant the soul of 100 venomous insects into everyone's body and turn them into my puppets obediently? The people of the aristocratic families and sects who were sitting on the carved chairs all had gloomy expressions. They were ashamed and indignant. Jing Tianyi suddenly took a few steps forward and bowed deeply to Chu Xinyan. This Jing greets Alliance Master Chu. Chu Xinyan turned his head to look at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, what does Union Chief Jing mean? Marquis is a man of great talent and bold vision. How can I, Jing Tianyi, compare to him? The leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance should naturally be you, Marquis. In the past, this Jing had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Marquis. I hope that Marquis, a great person like you will not hold grudges against this lowly person and not bother with this lowly person. Jing Tianyi bent his waist and lowered his head. At this time, his expression was respectful and calm. There was no longer any trace of unwillingness. Even Mu Yan couldn't help but admire this flexible manner of doing things. Jing Tianyi, the Demon Extermination Alliance still needs your leadership. Only then can we truly wipe out the demons. I'm willing to follow the Marquis and serve you faithfully. For mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website of Self-Love. Remember LoveNet will provide you with interesting reading. Chu Xinyan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Jing Tianyi's subservient appearance. A wise man submits to circumstances. I will naturally welcome a talent like Headmaster Jing. He placed a hand on Jing Tianyi's shoulder and said, but aren't you afraid of being turned into a demon by pledging your loyalty to me? Marquis must be joking. Jing Tianyi raised his head and revealed a disdainful expression. Who is the real demon? It's not important at all now. Because after today, the entire world will think that the unfettered 7 demons are demons that everyone should kill. The Marquis, on the other hand, is a great hero who single-handedly exterminated the demons and saved the world from a crisis. If anyone doesn't agree, then kill them until they agree. If anyone dares to resist, then kill them until they submit. Just as Marquis said, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. If Marquis wins, you will be the founder of a new dynasty. You will be the second monarch in the history of the Shozhen continent. Chu Xinyan was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, Headmaster Jing is indeed a smart person. Don't worry, as long as they are loyal to me, I will not mistreat them after everything is done. His gaze swept across everyone present. The same goes for all of you. As long as you listen to me and help me kill the unfettered 7 demons, you will all be meritorious subjects. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Everyone's gaze once again fell on the bloody corpses in the center of the square. Some people were frightened and angry, but some people's minds began to move. We are willing to follow Marquis and kill the unfettered 7 demons. Marquis is wise to see through the true colors of the demons. Today, killing them is for the sake of the people. It is our honor to be able to help Marquis. In the chaotic tower, the devastating fallen army, and the Liangchen army, were trembling with anger. They had used all their strength to help Xianxia and the unfettered 7 demons clear their grievances. But these people had twisted the truth for their own interests and for a little threat. Xiao Yunchuan sneered, the world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. What's so strange about that? To put it bluntly, they don't care whether Xianxia is a demon or not. They just want to kill them. Damn it, let's fight them. That's right. I won't allow them to hurt Xianxia even if I lose my life. Most of the soldiers in the 3 armies were hot-blooded young men. At this moment, he was so angry that he couldn't hold it in any longer and was about to rush out. However, just as they reached the entrance of the chaotic tower, they heard the melodious sound of a zither. The young girl's voice was sonorous and unquestionable. All of you are to stay in the chaotic tower. Without my orders, none of you are allowed to come out. The one who spoke was clearly a young girl. However, the originally restless crowd in the chaotic tower suddenly quietened down, and no one dared to take a step outside. In terms of strict obedience, this was comparable to a well-trained army. These people actually trust Mayan so much and listen to her words. Chu Xinyan shook his head in admiration as he approached the chaotic tower. Mayan, this Marquis rarely admires someone. You are the first. At this time, the sun was high in the sky. The scorching sun scorched the earth. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Even if they were cultivators, after the frightening fight just now, many of them were covered in sweat and looked battered and exhausted. However, the young girl in front of him was dressed in snow-white robes from beginning to end, and her features were as beautiful as a painting. The corners of his peach blossom eyes curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful and lazy smile. It was as if they had become a completely different world from the chaotic and disastrous 100 Disaster City. Chu Xinyan greedily sticks out his tongue and licks his lips. This Marquis has always been unwilling to give those who don't know what's good for them a second chance, but you, Jun Mayan, are an exception. This Marquis can give you another chance. As long as you're willing to hand over the chaotic tower, hand over the other members of the carefree sect, and obediently follow me back. This Marquis can guarantee that I will let you and the mob behind you go. Furthermore, when the Marquis ascends to the throne, there will definitely be a place for you among the concubines. Chu Xinyan said, excitedly waiting for Mu Yan's reply. He believes that with Jun Mayan's intelligence, she must know what choice is the best for her. However, the reply he got was a light chuckle from the girl. Mu Yan looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Chu Xinyan, is it your old face that's like granite that gave you the courage to make such a request? PFFF ha ha ha, he wants Xianxia to be his concubine? Is that old bastard crazy? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? God, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. It can't be helped. You heard it too. They ate their own children. What did that mean? There would be no more descendants. An old bastard with no children, no face, and no skin, it's normal for him to have some problems in his brain. Ha ha ha, I've heard of toads wanting to eat swan meat, but I've never heard of maggots in a manure bucket being qualified to dream of eating swan meat. Within the chaotic tower, the Liangchen Great Army, and the devastatingly beautiful city army, after being stunned for a moment, immediately exploded with a world-shaking ridicule. They might not be good at fighting and strategizing, but when it came to quarreling, they were practically invincible. As a matter of fact, even someone as shrewd as Chu Xinyan had a sinister look on his face after being scolded. He could no longer suppress his crazed anger. Good. Good. Jun Mayan, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being impolite. He waved his hand and said sternly, bring him here. In the demon-slaying great hall came the sound of whipping, followed by a shout, move faster. Didn't you hear Master Ho's order? What are you waiting for? What followed was the sound of heavy breathing and sluggish footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Mayan's heart tightens all of a sudden, her eyes staring straight ahead without blinking. Soon, 3 stooped figures entered her sight. All of them had white hair and wrinkled faces. All of them staggered and had no spiritual energy left. They were like cripples. Meanwhile, the woman following behind the 3 of them was still using the whip in her hand to whip them again and again. Rather than saying that these whips were used to drive him away, it was better to say that they were purely used to vent and abuse him. Whispers could be heard coming from within the chaotic tower. Everyone was asking who those 3 old men were. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. It was as if something had ruthlessly pierced through her heart, causing her to be in so much pain that she could barely breathe. The woman holding the whip slowly walked forward, revealing a malicious smile to Mu Yan. Jun Mayan, you probably can't recognize these 3 people, right? Don't be anxious. I can introduce them to you one by one. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remember LoveNet, providing you with interesting reading. The woman grabbed the first old man's hair and forced him to look up. Only then did everyone realize that the person was an old woman with a wrinkled face. This is Ning Yaoguang, the former chief of the Yaoguang branch. I'm sure Miss June is familiar with this name, right? Whoosh, all the Starry School students in the chaotic tower were stunned. Ning Yaoguang? That was their chief. How was this possible? How did Yaoguang become like this? The woman used the barbed whip in her hand to hit the old woman's wrinkled face. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Don't think that this woman is old and ugly now. Back then, she had a foxy face and specialized in seducing other people's husbands. Ha ha ha, Ning Yaoguang, back then in the Ning clan, you were just a lowly concubine's daughter. How could you be so outstanding in all kinds of competitions and seduce people? Kong Yuanjiu stared at the woman holding the whip and suddenly said in a low voice, she is Gong Xiuqin, Ning Jinqiu's wife. She is also the only tribulation cultivator in the Ning clan other than Elder Qin. Mu Yan pressed her fingers on the strings and exerted force, making an ear-piercing sound. Gong Xiuqin laughed loudly. After laughing enough, she stared at Mu Yan viciously. Jun Mayan, you killed my husband and made me lose my true love. Today, I will let you have a taste of regret and pain. Ning Yaoguang, this little B***TCH is a tutor in the Yaoguang branch, right? And this one, do you recognize him? The second person's hair was pulled up. Starry School's current chief, Meng Baichuan. TSK, he's very protective of you unfettered 7 demons. Sure, Qin was even willing to be bait on the evil extermination platform, but he wouldn't even say one bad word about you. Ha ha ha, so this is what happened to her. As for the third person, I'm sure you are all familiar with her. Gong Xiuqin pushed Meng Baichuan away and pulled the third person's hair. Compared to Ning Yaoguang and Meng Baichuan, who were only old and weak, this third person's face was covered in age spots. His teeth had fallen out, his hair was sparse, and his eyes were turbid and unfocused. His weak vitality seemed like it would disappear at any moment. Tisk, I'm afraid that even Jun Mayan won't be able to recognize this disgusting appearance, right? Gong Xiuqin's smile was exceptionally cruel. This is Marquis Chu's favorite son, the only heir of the North Ding manor. The Marquis treated him so well, but in the end, he disobeyed his father for you, so of course the Marquis should take care of him a little more, don't you think? Chu Tianyu. That person, who was so old that his face could not be seen, was actually Dragon Soar Academy's most magnificent and unparalleled genius, Chu Tianyu. Captain. The members of the Kirin team widened their eyes and rushed out of the chaotic tower without a care for anything else. You bunch of beasts, I'll fight it out with you. Kong Yuanzhou hurriedly reached out to stop them. Calm down. If you rush over now, won't you fall right into the other party's trap? Do you want the other party to take a few more hostages to threaten Miss June? The members of the Kirin team had bloodshot eyes, simply not listening to what Kong Yuanzhou was saying. That was the captain that they had been with day and night, that they had fought side by side for so many years. He was the belief and reliance of so many people in the Kirin team, but now, such a proud captain was actually being persecuted to such an extent. How could they endure it? Duan Wenbin disregarded everything and pulled out his sword, ruthlessly slashing at Kong Yuanzhou, who was blocking them. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xianxia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Didn't Kong Yuanzhou feel pain and hatred at this moment? How was this possible? Chu Tianyu was once Longting's proudest student. That day in Divine Elephant City, if not for them leaving safely, how would Chu Tianyu have fallen into Chu Xinyan's hands? At this moment, Kong Yuanzhou really wanted to tear Chu Xinyan and Gong Shouqin to pieces. But he knew he couldn't. A lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. All of you, calm down. The pressure of the tribulation stage suddenly erupted. Kong Yuanzhou's voice was hoarse and his eyes were filled with tears, but he still shouted angrily. However, before he could reprimand her, they then heard Mu Yan's faint voice, "Stop arguing, isn't this a good thing?" What? Good news? The people of Longteng were stunned. They looked at Mu Yan in disbelief, not believing that she would say such a thing. Kong Yuanzhou and Zhou Daoi also widened their eyes. But it wasn't because of what she said, but because he saw the young girl slowly stand up. No one had noticed it yet. Ever since Mu Yan saved Xing Xiaopeng, she has been sitting not too far away from the chaotic tower, hugging her zither. No matter what kind of abuse and humiliation she received, no matter what kind of massacre she saw, she never moved half a step. But at this moment, she stood up. June Xia, how can you say that it's a good thing that our captain has been harmed like this? Mu Yan's line of sight falls on Chu Tianyu's face, which is full of wrinkles and age spots, and her eyes flash with a bright light. It's a good thing that he's still alive. As long as he was alive, there would be endless possibilities and hope. Ha ha ha, Jun Mayan, don't tell me you haven't heard of the saying, living is worse than death? Are you saying that being alive is a good thing? Alright, I'll let you see with your own eyes how they're tortured into corpses. Gong Shouqin laughed. Or are you trying to save these 3 pieces of trash from my hands alone? Jun Mayan, you little slut, don't be too arrogant. You're at the crossing tribulation stage, and so am I. You've only broken through a few hours ago, but I've already broken through 3 years ago. Even if it's the same tribulation, there's still a difference. The last word "don't" had just been uttered. Gong Shouqin suddenly felt a cold light flash in front of her eyes. The young girl who had been standing in front of the chaotic tower had unknowingly disappeared. Gong Shouqin was shocked and flung the whip in her hand without thinking. The spiritual power in her body surged, and the weapon in her storage ring, a dagger that shone with a faint green light, was also taken out. At the same time, Elder Qin, who had been sitting quietly at the side, also quickly pounced forward. During the battle on the northern continent, Elder Qin and Yun Zhaoxing had been seriously injured by the unfettered 7 Suns. Yun Zhaoxing was still bedridden. However, Elder Qin dragged his frail body to the devil-slaying conference. Because he was not willing to let his illustrious reputation be ruined by a few immature brats. He wanted to see these 7 bastards die with his own eyes. Because of Chu Xinyan's schemes, there was no progress in the lengthy devil-slaying assembly. Whether it's Jun Mayan or her fellow apprentices, they're all still alive and well. Elder Qin was burning with anxiety, but he had no choice but to endure. And now, he finally had an opportunity. In order to save people, that slut Jun Mayan finally lost her cool, and went deep into the enemy's ranks. As long as he joined hands with the madam, the 2 of them at the crossing tribulation stage would definitely be able to avenge Master Ning Jinqiu, as well as himself. Snap. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Gong Xiuqin's whip makes a loud cracking sound in the air. However, it's a carved chair made of wanluan wood that's broken. In the nick of time, Mu Yan pulls out an empty carved chair from who knows where to block it. At the same time, the sword aura, mixed with a biting cold killing intent, attacks once again. Gong Xiuqin sneers, and the whip in her hand lashes out again. At the same time, following the direction of the sword aura, the dagger dipped in poison in her hand is silently sent out. And from the corner of her eye, she naturally sees Elder Qin pouncing on her. A pincer attack from the left and right, sealing off all the escape routes, and then use the poison dagger to take this slut's dog life. Gong Xiuqin's face shows a sinister smile. But the next moment, her smile stiffens on her face. A trace of bone-chilling coldness had unknowingly wrapped around her neck. Then, boundless spiritual power is poured into the sword aura. Puff. Puff, 2 lines of blood violently shoot out from the center of the demon-slaying square. Gong Xiuqin and Elder Qin, one is holding a dagger dipped in poison, and the other is holding an iron claw, cold and dense, like a soul-stealing ghost that can take away a person's life at any time. However, at this moment, they can only cover their necks, letting the blood gush out of their broken blood vessels, letting their breathing stop, and unwillingly falling to the ground in despair. In front of them, the girl is holding a sword with both hands. Beads of blood are dripping from the tip of the sword, but her snow-white dress is not stained with a single speck of dust. Swimming dragon double slash, one-hit kill, the whole place is deathly silent. Soon after, a world-shaking uproar rang out from within the chaotic tower. Double killing a passing tribulation cultivator, a passing tribulation cultivator Too fucking cool. There's no hope for Yi Liangchen. Great Gaji, we love you for 10,000 years. Who dares to compete with Qingqing? Who dares to compete with Qingqing? However, apart from the screams of the people in the chaotic tower, the entire demon-slaying square is still deathly silent. Even Chu Xinyan looks at the white-clothed girl with the 2 swords in disbelief, the veins on his forehead continuously throbbing. As for the other cultivators in the square, they were completely stunned. Killing a passing tribulation cultivator, they were 2 real tribulation transcending cultivators, how could it be so casually killed by Jun Mayan alone? What they just saw, was it really not an illusion, were they really not dreaming? Mu Yan doesn't care about everyone's reaction. After killing Gong Xiuqin and Elder Qin with the swimming dragon double slash, she didn't stop at all and helped Ning Yaoguang, Meng Baichuan, and Chu Tianyu up. A piece of charred wood fell out of Ning Yaoguang's arms. Su Yiluan's figure was faintly discernible, and his voice was also fragmented. It was obvious that he had suffered a fatal attack. Miss June, please save Yaoguang, save her. After saying this, Su Yiluan's soul seemed to be unable to hold on any longer and dissipated into the air. Hot tears fell from Ning Yaoguang's eyes, which were already like dead ashes. Su, if you're dead, what's the point of living? Why don't we go to the Yellow Springs together and turn into ashes together, never to be reincarnated? She seemed to have experienced this kind of despair and sorrow a long time ago. At that time, there was a voice that gave her redemption. And now, that voice once again resounded in her ears. I can save him once, I can save him a second time. So, you have to live. Only by living can there be hope, only then can we be together for a long time. This voice is so young and immature, but it makes people unconsciously believe it. Ning Yaoguang closes her eyes, putting her whole body weight on that thin shoulder, and lets herself fall unconscious. Mu Yan no longer delays, carrying the 3 people on her back and retreating towards the chaotic tower. At this time, the one closest to her is Hong Lan. Seeing that she's about to leave, almost instinctively, Hong Lan pulls out a long sword from the solitary snow to block her. However, Mu Yan doesn't even look at her as she carries the 3 people on her back. With just a casual parry, she's pushed 30 feet away. Hong Lan feels the blood in her body churning, and blood almost overflows from the corner of her mouth. She barely stands firm, not letting herself reveal too much of a sorry figure. But her heart is already in a state of turmoil. As early as half a month ago, when the 2 met for the first time, Mu Yan was only a peak nascent soul cultivator, and she didn't put her in her eyes at all. But now, she's so strong that she can't even resist a casual strike. Mu Yan curls up her lips, looking at Hong Lan mockingly. It's the same tribulation, but there's still a difference. Relying on external things to temporarily gain strength, not only is it false, but one day, it'll be returned tenfold, 100-fold. This sentence was originally used by Gong Xiuqing to ridicule her, but now she's returning it to all the cultivators of the northern continent. Hong Lan's complexion is deathly pale, her whole body on the verge of collapse, while Mu Yan has already carried the three people back to the chaotic tower. Captain! Dean! These bastards, how could they do this to Dean Meng? Dean Yao Guang, boo-hoo, Instructor Yao Guang, are you okay? Mu Yan sits down cross-legged, placing the Tian Emochin in front of her, and sternly says, go back to the chaotic tower. Everyone comes back to their senses and quickly retreats into the chaotic tower. Yes, we have Divine June. Divine June's medical skills are so amazing, he can definitely save them. But Captain, they don't have lifespan, so what if they don't have lifespan? The people of Yuanwu village lost their lives and became living corpses that are neither human nor ghost, but the Enchantress still saved us. There's nothing in this world that the Enchantress can't do. In the midst of everyone's anxiety and anticipation, the melodious sound of the zither rang out. Countless white specks of light surged out of Mu Yan's body from all directions, gathered together, and then poured into the bodies of Ning Yaoguang and the others. The benevolence of the saint was to transfer the qi of heaven and earth and one's own qi to the dying person. As long as it wasn't the angel's 5 decrepitude, she would naturally die of old age. With her current 3rd rank, saint's benevolence, even if the king of hell wanted to take her soul or take her life, she would definitely return it to her. He's alive. He's really alive. Did you see that? His hair turned white and his wrinkles started to disappear. God, what kind of miracle are we witnessing? Is this a doctor? This is clearly a god who can bring the dead back to life, a god who can control the life and death of the human world. Quite a few people couldn't help but rush out of the chaotic tower, crying and laughing as they kowtowed towards Mayan. Among them, the villagers of Yuanwu village were the most devout believers. They used the unique ritual of worshipping the gods in the northern continent, prostrating themselves on the ground and muttering their prayers. Even those cultivators who were threatened by Chu Xinyan and had no choice but to surrender also knelt down with a dazed and shocked look on their faces. Because this scene was really too shocking. This was a true miracle. And the girl who was giving fresh life to the old, withered flesh was the high and mighty God. She could save the world and benefit the people. Like the emperor 1,000 years ago, she could bring a new turning point to this increasingly cold and cruel cultivation continent. The sound of the zither slowly stopped. Ning Yaoguang, Meng Baichuan, and Chu Tianyu were unconscious, but their appearances were completely different from before. Looking at their rosy and smooth faces, everyone knew that these 3 people who had been on the brink of death had come back to life. June Mayan really created a miracle. She snatched back 3 lives from the hands of the king of hell. The people of Xingchen and Longteng were overjoyed. But Kong Yuanjiu and the others were already covered in cold sweat, nervously looking at the girl in front of them with a calm expression. Could it be that no one has noticed that June Mayan's complexion is already as pale as paper? Did no one notice that her hands, which had just retracted from the zither, were trembling uncontrollably? No. There were still people who noticed. June Mayan, it's all thanks to these 3 pieces of trash that this marquis knows why you've been sitting in front of the chaotic tower, refusing to budge. Hearing this voice, Sun Yuanjiu's heart sank. He suddenly turned his head and saw Chu Xinyan slowly walking over with a sinister smile on his face. The chaotic pagoda's defense is very strong, but in the past, only a few hundred people could enter at most. Now, you have to squeeze in tens of thousands of people at once. As the master of the chaotic pagoda, it must be very difficult for you, right? Zhou Daoi could not suppress the panic in his heart and blurted out, Chu Xinyan, what nonsense are you spouting? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Executive Zhou's reaction, did I guess correctly? Chu Xinyan has an insolent smile on his face, but his eagle-like eyes are firmly staring at Mu Yan. At this moment, there was no longer any greed or desire in his eyes, only fear. Killing 2 tribulation transcending cultivators in one move, at this moment, Chu Xinyan realized that this woman was too dangerous. If she was allowed to live, even if her cultivation was crippled, she might not be able to find a chance to make a comeback. If the weeds are not removed by the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. June Mayan must die, and the Xiaoyao school must be destroyed. Fortunately, this stupid woman actually cared about the life and death of a group of trash. Chu Xinyan's eyes were cold, and his smile was cruel. He raised his hand and waved. All members of the Demon Slayer army, listen up. As long as someone comes out of the chaotic tower, kill them all without mercy. Understood? Then, it's time for all the patriarchs and sect masters seated here. This Ho will not request for everyone to kill June Mayan, as long as you maintain a distance from this woman and attack the chaotic tower from afar with all your might. This should be achievable, right? The people on the carved chairs looked at each other with hesitation. Chu Xinyan sneered, as long as you participate in the attack, this marquis can guarantee that after the slaughter of the demons is over, the goo poison in your body will be removed. Otherwise, you should have seen the result of having your soul devoured by hundreds of goo. As soon as he said that, all the cultivators didn't dare to delay any longer. They quickly took out their magic treasures and attacked. June Mayan's valiant fighting strength made them not dare to go forward, nor were they willing to risk their lives to fight. However, if it was only to ensure his own safety, he would naturally be able to attack the chaotic tower from a distance. However, they also had doubts in their hearts. The strength of the chaotic tower's defense was something that all the cultivators of the Purple Cloud Realm had witnessed for themselves over the past year. So what if they attacked with all their might? 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. If the defenses of the chaotic tower could be broken so easily, this treasure wouldn't have stood in the Divine Elephant City for so long without being invaded. The effect of a dozen tribulation cultivators attacking together naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. In a split second, the entire demon-slaying plaza is filled with blade lights and sword rays. The powerful pressure and the aftermath of the attacks make the surrounding low-level cultivators cover their heads and scurry away. Only the people hiding in the chaotic tower are still unharmed. See, didn't I say it earlier? The defense of the chaotic tower is like an iron bastion. How can this bit of attack have any effect? However, at this moment, the girl sitting in front of the chaotic tower suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Shui Zhaoguang laughs heartily. It works. Attacking the chaotic tower really works. This slut has indeed been using her soul to maintain the chaotic tower to accommodate so many people. Attacking the chaotic tower is the same as attacking Mayan. No matter how powerful she is, or how heaven-defying her talent, she's dead for sure this time. Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi and the rest have ashen faces, their eyes filled with despair. There's still a long time before the time that Miss June mentioned. Under such attacks, how can Miss June hold on? Seeing that the attacks are becoming more and more fierce because Shui Zhaoguang exposed the truth, Kong Yuanjiu suddenly bellows, charging out recklessly. Could it be that they could only rely on Miss June's protection to survive? Could it be that they have to watch a girl who's not even 20 years old use her slender shoulders to take the lives of tens of thousands of people, while they look on with folded arms? He, Kong Yuanjiu, is also a tribulation. Passing cultivator ranked 8th on the Azure Sky list, the longsword is unsheathed. Kong Yuanjiu's figure has already arrived in front of Shui Zhaoguang and Su Qiankuan. However, before he could attack, Miao Yu and Xia Hozun seemed to have expected it, already sandwiching him in the middle, one in front and one behind. Miao Yu chuckles, Elder Kong, this servant has been thinking about you ever since I let you escape last time. This time, your life is mine for sure. On the Azure Sky list, Xia Hozun is ranked 5th, higher than Kong Yuanjiu. Now, with Miao Yu, whose strength is not inferior to Xia Hozun's and whose methods are treacherous, how could Kong Yuanjiu be his match? The three of them had only fought for a short while, but Kong Yuanjiu was already in a perilous situation, his body covered in injuries. In front of the chaotic tower, Mu Yan straightened her back and pressed her hands on the zither. The zither trembled lightly, emitting a buzzing sound. But this time, she didn't play again, nor did she activate her Shin musician skills. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the chaotic tower from the 10 or so transcending tribulation experts. With every strike, the chaotic pagoda did not budge at all, standing tall as before. However, her divine soul seemed to be bombarded again and again, and torn apart again and again. That kind of pain was not something a mere physical pain could compare to. However, in this life, and in her previous life, Mayan had already experienced too much pain that was 100 times more torturous than this. To others, it would be like being burned alive by 1,000 cuts, but to her, she didn't even frown and forcefully endured it. Whoosh! An ear-piercing music rang out, followed by a swift and fierce sword gleam. In fact, the speed of these sword beams isn't that fast. With Mayan's current cultivation, she only needs to casually dodge and block to dissolve them. However, there was a poochy sound. Fresh blood stains her snow-white clothes. The young girl's figure trembled violently. Soon after, when the Crossing Tribulation cultivators launched another wave of attacks on the chaotic tower, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xianxia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. June Mayan can't fight back now. Xianxia seems to have discovered a new continent as she screams in excitement. She has to protect the chaotic tower, so she can't use her spiritual power, she can't even move. Saintess, quickly kill her now. Xiaxia's words make Shui Zhaoguang, Su Qiankuan, and the others, who are attacking the chaotic tower, pause. Then, their eyes light up. A tribulation-passing cultivator who can't move or use spiritual power, no matter how strong she is, isn't she still at the mercy of others, and this might be the best opportunity to kill June Mayan. Almost in an instant, half of the attacks on the demon-slaying square change direction and focus on Mayan. Clang, Mayan strums the zither, and the sound wall of divine hand weaves the heavens, shrouds her whole body. But the powerful firepower covers her. She spits out another mouthful of blood, almost unable to stand. Slut, go to hell. Su Shiqing roars, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. The immortal binding rope in his hand flies out, binding the immobile Mayan tightly in an instant. Ha ha ha, I caught this slut. I'm the one who killed June Mayan. Marquis, you have to remember this. Su Shiqing laughs wildly as he pulls out the sword at his waist and ruthlessly thrusts it towards Mayan's chest. But in the next moment, his vision blurs and he already lost his target. Su Shiqing is startled and wants to retreat, but he hears a cracking sound in his ears. Then, he completely loses consciousness. Mayan throws Su Shiqing's corpse to one side and holds the 7 absolute sword. Looking at the people surrounding her, the corners of her mouth slowly curve into a bloodthirsty smile. Want to kill me? Let's see who will be the first to fall. Shui Zhaoguang and the others meet that pair of evil and disdainful peach blossom eyes. They are startled and unconsciously take a few steps back. Then, when they react, they fly into a rage. In order to protect the trash in the chaotic tower, this slut can't even use 10% of her strength. We have so many high-level cultivators, do you think we're afraid of her alone? That's right, even if we have to exhaust her, we have to exhaust her to death. Within the chaotic tower, everyone could only watch as the frail figure outside the tower fought alone. Fresh blood dyed his white robe red. 10, 20, 30, more and more cultivators surrounded her. They were clearly all dregs that were inferior to her, but they left scars after scars on her body. She was the Lord of 6 Stars, the devastatingly deadly killer, the youngest tribulation-passing cultivator in the history of the cultivation world, and the most talented genius. If she wanted to, these dregs wouldn't even have the qualifications to touch the corner of her clothes. But now, her life was slowly being drained away by them. And all of this was for them. In order to save their lives. We seem to have done something wrong. Beikue Xiangyuan could not hold it in any longer and cried aloud. We should not have come. If there were less tens of thousands of people from the devastating city army, and the Liangchen Great Army, the pressure on Mu Yan to protect the chaotic tower would not be so great. Not only did their arrival not help Almighty Yi, but it also forced her to exhaust her last bit of vitality to protect their lives. Many people could not help but burst into tears when they heard that. It was guilt, remorse, and helpless despair. Clap, Xiao Yunchuan suddenly put away the folding fan in his hand, his face revealing his trademark playboy smile. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xianxia. 1 second remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. It's not my style to let beauties fight for their lives outside while I hide in the tower to live an ignoble existence. Goodbye everyone, this young master is going to fight alongside Mei Yin. What a joke. Xiao Yunchuan had just waved his hand and was about to rush out when he saw Chen De and the others rushing over to stop him. Are you not afraid of death? Let's all go together. That's right. Let's go together. Weren't we prepared to risk our lives for Xianxia before we stepped into the transmission array? In the end, Xianxia sacrificed his life to protect us. How can such cowards be worthy of the title of Xianxia's #1 legion? Easy Bro shouted, get out of here. God Ye's #1 legion must be our Liangchen. Wasn't it just going out to fight those bastards? Do you think we're afraid? Liang Chen's army immediately responded. Kill those mother of curs. Let's charge out together and kill those bastards. Isn't it just 100,000 demon soldiers? Do you think we're scared of you in terms of numbers? Zhou Daoi said anxiously, don't be rash. That's 100,000 well-trained army, it's definitely not something that you stragglers can resist. Miss June has risked her life to guard the chaotic tower until now, all because she doesn't want you to sacrifice yourselves for no reason. Just wait a little longer, wait until. Do you want us to watch Xianxia fall in front of us? Beikue Xiangwan wiped away her tears. Her almond-shaped eyes were as red as a rabbit's, but the words that came out of her mouth were firm and resolute. Before we came, we, the Liangchen army, had made an agreement. Even if I have to bleed every drop of blood in my body, I have to tell everyone that Goddess She is not a demon or a murderer. She is the best person in the world, and she is the faith that we will never regret in this life. Easy Bro grabbed North Sunflower Xiangwan's hand and smiled. Now, we are just going to fulfill the promise we made before we came here. Of course, we still have to prove that we're God Ye's #1 legion, isn't that right, brothers? Yes. Under the auspicious hour, there were no more kings. Liang Chen's army is invincible. We are willing to open up new lands for our king and cut through all obstacles. We will never allow anyone to bully our gods and defile our faith. Brothers, let's kill our way out. Devastating army, can you allow this arrogant Liangchen army to steal our limelight? Absolutely not. Alright, then follow me and kill our way out. Whoever dares to harm our great god June, will fight them to the death. Zhou Daoi and the others were anxious, and they wanted to rush over to stop him. At some point, Morong Shui and the others, as well as the teachers and students of the Soaring Dragon's army, had followed behind the Beautiful City army and the Good Dawn army. The number of people in the Carefree army was smaller than that of the Magnificent army and Liangchen army. Most of them were originally students of Longting. Therefore, after entering the chaotic tower, he did not participate in the quarrel between the Devastating City army and the Liangchen army. At this moment, this small group of people had become incredibly large after merging with the Dragon Soaring Sect students and teachers. Gigantic and courageous. Wenbin, Shui, don't be impatient. Miss June has arranged everything. Go out, Morong Shui laughed, then interrupted Zhou Daoi. Dean, even if Miss June really does have a trump card in her hands, how can we just watch as she fights and bleeds for us while you hide in the chaotic tower and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. As you can see, the devastatingly beautiful army and the Liangchen army have lower cultivation than us, and their teamwork is not as good as ours, but they still rushed out without hesitation. We are the Soaring Dragon. How can we lose to them? After persuading Zhou Daoi, Morong Shui raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. She asked the crowd behind her, everyone, once we leave the chaotic tower, we'll be facing the most tyrannical armored guards and the north-ranking Marquis army. Are you all afraid? We have long wanted to avenge the destruction of Dragon Ascension. It's just a life, what's there to be afraid of? We are the Soaring Dragon, and also the Carefree army. We can't let those two armies steal our limelight. Xiao, who else but me can do it? Be free and unfettered, dominate the world. We'll kill our way out. For Longteng, for God June, for the 7 sons of the Xiaoyao sect. We'll kill them all. Longting isn't afraid of death, but are we Starry School cowards? On the long table, Xing Little Fatty raised his arms and shouted, "Don't forget, only we, Constellation, are the true disciples of the Xiaoyao 7. Only we, Constellation, are the family of the Xiaoyao 7. Even those hypocrites from the demon-slaying alliance know about this. That's why they captured us to threaten us. That means that we are the most important people to the Jun family. So, if you want to fight for the great god Jun, do you think our Constellation family will miss out?" A roar immediately came from the chaotic tower. "Of course not. The Xiaoyao 7 sons are our family, and the great god Jun is our star's great god. Whoever dares to harm the great god Jun, will fight them to the death." The previously crowded chaotic tower suddenly became empty. Even the pitiful Yuanwu village's villagers with low cultivations rushed out without a care for anything. Only the unfettered 6 sons on the second floor were still meditating in seclusion. Zhou Daoi and the other elders and mentors of the Dragon Ascension Academy looked at each other, and a relieved smile slowly blossomed on their faces. Everyone, even those little fellows, have decided to go all out. How can we old farts continue to hide in there? Ha ha ha, isn't it just the iron armor guards, isn't it just North placating Marquis Mo soldiers? To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of low-level cultivators. Let's go out and kill 10 of them to break even, and kill 100 of them to make a profit. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood. Mu Yan feels her body going cold. The wounds that were originally burning with pain seemed to have started to become frozen and numb. After dodging a sword beam that came from the left, Mu Yan felt a sharp pain coming from his left leg. Her body swayed, and she could barely stand. The 7 absolute swords are ruthlessly inserted into the ground. Mayan bends one knee, half kneeling on the ground to keep her body from falling. Jun Mayan can't hold on any longer. This time, she really can't hold on anymore. Excited and nervous voices came from the crowd in front of him. Even though they were shouting, they still didn't dare to step forward. Shui Zhaoguang said angrily, "Why are you dragging your feet? Didn't he see that she couldn't even stand up? Why aren't you rushing over to kill her? Or do you want to die under the torture of the 100 soul-crushing insects?" Looking at the girl being besieged once again, and finally falling into a real dead end, Shui Zhaoguang, Su Qiankuan, and the others all show expressions of excitement and fear. They were excited because they could finally kill Jun Mayan, kill this evildoer who was like an immortal god of death. But they were afraid because this woman was really too scary. Magnificent medicine, gold medal special agent, transmigrating to become the good-for-nothing third miss of the godly doctor's mansion. Watch how she controls the universe, and the song Marriage in Troubled Times from the God's Domains Hades chart. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. He couldn't even use 10% of his strength. He could only defend and not attack. But as soon as the battle began, she recklessly killed the killing Luosec's sect leader Lei Hong, who was the best at setting up formations. This thunderous strike not only destroyed Shui Zhaoguang and the others' plan to use the formation to grind her to death, but it also shocked them. Who had ever seen such a monster? He had just reached the crossing calamity stage, but he could already kill cultivators who were at the crossing calamity stage as easily as chopping vegetables. Therefore, Shui Zhaoguang and the others were afraid and terrified. They no longer dared to rush to the front line. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would end up like Gong Xiuqin and Lei Hong, becoming souls under this woman's sword. But it was still alright, everything was over. Even if Jun Mayan was a god, she wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. A sinister smile appeared on Shui Zhaoguang's face. However, in the next instant, a world-shaking roar rang out from within the chaotic tower. "Brothers, charge! Protect the great god Jun. Whoever retreats is a turtle's grandson. Liangchen's army is here. Demons and ghosts, come out and die. Teachers and students of the Soaring Dragon Academy, follow me, Duan Wenbin, and march forward bravely. I vow not to retreat until I die." Mu Yan suddenly raised her head, looking in disbelief at the crowd swarming out of the chaotic tower. "Who allowed you to come out? Cough cough cough. Go back. All of you go back." Xiao Yunchuan opened his folding fan and smiled. "Mei Yan Yan, we can't listen to you this time." Seeing that the girl's clothes had been completely dyed red and her lips had turned purple, Xiao Yunchuan suddenly tightened his grip on the handle of the umbrella. His voice became difficult and hoarse. We clearly agreed that this time it would be our turn to guard you. This young master can't experiment. Xianxia managed to hold it in. The other members of the devastating city army and the Liangchen army saw Mu Yan at such a close distance, and they couldn't help but burst into tears. Many people did not understand. They had only met by chance, and some did not even know each other. Just for a mere illusory idol, how could they go this far? He had sacrificed his family, his life, and everything to support them. That was because they did not see how good this person was. Jun Mo Xia wasn't the great god Jun, but them. Old Ma raised his head and laughed. This sandstorm is too strong, and it got in my eyes. Great god Yi, we're all quite useless and can't help you at all, but at least don't let us become your burden. I never thought that this group of trash would actually be willing to throw away their lives for you. Chu Xinyan faintly said. Since that's the case, then let's kill them all. With a light order, the 100,000 iron armor guards and the north-ranking Marquis army that had been standing outside the demon slaughtering square like wooden stakes immediately readied their weapons and charged towards the center of the square like lightning. Even the transcending tribulation stage cultivators shuddered when they saw the 100,000-strong army. With their cultivation, it was a simple matter for them to defeat an army of thousands of men and horses. However, it was almost impossible to completely kill them. This was because a cultivator's spiritual energy would eventually dry up, and so would his mind and body. Under the attrition of 100,000 soldiers, even a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation realm would eventually become an ant under the iron hooves of tens of thousands of soldiers and be exhausted to death. It was precisely because he had the backing of 100,000 cavalrymen that Chu Xinyan dared to be so arrogant. Seeing that the army has arrived, Mu Yan is anxious. Mu Yan staggered a few steps forward, blocking everyone's path. She suddenly raised her voice. You, staying here will only be a hindrance. I want you all to return to the chaotic tower, do you hear me? Morong Shui smiled lightly. As the saying goes, soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. Leave these small fries to us. These scum are your opponents, great god Jun. Mu Yan reached out to grab them, but Morong Shui had already led the soaring dragon people past her. Great god Yi, we're going. Liang Chen's army will not disgrace you even if we die. Madam Enchantress, you're an immortal from heaven, how can you hurt yourself for us mortals? Please don't be so restrained, go punish those who blasphemed you. Mu Yan's body swayed, feeling a roar in her head. There was no one in the chaotic tower, so she could quickly circulate her spiritual energy to heal her injuries. However, even if her strength was recovering bit by bit, she couldn't stop these people from sacrificing their lives for her. Why was it that she had clearly become stronger, but she still couldn't protect the people she cared about? A hand rested on her shoulder. Mu Yan turned and smiled kindly at Zhou Daoyi. Soaring Dragon was founded by the emperor 1,000 years ago, adhering to the school's motto, mediocrity, harmony but difference. Be a model, be aware of shame and strive for self-improvement. Nurture the righteousness of heaven and earth, nurture the loyalty of youth. I, Zhou Daoyi, have been the dean of Soaring Dragon for 37 years, mediocre and useless. I've always felt that I've let the emperor and Soaring Dragon down. But today, I no longer have any regrets, because Soaring Dragon was able to raise these children and witness the legend of the Carefree Seven. I, Zhou Daoyi, have no regrets in this life. I, Chu Zongxing, also have no regrets. I, Qi Ri, also have no regrets. The dean, mentors, and elders of Soaring Dragon all rushed towards the mighty demon slayer army. In the distance, shouts, screams, and curses came one after another. In the sky, Elder Kong, who was facing Xiahou Zun and Miao Yu, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Mu Yan closed her eyes and let out a low laugh. The Tian Mo Qin appeared in front of her at some point, as if responding to her current mood, making a humming sound. In her Dan Tian, spiritual energy, profound energy, immortal energy, and devil energy, these four types of energy were madly surging without any regard for anything else, and they began to rapidly repair her battered body. Jing Tianyi yelled, "What are you waiting for? She's recovering her spiritual power, kill her." Shui Zhaoguang and the others were shocked, and their expressions changed. Mayan, who can't use 90% of her spiritual power, is already that strong. If she were to recover, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Kill. No matter what, kill this demoness immediately. Boom. Countless blade lights and sword auras descended, but this time, they were unable to harm Mayan in the slightest. Instead, they were directly sent flying. The sound of the zither circulates in the air, and a fluorescent protective shield wraps around Mayan. Divine hands weave. It was the same sound barrier as before, but it was 100 times stronger. This is the true power of a third-star god musician of the 7th rank. Shui Zhaoguang and the others turned pale. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Something was heavily smashed into the center of the square. Then, she heard Miao Yu's giggling voice, "Jun Mayan, don't be in such a hurry to heal. Open your eyes and take a look, your good mentor, good dean, is about to die." The one who was thrown down was the already dying Kong Yuanjiu. "Oh, that's right, it's not just old Kong who's going to die, there's also your dog-like followers. Are you really not going to take a look?" Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes, a biting cold murderous aura overflowing. Shui Zhaoguang and the others retreat in fright. Soon after, they discover that the energy within Mu Yan's body is in disorder. The wounds that had already healed split open again, and blood gushes out. "Ha ha ha, Sect Master Miao is wise, Jun Mu Yan really can't let go of those dogs of hers. Don't forget that the 6 demons of freedom are still hiding in the chaotic tower to cultivate. Her primordial spirit is still connected to the chaotic tower, so once her mind is in disorder, she will naturally be unable to take care of herself, and might even suffer from cultivation deviation. Kill. Demon Slayer army, kill more quickly, let these mobs let out mournful screams. Ha ha ha, I'm sure that these screams will be the most beautiful music in Jun Mu Yan's ears." However, after these words are said, there are suddenly no more screams and wails on the battlefield. This group of lowly cultivators, fighting for themselves, have no power to resist a real army. They are destroyed like melons and vegetables. However, even if their hands and feet are broken, even if their chests are broken, even if their intestines are rotten, they still firmly clench their teeth, unwilling to let out the slightest moan. Because they don't want that person to hear. Because they don't want that person to save them, to protect them, to encounter danger again. Mu Yan closes her eyes, the long sword in her hand slowly descending. "Chu Xinyan, make them stop, we'll discuss the conditions again." Chu Xinyan seems to have expected that she would make such a decision. Hearing this, he is not surprised at all. Instead, he lowly laughs. "Miss June, wouldn't it be better if you had been so obedient earlier? If it was someone else, this marquis would not have the patience to give her chances again and again. But for Miss June, it's all worth it." As he speaks, Chu Xinyan raises his hand. The 100,000 troops that were slaughtering below immediately stop their movements. However, they are still standing in a position to firmly surround Liang Chen's army, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. As long as Chu Xinyan gave the order, a massacre would descend once again. Chu Xinyan revealed a satisfied smile and said unhurriedly, "All right, this marquis has already satisfied Miss June's request and made them stop. Now it is time for Miss June to show her sincerity." Mu Yan said indifferently, "The chaotic tower is yours. I'll take everyone away. From now on, we won't interfere with each other." "Is Miss June joking with me?" Chu Xinyan's face sank. "After I kill you, the chaotic tower will be mine." Mu Yan sneered, "You'll have to kill me first. Or, I'll have a match with Marquis now and see who dies?" Chu Xinyan's face was sinister and his voice was sinister. It seems that Miss June has not learned her lesson. Since negotiations have broken down, you should take a good look at how your loyal lackeys will die one by one in front of you. Mu Yan slowly says, "Chu Xinyan, do you really think that no one can break your bullshit 100,000 cavalry? Who can break it?" Chu Xinyan arrogantly waved his hand. "Just based on the motley crew under you? Ha ha ha." As he spoke, the 100 transmission arrays arranged by Jing Tianyi lit up from time to time. Mu Yan's gaze fell on the transmission array. She saw cultivators walking out in 2s and 3s. The video Jing Tianyi had arranged to broadcast in Tianguang ruins was suddenly cut off. Those who were not present at the scene were naturally curious about what had happened at the foot of the Phoenix Heaven mountain range. Some people suppressed their curiosity, but there were others who couldn't help but want to come over and see what was going on. Therefore, from the moment the teleportation array was set up, the number of cultivators coming out never stopped. However, as soon as these people came out of the teleportation formation, they saw the tense situation in front of them and the thick smell of blood in the air. He was so scared that he wanted to run away. But how could the North placating Marquis' army allow them to leave, so they were like those rogue cultivators who had joined in on the fun, becoming pawns in the North placating Marquis' net. At this time, Chu Xinyan saw that Mu Yan was looking at the transmission array. He couldn't help but sneer. What? Hoping for another group of you to support me? Huh, this kind of trash, even if there were twice as many of them, they would only be dead souls under the blades of this Marquis army. However, this time, it wasn't the protection of Jun Mayan or Yi Liangchen. It was a third-rate sect in the Ziyun realm. When they saw the scene at the foot of the Sky Phoenix Mountain, they did not panic. Instead, they flew in front of Chu Xinyan and Jing Tianyi with flattering smiles. My giant stone sect heard that Marquis Chu and Headmaster Jing were exterminating demons, so I specially rushed over, hoping to do my bit. Chu Xinyan calmly waved his hand and someone immediately came forward to arrange the people of the giant stone sect. It was obvious that Chu Xinyan was already used to such a situation. Because besides joining in the fun, a large portion of the cultivators that had come to the foot of Phoenix Heaven mountain range wanted to fish in troubled waters and seize the opportunity to fight for the future of their sects and clans. However, Chu Xinyan naturally would not pay too much attention to such a third-rate family. The one he truly fears and values is only Jun Mayan. He could either kill this woman and get rid of any future troubles, or he could completely cripple her, subdue her, and make her his. However, no matter which one it was difficult to achieve. However, the harder it was to achieve, the more challenging and interesting it would be, wouldn't it? Chu Xinyan licked his lips and was about to speak. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation came from the distant sky. Immediately after, a huge black spaceship flew over from the southern sky. When they flew closer, the crowd discovered that in the center of the hull, there was a huge, MO, character. Someone let out a cry of surprise. Is that the MO, mercenary group? Mercenary group? Haven't you heard of the name, MO? In recent years, he had become famous in the Min LV, Azure Cloud, and Azure Blue realms. As long as they accepted a mission, they would never fail. Furthermore, as their reputation grew, the scale of the MO, mercenary group also grew larger and larger. The only drawback is that the mercenaries in Inc. generally don't have high cultivation, most of them are at the gold core stage. Even if they're only at the gold core stage, it doesn't affect their strength at all. Everyone in the MO, mercenary corps had a tacit understanding with each other. 10 Jingdan stage cultivators were already able to compete with the same number of Yuanying stage cultivators. Moreover, the more people there are, the more powerful their strength will be. In this half a year, the mission of MO has already begun to enter the Purple Cloud domain. Right now, the famous mercenary groups of the Purple Cloud domain have all been overshadowed by them. Everyone's discussion reached Chu Xinyan's ears, and he couldn't help but look at the slowly descending spaceship. A mercenary group with Oris Core Stage as the main members, yet they had the fighting strength and imposing manner of an army. This made Chu Xinyan a bit more interested in them. He signaled his men with his eyes. If the MO, mercenary group that had come to seek refuge with them was truly capable, then there was no harm in treating them better. Your subordinate was about to receive the order. Suddenly, another 2 energy waves came from the sky and the ground. On one side was a teleportation array that suddenly lit up. On the other side, another spaceship was rapidly approaching. It was completely different from the MO, mercenary group's pitch-black ship. This spaceship was almost pure white, and there were silver engravings on the body of the spaceship. Overall, it looked plain but elegant. At the bow of the ship, there were 2 words, Great Void. Hiss, is that the Great Void Valley ship? I really didn't expect that even the Great Void Valley came to side with North placating Marquis. Hasn't the Great Void Valley always been in the Azure Blue realm? In the past 2 years, the Great Void Valley's development had been extremely rapid. The private soldiers in the valley were very powerful, numbering in the tens of thousands. Additionally, there were also quite a number of cultivators proficient in array formations. Due to that, the entire Great Void Valley became like an iron bucket. I think it's probably because he's developing too well that the Valley Master of the Great Void Valley isn't satisfied with staying in a corner of the Azure Blue world. That's why he wants to take advantage of the demon slaughtering meat to form a connection with North Placating Marquis. Only then would he be able to soar to greater heights. However, there were also cultivators who could not help but shake their heads. The mercenary group and the Great Void Valley did not know the true face of the North Placating Marquis. Compared to the unfettered Seven Sons, who were currently being hunted by demons, Chu Xinyan was the true demon. Just look at the demon soldiers who had already lost their humanity to know what would happen to these people who came to seek refuge. While they were discussing, the teleportation formation on the hillside suddenly exploded with a loud sound. Everyone was startled. They no longer cared about the mercenary group and the Great Void Valley, and all looked toward the source of the sound. Dust was flying everywhere on both sides of the mountain, and there were countless fluorescent lights flashing non-stop. Jing Tiany's face was filled with shock as he muttered in a low voice, "The energy was depleted, and the array disk was destroyed?" No, it's not that the array disks are destroyed, it's that all the array disks are reconstructing themselves. The teleportation disks that the Cleansing Le Pavilion had set up on the two sides of the Demon Slaughter Plaza were large-scale teleportation disks that could teleport hundreds of people at a time. But at this moment, the two sides of the hills were flashing with light that was 100 times more dazzling than ordinary large-scale teleportation formations. Following that, silhouettes began to appear out of thin air on the hillside. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. The crowd grew larger and denser. However, no one cared about how the teleportation formation was reconstructed or how it could teleport thousands of people at once. Everyone's gazes couldn't help but focus on the beautiful women leading the two sides. Pavilion Master Ruyan? Dr. Feng Haitang. Why are the two of them here? No, they didn't just come by themselves. They clearly brought all the forces under their command here. Are they also here to rely on North Placating Marquis? What Pavilion Master Ruyan? What Dr. Feng Haitang? Who are you guys talking about? Why haven't I heard of it before? Haha, even if you haven't heard of Pavilion Mistress Ruyan, you should have heard of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, right? Ah. You're talking about the company that just rose to prominence in the past 2 years and acquired Drunk and Dreaming, Gathering Immortal Tower, Cloud Lake, Ring Color Pavilion. 1 second, remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. The legendary Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that specializes in buying and selling intelligence and has its intelligence network spread throughout the entire Cultivation continent? Is there another pavilion of Heavenly Secrets in this world? This pavilion Lord Ruyan is absolutely a genius in managing intelligence. It has only been 2 years since the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries achieved such glory. If it had a little more time, it would be unimaginable. Nothing in the world would be able to escape the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. Eyes. Someone once said that anyone who could subdue the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets would have the entire cultivation world under their control. Another person interrupted. It is true that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is powerful, but the Longevity Hall, operated by Dr. Feng Haitang, is not the slightest bit inferior. You all know how scarce doctors are in the Cultivation continent. Moreover, even those famous doctors are mostly inherited from the Cleansing Le Pavilion. But this Longevity Hall is different. They were founded in the insignificant Green Cloud world. In a short 2 years, they have established a medical team of over 1,000 people. Although the cultivation of these doctors in Changxing Hall is not high and their talents are not outstanding, their medical skills are not the least bit inferior to high-level doctors. Longevity Hall doesn't only have doctors. When it comes to special talents, talisman masters, formation masters, alchemists, and even musicians, Longevity Hall has recruited and nurtured quite a number of them. However, they are mostly active in the Azure Cloud Realm and the Azure Blue Realm, so very few people in the Purple Cloud Realm know of their deeds. While everyone was talking, the mercenary group and the Great Void Valley spaceship slowly landed. The hatch opened, and a dense crowd of people poured out of the spaceship. Although there were many of them, their movements were orderly. They even seemed to be more well-trained than the iron armor guards. As more and more people walked out of the cabin, the cultivators in the square were left dumbfounded. The mercenary group and the Great Void Valley had a total of 50 to 60,000 people. Furthermore, these were not ordinary 50 to 60,000 golden core cultivators, but two majestic and well-armed armies. If they suddenly charged down, the lethality would not be much weaker than the Demon Slayer army. But after this army of tens of thousands landed, they didn't immediately set off for the Devil Massacre Square. Instead, two people walked out from the crowd. One of them was a burly man with a murderous aura. His face was covered in fine scars. The other one was dressed in white and had black hair. He was as gentle as jade, but his eyes contained indifference and coldness. Very quickly, someone recognized them. One of them was the leader of the mercenary group, Xianxia, and the other was the valley master of the Great Void Valley, Bai Chen. After the two of them walked out of the crowd, they didn't bring any guards with them. They flew towards the demon-slaying plaza alone. On the other side, the secret pavilion and the longevity hall didn't have tens of thousands of people. However, there were close to 10,000 of them in total. Ru Yan and Feng Haitang also left their subordinates on the hillside and floated down alone, landing on the Demon Massacre Square. The actions of the four clearly expressed their sincerity in seeking refuge. On the plaza, the forces that belonged to the Demon Extermination Alliance were naturally overjoyed and relieved. What did it mean for such a powerful force to seek refuge with them? This meant that the demon-slaying alliance was, in the eyes of the world, the righteous side. No matter what the truth was, once the massacre of the unfettered Seven Devils was over, they would be heroes who saved the world. The benefits and power that came with it would be immeasurable. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remembering LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with interesting reading. Trapped in the army, the city-toppling army and the Liangchen army, whose lives were in danger, felt their hearts sink bit by bit. They were already in a desperate situation. Now, Chu Xinyan had such great help. Would they really have a chance to live? Only the Starry School students could not help but glance at the four people walking onto the square. Huh? Were they thinking too much? Why do these faces look so familiar? Yan Haoyan, Bai Chen, Ru Yan, Feng Haitang. Seeing the leaders of the four new forces walk towards him without hesitation after landing on the square. The arrogance and condescension on Chu Xinyan's face turned into a satisfied smile. Seeing this, the subordinate beside him immediately said flatteringly, "The Marquis is wise. You are even famous in remote places like Qingyun and Songlan. That's why these people came to join us." Shui Zhaoguang looked at the neat and murderous troops on the hills around him with greed and jealousy. If his Shui family could have such power, why would they not be able to dominate the world? However, when he thought of how vicious and merciless Chu Xinyan was, he hurriedly retracted this thought. Changing to a flattering smile, he said, "I congratulate the Marquis. You have gained a lot from this demon-slaying conference." Chu Xinyan's lips curled up and he walked forward slowly. He planned to lower himself and personally welcome the leaders of the four new forces. He, Chu Xinyan, had never been stingy with giving more benefits to people with ability and value, making them wholeheartedly loyal to him. "I am deeply grateful that everyone is willing to come from afar and contribute to the demon-slaying conference." Chu Xinyan walked up and said elegantly, "The unfettered seven demons have bewitched people and resisted stubbornly, causing the demon-slaying alliance to lose many righteous people. With the addition of a few of them, the battle situation would definitely stabilize quickly. This is a great fortune for the Righteous Path Alliance." Chu Xinyan's subordinate immediately came forward with a smile and said politely, "Friend Yen, Valley Master Bai, Pavilion Leader Ruyan, Dr. Feng, the Marquis is very happy that you have joined the demon-slaying alliance. Please take a seat over here." This subordinate was referring to the 10,000 round carved wooden chairs at the core of the Demon Massacre Plaza. Because of the siege on Mayan, several masters and sect masters have died, leaving the carved chairs empty. This decision shocked everyone present. It was fine if Lani Tian, Su Mingyue, and Morong Yan were forced to do so. However, many of those who joined the Demon Extermination Alliance did so for the sake of benefits and a bright future. At this moment, seeing that four immature, low-grade cultivators wanted to sit on equal footing with them and even wanted a share of the spoils after the battle, their complexions became somewhat ugly. However, when he looked at the majestic army on the hillsides in all directions, he felt a chill run down his spine. These patriarchs and sect masters swallowed the dissatisfaction in their hearts. This was a cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength represented everything, however, he could not help but feel jealous. These country bumpkins from the Azure Blue domain are probably going crazy with happiness now that North placating Marquis has personally welcomed them and given them a place in this devil-slaying gathering. Wait, why don't they have any fear on their faces when facing a peak tribulation passing cultivator? Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, to provide you with wonderful reading. Is he so happy that he's stupid? Under everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, there's also a bit of astonishment. They see Yanhaoyan, Bai Yichen, Ru Yan, and Feng Haitang scattered to the sides, bypassing Chu Xinyan. Then, they completely ignore him, brushing shoulders with him. Chu Xinyan's hand has already stretched out, wanting to support the 4 people who are kneeling and paying their respects, to show his courtesy. Then, the hand froze on the spot. What's going on here? Their mouths widen in disbelief, and their eyes are filled with shock. Just like that, they watch helplessly as the 4 people completely ignore North Dingho, Chu Xinyan. In the end, they go straight to Jun Mayan. Go to Jun Mayan? What's going on? Yanhaoyan is the first to slowly kneel down. His right hand clenches into a fist and presses against his chest, pressing against his heart. No one can see that there's an unknown flame mark slowly flashing on his chest, waiting to burn. A chaotic, vague, hoarse, but resolute voice resounds throughout the entire square. Ink Camp Commander Yanhaoyan pays respect to Miss. The Ink Camp is now organized into 29,700 people, and 29,700 people are present. We are willing to obey Miss's command. Yanhaoyan's voice pauses, unable to continue because it's too vague and hoarse. He had his tongue cut off a long time ago. Later, even though he received the Art of Magic Yellow treatment, in the end, he still couldn't make a perfect and clear voice like an ordinary person. But today, he wants to clearly say what he wants to say word by word, in front of everyone under the heavens. He wants to tell this master before him that he's willing to loyally follow for a lifetime. Tell her that he hasn't let her down. From today onwards, you will lead the Ink Camp, join the major mercenary corps of the Shoshan continent, and even form the strongest mercenary corps. I want you to become a sharp knife walking in the darkness, invincible, invincible. He wants to tell her Miss, the Ink Camp did it, Yanhaoyan, did it. They finally had the right to stand behind the young Miss with dignity and become her most solid backing, not a burden. The hoarse voice once again rings out. It's still muddled and indistinct, but it's resolute and decisive, each word sonorous and sonorous. It's been 697 days since we received the order. The Ink Camp from top to bottom never slacked off, and now we've finally completed our mission. Request, to return to the Nether Flame Army. This sentence seemed to be a command, a signal. On the eastern hillside, the troops lined up in front of the black spaceship uniformly kneel on one knee, right hand on the left side of their chest, and shout in unison, the Ink Camp requests to return to the Nether Flame Army. Under their right fists, above their hearts, there was a flame symbol that was slowly lighting up. Ru Yan wiped away the tears on her face and was the second to kneel down. The same posture, the same hoarse voice, and the same joyful and resolute voice resounded between heaven and earth. The commander of the Heavenly Secret Battalion, Ru Yan, greets young mistress. The Heavenly Secret Battalion has 6,080 people, and 6,080 people are present. We are willing to follow young Miss's orders. In a trance, Ru Yan seems to have seen the distant past, when she met that godlike girl in the ghost city. Later, by a freak combination of factors, she followed at her side. From then on, the sky and earth turned upside down, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Along the way, there's been laughter, there's been sorrow, there's been parting, there's been reunions, but there's only one thing that hasn't changed. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to Xia. She wanted to have the qualifications to stand behind this person. The Secret Battalion wanted to have the qualifications to stand behind this person. From today onwards, you will lead the Secret Battalion and rely on Tianguang ruins to infiltrate every industry in the cultivation continent. I want you to build a complete and detailed intelligence network and make the secret battalion the strongest spy organization in the entire cultivation continent. Ru Yan closed her eyes, allowing her scalding tears to fall, allowing her heart to violently beat in her chest. She raised her voice and loudly said, "Since the beginning of the mission, it has been 639 days. The Tianji battalion has already completed their mission. We now request to return to the Nether Flame Army." On the northern slope, everyone from the secret pavilion, who had concealed their true appearances but wore the same uniform, knelt down in unison. The secret battalion requests to return to the Nether Flame Army. Under the cover of their fists was a flame symbol that slowly lit up. Feng Haitang was the third to kneel. Commander of the Longevity Battalion, Feng Haitang, pays respect to Miss. The Longevity Battalion has 3,360 people and 3,360 people present. We are willing to obey Mrs. orders. Feng Haitang had already combed her hair into a woman's bun. She no longer had the indifference and sadness in her eyes. She couldn't imagine what kind of fate she and Yan Haoyan would have if they didn't meet Mississippi. Therefore, even if she didn't have enough talent and ability, she would still desperately manage the Longevity Battalion. She wanted to be with the Longevity Battalion and follow Miss for a long time. It has been 639 days since we received the order and the Longevity Battalion has completed its mission. We now request to return to the Nether Flame Army. On the western slope, all the cultivators from the Longevity Hall knelt down on one knee and placed their fists on their chest. They shouted in unison. The Longevity Battalion requests to return to the Nether Flame Army. Finally, it was Bai Chen. He held his sword in his left hand and slowly knelt down on one knee. He placed his right hand on his chest and placed it on his heart. Commander of the Great Void Battalion, Bai Chen, pays respect to Miss. The Great Void Battalion has 40,000 people and 40,000 people present. We are willing to obey Miss's orders. A young man in white had flowing black hair. His features were picturesque and his eyes were like black obsidian. However, they seemed to be dim and couldn't reflect the beauty of the mountains. The young man's voice was warm and clear, deep and pleasant to listen to, but it was always calm, empty, and lonely. However, at this moment, when he raised his head to look at the white-clothed, blood-soaked young lady, his eyes still stirring, his voice still trembling. Bai Chen, I hope that you can kill your enemy, survive, and become the leader of the Grand Void Battalion. From today onwards, you will lead the Grand Void Battalion and gather the idle forces of Min LV, Azure Cloud, and Azure Blue realms to form a regular army. I want you to build the military fortress of Deathflame Valley with the existing soldiers of the Grand Void Camp as the core. It will also be the most important cornerstone of Deathflame. Ever since Lin Sitong's death, he had been like a walking corpse, drifting in the chaotic world. He no longer had any nostalgia for the world. It was this person's trust and entrustment that gave him the meaning to continue living. It was this person who had personally established the Nether Flame Army, allowing him to have a new home. Even if the thought of Lin Sidong still made his heart ache, he was still willing to step on the thorns to live. Because he had regrets in this life, but he hoped that his miss and his friends would have no regrets in this life. Because he wanted to light up the nether flame with his own hands and crown her with thousands of sparks. It has been 639 days since we received the order and the 40,000 people of the Grand Void Battalion have completed their mission. Now we request to return to the Nether Flame Army. On the southern slope, the most magnificent legion knelt down on one knee without any hesitation, bowing to the only faith they held fast to in their lives. Grand Void Battalion requests to return to the Nether Flame Army. Request to return to the Nether Flame Army. Return to the Nether Flame Army. Return to the Nether Flame Army. The thunderous voices resounded throughout the Demon Massacre Plaza and the entire Phoenix Sky Mountain range. The mountain breeze blew through his blood-stained hair and wet eyes. Mayan takes a deep breath. After a long while, she uses her spiritual power to transmit her slightly hoarse and trembling voice. Request received. The Ink Camp, the Heavenly Secret Camp, the Longevity Camp, and the Grand Void Camp, they are all permitted to return. She opened her hand, and spiritual power surged. A special black and red flame slowly appeared in her palm. The night of 639 days ago. She told these people that they could not go to the Purple Cloud world with her. From now on, they could no longer call themselves members of the Nether Flame Army. She said. This was the fire of the death flame. Let us use this as an agreement, as a sign, as a promise. No matter where little treasure and I are, as long as we see the symbol of the Nether Flame, we will know that everyone is working hard, and that you are by our side. When the day comes when we spread the flames of the Nether Flame to every corner of the Cultivation continent, the Nether Flame Army will reappear in the world. Today, the flames of the death flame finally ignited in her palm once again. On the hillside, the 80,000 Nether Flame Army soldiers released their fists from their chests and puffed out their chests proudly. On the front lapels of their clothes, a black and red flame symbol suddenly lit up, like a ball of flame quietly burning. From the day these people joined, they were told over and over again. They were not the Emo mercenaries, the Divine Secret Battalion, the Longevity Hall, or the Great Void Valley. They only have one master, Jun Mayan. They only had one name, the Nether Flame Army. The flame in their chests, hidden in the shadows and invisible to others, was their soul, their unchanging faith. The entire mountain seemed to be covered by this black and red flame. 80,000 people knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. The ink camp of the Nether Flame Army greets the Miss. Nether Flame Army's Great Void Battalion greets the Young Mistress. Nether Flame Army's Secret Battalion greets Young Mistress. The Nether Flame Army's Longevity Camp greets Miss. They had once said that one day, they would stand behind Miss with dignity and let everyone in the world know who the master of the Nether Flame Army was. They once said, the hellfire will never be extinguished. There would come a day when it would set the three realms ablaze. And now, they had finally done it. From today onwards, the flames of the Nether Flame will be reignited, and the name of the Nether Flame Army will resound throughout the world. Mu Yan hooks up her lips, revealing a brilliant smile. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, but there was no sadness, no loneliness, only warmth that never faded from beginning to end. In this life, she was no longer a lonely and despairing beast who was besieged on all sides. She has her beloved Di Mingju and Xiaobao. There were fellow apprentice brothers and sisters who accompanied each other. She had an army that supported her without any regrets. And this group of family members who never left him. She had never been fighting alone, a low voice spat out from between her lips and teeth, as if she was telling them, and also as if she was telling herself. Nether Flame Army, welcome, home. Readers who want to participate in the book reviews and comments section, punch in, kick the list, and subscribe activities. Remember to add the book friends group 190149989. No wonder I thought these four people looked familiar. When Starry School was attacked by the Tian family, wasn't it the Nether Flame Army who came to save us? I remember too. There weren't that many of them back then, but they all called themselves the Nether Flame Army and called her Miss June. Ha ha ha, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Who would have thought that Starry School would be saved by the Nether Flame Army for the second time? Xiao Yunchuan and the rest turned around stupidly and looked at the Starry School students who were shouting excitedly. At this moment, whether it was the devastating Fall Army, Liangchen Army, or the Unfettered Army, they all felt like they were dreaming. What had just happened? A large group of cultivators landed. An army of 80,000 people suddenly surrendered to Chu Xinyan. Just as their hearts sank and they thought that they were going to die with their idols, a voice suddenly rang out. The 80,000 soldiers from 4 different forces all knelt to their god June. Wait. Kneeling to god June? And calling god June Miss? Shit. So this Nether Flame Army, all 80,000 soldiers, are Miss June's subordinates? It's over. This time, I really feel that our Liangchen Army's #1 supporter is going to be gone. Boo-hoo, what kind of deity do I worship? She can draw talismans, make pills, heal, set up formations, fight, and summon 80,000 celestial soldiers in times of danger? It's all worth it to be a member of the devastating Fall Army. It's really worth it. Mu Yan shouted, Nether Flame Army, listen up. Yes. Ink Camp surround the Iron Guard, Taishu Camp attack the Northern Marquis Army, Tianji Camp support from the side, Longevity Camp enter the formation to rescue them and protect their safe retreat. Yes, miss. A tsunami of shouts rang out in unison. The 80,000 Nether Flame Army moved without any hesitation. Chu Xingyan and Jing Tianyi had yet to recover from their shock. Before they could give orders to the Northern Marquis Army and the Iron Guard, the 80,000 soldiers had already smashed their formation into pieces. By the time they reacted, Chu Xinyan's face was already so gloomy that it could drip water. He unwaveringly stares at Mayan. This is your trump card. Damn it, he should have known. Jun Mayan had been patiently sitting in front of the chaotic tower all this time, not resisting, not attacking. Was she really at the end of her rope? No. She was clearly waiting. When this 80,000-strong army was mobilized from all over the cultivation world. But why? How was that possible? He had operated in the Purple Cloud realm for so many years, yet he only had an army of 100,000. How old is this Jun Mayan? How could she control such a large force? Was this woman a human or a demon? Was it a demon or a god? Chu Xinyan gritted his teeth. Just with these low-level cultivators, the strongest of whom is only at the Golden Core stage? Do you really think you can defeat this Marquis's 100,000 demon-slaughtering army? Whether it was the Iron Armor Guards or the North-ranking Marquis army. At the very least, he was at the nascent soul stage. Under Chu Xinyan's command, the Iron Armor Guards and the North-placating Marquis army immediately began their counterattack. The situation was instantly reversed. The gap in numbers and cultivation wasn't something that the Nether Flame army could make up for with just 2 years of rapid development. Chu Xinyan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Jun Mayan, do you see? No matter how much you struggle, it's just like hitting a rock with an egg. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Mu Yan smiles, her peach blossom eyes slightly raise, gleaming with light. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time she had released such an evil aura, such an unbridled smile. His slender fingers pressed on the strings. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and floated in midair. Whether or not it's like throwing an egg against a rock, we'll only know after the fight. In an instant, his 10 fingers danced on the zither strings, leaving a snow-white afterimage. The majestic sound of the zither flowed out like a golden spear and armored horse. Graceful feather, activated, echo recovery, activated, cloud sky net, activated, countless Shin musician skills turn into specks of energy that fall on the battlefield. He might not have felt anything at first, but as time went on, he felt a chill run down his spine. The strength of the Nether Flame army was getting stronger and stronger. They were clearly only at the Gold Core stage, but the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to be inexhaustible. On the other hand, when the zither music entered the ears of the Iron Armor Guards and the North-ranking Marquis, it was as if something was drilling into their dantian and meridians, making their spiritual power unable to circulate smoothly, and the movements of their limbs became more and more sluggish and heavy. Chu Xinyan felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. He had actually forgotten one thing: Jun Mayan is the best support musician in the whole continent, but even if he was an auxiliary musician, wasn't that too unbelievable? That was a battlefield where 180,000 soldiers were crossing swords. How did she manage to control the state of an army all by herself? Cleansing Pleasure Pavilion. Chu Xinyan suddenly thought of something. He abruptly turned his head to look at Jianlan. What are you still standing there for? Doesn't the Cleansing Joy Pavilion claim to be the #1 musician sect in the cultivation world? Don't tell me that Jun Mayan is the only one in control of the battle? Go. All the musicians in Mulu Pavilion, attack together. This hoe doesn't believe that Jun Mayan really has an invincible golden body. At this time, Chu Xinyan no longer had the amiable expression he had when he was facing Yuan Shilan. He has already been tortured to insanity by Mayan's endless methods, repeatedly turning defeat into victory. Yuan Shilan bit her lips, her face revealing an embarrassed and angry expression. She had her pride, she wants to kill Mayan, but she also wants to defeat her fair and square. All the musicians of Mulu Pavilion suppressed Jun Mayan's assistance. This was a clear and thorough admission that she, Jianlan, was inferior to Jun Mayan. But in the end, Hong Lan gritted her teeth and shouted, "All supporting musicians of Cleansing Joy Pavilion, follow me." A moment later, countless figures flew into the air. With Bai Lan in the lead, the 4 saintesses of Cleansing Joy Pavilion and all the deacons followed behind her in an arc. Each of them was holding a musical instrument in their hands. Bo Lan holds the ice and snow solitary in her hand. She has a complicated expression as she looks at the blood-stained girl in front of her. Jun Mayan, don't blame me. There shouldn't be a me in this world, and there should be another you. You can roam freely in the world, but why did you barge into the northern continent? You can receive the favor of any man in the world, but why does this person have to be young Master Yun Shao? So Jun Mayan, I'm sorry, but you must die. The solitude of ice and snow was slowly played. This was like a prelude. Following which, Ye Yun, Ye Shui, Ye Feng, and Ye Yu's performances immediately followed. Then, all the musicians of Mulu Pavilion joined in. In a split second, the soul-stirring sound of the ensemble resounded through the sky. Jing Tian saw that Chu Xinyan's expression was still gloomy. He couldn't help but smile confidently and say, Marquis, don't worry. This set of 8 notes repetition is the secret technique of my Mulu Pavilion. Once it is played, how difficult would it be to support 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses? Mobile users, please browse and read. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. And the battle situation was just as Jing Tianyi expected. The originally slow and clumsy Demon Slayer army seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant, and immediately launched a swift and violent counterattack. But for some reason, Chu Xinyan's heart felt uneasy. Is Jun Mayan really that easy to suppress, even if it's one person against hundreds of assistant musicians, as if to confirm the conjecture in his heart? Seeing this scene in midair, the corner of the girl's mouth hooks up into a shallow smile. That smile is not a mocking smile, not a show of strength, but a genuine arrogance that disdains everything. Chu Xinyan's heart thumps. The next moment, he feels a chill that makes his scalp go numb. Then, his throat seems to be choked by someone. His life and death are hanging in the palm of someone else's hand. Chu Xinyan stands stiffly in place. Suddenly, he seems to have thought of something and looks up. Along with him, Jing Tianyi also looks up. 4 domains. How is this possible? On the Xiozhen continent, without a cultivator who has ascended to become an immortal, how could someone master 4 domains? Chu Xinyan is going crazy. The fear of this woman that has been hidden in the depths of his heart can no longer be contained, and it crazily surges up. At the foot of Mount Feng, the music of Mulu Pavilion's 1,000-person ensemble gradually fades away. It's replaced by the sound of the zither, like striking gold and striking stone, reverberating between heaven and earth, reverberating on the battlefield. Bang! Her face is deathly pale, and she shakily raises her blood-stained hands. The string of the solitary snow and ice breaks. The music behind her becomes chaotic and harsh in a split second. Lost, haha, this time, she has truly and thoroughly lost. No, in fact, ever since she met Jun Mayan, she has never won. Utterly defeated, and even lost her nature. Seeing a blur in front of her, she could no longer control herself. She spits out a mouthful of blood and faints. Kill. Kill her. Listen to this ho's order, kill Jun Mayan at all costs. Otherwise, don't blame this hoe for letting you die under the soul-crushing 100 insects. At this time, Chu Xinyan has completely thrown caution to the wind. What benefits after the war, he doesn't want to care about the losses in the fight. He only wants Mayan's life. This woman was too scary. If he couldn't kill her now, the cultivators on the Demon Massacre Square looked at each other. In the end, they still flew forward. There were more than 20 Tribulation Transcendence cultivators, and some of them were even high-level cultivators. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a lineup was unparalleled in the cultivation world. No matter how strong Jun Mayan is, it's impossible for her to be a match for so many of them. That's right. They didn't need to scare themselves. Not only did Jun Mayan have to assist them, she also had to defend the chaotic tower, and she also had to fight against them. No matter how monstrous she was, she still had to die. However, in such a desperate situation, the girl in front of him chuckled. Jun Mayan, you're already at the end of the road, what are you still laughing about? Mu Yan slowly shakes her head. Of course I'm laughing at you guys, forever unable to grasp the right opportunity. Now, the ones who are at the end of their rope are you. What nonsense are you talking about? Heh, you want to kill the unfettered 7 devils? Do you really think I'm the only one in the Xiaoyao sect? WH, the last trembling syllable had not been uttered. Suddenly, a glaring light resounds from the center of the Demon Massacre Square. The entire Feng Tian mountain range seems to be shaking. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Countless energies revolve around the chaotic tower, forming a huge vortex. Immediately after, 6 figures fly out and stand beside Mayan. Seeing the 7 people standing side by side, everyone feels their vision go dark, almost fainting. The hands holding the magic treasures can't help but tremble violently. Yun Ruhan, Qingjiu, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, Luo Yu. They're awake. Didn't they want to go into seclusion for a day and a night? Why did they come out now? And the cultivation of these 6 people, peak of leaving body realm. In just one day, they've already broken through to the peak of leaving body realm. Mayan chuckles, did you really think that I was sitting in front of the chaotic tower and getting beaten up just to protect the people in the chaotic tower? She's using her own soul origin to nourish the 6 brothers. This shortens the time it takes for them to absorb the energy in their bodies by 2 times. From the beginning, Mayan knew that with her strength alone, no matter how strong she was, it would be impossible to fight against dozens of tribulation cultivators, a vast army of thousands of men and horses. From the beginning, she's been waiting, enduring, waiting for the Nether Flame army to assemble. The second-class carefree 6 sons have finished their seclusion. The third-class Chumoli's arrangements have come into effect. Now, the first 2 turning points that she's been waiting for have finally arrived. And the situation will also completely tilt towards their side. The 6 people don't look at Chu Xinyan and the others. Instead, they look at their little junior sister with heartache. Even though the young girl is currently in high spirits and full of smiles, just looking at the white clothes that have long been soaked in blood, one can only imagine what kind of danger and fierce battle she went through alone just now. And at such a time, they couldn't accompany her by her side and fight together with her. Little junior sister, Mayan bursts into laughter, interrupting their words. No need to say mushy words. I'm risking my life to help my senior brothers break through, not so that you can stir up emotions. Or is it that everyone's breakthrough this time wasn't good, so you want to say a few words to muddle through? To win this victory, to make these dregs pay the price, it's not enough to rely on me alone. The 6 people stare blankly at first, then they can't help but laugh. Their breakthrough this time wasn't good. How could this be? The people of the Xiaoyao sect always did things their own way and acted recklessly. At this moment, he was even more confident and arrogant than usual. Luo Yu giggled and said, aren't these people clamoring to kill the unfettered 7 devils? Let's show them just how earth-shattering the alliance of the 7 devils is. The 7 of them lined up and looked at Chu Xinyan and the others. Sharp killing intent was released silently. The tribulation transcending cultivators, whose cultivation bases were far higher than theirs, couldn't help but shiver in unison. Yun Ruhan said coldly, are you having fun bullying the carefree sect's junior sister? Bullying Mayan. Everyone present was about to cry. Who the F***ck was the bully here? Jun Mayan alone is about to overturn their entire demon-slaying alliance. Alright, Ling Yuma unsheathed her red lotus soul-stealing blade, her entire body surging with killing intent. Why are you wasting words with them? Just kill them all. With just the 7 of you? 1 tribulation transcendence and 6 peak nascent soul cultivators? The Xiaoyao sect is too arrogant. The strings of the zither were plucked at a moderate pace. Mu Yan raises her head and her gaze sweeps over everyone present. To deal with you motley crew, 7 people is more than enough. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia.net. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. As the words fall, the battle song rises. Big Dipper activates. 7 silver threads fly out from the Tian Mo Chin, connecting to each person of the Xiaoyao sect. With the 7 stars as the base, using musical notes to construct a spell formation, connecting every companion on the battlefield. Mayan is the heart of the formation, and every other point is the eye of the formation, complementing each other and forming a perfect combination, infinitely expanding the strength of the original 7 people. Mayan's hands strumming the strings are so fast that they almost leave after images. Yun Ruhan and the other 5 also move in an instant. 1 passing tribulation, 6 peak Yuaniing cultivators. What kind of concept is it against more than 10 passing tribulation cultivators? If it was in the past, it would be no exaggeration to say that it's like an egg hitting a stone, an ant trying to shake a tree. Logically speaking, the Xiaoyao 7 should also be killed without any suspense. However, at this moment, all the people in the demon-slaying square who are looking up at this battle believe from the bottom of their hearts. The Xiaoyao 7 will win, Jun Mayan will win, because they are already an invincible combination in this Shoshan continent. And Jun Mayan is truly invincible, an unshakable king. Xiaoyao Xiaoyao, who else but me can do it? Xiaoyao Xiaoyao, dominate the world. It's not just who is the first to shout, but like a spark, it sets the entire Fengtian mountain range ablaze. The battle continues for a very, very long time. From the scorching sun in the sky until the sun sets in the west. In the square, the battle between the Nether Flame Army and the demon-slaying army has already ended. With the help of Jun Mayan's music, the Nether Flame Army has won an overwhelming victory. Yes, in the process of fighting alongside the Xiaoyao 6, Mayan's assistance to the Nether Flame Army has never stopped. Heavy Phantom allows her to bring out her Shin musician talents to the extreme. It also completely reverses the situation that should have been hopeless. And those who are watching this battle, whether it's Mayan's side or those who have already defected to North placating Marquis, none of them have left. That was because everyone knew that they were witnessing a great battle of epic proportions. What they want to witness is the birth of the strongest king that has never been seen before. No. I don't believe it. Chu Xinyan's hair is disheveled and his eyes are red as he glares at Jun Mayan. He glares at the man who defeated him among the Xiaoyao 7 sons. The Chu Moli who is sitting in a wheelchair and looks like he could be blown away by the wind. At this time, Chu Xinyan was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His voice was hoarse and his face was full of wrinkles. He no longer had the vigor he had before. When the 80,000 Nether Flame Army appeared, he knew that he would be defeated. However, he couldn't understand how he had lost to Chu Moli. Facing this crippled youth, he grabbed him by the throat, thinking that he would be able to devour all of the vitality in his body. However, the young man who had his lifeline suppressed only smiled shyly. Chu Dragon, Chu as he is, he, the youth and the one. Chu, one. Chu Wu, Chu Spirit. Finally, Yao as, Chu Ji Chu as he cut off his arm, he. Yan Xiao Chen, demon, Chu, but the appearance that he has spent 300 years to maintain, the cultivation that he has accumulated, is completely destroyed at this moment. Amidst the heart-wrenching pain, he hears Chu Moli's lukewarm voice in his ear. I don't know where you learned a little bit of the curse, but using it on me. Chu Moli didn't finish his words. But Chu Xinyan sees the ridicule and disdain in the youth's eyes. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to Xia. Remember LoveNet to provide you with exciting reading. June. Mayan, Chu Moli, Chu Xinyan looked around blankly. She saw that the 7 unfettered men's tribulation transcendence cultivators were either dead or injured. Jing Tianyi's dantian was pierced by Yunwerhan's sword. Miao Yu's head was cut off by Ling Yuma. Xiao Hozun was helpless under Ling Yuxing's absolute space domain. In the end, he was blinded by the demon-absorbing needles and fled in panic. As for Shui Zhaoguang, Su Qiankuan, and the other cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect, they were crushed from the beginning. What kind of monsters were in the Xiaoyao sect? How could such a monster appear in the Shoshan continent? Why did he want to hinder his ambition? Why? Why do you all want to stop me? Since you've shattered my dream, then let's all die together. I want all of you to be buried with me. Ha 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 ha. Chu Xinyan let out hysterical laughter. His entire person seemed to have gone insane. His divine sense was already surging crazily, controlling the Summer Ring magic treasure 100 disaster city below. 100 venomous insects. He wanted to use the 100 venomous insects to kill everyone, even all the creatures on the road of Shoshan cultivation. Since he, Chu Xinyan, would not have a good death, he would let everyone in the world be buried with him, ha ha ha. Cry, wail, despair, none of you can escape. However, very quickly, Chu Xinyan's ferocious madness froze on his face. Because it was quiet down below. There was no movement at all. Where were the 100 venomous insects? Where were the miserable whales? On the contrary, the little bugs that were originally attached to Lan Etienne's hands had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? How could this be? Where are my 100 venomous insects? Why are there no more? Why are there no more? Chu Xinyan had completely gone crazy. He used his hoarse voice to shout over and over again. He rushed into the demon-slaying hall and used his bloody hands to dig up the bricks to search. He even used his head to hit the pillars and the broken divine punishment platform. He wanted to find his 100 venomous insects, but there was nothing. Nothing. Almost at the same time. Suddenly, someone in the cleansing loop pavilion screamed, "My cultivation base, why did my cultivation base regress?" Ah, me too. How can I be at the stage of fasting? I'm a nascent soul cultivator. I'm a nascent soul. Who's trying to harm us? Jun Mayan, yes, it must be Jun Mayan who harmed us. That demoness took away our cultivation. Xianxia awoke from a tearing pain in her dantian, and the first thing she saw was the shocked and despairing screams of everyone in Cleansing Loop Pavilion. Soon after, she was shocked to find that her cultivation was no longer at the tribulation stage, but at the astral projection stage. How did she become a level 1 astral projection? Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she took out the saint stone from her sleeve with a trembling hand. The stone, which had originally been emitting a reddish-brown glow, was now completely devoid of any luster. With just a gentle pinch of her hand, the stone was crushed into powder and scattered down from her fingers. At this moment, she suddenly understood, it wasn't that someone had taken away their cultivation, but rather, it was that the abilities bestowed upon them by the holy stone had disappeared. Even the holy stone had shed all of its deceitful aura, turning into powder and disappearing without a trace. The temporary strength obtained by relying on external objects is not only false but also vulnerable. One day, it will be returned tenfold or 100-fold. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Self-Love website. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. She suddenly remembers Mayan's words in her mind. Hong Lan lets out a low laugh, bitter and sorrowful, but inexplicably with a bit of relief. She raises her head to look at the exceptionally beautiful girl, wanting to ask her, "Did you take away the power of the holy stone?" But when the words are on the tip of her tongue, she feels that everything is superfluous. Don't cry. Hong Lan sternly shouts to stop the panicked crying of the people of Mulu Pavilion. If you lose your cultivation, you can cultivate it back. If you continue to make a fuss, do you want to end up like Head Jing and Yun? The crying slowly stopped. Everyone looked at Yuan Sherlan in panic. Hong Lan puts away the broken string of the solitary snow and says in a low voice, "As long as we are alive, Mulu Pavilion will exist. Nothing is a big deal. It's just starting from scratch. Iron Armor Guards, Deacon of Mulu Pavilion, listen up, we are returning to the northern continent." Saying that, she doesn't wait for the crowd to react, and has already soared to the sky. The people of Mulu Pavilion stare blankly for a moment, then fearfully look at the Xiaoyao 7 sons, and they also leave. From beginning to end, Hong Lan doesn't look back. But Mayan hears a soft, faintly discernible voice in her ears, "Thank you, and I'm sorry." Looking at the departing backs of Mulu Pavilion and the Iron Armor Guards, Mayan smiles and doesn't stop them. All the cultivators of the northern continent have high cultivation bases. But in fact, all of this is based on the illusion of the Nightmare Stone. Once the effect of the Nightmare Stone disappears, their power will also be like a mirage, vanishing like bubbles. Now, whether it's Mulu Pavilion or the Horton tribe, they are no longer a threat. As for the north-ranking Marquis army, after Chu Xinyan was thoroughly defeated by Chu Moli, these originally unstoppable demon soldiers also seem to be drained of all their strength. They softly fall down, and eventually die. But in fact, their collapse has nothing to do with Chu Xinyan. The power of the Nightmare Stone has been drained away. The power of the north-ranking Marquis army has also been drained in an instant. This is the third step of Chu Moli's plan. Drastic measures. Mayan already knew that the last method arranged by the abnormal third brother would not be simple. But she didn't expect him to be so powerful. This was truly removing the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron, eliminating all future troubles. The northern land of the Purple Cloud Realm was no longer a threat. The North Dingho residence was completely finished. Chu Xinyan was still laughing crazily, roaring, trying in vain to find his final trump card, 100 venomous insects, in by Disaster City. However, his lifespan was draining faster and faster. Eventually, with just a light collision, the bones in his arms and legs would break. Teeth mixed with blood fell off one by one. His turbid eyes could no longer see anything. When he opened his mouth, what came out was no longer arrogant words, but a muffled old voice that was almost inaudible. The entire square was deathly silent. Only Xianxia's cries and laughter could be heard. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected that the Grand Devil-slaying conference would end in such a laughable manner. No one would have thought that Xianxia, this ambitious and ruthless person, would end up in such a tragic and laughable state. Mu Yan stood at Chumoli's side. She suddenly said in a low voice, "Third senior brother, I'm really curious. What method did you use to make Xianxia's 100 Gu poison soul and demon weapon, as well as Mulu Pavilion's nightmare stone lose effect at the same time?" 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Chumoli curled his fingers and lightly tapped on the armrest of his wheelchair. Suddenly, his right hand reached down and grabbed a piece of paper. Mu Yan glanced at it, and discovered that it was actually the 100 Ghosts Flying to the Moon painting that Chumoli had previously drawn. It was just that the originally complete and clear painting had now become mottled, and there were obvious burn marks at the edges and center. Mayan exclaims in surprise, "How did this painting become like this?" She suddenly thought of something. Did this painting devour the power of the nightmare stone and the 100 Gu soul-sucking insects? Chumoli didn't say anything. Instead, he stared blankly at the painting in his hand. His originally delicate and weak face became increasingly sickly, desolate, gloomy, and deathly pale. It was as if he was about to fuse with the painting. "Third senior brother?" Chumoli suddenly snapped out of his daze. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He pinched the painting with 2 fingers, and a ball of flame suddenly sprang out of his fingertips, instantly burning the already tattered 100 Ghosts Flying to the Moon painting. Mu Yan is somewhat dumbfounded. Chumoli raises his head and meets Mayan's eyes. The corners of his lips slowly curve up, revealing a gentle smile. "You want to know?" Mayan nods. Chumoli lowered his eyes and said unhurriedly, "Unfortunately, this is a secret. A secret that no one could tell. Mu Yan, third senior brother, you were just a freak in the past. Had they all become childish perverts now? Third senior brother, sixth senior sister, what secret are you discussing?" Luo Yu came over curiously. "I want to hear it too." Chumoli cast a sidelong glance at him, and was just about to speak. Lan Etienne, Su Mingyue and the others came forward at this moment. Their faces were full of guilt and awe. In front of these 7 youths who were only old enough to be their grandchildren, they were too ashamed to say a word. When the 7 unfettered disciples were besieged on all sides, they chose to watch with folded arms for the sake of the safety of their clans and loved ones. Now, he was saved because of the unfettered 7. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, but he was too ashamed to face anyone. As for those independent cultivators and small sects and clans that came to join in the fun, they had long since fled dejectedly. Although they had escaped, many things had been deeply engraved in their minds. From then on, he became a legend that could never be erased. Suzy lowered his head and cried, "Little sister, I'm really useless." "I didn't help at all." Suzy didn't even get to say the last word. It was at this moment that the change occurred. Mu Yan's reaction is extremely fast. Before the crowd could react, she had already pushed Luo Yu and Suzy out of the room. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Absolute sword flashed in his hand, and he hastily blocked the attack with a backhand. Boom! A deafening bang broke the peace and tranquility at the foot of Mount Feng Tianshan that had been welcomed with great difficulty. Mu Yan's entire body flew backward for a good 300 meters before she managed to stabilize her figure in front of a mountain wall. A sword flickering with a cold light stops in front of Mayan, buzzing and trembling twice. In the end, it turned around and returned to a pair of slender, cold hands. Hiss! Many people gasped when they saw the young man holding the long sword. "Young Master Jiueming. It's young Master Suicide, Ning Su. Young Master Ning, please have mercy." Lan Etienne and the others were originally planning to leave, but when they saw this scene, they hurriedly flew forward and stood between Ning Su and Mu Yan. The unfettered 7 sons are not evil demons. This is all part of North placating Marquis and Jing Tiany's scheme. Mobile users, please browse and read. Remember LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with wonderful reading. Young Master Ning, please distinguish right from wrong. Don't listen to the words of evil people and wrongly accuse good people. Today, Ning Su was wearing a black cloak and a bamboo hat. His appearance was the same as when they first met in Cloud-Piercing City. However, at this moment, everything had already changed. Ning Su's gaze was fixed on Mu Yan. He didn't even look at Lani Tian and the others. He said coldly, "This is between me and Mu Yan. If you don't want to die, scram now." Su Mingyue said angrily, "If not for Miss Jun's help, we would have died under Chu Xinyan's plot. You don't kill the real evil demon, but insist on holding on to Miss Jun. Ning Su, you're really a disgrace to your reputation as a demon slayer." That's right, Miss Jun is not an evil demon, but a hero who saved the Shozhen continent. What right do you have to kill her? If Chu Xinyan's plot really succeeded, have you thought about what kind of suffering the entire Shozhen continent would have fallen into? When the real evil demon was wreaking havoc, you didn't kill her. Now that everything has been settled, you're here to profit from the burning house. Heh, young master suicide, you're really a righteous swordsman who takes the lives of good people. Ning Su pointed his sword at Mu Yan. He turned a deaf ear to these people's words. Jun Mu Yan, whether you're demons or not, you know best. I've given you enough time to settle these mundane matters. If these people don't scram and interfere with our battle, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Su Zi said angrily, "How can you be so stubborn? So what if the Xiaoyao 7 are demonic cultivators? As long as you're doing something righteous, as long as you can save the world, even if you're a demon cultivator or a ghost cultivator, you're still 100 times better than those hypocritical and selfish cultivators. You said that the demons should be killed, but I think that people like you who vent their hatred on innocent people are the most disgusting." Z. Don't say any more, step down. Little sister. Mu Yan said in a low voice, "Nether Flame Army, listen to my orders. Protect the cultivators in Fengtian mountain range and leave. No one is allowed to stay here. Miss, Great God June, we won't leave. There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of young master suicide? Yeah. Let's each spit a mouthful of saliva to drown her." Mu Yan said coldly, "Nether Flame Army, did you hear my orders clearly?" Yan Haoyan and the other 3 gritted their teeth. In the end, they bent their knees and bowed, understood. Even if they were unwilling, even if they were anxious and worried, with the 80,000-strong Nether Flame Army in front of them, they had no choice but to leave with the spaceship no matter how unwilling they were. In next to no time, the bustling and clamorous foot of the Heavenly Phoenix mountain range became empty, and all that remained were corpses scattered all over the ground. Mu Yan looked at the 6 carefree sons beside her. "You guys should leave as well. This war belongs to me and Ning Su." When the 2 of them first met in Cloudpiercer City, they felt like old friends at first sight. Who would have thought that things would end up like this, but no matter what, the 2 of them needed a fight to the death to settle it. The corners of Chu Moli's lips curled up. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we don't want to participate either. If we stay here, we might be able to collect your corpse. Get lost. Third senior brother, are you courting death? You actually dared to curse 6th senior sister. Heavens, as the witness, the cripple's words cannot be trusted. The last words carry no harm. The last words carry no harm." Mu Yan looked at her senior and junior brothers who were bickering and laughing. She smiled and turned to walk towards Ning Su. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. The sound of the zither slowly resounds. Mayan's figure instantly splits into 2. The Shen. Musician skill, Heavy Phantom, activates. The rank 4-star domain is unleashed without reservation. One of the 2 Mayan stays where she is, plucking the strings. The other holds the 7 absolute sword, slowly walking towards Ning Su. After this battle, the Shozhen continent will no longer be able to confine her, Jun Mayan. She can finally shatter the void and go to a wider world. She can finally reunite with Xiao Bao and Di Mingju. There is no one in this world that can stop her from moving forward. If God blocks, kill God. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Ning Su holds the demon-slaying sword upside down, staring blankly at the girl walking towards him. The bright moonlight falls on her face, illuminating her peerlessly beautiful facial features. That pair of peach blossom eyes that are similar to his own, exactly the same as Ning Yanxin's, under the dark starlight, lacks the coldness and indifference in his memory, but has a hint of disdain for the whole world. Ning Su's mind flashes through one scene after another. There's the joy of following Ning Yanxin a long time ago. There's also his first encounter with Mayan in Cloud City, and their reunion at Solar Sea. Everything suddenly seems like a dream, warm and beautiful. But a dream is just a dream. After waking up, all that's left is a bone-chilling cold, and the resentment of being abandoned again and again. Ning Su suddenly chuckles, his expression indescribably desolate and twisted. In the end, he still restrains all his emotions, and looks at the girl in front of him with an expressionless face. I know that you have broken through the crossing tribulation stage, but do you know why my cultivation is now? He pointed at the corpses on the square, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. In my eyes, this motley crew doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take action. As long as I want to, I can easily take their lives at any time, anywhere, and as easy as flipping my palm. Jun Mayan, do you really think that by defeating them, you can defeat me? Mayan coldly says, Ning Su, when did you become so talkative? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ning Su let out a low laugh. 5 fingers released the inverted demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword hummed and flew into his palm. On the cultivation land, I've killed 3,467 demons, but I've never used the true power of the demon-slaying sword. Jun Mayan, this time I will completely remove the seal on the demon-slaying sword and cut off your head with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a glaring ray of blood-red light exploded from the demon-slaying sword. The powerful energy swirled, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth also surged violently, like raging waves and a hurricane. The 6 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been watching from the side, suddenly changed their expressions. Ning Su's strength had already reached such a level. Could Junior Sister really win? Shoshan continent, above the hidden abyss. Seeing Di Mingju descending from the sky, Xiaobao immediately breaks free from Minwei's embrace and throws himself into his arms. Father! Xiaobao grabs Di Mingju's lapel, raising his head to look at him nervously. Daddy, are you all right? Di Mingju strokes his head. Daddy is fine. Xiaobao looks at Junshi Tian, who has descended almost at the same time as Di Mingju. Black-clothed uncle, are you all right? Junshi Tian coldly glances at him. I'm fine. Humph, you only have your father in your eyes, why do you still care about me? Demon Lord. Minwei and Tian he hurriedly greet him. Looking at the slowly disappearing whirlpool in the sky, their faces reveal an excited expression. Junshi Tian waved his hand and said, let's go back to Demon Abyss. Mobile users, please browse and read. We're going back so soon? Minwei was reluctant to leave. Are we going to kidnap the young master back to the demonic abyss to play? Otherwise, you can bring the young master around. Tian he looked at Minwei with disdain. Do you still remember that you are an elder of the demon domain? You're captivated by a baby? The key point is that the baby is Di Mingju's son. How could the people of the demon region be so spineless? However, when he thought of Minwei's gigantic hammer, Tianhe swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Junshi Tian coldly glanced at Minwei, causing Minwei to instantly shut up. In the end, he even greeted Xiaobao pitifully. Little Gongzi, what's so fun about the polar domain? Our demon territory is 100 times more interesting than that. When are you free to come over and play? Remember to blow the demon bone whistle that Uncle Minwei gave you. As long as you blow it, Uncle Minwei will definitely come to pick you up immediately. Everyone from the polar domain, your demon domain is 100 times more interesting than the polar domain. Would you demons die if you didn't brag? This wouldn't do. Once they returned to the polar domain, they would definitely keep a close eye on the little lord. They absolutely couldn't let him leave even by a single step. What if someone snatched it away? Everyone was just about to angrily accuse Di Mingju of the shamelessness of the demon race. But Di Mingju has already picked up Xiaobao, turning around to leave. Daddy? Di Mingju looks down at him and says in a low voice, do you want to see Nyangqin? Xiaobao's big eyes, which were almost exactly the same as his, immediately lit up. Her long eyelashes gently blinked twice. Sparkling and translucent tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiaobao hurriedly wiped it off and nodded heavily. Yes. Even in his dreams, he wanted to quickly see his mother. He wanted to know if his mother was well, if she was injured, and if she had been bullied. The light in Di Mingju's eyes becomes penetratingly gentle in a split second, his voice hoarse and lingering. Father also wants to. From the moment the enchantment changed and the nightmare ghost started wreaking havoc, he has been madly wanting to see his Muyan. At this point, he couldn't bear it any longer. However, just as Di Mingju is about to carry Xiaobao away, suddenly, a shout stopped him from moving. Monarch! Yu Yanran slowly walks forward, her beautiful eyes fixated on Di Mingju and Xiaobao. The resentment and bitterness in her heart caused her originally pale face to flush red. Even the rims of his eyes started to tear up. But Yu Yanran was the island lord of Linglong Island after all. She only lost her composure for an instant, and she managed to control it well. Emperor, did you hear the spirit bell in the kamikaze sect's burial ground? Hearing Yu Yanran's words, everyone who was celebrating the restoration of the sky pillar was shocked. For a moment, it was as if someone had stuck an immobilizing talisman on them. All of a sudden, everyone stopped talking and turned to look at him. Di Mingju's brows furrowed tightly. His sharp gaze looked at Yu Yanran, and within it was a mixture of scrutiny, disgust, and vigilance. Yu Yanran's body stiffened. At this moment, she felt as if she had been completely seen through by the man in front of her. All of the schemes behind the scenes were all exposed. Extreme embarrassment and fear welled up, almost making her collapse. But at this moment, Jing Yuan's voice cuts in, Ba, this humble Daoist is also brooding over this. The little monk, who had already changed into a golden-red kasaya, slowly walks forward. He's called a little monk, but that's only in reference to his appearance. Handsome, delicate, with a bit of a natural baby face. But everyone knows that this young-looking monk is a top expert at the immortal venerable level. The Debii temple that he belonged to was the Buddhist holy land that had stood for the longest time in the Xiaoxian continent and was also the most respected one. Di Jun, ever since the remains of the Shin musicians were sealed in the burial ground, the ghost bell has never rung once in 1,000 years. But now, in less than 3 years, the ghost bell has rung 3 times in succession. The first is meridians, the second is bone molding, and the third is tribulation breaking. 3 rings of the bell means that the Shin musician remnant's immortal bone has been formed, and he is about to break through the limits of a cultivator, cross the tribulation and ascend. Jing Yuan's words cause a sudden uproar among the cultivators present. Are you kidding me? In less than 2 years, he went from spiritual vein formation to spiritual body perfection, and triggered the great tribulation of heaven and earth? Is this a cultivation speed that a human can have? But if this person is a remnant of the Shin musicians, then this kind of progress is not unusual. Could it be that in that war, the Shin music sect really didn't die out? Are they going to make a comeback? Jing Yuan sighs softly, his expression becoming more and more dignified, and the most important point, the ghost bell rung 3 times means that the Shin musician has at least advanced to the 7th rank. If you have read the history of the Shin music sect, you should know what it means to be a 7th rank Shin musician. Hearing this, many people's expressions become more and more dignified, even faintly carrying a trace of unconcealable fear. But there are also people who disagree. Even if it really is a remnant of the Shin musicians, there is no need to be so serious, right? In the past, the Shin music sect was so prosperous, running amok in the 3 realms, but in the end it was not destroyed by us? Yes, even if the Shin musician really left behind an inheritance, at most it would be 1 person. Even if he really broke the tribulation and ascended, at best he would be a top false immortal or a golden immortal. Any one of us here can easily crush him. Huang Shouchuan snorts, raising his voice, you are wrong. The Shin musicians are cunning and powerful, they are definitely not as simple as you think. His eyes sweep over everyone present. Do you know what it means to be a 7th rank Shin musician? Not waiting for anyone to answer, Huang Shouchuan has already continued, a 7th stage Shin musician can already assist thousands of soldiers and horses at the same time, controlling the overall situation of the battlefield. She can use the sound of the zither to bewitch people's hearts, making low-level cultivators or immortals unswervingly loyal to her. She can also gather all the knowledge under the heavens, trampling all the dignity and 10,000 years of inheritance of the noble families and sects under her feet. Hiss! What kind of joke was this? But how can a single person do this? Otherwise, why do you think a mere sect and a 100-mile sound network could turn the entire Xianxia continent upside down 1,000 years ago? The collapse of the sky pillar this time and the nightmare ghosts wreaking havoc can already be considered a monstrous calamity, but compared to that great battle 1,000 years ago, it can only be considered a small calamity. Those Shin musicians can even control haunted ghosts. Don't you think it's scary? Yu Yanran's slightly sorrowful voice slowly rises. My parents died at the hands of the Shin musicians. In the war 1,000 years ago, blood flowed like a river on Linglong Island, and countless people died. The blood feud of my parents, Yanran does not dare to forget in this life. Such a tragedy, I do not want to see it happen again in this Xianxia continent. A beauty's pear blossom in the rain, sad tears, always makes people feel distressed. What's more, Yu Yanran is talking about her own tragic life. Many of the cultivators present show expressions of sympathy and pity. Even more people offer words of comfort. Island Master Yu, rest assured. The disaster of the Shin musicians 1,000 years ago was because we were unprepared, giving them the opportunity to grow stronger day by day. In the end, it led to a catastrophe. But this time, we were already prepared. Even if the Shin musicians have more tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to escape our palms. Yu Yanran wipes away the tears on her face and shows a strong smile. Yanran called out to Di Jun to ask what Di Jun's thoughts are on how to prevent the Shin musicians from wreaking havoc on the world. After all, Di Jun is the only, immortal emperor, in the entire Xianxia continent, and also our backbone. After saying this, she stares at Di Mingju, waiting for his answer. Xiao Bao's hand tightens on Di Mingju's lapel. He may be a child, but his IQ doesn't lose out to that of an adult. Previously in the Tian Emochin space, he already knew that Nyangqin was the successor of the Shin musicians. Big brother Qi Huang, who is in the space, can't appear in front of people. Once discovered, it could lead to a fatal disaster for their entire family. Therefore, Xiao Bao had always kept this a secret, not even telling his father about it. But now, these people want to kill the Shin musicians. Isn't that the same as killing Nyangqin? Xiao Bao looks nervously at Di Mingju. Will Dad listen to them and go kill the Shin musicians? Will he tell Dad that Nyangqin is the successor of the Shin musicians? Everyone's eyes fall on Di Mingju. Full of worship and awe, waiting for his arrogant and domineering answer. However, Di Mingju rubs Xiao Bao's head comfortingly, and says slowly, no thoughts, this matter has nothing to do with the polar domain. Saying this, he doesn't even look at Yu Yanran, whose face is distorted from shock, and turns to leave. Wait a minute. Yu Yanran screams, Di Jun, have you forgotten that the polar domain also participated in the Great War that killed the Shin musicians? Now that the Shin musicians have made a comeback, aren't you afraid that they'll come to the polar domain to seek revenge? Di Mingju stops, turns his head, and coldly looks at her. Being stared at by such a cold gaze, Yu Yanran could not help but shiver. For a moment, all the resentment and grievances were replaced by indescribable fear. However, at this moment, the handsome godlike man slowly curled the corners of his lips and revealed a smile. This smile was not the usual disdainful sneer that he had. Instead, it was filled with interest, anticipation, and a gentle but genuine smile. I'm looking forward to it. What did he expect? Expecting the Shin musicians to come knocking on my door for revenge? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was the emperor's brain damaged? How could he expect the Shin musicians to come knocking on his door for revenge? Could it be that the emperor was so confident in himself that he believed that even if the Shin musicians came knocking on his door, they would be completely crushed by him? That's right, that must be it. The Emperor Lord was the only, immortal emperor, in the Xianxia continent. The glorious sun swallows the heavens, the Li fire 9 luminaries, innately able to use divine power. How could such a supreme king be afraid of mere remnants of the Shin musicians? As a result, everyone looks at Di Mingju with more and more reverence. The only people present who could understand Di Mingju's meaning, Elder Chang and Han Yi, can't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. They dare to use the 10,000 years of prestige of the polar domain to guarantee that the expectation that their Junsheng speaks of, and what these people are thinking, are absolutely two different things. What are you expecting? Of course, you're expecting the Shen musician's successor to come knocking for revenge, and then, fight at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end. Elder Cheng covers his face and runs away in tears. His family's pure and dignified Jun Shang, when did he become like this? Even he himself has been led astray. Moral integrity and whatnot, it's getting further and further away from him. Di Mingju doesn't care what everyone thinks. After being interrupted again and again to find Mayan, his impatience has accumulated to the extreme. This time, he doesn't even wait for Yu Yanran to speak again. He simply doesn't choose to ride his sword. Instead, he takes a step forward with Xiaobao in his arms, and his figure instantly disappears. Tearing through space, shrinking the earth to inches. Di Jun. Yu Yanran lets out a heart-wrenching cry, rushing forward to stop him. However, what he caught was only an empty space. She stands there in a daze, her hands suddenly clenching into fists. The sorrow and pain in her heart make her eyes redden again, and her body can't stop trembling, on the verge of collapse. Miss. Are you all right? Huang Shouchuan nervously supports her, his face full of worry. Seeing the heartbroken expression on Yu Yanran's face, Huang Shouchuan's chest bursts with anger. He abruptly turns to look at Elder Cheng and the others, saying sternly, "The polar domain is evading the important and dwelling on the trivial regarding the eradication of the Shin musicians. They're not trying to shield the remaining Shin musicians, are they?" Elder Cheng is roused by Huang Shouchuan's questioning, finally recovering from the tears of self-doubt and lack of moral integrity. Seeing that the bad-tempered star wolf is about to rush forward to reason, he promptly pulls him back. Revealing a kind smile, Deputy Island Master Huang, whether or not the remaining Shin musicians have already matured, whether or not they will bring disaster to the Xiaoxian continent, no one knows right now. But one thing is very clear. This time, the pillars of heaven collapsed, the calamity of the poltergeist ghosts. If it wasn't for the sudden descent of the miracle of the 9 stars and the moon, would all of us here still be safe and sound? What kind of situation would the Xiaoxian continent fall into? As soon as these words come out, everyone present quivers. In their minds, they can't help but recall the frightening and almost invincible rank 6 poltergeist ghosts. If it wasn't for the 9 stars and the moon, if it wasn't for that rain that fell from the sky and healed all of them, would they still be alive? The answer was obviously yes. For a moment, the remnants of the Shin musicians are all thrown to the back of his mind. After all, the sky-toppling disaster was right in front of them, and every one of them had personally experienced it. That kind of fear and powerlessness, as well as the ecstasy of suddenly grasping hope in a hopeless situation, even now, when he thought about it, his heart still thumped non-stop. As for the calamity of the Shin musicians, it's been 1,000 years and everyone's impression of it has faded. There were even more people whose cultivation levels were too low 1,000 years ago and did not have the qualifications to participate in the war at all. So at this time it was far less memorable than the sky-toppling disaster that had just ended. Elder Cheng was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He continued, "The 9 stars and moon appeared right after the spirit clock. Is there any connection between the two? Was it triggered by the same person? If the person who triggered the 9 stars and moon and saved all of our lives is really the successor of the Shin musicians. Yet, everyone killed him indiscriminately. Isn't this too ungrateful?" However, the spirit cultivators did not react to Elder Cheng's words. The demonic cultivators were already shouting and yelling. "Cruel and unscrupulous. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. He's too much. Ha ha ha, these spirit cultivators are a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. It's not surprising that he would do such a thing." After the battle ended, Jun Shirtian led the Devil Race army and left. On the Nether Realm's side, Inueni suddenly fainted at the end of the battle, either because he was frightened or because he was injured by the poltergeist ghosts. At this time, even though Yuchen already looked down on this young master, seeing him like this, he still nervously brought his people back to the Nether Realm. Thus, at this moment, the majority of the people left above the hidden abyss were spirit cultivators who were loyal to the polar domain, as well as devil cultivators who were purely here to watch the fun. The demon race believed that the strong were respected, and their fists spoke. He had a straightforward personality and did not like to scheme. He doesn't have much ill will towards the Shin musicians who completely destroyed the major sects of the Xianxia continent 1,000 years ago. On the contrary, he and the spirit cultivators have always been incompatible like fire and water. Therefore, when he heard Elder Chang's words, he immediately seized the opportunity to mock him. Cough, cough, Elder Chang coughed twice, interrupting the devil cultivators shouting. He said in all seriousness, that's why my polar domain isn't in a hurry to declare our position. Naturally, we don't want to become ungrateful people. I believe that Deputy Island Master Huang should understand this, right? Huang Shouchuan's expression was somewhat ugly. His question was easily avoided by Elder Chang. Moreover, Elder Chang's words have given the remaining Shin musicians a good impression. If in the future it is proven that the 9 stars and the moon is caused by the remnants of the Shin musicians, I'm afraid that these people will instead treat that slut as a benefactor. Huang Shouchuan gritted his teeth and said, using small favors to buy people's hearts is the Shin musicians' usual method. Small favors? Before Elder Chang could reply, a fiendish cultivator shouted, why don't you show us some of these small favors? TSK, I saw that they were in a very sorry state just now. They even used their own subordinates as shields. If not for the appearance of the 9 stars and moon, they would have long since become bait for the nightmare ghosts. That's why I said. Spirit cultivators are all shameless. They've just received a favor from others, and now they're turning against them. Huang Shouchuan's face alternated between green and white. Yu Yanran's lips also trembled, and she was so ashamed and furious that she wished for nothing more than to fling her sleeves and leave immediately. Because right now, it wasn't just the demons who were mocking them. Even many spirit cultivators stole suspicious glances at them. Bah. Jing Yuan suddenly said, just as almsgiver Chang said. This time, with the collapse of the pillars of heaven, if all the living beings in the world were really saved by the remnants of the Shin musicians, then it would be hard to explain the grudges between them. His voice paused and he frowned slightly, as if he was at a loss and in a difficult position. But this poor monk has heard Master speak of the calamity of the Shin musicians. It is by no means an ordinary disaster. If the remnants of the Shin musicians are really, Elder, Jing Yuan of Shen, Elder of them. Elder, Jing, of Master, of Li, of Li Fu, but if the remnants of the Shin musicians really bring disaster to the Xianxia continent and harm innocent lives, my polar domain will not stand idly by. Of Chang, and, the crowd, cultivators of Chang of. Jing Yuan's face also shows a relieved expression. His originally kind and dignified face is now tainted with the shyness and clarity of a young man. Then, this poor monk can rest assured. Only Han Yi, Ying Mei, and Xing Ling couldn't help but glance at the awe-inspiring righteousness of Elder Chang, and roll their eyes. Dupe. You keep duping, with their Jun Shang's love for his wife and henpecked. If the polar domain really attacks the Shin musicians, then they can only wait to be locked up in the purgatory pool. Oh, maybe they can even sneak a peek and see their Jun Shang kneeling on the golden Bodhi fruit, Xiaoxian continent, polar domain. Di Mingju holds Xiao Bao and steps into the Qianquan mirror. The room lights up with a sparkling light, and the entire space appears to be slightly distorted. However, after a moment, the sparkling light dissipates. Di Mingju and Xiao Bao still stay in the room. The Qianquan mirror in front of them has already lost its luster, turning into the most ordinary mirror. Di Mingju's complexion is ashen. Xiao Bao looks at him worriedly. Daddy, what happened? Can't we see Niangqin? Di Mingju takes a deep breath, and it takes a long while to suppress his surging emotions. He says in a low voice, Xiao Bao will first go sleep in Daddy's portable space. When you wake up, Daddy will take you to see Niangqin. Even though Xiao Bao was filled with worry, he still nodded obediently. When Di Mingju puts him into the portable space, he suddenly grabs Di Mingju's hand. His big ice blue eyes stare at him without blinking. Xiao Bao wants Niangqin to be well, and also wants Daddy to be well. Daddy, don't get hurt again, okay? Otherwise Niangqin and Xiao Bao will be distressed. Di Mingju stares blankly for a while, before revealing a soft smile. Okay. After Xiao Bao enters the portable space, Di Mingju shouts, come. Have sunglasses Cheng roll to see Ben Jun. In Lingxiao Hall, a man wearing a gorgeous robe is trembling with fear as he kneels in front of Di Mingju. He can't wait to knock his head into the cracks of the bluestone bricks. Di Mingju looks at him coldly. "Speak, what's going on?" The man coughs softly, and shakily raises his head. This person has a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and his facial features are masculine and handsome. But the problem is, with this kind of appearance, he's wearing clothes as gorgeous as a peacock's. His face is also smeared with a thick layer of powder, directly painting his originally bronze skin to be as pale as a ghost's. Coupled with his thick, black, sword-like eyebrows and thick lips, he looked extremely comical. However, this person seemed to be completely unaware of his strange appearance and clothing. He had to show off his elegant and unrestrained demeanor with every move he made. Even if he was now in fear and trepidation, he had to make sure that his kneeling posture was perfect and flawless, showing off the elegance of a distinguished scholar. "My lord, this matter is a little complicated. Please allow this subordinate to explain it to you in detail." Di Mingju, make it short. "Lord, you may not know this, but the situation is complicated. It really can't be done in a short time. This subordinate will first analyze the 5 possible hypotheses for you, in addition to the 12 derivations." Di Mingju's cold voice doesn't fluctuate. "Drag him down and feed him to the Harkin." Wait a minute." Sunglasses Chung finally panicked. He threw all the distinguished persona to the back of his mind. He quickly said in a loud voice, "There's a problem with the passage between the Xiaoxian continent and the Xiaoxian continent. We can't go anymore." "What do you mean by you can't go?" Elder Chang and the others, who had just entered the hall, heard Sunglasses Cheng's words. They don't even pay their respects to Di Mingju, and can't help but wonder, the Qianquan mirror is a holy object. Even if there are any fluctuations in the space passage, the Qianquan mirror can still protect us through. What's more, with Lord's current cultivation, even if you don't rely on the heaven and earth mirror, if you want to go to the cultivation continent, you'll at most consume a little divine essence. Why can't I leave? Sunglasses Ching flicked his sleeves and shook his head with a look of disdain. I've said to make it short. You won't understand. Let me explain in detail. In the middle of his sentence, he gave God a cold look. Sunglasses Ching immediately shrunk his neck and immediately changed his words. Someone closed the one-way passage between the Xiaoxian continent and the other continents. Impossible. Who can do it? It's impossible for anyone to do it. Sunglasses Ching coughed slightly. If you want to close the passage of the space barrier with your bare hands, then of course, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if it's Jun Shang, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it. However, with the help of a holy artifact, it would be a different story. If I were to do it, there would be at least 5 methods with a 100% success rate and 12 methods with a 60% success rate. Star Wolf said unhappily, King Shua, what nonsense are you saying? In the entire Xiaoxian continent, there is only one space treasure of the saint level, and that is our polar domain's treasure, the Heaven and Earth Mirror. Sunglasses Ching was the palace lord of the Tianxua Palace in the polar domain, and all the previous palace lords of the Tianxua Palace were called King Shua. Just as Star Wolf finished speaking, he himself did not notice. Han Yi, Ying Mei, defeating armies, and Elder Chang all have their complexions change. He could use the universe mirror to close the spatial barrier. That meant that this person was definitely within the polar domain. Moreover, his status in the polar domain was definitely not low. Otherwise, he would be discovered by the Imperial Guards as soon as he got close to the universe mirror. Elder Chang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Where's Diding?" Every time Lord leaves the polar domain, he will get Truth Listener to monitor the entire mountain domain. It's impossible for Truth Listener to not notice someone approaching the cosmic mirror, right? Upon hearing this, Sunglasses Ching restrained the teasing expression on his face and slowly said, some time after the 9 stars and moon phenomenon appeared, Truth Listener suddenly became extremely irritable. I wanted to appease it, but it was completely useless. During that time, the polar domain was out of the range of Diding's surveillance. Later, after the Truth Listener calmed down, I communicated with it with my divine sense to tell it what had happened. It said that it heard a sound, like the sound of a piano or a flute, and then it lost consciousness. I think that if someone wanted to use the universe mirror to close the spatial barrier passage, it would definitely be at that time. Elder Chang and the others looked extremely grim. Be it controlling truth listener or approaching the cosmic mirror. One thing was certain. This person was definitely in the polar domain, and his status was certainly not low. Elder Chang frowned and asked, "But why did you close the spatial barrier?" In fact, there aren't many people from the Xiaoxian continent who want to go to the Xiaoxian continent or the Yanwu continent. And for the people of the Xiaoxian continent and the Yanwu continent to come up, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if they closed the spatial barrier, what was the use? Sunglasses Ching suddenly said faintly, the people of the Xiaoxian continent can't go down, but the people of the Xiaoxian continent can come up. Furthermore, there is only one entrance that connects to the Cultivation continent's heavenly tribulation stairway. Elder Chang's eyelids twitched as a thought flashed through his mind. Miss June. Someone wanted to capture Miss June. Elder Chang's voice almost screams, but he thinks of June Mayan's special identity, and that Sunglasses Ching is still at the scene. He forcibly swallows back the words that are on the tip of his tongue. The power distribution under the polar domain imperial family was extremely heterogeneous. Sunglasses Chang's surname was Mo, so he was naturally part of the royal family. It's just that Di Mingju is different from the other members of the imperial family who once fought to the death with Di Mingju. From start to finish, Sunglasses Ching has supported Di Mingju to become a polar domain plant. He and his Tian Shua palace have always been loyal and devoted to Di Mingju. But June Mayan's identity is really too sensitive. Even if the sunglasses were complete, Elder Chang would not dare to reveal anything to him. At this time, Di Mingju coldly says, no matter what method you use, within 6 hours, open a new passage. Ben Jun wants to go to the Xiaoxian continent. Sunglasses Ching stared blankly, then his whole face twitched and twisted. Jun Shang, are you joking with me? Di Mingju looks at him expressionlessly. No, that's impossible. Do you know how terrifying the changes in energy laws are in the void where the spatial rampart is located? Of course, it's possible to open a new passage, but it requires a huge amount of calculation and energy sorting. Give me 3 months. Di Mingju looks at him faintly, then says, it only took them 4 hours to control Di Ting to approach the cosmic mirror and close the spatial barrier passage. I'll give you 6 hours, but you won't be able to do it. Are you admitting that you're weaker than others in the law of space? F***CK. How is this possible? Sunglasses Ching smashed the ground and fiercely jumped up. Damn, in terms of the law of space, if I, your father, claim to be number 1, no one will dare to claim to be number 2. 6 hours is 6 hours, Di Mingju, just you wait. Elder Chang and the others couldn't help but laugh as they watched the sunglasses leaving like a whirlwind. Goading Prince Shua was forever effective, however, Di Mingju, who is sitting in the seat of honor, tightly clenches his hands. 6 hours, it had been too long. Yen, you have to wait for me. You absolutely cannot cross the tribulation and ascend at this time. I can't come to the Xiaoxian continent now. The night was as black as ink. On the bank of the river of forgetfulness in the nether realm, a figure silently landed on the ground and knelt down towards the tall figure standing in front of him. Greetings, Priest Lu Yun. The newcomer raised his head and handed over a letter, respectfully saying, there's news from the polar domain. The matter that his lordship ordered has been completed. Mu Lu Yun took the letter and scanned it with his divine sense. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, a flame burst out from his fingertip and burned the letter into ashes. Have you arranged the people to wait at the entrance of the stairway? The person on the ground hurriedly said, Priest, please rest assured. Everything has been arranged according to the master's arrangements. Within 6 hours, as long as someone ascends from the cultivation continent and ascends to the heaven stairway, they won't be able to escape from us. Mu Luyu nodded. Then, he looked up at the starless and moonless sky. The dazzling scene of the 9 stars and moon appeared in his mind. The glorious sun swallows the heavens, the 9 stars link to the moon, the cold jade scarlet crow, the flowing light for 10,000 li. This person is definitely related to Di Mingju, or perhaps she is the person who can change the fate of Di Mingju and the 3 realms. In any case, we can't let her meet Di Mingju. If his lordship can't use her, it would be better to destroy her. Mu Luyun said in a low voice. He suddenly took out an array disc and gently fiddled with it. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Mu Luyun says in a low voice, suddenly taking out an array disc and gently fiddling with it. His brows sometimes relax, and sometimes frown, revealing an extremely puzzled look. Priest, what are you still worried about? The subordinate asks cautiously. You previously divined that a heavenly tribulation would soon descend on this Xianxia continent, and either destroy or ascend. It's fine if that person dies under the heavenly tribulation, but even if he's lucky enough to ascend, we have already closed all the other passages, leaving only this entrance to the heaven stairway. If this person ascends, he absolutely won't be able to escape our palm. Yes, he shouldn't be able to escape our palm. Mu Luyun murmurs, it's impossible. There are other variables, Xianxia continent, Fengtian mountain range. Two figures turn into flaming sword shadows in the air. From time to time, the sword energy explodes, turning the Fengtian mountain range into a scene of devastation. The vicious beasts that originally lived in the mountain range have long since fled without a trace. In the sky, Mu Yan steps, lotus blooming steps, and her figure gradually turns into 7, surrounding Ning-Su. Flowing sword shadow, with one move, the 7 absolute swords in the hands of the 7 shadows instantly transform into sword shadows that fill the sky. Covering Ning-Su in an overwhelming manner, the intermittent sound of the zither keeps ringing between heaven and earth. At this moment, all the Shin musician skills are combined and applied to the extreme. Ning-Su is surrounded by a sky full of sword rain, but there's no trace of panic on his face. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooks up in a mocking arc. Just as the sword light is about to fall, he suddenly opens his mouth and lets out a ruthless howl. Shattering ghost cry, an ear-piercing whistle suddenly resounds, causing the figures of the 7 sword-wielding girls to suddenly stop, their faces revealing a pained expression. More than half of the sword light that originally fell like an inescapable net is instantly shattered. On the other end of the Fengtian mountain range, the vicious beasts and birds that haven't escaped in time are all wailing in pain. They fall to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants roll out of the ground, eventually turning into corpses. At the foot of the mountain, Yun Ruhan and the other 5 have pained expressions, frantically operating their spiritual power, struggling to hold on. But they feel as if their eardrums and internal organs are about to burst. Fortunately, at this moment, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard. In an instant, a wall of sound was created to protect them. The 6 of them heaved a sigh of relief. From above, Ning-Su let out a cold laugh. You're fighting against me, and you still have the mood to care about the life and death of others. Jun Mayan, are you looking down on me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning-Su suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. Mu Yan immediately wants to retreat. However, what Ning-Su's palm brought with it was not a suction force, but a thunderous impact that was like a huge wave crashing onto a table. Flying palm, Mu Yan felt a bone-piercing pain in her chest, and her whole body flew out. Ning-Su's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. The demon-slaying sword was raised in the air, waiting for her to walk right into the trap and pierce through her heart. Be careful, junior sister. The members of the Xiaoyao sect didn't even have time to adjust their breathing. However, Mu Yan's flying speed was getting faster and faster, and he couldn't control it at all. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce through his back, Ning-Su's hand trembled slightly. However, in the next moment, a ray of sword light whistled and exploded. Poochie, the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh rang out almost at the same time. The 2 figures collided in the air, and then passed by each other. Mu Yan held the 7 absolute sword in her hand, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Mu Yan holds the 7 absolute sword, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. The dried bloodstains on his back were now stained with fresh red. Ning-Su pressed one hand on the left side of his abdomen and looked at the girl in front of him with a complicated expression. Even if he advanced to the tribulation stage, he would only be a hollow immortal. But now, this void immortal had actually injured him. Jun Mayan, how good would it be if you didn't have Jun Shiyuan's bloodline? I will bring you back to the Ning family and make you the young miss of the Ning family that everyone holds in their palms. Mu Yan was slightly gasping for breath, her face was deathly pale. Just now, when she had injured Ning Su, she had used the last of her 3 self-created swords, destruction of jade and stone. Injuring the enemy is injuring oneself. However, even though she had paid such a huge price, it was still not a fatal injury to Ning Su. Just how strong was Ning Su? If it wasn't for the suppression of the heavenly Tao laws in the cultivation continent, he probably wouldn't even be able to last 15 minutes against him. Hearing Ning Su's words, she revealed a mocking expression. I don't know where your so-called Ning family is, but I don't even have the slightest interest in acknowledging such a stubborn and inhumane family. Ning Su closed his eyes and chuckled softly. Looks like I've only unsealed a third of my strength. It's not enough to kill you. What about unlocking half of the seal? The demon slayer vibrated violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Ning Su's eyes turned red. His black cloak swelled up, and the bamboo hat on his head had already shattered and disappeared. Only his black hair danced in the wind. Every strand of black hair was entwined with an enormous amount of energy that surpassed the limits of this world. They were like massive pythons that would pounce over at any moment to devour everything before them. Mu Yan clenches the 7 absolute sword in her hand. For the first time, he felt the despair and helplessness of being completely suppressed. Let's go help little junior sister. Ling Yuma gritted her teeth. I know we're very weak, and even if we go, we might just be a burden to little junior sister, but I feel that little junior sister needs us now. Peak astral projection, especially the 7 unfettered disciples. In the cultivation continent, he was truly an invincible existence. Even Chu Xinyan and Jing Tianyi, who were experts on the Azure Sky Roll, were powerless in front of them. But facing Ning Su, this immortal of unknown origin and identity, they didn't even have to fight against him, but they already felt hopeless and powerless. But no matter how desperate they are, they can't just stand idly by knowing Mayan's suffering. Alright, let's go help little junior sister. Even though she had promised Mayan in the beginning that this was her fight alone. Even though they might not be able to help at all. However, Yun Ruhan still quickly made a decision. Only the immobile Chu Moli stayed behind. The other 5 people rushed into the sky without hesitation, and sped towards the direction where Mu Yan and Ning Su were fighting. The closer they got to the battlefield, the pressure from the demon-slaying sword was suffocating. The 5 of them gritted their teeth and silently approached. Just as they were about to enter the center of the battlefield, Yun Ruhan waved her hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. They did not have the ability to influence the outcome of the battle. But at least he could go all out to harass Ning Su and create an opportunity for his junior sister. However, at this moment, Yun Ruhan's heart skipped a beat. There was an extremely bad premonition that suddenly welled up in his heart. He seemed to have forgotten a very important thing. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xianxia. Remember LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with exciting reading. Haha, ha 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 ha, a bone-chilling laughter rang out in the dark night. Luo Yu did not have time to react. He felt an ice-cold hand silently caressing his neck, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Xiaoqi, be careful. Yun Ruhan roared. The ice soul sword turned into a cold light and shot towards Luo Yu's back. But he was still a step too late. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, you'd better not act rashly. The little prince is in my hands now. If you take another step, don't blame me for breaking the little prince's neck. The 4 of them stopped in their tracks and looked over. Under the dim light of the night, a short, ugly man dressed in a blue robe with his hair combed neatly was holding Luo Yu's neck with his dark, slender, ghostly claw-like hands. His fingertips carelessly slid and immediately pierced the skin on Luo Yu's neck. Blood flowed out of the wound and instantly turned purple. His nails were poisonous, Yun Ruhan said sternly, Guaci, if you dare to hurt Xiaoqi, I will tear you into pieces. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, why are you so angry? In the little prince's body is the base soul pearl that the imperial advisor wants the most. Unless I have no other choice, how could I bear to kill my beloved little prince? Yun Ruhan gritted her teeth. What do you want? He, ha ha ha, so many years have passed. Your Highness has been reincarnated and even your personality has changed. You don't look like the host of the Nightmare Ghost at all. But his loyalty to the little prince hasn't changed at all. Guixi's laughter became even more ear-piercing. Although your Highness has a mortal body and can no longer summon the Nightmare Ghost, I can't be at ease. If you want to save the little prince's life, please break your own arms first. I can only be at ease if your Highness is unable to make hand seals and summon. Dream on. Luo Yu roared, the spiritual power in his body surging wildly. But Guixi seemed to have predicted Luo Yu's actions. Soul Reaper Chain appeared in an instant. Luo Yu screamed in pain. Her body lit up with a strange light. The soul orb that was about to float out of her body was forcefully pushed back. Keek, the soul-detaining chain, was specially prepared by the Spirit Master for you, little prince. This little one has patiently waited here for so long, just for this one fatal strike. Keek, your Highness, are you ready? Either you break your own arms, or you watch as your beloved brother is tortured to death in my hands. Damn it. This old lady will fight it out with you. Ling Yuma raised her red lotus soul-stealing blade and was about to slash down. Stop. Yun Ruhan roared. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the soul-restraining chain lit up with a dazzling light. A bloody mist exploded from Luo Yu's body and her clothes were dyed red with blood. The extreme pain caused his face to contort, but he bit his lips tightly. Even when blood seeped out from the corner of his lips, he refused to let out a single groan. However, Ling Yuma suddenly retracted her saber. Because she retracted her saber too quickly, the spiritual power backfired and she felt a sharp pain in her chest. But how could this pain compare to the hatred she felt when she saw her little brother being tortured? Seeing their reactions, Phantom Sting laughed even more wildly. TSK, your Highness really knows me well. I've been holed up in this damn place where I can't cultivate for a whole 15 years. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. I don't have the slightest bit of patience left. It's fine if you listen obediently, but if you continue to obstruct me, I will let you die. All of you will die without a burial ground. Guixi takes a deep breath, slowly straightening his distorted face. So your Highness, don't test my patience anymore. Quickly do as I say, otherwise, just wait to see the little prince cut into pieces by the soul-arresting chains. Eldest brother, you can't. Luo Yu's voice is hoarse and trembling, carrying a desperate plea. He hopes that eldest brother won't care about him this time. He hopes to die like this and not become a burden to eldest brother. But deep in his heart, he knows that it's impossible. He doesn't have any memories from more than 10 years ago. But in these 15 years, he has always known how eldest brother has guarded and protected him. Like a pearl or a treasure, better than life. Sure enough, the man in front of him puts away the long sword in his hand, revealing a gentle and elegant smile. Neither servile nor overbearing, a gentleman with proper manners, but tolerant and protective of every junior brother and sister in the sect. Fine, I promise you. Mayan hears the sound and turns to look. She realizes that something terrible is about to happen. However, she is only slightly distracted. There's a sharp pain in her left shoulder. Ningsu's voice is bone-chilling. At a time like this, you still have the mind to worry about others? Mayan uses a backhand to block the demon-slaying sword, saying sternly, Ningsu, you said that this is a fight that only belongs to the two of us. But you actually despicably arranged such a trap to lay your hands on my fellow disciples. Ningsu furrowed his brows and said with a cold smile, after killing you, killing these people is like crushing ants to me. Arrange a trap? Jun Mayan, you think too highly of your Xiaoyao school. Saying that, Ningsu's gaze still turns to Guixi. Cold and disgusted. He can fight Jun Mayan to the death. But he doesn't want Jun Mayan to misunderstand that he's using despicable and insidious means. Guixi is stared at by Ningsu's cold gaze, and he can't help but feel a chill down his spine. He comes from the floating island. He knew better than anyone how powerful, cruel, and terrifying this Ning family direct descendant was. Guixi's voice trembled. Young Master Ning, the state preceptor wants me to greet you. I would never dare to covet the prey that you want, but Yun Ruhan and Lan Luoyu are people that the state preceptor wants to bring back. If we offended young Master Ning, please forgive us. The imperial tutor said that another day, he will bring the imperial family's treasure and personally visit the Ning family to apologize. At this time, Phantom Sting's words were intermittent and trembling. He no longer had the perverted arrogance from before. Ningsu snorts coldly, and finally no longer pays attention to him. The demon-slaying sword once again attacks Mayan. Sword chi overflowed. Affected by the sword aura of the demon-slaying sword, the doppelganger of layers of phantom came to a halt. The lotus steps under Mu Yan's feet paused. The demon-slaying sword once again left a wound on her body that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Ningsu said coldly as he closed in on Mu Yan. From the very beginning, you fell out with me because of this Yun Ruhan. Regardless of whether he dies here or has his arms chopped off, he only has himself to blame. All evil spirits should die. Hearing Ningsu's words, Guixi's heart, which had almost jumped to his throat, finally calmed down. Once again, he laughed maniacally. 1 second remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Phantom Sting's face was distorted with extreme excitement. Your Highness, no one will interrupt us now. Come on, break your own arms. You don't need a sword, you only need to explode your spiritual power to shatter the flesh and bones of your arms. I think you can do such a simple thing. Ha ha ha, eldest brother. Stop. Tears welled up in Luo Yu's eyes as she growled in a low voice, no, eldest senior brother, please don't. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and smiled at Luo Yu as usual. Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. I'm here. Phantom Sting looked at Yun Ruhan excitedly, waiting for the moment when the summoner of Nightmare Ghost, known as the Killing God, was called a cripple in front of him. However, at this moment, a sharp whistle sounded in Phantom Sting's ears. Then, he felt his body being ruthlessly knocked away, and a sharp pain suddenly came from his arm. Ah! Phantom Sting let out a blood-curdling scream. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that his arm, which was holding on to the soul-arresting chain, had been chopped off. At his waist, there was a pair of hands hugging him tightly. This pair of hands was holding a dagger dipped in poison. It circled around to his back and stabbed deep into him. Damn it! Guixi shouted angrily. Without even looking at the person who was hugging him, he raised his hand and slammed it down on the top of the person's head. Puff, a line of blood shot at Phantom Thorn's waist. The hands that were hugging him finally drooped down powerlessly. Sly thrust kicked the person away. Only then did he angrily go to see who it was. He really didn't expect that he would be sneak attacked by a mere cultivator from the Cultivation continent. Moss. Master, Yun Ruhan and the others hadn't expected the situation to change so suddenly. The 5 of them didn't even have time to see who it was before they saw Phantom Sting's arm get chopped off. When the man was kicked away by the Phantom Thorn, they finally saw his face. Shi Qing, it was the sect leader of the Xiaoyao school, the master of the 7 of them, Shi Qing. Master. For the first time, fear and helplessness appeared on Yun Ruhan's usually calm face. He scrambled over and supported Shi Qing's blood-covered body. Master. Master. Aside from Mu Yan, who was fighting with Ning Su, everyone else from the Xiaoyao school gathered around. Luo Yu struggled to break free from the soul-restraining chains. Every inch of her meridians and skin was burning with pain. However, he didn't even have the time to swallow a pill as he hurriedly stumbled over. Looking at Shi Qing, whose skull was shattered and whose brain juice was flowing all over his face, Luo Yu only felt a buzzing sound in her head. Everything became blank. Master. Master, don't scare me, 6th senior sister, yes, wait for 6th senior sister, wait for her to save you. 6th senior sister is so powerful, she can definitely save you. In the sky, Mu Yan clenched his teeth and plucked the zither strings, transforming into a clone. However, as soon as this clone appeared, he was defeated by Ning Su's sword. Mu Yan suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, her body on the verge of collapse. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Ning Su, almost begging, give me some time, let me save my master first. Just give me 2 hours, no, an hour. Just give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Just give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Go to hell. Mu Yan fiercely slashed out with the 7 absolute swords in her hands, one strike after another, without any pattern, but like a crazy demon. Ning Su, I swear. If anything happens to my master today, I will never forgive you. One day, I will make you pay with your blood. I will make your Ning family restless. Ning Su laughed coldly, that depends on whether you can survive from my hands. Your Highness. Shi Qing grabbed Luo Yu, who was about to replace Mu Yan. Your Highness, please listen to this old official. This old official has already suffered a fatal injury on the floating island. Since then, I have been unable to cultivate, and simply cannot live for more than a few years. I have been struggling at death's door because I can't let go of you and your Highness. This old official knows, those who wanted to kill you 15 years ago, still have survived. As long as they are still alive, your whereabouts will be exposed to the state preceptor. This old subject is alive to give them the final fatal blow. Almost at the same time, Guaci suddenly shouted in horror, what poison did you smear on the dagger? What poison is this? They turned their heads to look. They saw that the wound on Guaci's waist was actually burning with a purple flame. And this flame spread extremely fast, covering more than half of Guaci's body in a flash. Shi Qing's breathing was already weak, but seeing this scene, he still laughed out loud. Guaci. I was like a dog, begging to live under Chu Xinyan's hands, even willing to let the world know that I am a beast who betrayed his disciple. Why do you think I did this? I have been waiting for you. This dagger smeared with purple apex fire, I've been preparing it for you for 15 years. Are you surprised? Surprised? Ha 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 ha. Purple apex fire. You are sure Yuan Qing? Sure Yuan Qing, you are still alive. Guaci screamed loudly, using purple apex fire in the Shozhen continent, do you not want to live? Ah. As Phantom Sting shouted, the purple flame instantly engulfed his entire body, leaving only a pile of dust on the ground. Shi Qing's eyes became more and more unfocused. The hand that held the dagger was also burning with the same purple flame. Master. Ling Yuma and the others hurriedly clapped their hands. However, when his hand landed on the purple flame, he didn't feel any warmth at all. It was as if he had touched an illusory object and directly passed through it. However, the flames on Shi Qing's body were rising higher and higher, gradually covering more than half of his body. Just by looking at Phantom Sting's pained expression, one could imagine how painful it was to be engulfed by the purple apex fire. However, Shi Qing revealed a gratified smile. Don't cry. Our carefree sect doesn't like this kind of mushy farewell. Master has been troubled by his old wounds for more than 10 years. Now that he's free, you should be happy for him. The 5 of them had tears streaming down their cheeks. Even Chu Moli, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was tightly gripping the armrest, his eyes completely red. Your First Highness, you must protect the little highness in the future. Yun Ruhan grabbed Shi Qing's hand, her tears falling like rain, but she couldn't say a word. Shi Qing then looked at Luo Yu. Little Highness, I can only protect you until now. In the future, you must take care. Remember LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with exciting reading. What prince? What prince? What Lan Empire? What does any of this have to do with me? At this moment, Luo Yu finally exploded. His tears fell like rain as he screamed, I don't want revenge, I don't want to find my past, I don't want anyone to die for me. I just want to be happy in the carefree sect and be your little 7. Master. Xiaoqi, please don't die, okay? From the moment Xiaoqi opened his eyes, there were only you and senior brothers and sisters. To Xiaoqi, you are master, father, and the most important family. Xiaoqi can't live without you. Turbid tears rolled down Shi Qing's face. He reached out his trembling hand and touched Luo Yu's head. His voice was soft, Xiaoqi, your master Xiaoqi, you have to live well in the future. Even if you don't get rich, even if you don't have a bright future, you have to be safe and happy, master. A blood-red figure suddenly fell from the sky and rushed to Shi Qing. Mu Yan grabbed Shi Qing's arm with her blood-stained hand and said hoarsely, Master, don't close your eyes, please don't close your eyes. I'm here to save you. I can save millions of people, and I can definitely save you. Shi Qing's eyelids trembled heavily, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. Xiaoyan, don't cry. I've been very happy in my life, to have you 7, as my disciples, to have, the Xiaoyao sect, but my greatest fortune is, to have you enter the Xiaoyao sect during the sect selection. Because of you, the Xiaoyao sect has new hope. Xiaoyan, promise me to live well, the 7 of you, and your junior master, live well, together. This life and this night will not last long, to be free and unfettered forever. So good. So good, when the white light rises, purple flames instantly engulfed Shi Qing's body. Along with the smile on his face and his hoarse and gentle voice. The world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Master, Luo Yu murmured softly and reached his hand to the ground. It was covered with a layer of white ash. Master. Don't scare Xiaoqi, drip drip drip. It was the blood flowing from Mu Yan and Luo Yu's bodies. It was the tears that fell from their eyes. There was nothing left, the master who would drink wine every day, ride a donkey, and call them obedient disciples with a smile, was gone. Not even his bones were left. Master. Mu Yan's body swayed, and she could no longer support herself. She fell into a pool of blood with a bang. Her back was a bloody mess that was so deep that the bones could be seen. In the sky, Ningsu looked expressionlessly at the fallen girl, his eyes cold and heartless. But for some reason, a teardrop silently slid down from the corner of his eye. He. Shi Yuanqing, you old thing. He should have been dead long ago on the floating island, in the northern continent's unclean abyss, but he's actually lingering on his last breath until now. How dare you scheme against me? You made me suffer the pain of being burned by the purple apex flames, and destroyed the puppet body that I spent so much effort to cultivate. Yun Ruhan turned around abruptly. He was shocked to find that Creepy Thorn's figure was slowly emerging from the ashes. But compared to his previous arrogance, Creepy Thorn's face was deathly pale. Meeting their horrified gazes, Creepy Thorn let out a sharp laugh. Do you think I'll die so easily? You're just a bunch of ordinary cultivators from the Cultivation continent. A useless old man with a broken dantian wants to kill me? Stop dreaming. Ha. Luo Yu slowly stood up, his eyes red. He walked towards Phantom Sting step by step, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile like that of an azure from hell. It's great that you're not dead. He raised his hands and waved them in the air. In a split second, the mountain wind howled, and countless rocks, grass, trees, and skeletons flew over, forming a dense puppet formation. Triple Mirror Realm was activated. Yun Ruhan took out her Ice Soul Sword and went behind Guaci to block his way. Triple Mountain Sea Realm was activated. The Ice Soul Sword slashed across the sky and formed an ice wall. Guaci, it would be too easy for you if I let you die so easily. Ling Yuma wiped the tears from her eyes and unsheathed her red lotus soul-stealing saber. A blazing flame rose from her back and bloomed into a dazzling red lotus in the air. The red lotuses bloomed one after another, and the scorching flames spread out. It was like the fire of hell. No one could escape. Triple Blazing Sun Realm was activated. We want you to die without a burial place. Ling Yusheng opened his hands and slowly closed his eyes. Triple Absolute Space Realm was activated. Everything around him seemed to freeze. It was as if countless people from the Xiaoyao sect appeared. We want you to pay with your blood. Boom. The first to attack was Qingjiu. With a punch, the earth shook. The god-level Sumeru space treasure, 100 Disaster City, was smashed into pieces. Kill. You killed Master. I will kill you. Guaci didn't take the first, Triple Realm, to heart. But when the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, all of them were Triple, Absolute Space Realm. And there was even the Absolute Space Domain, that no one on the floating island had ever seen before. He stole a glance at Ningsu. The man in the air didn't leave or attack again. Instead, he looked at the girl lying in a pool of blood. Guaci gritted his teeth and didn't attack again. He just looked at the girl lying in a pool of blood. He didn't believe it. What could mere mortals from the Cultivation continent do to him? At most, he would unseal all of his power. After that, he would suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao's backlash. Phantom Sting chuckled nervously and suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of brown vertical pupils shone brightly. Then, his hands began to quickly form seals in front of his chest. The spiritual power of heaven and earth surged. Then, horrifying scarlet-eyed fire bats started to appear behind him one after another. There were more than 100 of them, and every one of them was the size of an eagle. They stared at Luo Yu and the others viciously. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Come on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you mortal cultivators? Since you guys want to die, then you can all become the food of my red-eyed fire bats. Hee hee hee. The two sides instantly became entangled in battle. Even though he had summoned all of the scarlet-eyed fire bats, the ferocity of the red-eyed fire bats was just as he had expected. Not long after, the 5 people of the Xiaoyao sect were bitten by the sharp teeth of the scarlet-eyed fire bat. But the more he fought, the more frightened he became. These people are crazy, all of them are crazy, they are not afraid of death at all. Even though there were 3 scarlet-eyed fire bats pouncing on them, they still rushed towards him. Not long after, Guixi's body was filled with countless sword and knife wounds. There were also Qinjiu's huge fists that cracked his bones. But these were not what Guixi feared and tormented the most. During the battle, there would be tiny puppets constantly drilling into his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Once one wave was broken, another wave would immediately follow up. Luo Yu's face was pale, and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. But she did not stop controlling the puppets, torturing and destroying him. Aha! Get lost. Get lost. Guixi was going crazy. He roared in a shrill voice as if he had gone mad. You're courting death. Good, good. Then I'll kill you. Kill you. He screamed hysterically, and there was no longer any rationality in his eyes. At this moment, he could not even think of bringing Luo Yu back to the floating island alive. At this moment, Guixi only wanted to kill them, kill these little bastards who tortured and humiliated him. Using his divine sense, the scarlet-eyed fire bats in the sky began to gather. But at this moment, the surrounding time and space suddenly froze, as if someone pressed pause. Ling Yusheng closed his eyes and opened his hands, as if he was holding something in his fingers. At the same time, Chu Moli, who had not participated in the battle, moved. A silver bow appeared in his hands, and 2 black arrows were knocked on the string. The bowstring vibrated, and 2 black arrows flew out. Ah! My eyes, my eyes! Guixi let out a heart-wrenching scream, and covered his eyes with both hands. 2 streams of blood flowed down from between his fingers. Bastards! Bastards! You forced me to do this. I'll die with you. Scarlet-eyed fire bats, fuse and self-destruct. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. If I can't live, then don't think of living either. Die together. Let's all die together. But at this moment, Guixi felt a terrifying pressure coming from the sky. The scarlet-eyed fire bats that were under his control seemed to be frightened by something. They screamed and fled, then disappeared into the air. Brat, how dare you? A coarse voice that didn't have any undulations entered Erie's ears. Phantom Sting, on the other hand, felt as if his soul had been hit hard. Extreme fear, despair, and unresisting surrender surged into his mind. Creepy Sting's knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground with a thud, his eyes widened in horror. At this moment, he could not see anything. But he knew what had happened. It was Wizard Lan Luoyu summoned the true Bai's divine beast. That was the source of the floating island's power, a power that belonged to the owner of the bloodline that could not be resisted. He had never expected Phantom Sting. Not only could Lan Luoyu summon Bai's main body, she could even become a ruler that Bai would willingly submit to. In the previous battle, as long as Bai appeared, it would be able to crush him. Lan Luoyu had never done so. Not that he couldn't do it, but he wanted to torture him. It's great that you're not dead. If I let you die so easily, wouldn't it be too easy for you? Eerie Dazzling's vision went black, and he convulsed and fainted. As soon as his head hit the ground, Chumoli took it into the space. I'll give this person to me for research. I believe you have no objections? No one answered him. Everyone from the Xiaoyao sect turned to look in the direction where Shurqing disappeared, tears welling up in their eyes. Their master had left them in the end. The old man who brought them back to the Xiaoyao sect when they were at their most desperate and helpless, and gave them a home, would never appear again. Little sister. Ling Yuma suddenly saw Mayan lying in a pool of blood and rushed over. Why is little sister hurt so badly? She must have come back to save master, that's why she risked everything. Ningsu slowly landed on the ground, looking at the unconscious girl and the people of the Xiaoyao sect surrounding her. Suddenly, the demon-slaying sword swept. Boom, with a loud sound, Yun Ruhan and the others were thrown out. Mayan was sent flying by the sword energy, hitting the mountain wall heavily and rolling down. The mountain wall seemed to be unable to withstand such an impact. Countless rocks crumbled down, and the blood-colored figure was crushed to the point where it could no longer be seen. Little sister. Sixth sister. Luoyu and the others rushed over like crazy. They had almost used up all their spiritual power in the battle with the phantom thorn. Right now, they didn't even have the strength to break the boulder. Qingjiu punched the boulder again and again. Blood gushed out, but it didn't stop. Little sister. Little sister. Live. Little sister, please don't die. Don't die. Master has already left us, you can't. When the rubble was dug up, they saw the bloody and weak figure inside. They couldn't hold back their tears anymore. Little sister is still alive, that's great. Ningsu continued to walk forward step by step. Jun Mayan, stand up. You dare to betray me with this little ability? Yun Ruhan trembled as she brought the medicine to Mayan's lips. Before she could feed it, a sword light came whistling over. Yun Ruhan didn't have time to dodge, and felt a sharp pain in her wrist. The pill fell to the ground. His hand had already been cut into a bloody mess by the sword light. Ningsu didn't seem to see anyone else. His eyes were fixed on Mayan. Now you should know, in front of the real gap in strength, the so-called talent and luck are nothing but a joke. Here, I haven't even used half of my strength, and you are already defenseless. Now, do you still think you can defeat me? The girl, lying on the ground, was motionless, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep and would never wake up. Ningsu suddenly roars hysterically, Jun Mayan, I've given you many chances. Why? Why did you choose to betray me? Why do you have to force me to kill the person I care about the most with my own hands? Ningsu raises the demon-slaying sword again, about to slash at Mayan. Luoyu pounced forward and grabbed the blade of the demon-slaying sword with her bare hands. Fresh blood gushed out. How can we allow you to take away someone important? Even if I die, I won't. Luoyu roared. Light flashed behind her and she released a red and white soul orb. However, he had just fought 2 battles. At this time, whether it was his divine sense or spiritual power, both had been overdrawn to the limit. The 2 soul orbs were much dimmer than before. Before Baizhe and Baifeng appeared, Ningsu suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. An incomparably powerful energy surged, and instantly grasped the 2 soul beads in his palm. Pooh, Luoyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Little 7th. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. Yun Ruhan roared angrily, and the ice soul sword pierced towards Ningsu. However, when the tip of the sword reached Ningsu, it was suddenly caught by 2 fingers. Yun Ruhan desperately urged her internal energy, but the long sword seemed to be welded and did not move at all. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness spread from his fingers into his meridians and dantian. Yun Ruhan let out a muffled groan, her face as pale as paper, but she was unable to move at all. Ningsu held the ice soul sword in his right hand and 2 soul orbs in his left. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel and sinister smile. That day in the Green Feather Mountain, when I fought with you with 90% of my power sealed, did it give you an illusion? Do you think ants like you have the qualifications to speak to me on equal terms? The soul orb in his left hand throbbed violently, emitting a dazzling white light. A murderous glint flashed in Ningsu's eyes, and his fingers suddenly tightened. Ah! Luo Yu let out a shrill scream as her body curled into a ball. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. A ball of blazing scarlet lotus fire soared into the sky. The red lotus soul-capturing saber gave off a vicious howl, slashing straight down towards Ningxu. Ling Yuxing and Qin Jiao moved at the same time. Only Chu Moli remained seated in his wheelchair, calmly watching this scene. His complexion was completely pale, and his lips were chapped and trembling. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest ability to fight. Even if Ningxu were to kill his fellow disciples one by one, he could only watch on helplessly. He could only watch helplessly. Chu Moli slowly turned his head around and looked at the girl covered in blood and dust. Her long eyelashes drooped, and there was no trace of blood on her pale face. His frail body was motionless, as if he had lost all signs of life. Little junior sister, have you really been utterly defeated? I don't want to go through that again, and I believe you don't want to either, right? Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan. Open your eyes now. Do you hear me? You idiot, why are you so stupid? He obviously has such great potential, but he can't even beat a fool who has sealed most of his cultivation. So noisy. Qi Xiaohuang, why are you always so noisy? Mayan's eyelashes trembled slightly, wanting Qi Huang to shut up. But she felt that her eyelids were so heavy, and her body was getting colder and colder, more and more out of control. Slowly, her soul drifted out of her body. She saw Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan charging towards Ningxu, saw her fellow disciples unable to fight back against Ningxu. He saw Shi Qing, who had already turned to ash. Master, if the soul had tears, Mayan's face would already be streaming with tears. She could save the world, but she couldn't save her master. Now, even his fellow disciples were going to be killed by Ningxu. No. Absolutely not. The Xiaoyao sect is my home. Ever since she came to the cultivation continent, this family had always accompanied her and tolerated her. They didn't care about her background and identity. They didn't care that she had a child out of wedlock. No matter how much trouble she caused, her fellow apprentices would not hesitate to stand by her side and tell her with a smile. The 7 unfettered disciples advanced and retreated together. Inseparable in life and inseparable in death, how could she allow anyone to hurt them? How could she allow herself to watch her loved ones die in front of her? But what could she do? Just as Ningxu said, in the face of absolute power, all talent, luck, and tricks became a joke. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. And this was only 30% of Ningxu's power under the suppression of the heavenly Tao. A world of difference in strength. How could she win? What else could she do to turn the tide? Moon Spiritual Root. Do you know what the greatest secret of the Moon Spiritual Root is? Suddenly, 7 Brilliance's flustered and exasperated voice reached his ears. The chaos of heaven and earth gave birth to the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth complement each other, but they cannot coexist. Once it coexists, it will become barren, unable to cultivate. But the moon spirit root is different. It's like the ancestor of all things, like its light, like its dust, all-encompassing, without beginning or end. Every time you make a breakthrough, your heaven spirit root will give birth to another one. Water, fire, earth, wood, and metal. When the 5 spirits gather, the primordial chaos is formed. Fuse the 5 spirit roots in your body. Only the true moon spirit root will allow you to control it. Grasp what? Mayan's long eyelashes tremble again. Her mind was still confused, but her body was already changing according to Qi Huang's narration. 5 spiritual roots? Where did she get 5 spiritual roots? That's right, every time she advanced, a new celestial spiritual root would be born in her body. From water at the beginning, to fire, earth, wood, and metal. Once she realized this, 5 rays of light immediately lit up in her body. Then, they slowly merged into one, becoming as white as the moon and as lustrous as jade. This ball of white light slowly seeped into her dantian, sea of consciousness, meridians, flesh, and brain. Mu Yan suddenly feels as if she's grasping something. At that time, when she had just broken through the crossing tribulation stage in the Tian Emochin space, she had felt a powerful and frightening power drifting around her. But when she tried to sense it carefully, it suddenly disappeared. Now, she finally felt it, or rather, grasped this power. Mu Yan slowly opens her eyes. What he saw was the scene of devastation at the foot of Mount Feng. However, what appeared in his mind was a completely different scene. They were countless densely packed dots of light and flowing lines. Mayan looks at Ning Su, and sees the specks of light wandering around his body, his meridians ultimately converging at his dantian. The same specks of light were also swimming around the bodies of the 6 carefree disciples. What are these dots of light? Mu Yan's fingers lightly move. The specks of light in the sky seemed to have been summoned and quickly gathered towards her, pouring into her body. He could feel a gurgling warm current flowing into his dried-up dantian. Mu Yan suddenly widens her eyes. She knew what these spots of light were. That was spiritual power, but at this moment, she could actually see the trajectory of all the spiritual power in the world, and even control them. In his mind, Qi Huang's indistinct voice finally became clearer. The power of law. There is no battle skill stronger than this in the world. Exquisite sword techniques, sharp talisman treasures, in front of the power of laws, they are all trash. In this world that is dominated by spiritual power, once you master the power of the 5 elements, you will truly be an invincible existence. Ning Su stepped on Yunwerhan's neck and looked down at him. His ice-cold gaze was filled with disgust and hatred, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. It's all because of you, demon. If not for Yunwerhan's reincarnation. If the Yunwerhan who has been reincarnated through possession isn't Mayan's senior brother, he and Mu Yan shouldn't have come to this step. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. But there was also a voice that kept ringing in Ning Su's ears. It had nothing to do with Yunwerhan. His existence only further proves that whether it's Ning Yanqin or Mayan, in the end, it would still be him who would be abandoned. The pain and hatred in Ning Su's heart surged like lava. He raised the demon-slaying sword in his hand and stabbed it at Yunwerhan's heart. Eldest senior brother. However, the demon-slaying sword suddenly stopped in midair. Ning Su suddenly realized something and turned his head abruptly. Under the hazy night sky, the girl in blood-red clothes had stood up at some point. Her long hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall and fluttered messily in the air. Her pale face was stained with blood, but it appeared even more crystalline and translucent. Ning Su's pupils violently contract, his mouth muttering 3 words, Jun Mayan. He looked at the young girl who was covered in wounds but still stood up. Ning Su did not know what he was feeling. Does he want Jun Mayan to die? The surging hatred in his heart told him that he wanted to, but what about after killing Mayan, what was left of his life? Ning Su closed his eyes to hide the pain and resentment in them. In the next moment, he raised the demon-slaying sword and swung it down in Mu Yan's direction. At this point, what was there to hesitate about? He had no way out. Jun Mayan must die. Seeing the demon-slaying sword Qi whistling towards her, Mu Yan quietly stood in place, motionless. Suddenly, he raised his hand and lightly waved his sword. This sword strike was really understated, weak and powerless. However, the overwhelming demon-slaying sword Qi disappeared without a trace in an instant. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Ning Su had a shocked expression on his face. What did you do? The 7 absolute sword hung low, almost touching the ground as it slowly approached Ning Su. With every step he took, the tip of his sword would create a wave of air. In the end, the girl's figure became more and more blurry in the airwaves, as if she was going to completely merge with the airwaves. Mu Yan's gaze sweeps around. With the exception of Chu Moli, everyone from the Xiaoyao school had been seriously injured by Ning Su. As for her master, he had already turned into ashes. No matter how heaven-defying her medical skills were, she could not bring him back to life. Mu Yan's gaze finally falls on Ning Su. At this moment, there was no longer a shred of reluctance or hesitation in her eyes. All that was left was ice-cold heartlessness. Ning Su, haven't you always wanted to settle things with me? Now, I will fulfill your wish. The young girl's voice was slightly hoarse, but each word was like knocking on ice. Today, I will personally cut you down with my sword. Ning Su restrains the shock on his face and sneers, Jun Mayan, have you forgotten the despair of not being able to fight back against me just now? Swish, the 7 absolute swords slashed out like a bright galaxy in the night sky. Now, I shall return the same despair to you. Ningsu only had time to hear this sentence. He felt as if his surroundings had suddenly sunk into a deathly silence. Yes, he was clearly still in the heavenly Phoenix mountain range. The night sky, the mountain range, and the shattered 100 disaster city were clearly still in front of him. However, he felt as if his 5 senses had been blocked. Then, he was thrown into a space that was isolated from the world. Ningsu was on full alert, looking around vigilantly. Swish! The sword light seemed to appear out of thin air, brushing past his neck. Ningsu dodged at a speed as fast as lightning. The tip of the sword narrowly brushed past his neck, bringing with it a burning pain. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Swish! Ningsu had no time to digest this sudden attack. The second sword strike came again without a sound. This time, Ningsu was not as lucky as before. His arm was slashed by a saber, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. He wanted to use his spiritual energy to heal the wound on his arm. However, just as the spiritual power attached to the wound, it seemed to be sucked away by something, disappearing without a trace. What was this? Ningsu was both shocked and furious. What did Jun Mayan do? Why couldn't he control the spiritual power between heaven and earth? He couldn't even sense it. Even the spiritual power in his body would go out of control when it was released from his meridians. Swish swish swish. Countless sword lights whizzed over. Ningsu had nowhere to hide, and not long after, he was covered in cuts and bruises. Even his entire left hand was chopped off at the wrist. Blood dripped from his severed palm. Ah! Jun Mayan! Ningsu let out a heart-wrenching roar of rage. He no longer cared about the suppression of the rules of the heavenly Tao, and abruptly released all of his powers. The demon-slaying sword let out an ear-piercing hum and soared into the sky. Voila! It was as if a barrier had suddenly been torn apart. Ningsu finally sensed the surging spiritual power between heaven and earth again. A young girl in blood-red clothes stood not far from him with a sword in her hand. However, compared to his previously pale complexion, there was not a single trace of blood in it. The girl's body was so delicate and thin, as if she could collapse at any time. Very obviously, in order to kill him, Jun Mayan also paid a sufficient price. But how did she do it? Why did Mayan have the ability to defeat her in just a short moment? Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder came from the sky. Ningsu knew that it was because he had lifted the seal on his strength that surpassed the limits of the cultivation land. That was why he had incurred the wrath of the heavens. He only glanced at it casually. However, this one glance caused his entire body to freeze. There were no stars or moon tonight because the sky was overcast. But at some point in time, the sky had already been covered by a thick layer of clouds. When Ningsu raised his head, a purple-gold bolt of lightning split the entire cloud layer. It also illuminated the heavenly Phoenix mountain range as bright as day. This was not the heavenly punishment that he had attracted. Just unsealing this bit of power was not enough to attract such a vast divine thunder of punishment. Then who was the one who attracted this divine thunder? Ningsu asked himself, and then his gaze fell on the young girl opposite him. Jun Mayan, what did you do? He roared almost crazily. Do you think you can survive after attracting such a powerful divine thunder of heaven punishment? The 7 ultimate swords spun in the air. All the spiritual energy in the heavenly Phoenix mountain range converged towards the tip of her sword like dancing fireflies. There were more and more fireflies and the light became more and more brilliant. Slowly, it gathered into the Milky Way galaxy. Ningsu's heart instantly suffocated. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. At this moment, he feels that he's not fighting Mayan alone. The heavenly Phoenix mountain range, the cultivation continent, the mountains, the rivers, the lakes, the seas, and the creatures of heaven and earth. At this moment, it has become Jun Mayan's fighting strength, a hand that wants to crush his life. Ningsu had always been arrogant, stubborn, and conceited. But at this moment, a true sense of powerlessness and despair welled up in the depths of his heart. His eyes were wide open, the whites of his eyes crimson. He slightly opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end, he only spat out 3 words, Jun Mayan. Rumble, the thunder in the sky is getting louder and louder. The purplish gold lightning exploded, as if it was going to split the entire sky. The people of the Xiaoyao sect, who were seriously injured and unconscious, opened their eyes under such strong light. What is this? Junior sister, where's junior sister? Chumoli sits in a wheelchair, looking up at the golden snake-like lightning in the sky and the increasingly blurry figure of the girl, his hands gripping the armrest. Junior sister, this is a warning, don't you know? Aren't you ready to stop? Third brother, what are you talking about? What's wrong with junior sister? Boom. In the sky, the seven absolute sword trembles and whistles. The Milky Way sea of stars tumbles, moving mountains and draining seas, instantly turning into a giant beast with a bloody mouth, swallowing Ning Su whole. Jun Mayan. I, Ning Su, swear that I will never let you. Ning Su's gut-wrenching hell is annihilated between heaven and earth. Chumoli closes his eyes with a pale face, muttering, of course you know, but you, never intend to stop, rumble. The purple gold dragon that has been hovering in the air finally swoops down from the sky. Junior sister. Sixth sister. Mayan lowers her head and sees her fellow disciples rushing towards her. Using the last bit of her strength, she gently waves her hand at them. The spiritual power between heaven and earth seems to have a mind of its own. It immediately sets off a hurricane, sweeping the 6 people back to their original place. In the end, the heavenly thunder still falls and directly strikes Mayan, completely annihilating the girl's small figure. However, before Mayan can feel the pain, she feels that she is firmly protected. A muffled groan of pain resounds in her ears. The familiar voice makes Mayan suddenly open her eyes. Suzy? How can you be? No. Qi Huang? You're Qi Huang? Nonsense. The youngster grimaces. If it's not this sage, who else can it be? This sage only has you as a stupid master. Don't tell me I have to watch you die? Rumble. Another heavenly thunder falls, and Suzy spits out a mouthful of blood. Black air twines around him, but he still firmly protects Mayan in his arms. Mayan suddenly realizes something. That won't do. Qi Huang, quickly return to the Tian Emochin space. Suzy's body won't be able to take it, and you said that no one can know of your existence. The color of Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment. Suddenly, the voice turned into the real Suzy. Little sister, I'm fine. As long as I can save you, as long as I can let you live, I can do it. I will definitely persevere until all the divine lightning has passed. As soon as Ning Su appeared, a strange voice appeared in Suzy's mind, asking him if he was willing to give up his body for him to use. In the past, when he was possessed, Suzy was always in a state of drowsiness and did not hear Qi Huang's voice clearly. But in that instant, he immediately recognized it. That was little Missy's spiritual pet, that mysterious and powerful person who couldn't be seen by others but had always been by little Missy's side. Suzy wants to help Jun Mayan. But he knows that he's too weak. If he stays, he'll only be a burden to Mu Yan. There's no other use. Therefore, the moment he heard Qi Huang's voice, he agreed without hesitation. The divine lightning descends, burning his flesh and burning his bones. Even though Qi Huang has blocked most of the damage, how could it not hurt? Of course it's painful, but his life was saved by the little sister, again and again. Without Mayan, there would be no Suzy in the world who has recovered from his heart disease. For a long time, he couldn't do anything for the little sister. Now, what's the harm in exchanging his life for the little sister's? Boom. The deafening sound of thunder resounds in his ears again. Suzy knows that he won't be able to endure this god's thunder anymore. The black gas around his body is getting thicker and thicker. The originally delicate and handsome youth's face is tainted with a bit of breathtaking beauty. But his smile is still so warm. Little sister, you must live well, must fart. Qi Xiaohuang, you bastard, if you mess around again, I'll spank your ass. Mayan grits her teeth and curses, raising her hand to grab his chest. She grabs a red figure in the air. Before Suzy can clearly see what that red figure is, he's already slapped down from the air. Senior, take care of this kid for me, don't let him die by any means. And everything in the Shozhen continent, I'll leave it all to you. The purple gold god's thunder of heaven's punishment really falls on Mayan this time. The sea of fireflies surrounding her were instantly smashed into pieces. Mayan fiercely spits out a mouthful of blood and heavily falls on the mountain peak. One more inch forward, and it's the bottomless refining god abyss. It's the refining god abyss that can shatter an immortal's body and consign them to eternal damnation. Yun Rohan grabs Suzy, who's falling from the air, and throws him aside. Her whole body quickly soars up and rushes towards the girl on the mountain peak. The other people of the Xiaoyao school, including Chu Moli in the wheelchair, recklessly rush up. Faster. A little faster, little sister can't die. I beg you, she can't die, in the Tian Emochin space. Qi Huang awkwardly rolls on the grass, but he doesn't have the time to tidy up his messy clothes and long hair. He suddenly turns his head, his crimson eyes looking outside the space. He roars at the top of his lungs, Jun Mayan, this is the last god's thunder of heaven's punishment. Endure it, you must endure it. His voice was hoarse and trembling, as if he had used up all of his strength and begged for the humblest thing in his life. Jun Mayan, I beg you, don't die. Don't let me return to the endless darkness, Vujijiji. Brother Red Pants, what's wrong with you? Hearing the crisp chirping in his ears. Qi Huang whipped his head around, his crimson eyes fixed on the little chick in front of him. It was like a ferocious beast that had been starving for 10 days and 10 nights had finally found its prey. Coo. Chick? The Ahogon little chick's head twitched as it took a step back in fear. Rumble. The last heavenly thunder sounded. Mu Yan only feels a dazzling white light explode in front of her. She saw the people of the Xiaoyao sect madly rushing towards her. He heard 7 Brilliance's howls and cries. She could even hear the clamor of the Dark Flame Army, Beautiful City Army, and Liangchen Army from afar. But all of this was getting further and further away from her. Qi Huang, I'm sorry. It seems that I won't be able to survive the last bolt of lightning. Xiao Bao, Di Mingju. Just as the hoarse murmur came out, suddenly, she heard a Guji sound in her ears. A fluffy yellow ball rolled out in a sorry state, crying and whimpering. Chick chick chick. Mama, mama. Brother Red Pants is bullying me. While complaining, the furry dumpling rolls around in Mu Yan's arms and bumps its head into her chest. Suddenly, a ball of light flashed on Mu Yan's chest, and then something gradually appeared. In a trance, Mu Yan only saw 4 words, floating light jade key. Floating light jade key? What was that? Jade keys are divided into cloudy sky jade key, flickering light jade key, and spirit ruin jade key. What you have now is the cloudy sky jade key, which can open low-level Tianguang ruins, but not mid-level and high-level Tianguang ruins. First host, choose the floating light jade key. I must choose the floating light jade key. Mu Yan suddenly remembers. It was the special reward she had obtained in the Tianguang ruins, the floating light jade key. But why would the floating light jade key appear now? Rumble. At this moment, the heavenly punishment thunder finally struck down. The peak of the mountain that Mu Yan was on collapsed, and her body, which was already powerless, fell towards the refining god abyss along with the crushed rocks. Little junior sister. The 6 people from the Xiaoyao school wanted to jump down as well, but they were held back by an invisible force. They could only let out helpless and desperate roars. However, at this moment, a resplendent silver light shone on the falling girl's body, slowly wrapping her within. Coo, coo, coo. The little chick on the girl's shoulder rolled over. It tilted its head towards the 6 people on top of the precipice and waved its short claws. In the next moment, both Mu Yan and Yinghua disappeared into the light. Shoshan continent. Bang! After a loud sound, Mu Luyun and his subordinates guarding the entrance of the heaven-reaching stairway were sent flying by the huge shockwave and fainted. After a long time, Mu Luyun slowly woke up. Mu Luyun's expression kept changing as he looked at the entrance to the heaven stairway, which had already collapsed and disappeared. His eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Priest Lu Yun, what's going on? When the subordinate woke up and saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. How could the stairway to heaven be destroyed? Apart from the ancient war, such a thing has never happened before. Mu Luyun was silent for a long time before he muttered, that's because someone used the power of the law in the cultivation continent. WH. What? The subordinate suspected that he had misheard. The power of law? And on the cultivation continent, was Priest Luyun joking with him? Mu Luyun also could not help but raise his voice slightly as he exclaimed, able to grasp the power of laws with the body of a virtual immortal. How many years has it been since I've seen such a monstrous genius? It's a pity. I was too stupid. Priest, what do you mean? Using the power of laws in the cultivation continent is simply courting death. So what if he was a genius? In the end, he still couldn't escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao. So, that person, the Shin musician who triggered the 9 stars and the moon, is already dead? Then are we still going to guard the spatial barrier? Mu Luyun shook his head regretfully, but his eyes were cold. There's no need. A ghost that has already turned into ashes is not worthy of our master's attention. Let's go. Polar domain. Sunglasses are fine, what nonsense are you talking about? How could the ladder to heaven be destroyed? Sunglasses Ching still had a lot of scratches on his face. He immediately said with grief and indignation, how would I know if you ask me? Just as the spatial barrier passage was about to be opened, it suddenly triggered a big explosion. How many treasures in my temple that are used to guide the laws of space were all F*King destroyed? Jun Shang, you must compensate me. End of chapter 31:19. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.